This man is none other than our protagonist. He is an instructor at a prestigious magic school, and from his very first day he taught his students how to triple their casting speed. He finished chanting a spell in under 0.5 seconds, shaking the entire school to its core. He is no ordinary teacher. He is of military origin, a survivor who has crossed the line between life and death countless times on the battlefield. Furthermore, his mentor is the world's only immortal vampire. While an ordinary person is considered strong if they can skillfully handle the 5 elements, this brother handles over 10. Now enough with the digressions, let us begin. I lost my father when I was young, and my energetic sister and I had nearly reached adulthood. My mother said to me, "Son, you must become a shaman. You are fully qualified to be a shaman. The spirits are always watching over you. If you do not follow that path, a cruel wrath will soon befall you." That is how my mother forced her faith upon me. She gave me verses, paintings, and even strange formations, but because I decided my own fate, I never accepted those words. Out of rebellion, I devoted myself even more to my studies and research than before. 10 years passed and I became a self-made man in society, but then I died in a mere accident. I could not believe it. Was this the wrath my mother spoke of? But what was harder to believe was the fact that I had reincarnated. I did not believe in the afterlife, you see. My mother's words were all true. Humans can never understand until they experience it themselves. Unfortunately, I only realized that fact after I died. So, what should I do now? The scene changes to a classroom where a young man standing on the podium shouts loudly. Class starts. We will continue the lecture on how to activate magic circles. I am living in hiding as a professor at a magic academy, but how did it end up like this? Let us switch scenes back to the capital, or before that let us go to the train station. The ticket inspector is standing politely by the boarding gate. "Good afternoon, may I check your ticket?" "Thank you, have a comfortable trip." The man calmly boards the train. Room 403. That would be the 3rd compartment in car 4. Arriving in front of room 403, I enter to see an elderly man reading a newspaper. He greets the protagonist as soon as he sees him. "Nice to meet you." The young man also nods politely in return. Not long after, the train departs. It quickly left the city center, and the 2 men sitting in the same compartment did not exchange a single word in the silence. The young man takes his eyes off his book and scans the newspaper the man is reading to grasp the general situation. The civil war in the kingdom of Uda is over. Victory belonged to the princess's faction. The civil war in Uda has finally come to an end. The man looks at him with searching eyes. "Indeed it is. I always wondered when it would end. It seems like just yesterday that the prince's side was trying to reinforce their power. I am truly glad it is all over. Excuse me. My name is Lugger Chell, Gurgut. I have no surname. I assume you are of nobility." "Yes, but it is a fallen family, so you do not need to mind it." "Oh, I see. What is your destination, Mr. Gurgut?" "I am on my way to Linduno, the imperial capital. I heard it is very famous among tourists. The excellent empire is known as an ideal place for tourists due to the dramatic development of its magitech engineering. My destination is Artab. I have just been accepted to the excellent empire's X-Gen Academy. To be accepted at such a young age, you must have great talent." The young man answers shyly, "It is not to that extent. I only barely pass the criteria." "Haha, there are plenty of people who cannot even pass the criteria. You can have a bit more pride." "Thank you for the advice. Speaking of the Uda Civil War, did you happen to hear that rumor? The rumor that the decisive factor in the princess's victory was not an outstanding mage or a high-ranking knight. Are you talking about the story that it was due to a thug mercenary named Machiavel? Do you know it?" Now, your reaction is too lukewarm, because I think it is just a false rumor." "But it wasn't a false rumor. Machiavel was just one of the many aliases I used while wandering the world in search of a certain item." Finishing his thought, the old man continued, "Mr. Lugger, will you be teaching at Luozen right away?" "Yes, I have been put in charge of the 2nd years." "Starting with the 2nd years, you must be much more skilled than your humble words suggest." Lugger makes an expression as if he does not understand what that means. Gurgut hurriedly avoided his gaze and shook his head. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, a roar that shook the heavens and earth rang out from afar. The peaceful train ride was significantly affected by the vibration. Did the engine explode? The possibility is slim. This train, equipped with a magic engine, is under strict security. Then a scream is heard from somewhere. Gurgut was certain in his judgment that this was a raid. It must be the work of a bandit gang targeting merchants or nobles. If true, it means there are mages mixed among them. "We must hide or get out of here. Just in case, I will take the lead." Lugger checked the surroundings to ensure safety, then went outside. "It seems we are the only ones in car 4. Are the other passengers hiding inside their compartments? Because there are defensive spells on every compartment. That is impossible. The outer walls of the train are protected by the same magic. If that was breached, it means the compartments are not safe either." "Then are you saying the problem is in car 3? It is right next to us, so why have not they come here yet? If I were a bandit, I would have targeted car 1 first. Because wealthy passengers use the first-class seats, then we are lucky. We have bought time to flee to the back cars. We just need to hold out until the guards come from the front." But just then a bandit crashed through the window and barged in. Lugger reflexively hid Gurgut behind his back. The vicious-looking bandit glared at the two, but he looked to be in bad shape. As the thug drew his sword and charged, Lugger calmly cast a spell to counterattack. The bandit was electrocuted by a lightning orb and could not move for a while. Did you deal with him? He shakes his head and answers. No, I just paralyzed him for a moment. As he tries to approach the bandit, Gurgut steps in to stop him. He says it is fine and that he is just going to interrogate him briefly. He steps on the thug and points the tip of his staff at his face, shouting, "What is your objective?" The bandit stays silent for a while before bursting into giggles. "Do not laugh, answer." The bandit grinds his teeth and replies, "Scum like you deserve to die." As the thug finishes speaking, he pulls back his clothes to reveal a bomb wrapped around his body. At this moment, the countdown number points to 1. In the final instant, Gurgut's scream rang in Lugger's ears, and immediately, an explosion of tremendous power occurred. It wasn't enough to derail the train, but the surrounding cliffs vibrated ceaselessly. How much time passed amidst the smoke and dust? Gurgut wakes up inside the wrecked carriage, clutching his head. He calls out to Lugger worriedly, "Hey, are you okay?" But as his vision clears, the young man is nowhere to be found. The carriage corridor was empty without a sign of anyone, so he runs outside to search. He calls the young man's name in panic. Then he suddenly realizes that the mask he was wearing has been torn. He frowns, looking at the mask. "I paid a pretty penny for this." As he throws off the mask, a young man with a robust physique is revealed. He grimaces and clicks his tongue. "Why does misfortune always strike whenever I am around? There is not any grand reason for using the alias Machiavelli. I just wanted to use a famous name from the memories of my past life. I caused so much trouble wandering here and there that I had to change identities multiple times. Machiavelli is just one of the countless identities I have gone through. A lot happened back then. I ended up attracting unwanted attention from someone to whom I should not have exposed my identity, but fortunately, thanks to the surveillance becoming lax while the princess was drunk on victory, I was able to change my identity, and I was on a magic train heading to Linduno. Thinking up to there, he sighs. Why do accidents explode wherever I go? Even after going through that massive explosion, the train is still rushing furiously. Regretfully, he throws the mask outside. Rest in peace, Mr. Lugger. I never dreamed an accident like this would happen on a day like this. To think he would detonate a bomb while being electrocuted. Ordinary thieves do not do that. It is a truly baffling mindset. To die together. Their real target wasn't money, but this train itself. A train security agent rushes over and asks if he is okay. Seeing the scene before him, the agent is also lost for words. He says to the agent, "Armed robbers attacked us. They seem to be targeting car 1. It would be best to take shelter below. I was just about to evacuate the passengers as well. Sir, you should also hurry." Before he can finish his sentence, the security agent is grabbed by the neck and slammed to the floor. What are you doing? Why are you suddenly doing this?" He speaks with a face blackened like soot. "Did you think that lousy acting would work on me? Those thieves seem to have waited for a very long time. A high-speed train running deep in the mountains, and they even broke the train's defensive magic. That is a task that is quite difficult and takes a lot of time. It is impossible unless there is an insider on the train." The agent looks visibly panic-stricken. Then his expression completely changes. He tries to pull a dagger from his sleeve but is suppressed. Choking the agent, he blocks the knife at the wrist. "You'd better not try anything funny. Your hands are quite fast. What is your true identity? What do you want? Shut up and follow me." But before they can take a few steps, the train lurches again. At the familiar sound, he instinctively trembles and shoves the security agent forward. In an instant, a sniper hiding somewhere blew a hole through the security agent's body. They did not even give him a chance to send a signal. It seems he had not told them beforehand. Just then, someone roughly kicks the door open and enters. "What? He is still alive. We poured quite a few bullets into him." "How is he alive? Who are you bastards to dare discuss life and death so lightly?" The thugs aim their guns without asking questions. As he glares at them, the fingers of the thugs trying to pull the triggers stiffen and do not move. What's going on? The gun will not shoot. Wait. Do not tell me that guy is. A magic circle rises on his hand. Only then do the terrorists realize that he is a mage. That guy broke the guns with magic. Just then, looking to the side, the wavering energy gathers in one place and the magic in his hand vanishes. It has been nullified. I did not know there was a mage on the train. "Give up," the terrorists say as they approach him. "If you give up, we'll send you off without pain." He looks quite strong, but he is probably a fourth circle mage at best. He has to be. Otherwise, we would have heard rumors about him long ago. His eyes become eerily calm. 10 minutes have passed since the explosion. There is still a long way to go to cross the mountain range. It will take quite a while for reinforcements to arrive, so I cannot rely on them. Then I have no choice but to move myself. That guy jumped. Hansen, check it, hurry. Looking out, he was already gone. A man named Hansen sticks his head out and says, "He really jumped, was he?" Scar. Before he can finish, Hansen departs for the other world. The guys below cannot hide their astonishment. Did he use flight magic? Chasing a moving train with magic? Is that possible? Everyone shut up and chase quickly. The opponent is a mage. Large numbers of non-mages will only be a burden. Leave just a few and the rest surround car 1. Following the captain's orders, the thugs commence firing. He moves constantly on the train roof, dodging the hail of bullets. The terrorists on the lower floor also track him, immediately following the sound of his footsteps. He is going to the last car. Catch him quickly. Just as the door seemed to open slightly, an explosion occurred, taking the lives of the terrorists. Is it a trap? No way, in that short time. Damn it, he is different from the mages I have dealt with before. Creepily different. His movements are viciously practical and efficient. Rather than a mage, he is like a hunter, or he might be a mercenary. Just then a roar is heard from outside. The leader immediately grasps the situation. That guy, he detached the carriage to escape. I should have noticed sooner. He did not need to fight us. As he fumes and opens the door, the distance between the two carriages has already grown quite far. Half have left and half are left behind. He lets out a groan as he watches the rear carriage drifting away. Damn, we lost him. But we cannot give up the entire train for just that one guy. I have memorized his face. I'll find him soon and deal with him. Just then, the captain feels an invisible pressure crushing his shoulder. What on earth is this powerful monowave? Where is it coming from? Panic-stricken, he turns around and in his eyes enters the sight of him standing there along with a brilliantly shining golden magic circle. He looks down at them with cold eyes as if granting them time to leave their last words. How are you here? Do not tell me this is also a trap. As a flash of light sweeps through the terrorists, they vanish like dust blowing in the wind. The leader quickly drew his sword and blocked the magic attack. A moment later, his expression was dyed with terror as he shouted to his subordinates, "Run away immediately. Save your lives at least." However, the light grew more intense, swallowing the terrorists without leaving a single one behind. How much time had passed? As the thick smoke lifted, the disastrous scene inside the carriage was revealed. He looked at the result of his work unfolding before his eyes and muttered, "Is this the end? You survived. But why? Why did you wipe us all out? Do you feel no remorse at all for my comrades who dedicated themselves to this world?" As he tried to continue speaking, the young man cut him off. "Beyond imagination. Your madness truly transcends my imagination. Is that something for people who tried to kill me first to say? Now that things have come to this, are you begging for sympathy? You intend to wag your tongue in front of the people who died at your hands? Besides, it was you all who came to find and kill me. You blame me? Well, I suppose you could. I originally intended to run away, but since you saw my real face, if I had just fled, you surely would have chased me to the end, right? Dealing with you now will make the aftermath much cleaner." An ice pillar instantly shot up along the leader's body. The young man was greatly shocked by this sight. Someone outside had acted on his behalf. A woman clad in a cold chill entered the carriage. She asked him in a worried voice if he was okay. "You were very startled, weren't you? Please be at ease now. The cold-blooded knights have arrived to protect you all." Gunshots rang out from other carriages as well. Tisk tisk, arriving already? That was fast. I cannot believe they are using flight magic in this weather. After effortlessly dealing with the pouring bullets, the cold-blooded knight gathered her energy and swept away the terrorists in an instant, leaving behind the guys screaming as they were helplessly defeated. A cool flash passed by, and the leader of the sector was completely suppressed. As the knight glared at the survivors, they trembled in fear the moment their eyes met hers. Desperate screams from the terrorists could be heard from behind, but it was none of her concern. Car 2 cleared. Car 1 also completed. Passenger safety secured. Reporting to the vice captain, suppression of all carriages complete. Good work. Escort the passengers safely to the next station. The train soon arrived at Galv. The young man quietly looked out the window, lost in thought. The vice captain of the knights approached him. "Are you all right? Were you injured by the terrorists?" "Thanks to the help of the knights, I am fine. I just have something to think about." "That is a relief. I apologize for being late. I am Bonica Devon." Just as he was about to say something, someone interrupted the conversation. Turning his head, a man with an angular face spoke calmly. "Are you the one commanding the knights?" "Yes. I am Vice Captain Bonica Devon. I am Investigator Gemlu from the El City Police Agency. I came after receiving intelligence from Tver. I heard there was a train raid in the Art Mountains. Yes, we have eliminated all the terrorists. I appreciate the knight's performance, but there seems to be something missing from the report. Missing content. The train was suppressed too easily. Even if there were mages mixed in among them, it is not easy to breach a magic engine train. We believe there was an accomplice inside the train who aided this raid." "That makes sense. Of course, it is only a conjecture. We plan to take the suspect into custody as soon as their identity is identified." She nodded as if she understood and spoke toward the inside. "You heard right? If you speak honestly, there will be no problem." The young man smiled gently, but he was burning up inside. "This is bad. There are no gaps in the forged identity. I bought the ticket through a normal transaction and boarded legally. The problem is my face. No matter how you look at it, it is not the face of a man in his 40s. If I get caught, it is definitely hanging. Best case scenario is torture. There are knights and police swarming outside, so escaping is impossible. Judging by that vice captain's personality, she is the type who is merciless to criminals. She is smiling and treating me well now, but the moment I am pointed out as a suspect, her attitude will change instantly." As he was lost in thought, the investigator spoke to him. "Are you all right? Excuse me. It took some time to secure the list from the other carriages. I just need to verify your identity, so please do not worry. If you have your ticket, could you show it to me? Room 403 seems to be no problem. The passengers are a young man in his 20s, Lugger Chell, and a man in his 40s, Gurgut. Where is the other person?" The young man answered by skillfully twisting his words. "Unfortunately, he was swept up in the explosion when the train was attacked. It happened while passing the Art Mountains, so he fell down the cliff." "Ah, is that so?" The young man swallowed dryly in tension. At that moment, Vice Captain Bonica stepped forward. "Wait a moment, this person cannot be a suspect. He was already fighting the terrorists before the knights arrived. If he were an accomplice, there would be no reason to do that, would there? He fought them? Ah, I understand. So that happened. My apologies, Mr. Lugger Chell." The young man was inwardly surprised by her action. "What is this situation? I heard you were accepted to X-Gen Academy this time." The two looked at him with sparkling eyes as if they had made a great discovery. With his retreat blocked and others even creating an exit for him, he began to act. "That is correct. As you said, I am a newly appointed professor." Lugger Chell. After finishing the necessary procedures, the vice captain and the investigator exchanged a few more words while seeing him off. They apologized repeatedly for the inconvenience. "Not at all. Thanks to you two, I was able to arrive safely. How about I escort you to X-Gen Academy? We cannot send someone who will teach the future of the Empire alone," the young man screamed inwardly. "If you escort me, it is more uncomfortable for me. I have personal matters to attend to as well. I appreciate the sentiment, however I have a place I need to visit personally, so I must decline. There is no need for you to go through trouble on my account. If you say so, I understand. Then please excuse us first. Mr. Lugger, it was short, but it was an honor to meet you." "Yes, Lady Bonica, I hope to see you again." After saying his goodbyes, he walked confidently while blending into the crowd, but his insides were still trembling. "I did it. I actually did it. Sorry, Gurgut, but thanks to you, I lived." It is extremely fortunate that photography technology in this world is not developed. A single photo would make it hard to distinguish between Lugger and me. As long as I slip away safely, it will be fine. I need to get out of this headache-inducing situation and find a new identity. However, that hope was shattered by someone's voice calling for Lugger. "As I thought it was you, Mr. Lugger. I saw you talking with the knight. I am Wilf, a staff member of Sugan Academy. I came to pick you up after hearing the news of the terror attack. I am truly glad you are safe. Please get in. I will take you to the academy." Seeing no hole to escape through, he had no choice but to fold his escape plan. The carriage rattled as it ran through the streets, unusually. Instead of ordinary horses, mechanical horses powered by mana were pulling the carriage. He sat quietly inside the carriage, lost in thought. "This is the worst. To think they would even send a person to pick me up. Moreover, that old man is no ordinary employee. Setting aside his robust physique, I did not even sense his presence until he approached me. He is at least a former knight. If I try to run away with a clumsy excuse, I'll definitely arouse suspicion and be monitored. Let us choose the safe option for now. It might be better than running away. Since Gurgut has been confirmed dead, the current me is no different from a ghost. No one will care where I am taken. Honestly speaking, it is better to have a definite identity. I should act as Lugger Chell for the time being and watch for an opportunity. We have arrived. Mr. Lugger, this is Sugan Academy." Seeing the campus, he could not close his mouth. "This is all school grounds. It is much larger than I thought. I will guide you to the administration office. Please leave your luggage to me." The old man guided him down a wide hallway. He opened the office door first and entered, saying, "This is Lugger Chell. He has responded to the summons." The woman sitting at the desk stared at him piercingly before a smile appeared on her lips. "I was waiting for you, Mr. Lugger. I am Elisa Willow, the principal of Sugan Academy. How is your condition? I heard you were swept up in an assassination incident. It is not serious. I received help from the knights at a critical moment. That is truly a relief. It would be unspeakable for the school's face if a new professor were injured before even taking office." Seeing her mention the school's honor, she clearly is not in her right mind. "By the way, I have had a strange feeling for a while now. Is it my imagination? Did Lugger ever meet this principal? Did she notice I am a fake?" As if reading his thoughts, Elisa smiled and said, "It is my first time seeing you in person and you are truly handsome. Thank you for the compliment. You do not need to be so formal. The students will go crazy when the semester starts. Now first, please take this. We notified you in advance, but it would not hurt to check it thoroughly. The contract period is 2 years. The salary is written in the contract and room and board are also provided." He thought while looking at the contract. "A contract. I plan to bolt at the first chance anyway, so it does not matter." However, the moment he saw the number of zeros stamped on the contract, his body stiffened. Converted to the common continental currency, it was 30 million den. An amount reaching $300,000 in US currency. "How is it? The conditions are acceptable, right?" he answered, trying hard to act nonchalant. "Not bad," he said that, but his reason was already paralyzed. Total jackpot. "Calm down. The expectations for a Sugan Academy professor are huge indeed. Can I survive well in this place swarming with geniuses? But the hiring is already confirmed, and refusing after coming all this way will only raise more suspicion. I have no choice. Scamming and manipulating people is my specialty. Even without theoretical knowledge, I am overflowing with practical experience, so I can at least pretend to be a professor. Good. I am happy to work with you, Professor Lugger." Likewise, shaking hands with Principal Willow, he was calculating the next 2 years. That night in the assigned dormitory. 3 weeks remain until the new semester starts. There is a mountain of things to prepare. I cannot believe they lent me an entire house. To think this life is as an academy professor. It has been 27 years since he came to this world. Reborn with only memories of his past life and no special abilities, he had to survive on his own under the worst parents. He survived through all sorts of hardships, and now a professor at Sugan. Is this also a type of infiltration? Although it is a forced infiltration. Anyway, I needed a new identity, and the name Lugger is perfect for a disguise. From a fallen noble family of a small country, an only child with both parents deceased, Looking at the records, he was a loner with no friends. That means there is no one who would recognize me. There is no more perfect identity than this. All that remains is the class content and information about Sugan. Alright, shall I start with terrain reconnaissance? Come to think of it, I have not eaten anything since the train accident. Let us start tomorrow. Where did they say the cafeteria was? Early the next morning he was leisurely reading a newspaper at a cafe. 2 weeks had passed before he knew it. Time sure is fast. The necessary tasks were roughly finished and class preparations were proceeding quite smoothly. 1 week until the semester starts. Now it is just practical practice. Sensing a customer coming in, he downed his coffee to leave before it got crowded, but the person who just entered sat right behind him and whispered, "I am glad you are safe. I thought some mishap had occurred." He almost spat out the coffee he was drinking. The early morning cafe was very quiet. When he did not react, the woman continued, "Why was there no contact for the past 2 weeks? Other members are also curious about your safety." He calmly took a sip of tea and put down the teacup. "Okay, let us verify the identity first. It is certain she came to find Lugger Chell," the woman continued speaking. "That assassination matter was a simple accident. We did not know the rebel scum would attack at that time. You must also need information on Sugan." "What? Did not you say you already sent it?" "I am trying to verify if the information is accurate." The woman said she understood and rifled through some documents. Her voice was calm, but his insides were churning. "I need to play along so I do not get suspected, right? Is the disposal finished?" "Certainly. Of course. Before coming here we eliminated key figures within the academy and also ferreted out traitors within the organization. I was reported that their limbs were torn off and stuffed into their mouths before being thrown as feed for wild dogs. Is not it a fitting end for a traitor?" He hid his flustered state and glanced at the woman sitting behind him out of the corner of his eye. "Let us calm down. Must be calm." Suddenly, the woman seemed to realize something and was startled. "I apologize. I should have confirmed before reporting." "It is fine. Anyway, why did you come so suddenly?" "Because contact was lost for nearly half a month. I thought you were acting independently during this important time." The woman apologized while rambling in confusion. "That suspicious outfit itself is bothersome. Are you dying to get suspected even more?" Seeing the guys overreact to his actions, it is certain. "This woman is afraid of the person named Lugger." "Enough, let us start the roll call. How many have gathered?" 31 second class and 7 third class members have successfully infiltrated. The other first class members arrived earlier and have taken their positions as planned. That is enough personnel. Understood. I have confirmed it, so I am leaving. Understood. For the next contact, please come to the designated location. You are telling me to come to you? At his retort, the girl once again felt an immense pressure. He did not hold back and fired off another remark. "Is a lowly thing like you giving me orders?" As she stammered in fear, he continued, "I do not want to hear excuses. I decide the location. I only respond to calls from those of my rank or higher." "By higher, do you mean class 0? "Yes. Unless it is a summons from that person, do not bother me with trivial matters." After finishing his sentence, he strode away. While walking, he tried his best to act nonchalant. "Damn, those guys are far more dangerous than I thought. Assassinating key figures of the academy and executing traitors. It is truly madness. I need to run away quickly." However, the girl hurriedly called out to stop him. "Excuse me, please wait a moment." He stopped in confusion but did not turn around. "When will you call for us? How do you intend to do it?" "I have not thought that far ahead. Do I have to spell it out for you myself?" "And no, never mind. Safe travels." Upon returning to his dormitory, he immediately scoured through the information. Fallen noble, no relatives, shortest time to reach the 4th circle, and a professor at Sugan. Damn it, I should have suspected it sooner. The reason Lugger's background is so ideal is that this identity was created for this job in the first place. He would not have been able to infiltrate the academy with his original identity. The letters exchanged under Lugger's identity were full of ciphers. Goddammit. Staring at the ceiling, he agonized over it for a long time. "My life is over. I never dreamed the path I chose in a hurry would be a nuclear bomb." He opened the books and clues again to continue his research. They exchanged signals using the Black Turtle cipher. The sentences were sloppy, so I had my suspicions. But the real problem is the first-class members. To think they infiltrated Sugan Academy as professors and are gaining trust. I'll probably receive the next steps depending on the situation. Sugan is not the only thing I have to worry about. The more he thought, the more his head hurt. But no matter how much he thought about it, he could not believe it. A high-ranking executive of a secret society dying after getting swept up in a mere train assassination incident. He was a high-ranking executive of an organization that planted numerous spies in Sugan. Someone like that should have survived. What use is it to curse the dead? Anyway, there is one more target from whom I must absolutely hide my identity. Sugan Academy and the secret society. I suppose it was good that I made contact with them today. According to the woman I met today, the society has Class 0, Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. I do not know what Class 0 is, but knowing it exists is a relief in itself. The most important thing is who the remaining first-class member is. If he is a friend of Lugger, he'll notice I am a fake immediately. For now, not getting caught is the top priority. The most ideal picture is for Sugan to take care of them for me. Sugan is powerful, so if those guys make a move, the society will not be able to hold out, no matter how strong they are. Of course, to avoid getting crushed between the two forces, I'll need to leak appropriate information. The thought of having to walk a tightrope to appease both sides at the same time is already giving me a headache. Still, it will work out somehow. I will not have a day of peace for these 2 years. Blue sky and white clouds, the peaceful air of Sugan Academy. Students began their energetic commute to school. Students had already arrived in the lecture hall and were preparing for class. Did you guys hear? A new professor is coming for the Introduction to Incantation and Elemental Analysis class. A new professor for a second-year class? He must be really skilled. It probably wasn't in the original plan. The previous professor quit suddenly. Ah, the one who faced backlash from the students? I heard he was openly humiliated during class. You mean Flora? They are talking about you. Sigh, what did I do to deserve that? As a student, I just wanted to point out that the professor's magic formula was wrong, but do you know that? His credentials are huge. I heard he wrote a ton of papers during his military service. Then is not he a good person? He is certainly not ordinary. But did you know, he is from a fallen noble family? Really? Then it'll be easy to get credits. The girl named Flora could not hide her disappointment at the students whispering. Just then the lecture hall door opened and Lugger walked onto the podium. Nice to meet you, everyone. I am the new professor, Lugger Chell. His sharp and calm eyes scanned the students one by one. At that sight, the students instantly fell silent. They felt an inexplicable sense of intimidation. He continued speaking. Since today is a demonstration lecture, instead of covering the curriculum, I will convey a few points of caution. I will be teaching you incantation. However, my teaching method will be quite different from the existing ones. I intend to focus on practical application. I will not simply teach theory, and this class is open not only to the second years here but also to first years. Silence flowed. I understand your complaints, but I have no intention of lowering the difficulty of the class, so do not try to bargain. A student raised a hand. May I ask why you are allowing first years to take the course? Looking back, it was a polite blonde girl. She seemed quite talented. Her face was familiar, but he felt no particular emotion. He answered, as an educator, I believe it is my duty to teach equally regardless of grade level. Of course, I am aware that my class differs from existing standards. Please explain in more detail. It is difficult to understand. Would not it be boring if I told you everything in advance? If you are curious, take the next class. However, I will warn you. If you came in thinking it would be easy to get credits because I am a new professor, I will make you regret it. He set the tone with the dignity of an educator and issued a threat. But inwardly, he prayed that students would not register for the course. Of course, he had prepared everything for the class. But the fewer students, the better. The second years will feel their pride is hurt if told to take classes with first years, right? Besides, I emphasize that it is difficult, so who would want to listen? I have said everything I need to say. Are there any questions? The students looked at Lugger in confusion and swallowed dryly. Is it because he is from the military? His aura is no joke. I heard he is the youngest to reach the fourth circle, is that true? The students had many questions but dared not ask them. Flora looked at the new professor with interest. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth. If there are no questions, I will end the demonstration lecture here. He left the lecture hall, feeling skeptical about his life. He laid down the burden in his heart for a moment. To think there would not be a single question. I thought they would ask about my personal background. Well, good for me. The answers I prepared painstakingly have become useless though. Wait, surely they did not ignore me on purpose? That could be possible. Should I have treated them more kindly? Did I touch their pride? Did I pressure them too much? Coming through, as he passed, the students coming out of the classroom stepped aside with frightened expressions. Some students even stepped backward. Only then did he realize that the students lining both sides of the hallway were looking at him with concern. It is just my guess, but are they acting like that because they are genuinely scared? You are Professor Lugger, right? A pink-haired woman approached and greeted him politely. Nice to meet you. I am Selena. I am also a new professor like you, Professor Lugger. Nice to meet you. Something the matter? She hesitated before speaking. Well, have you had a meal? The scene changes to a location within the school. Nice to meet you. I am Brino, in charge of the Golem summoning class. I am Marilda. I teach curses and hallucinations. It is part of the Curse and Darkness Dispelling course. Nice to meet you. I am in charge of the Incantation casting class. Lugger Chell. He evaluated the people by eye. Is this a gathering for professors to socialize? Just then, a young man was standing a few meters away from the group watching them. Feeling a stinging gaze, Lugger looked over, and the man turned his head as if uninterested. Marilda approached him and whispered, "That person is Professor Jeet Benyer. As you can see, he is a noble. He is different from commoners like us. Among the new professors there is one noble, one fallen noble, and 3 commoners. Everyone must have different methods, but they surely possess outstanding skills in their respective fields. Perhaps another class 1 member is among them. It is not easy coming so early. To think we are in a situation where we cannot even trust our colleagues." Professor Jeet spoke arrogantly. "I cannot stand it anymore. I was curious what kind of people the new professors were, but to think it is just a fallen noble piece of trash and commoners, how classless. Have fun amongst yourselves, especially you there. Do not hold your head high when you are just a fallen noble." Having finished his piece, he turned and left. I knew he'd be like that. Is being a noble everything? Why does he look down on us? Do not pay it any mind, Professor Lugger. It is fine. He says he does not want to eat with us, so let us go by ourselves. The other teachers agreed and headed to the cafeteria. Let us just be satisfied with the fact that I do not have to eat alone right now. The day passed quickly. Somewhere a magic circle shone. That night, rumors and discussions about Lugger began. Did you hear about the new professor named Lugger Chell? They say he is the youngest to reach the 4th circle and has military service experience. I heard he participated in hunting unknown creatures too. I heard he registered his name at the magic tower as a free mage. Is it real? The short-haired girl thought for a long time before making a resolution. I cannot let Class 1's class fail. I must make as many students as possible take his class. Information spread rapidly to the students. There were students who were afraid, but their curiosity was just as great. The next morning he headed to the lecture hall according to the timetable. Today is the real first class. I wonder how many are left. I clearly warned them that my class would be hell, so surely no one will come, right? If they come, it must be because they had no other choice. Since the other subjects are full, there should be at most about 30 people. The inside of the classroom was noisy with students' discussions. Did you see that post too? Thanks to the post, the lecture hall was full. He was flustered by the unexpected sight. Why are there so many students? Not a single empty seat. Furthermore, there are quite a few first years. Do not they feel uncomfortable taking classes with seniors? It feels like someone is manipulating things from behind. No, I guess I underestimated the students. Sugan is where the continent's best talents gather after all. Should I have stimulated the kids' competitive spirit? It cannot be helped now. He spoke solemnly. Since there are students hearing this for the first time, I will introduce myself again. I am Lugger Chell. I will be teaching the Introduction to the Incantation casting course, and I intend to teach to the best of my ability. I have a question. Does the introduction you mentioned include all 4 major specializations? He glared at the student who asked the question. The student froze. He said, only ask questions when I permit it. Since it is the first time, I will let it slide this once. From now on, anyone who interrupts the class or challenges my authority as a professor will have points deducted. Of course, there are opportunities to receive extra points, so do your best to answer the question yes. I will teach all 4 major specializations. The 4 major elements include emission, elements, telekinesis, and enhancement. Usually teaching even 2 specializations is difficult, but a new professor is teaching all 4? Sounds like he is bluffing. Flora harbored doubts. Lugger tapped the blackboard with his staff and said, since it is the first class, I will show you one thing to pique your interest. This is a fire attribute spell, Vibrating Flame. Based on emission, it uses combustion, oxidation, condensation, expansion, diffusion, and acceleration. By aligning these 7 components, a technique is created. What I am going to show you is a method to triple the casting speed. The students wore expressions full of doubt. Flora, is what the professor's saying true? Well, I see it as impossible unless the basic structure of the spell changes. There are methods like scrolls recording the spell or projection of memory, but they all have limits. If the professor is thinking of something like that, I'll be disappointed. Professor, Lugger also sensed that doubt. It seems there are many questions. I will take just a few. As soon as permission was granted, students vied to ask questions. I am Alex Lan, a 5th year. What does it mean to shorten the casting speed? It means exactly as it sounds. The casting becomes faster. Next question. I am Dahlia, a 1st year. Are you saying you will adjust the formula? No, if you touch the completed formula, it becomes a different spell. What I will show is a method to reduce the casting speed while maintaining the spell exactly as it is. Professor, that is impossible. At the dissenting voice, he quietly listened to her instead of arguing. I am Flora Lumos, a 2nd year. Professor, what you said is impossible. The students buzzed as they looked at her. She finally stepped up. That professor is done for now. I do not tolerate speaking without permission, but I will listen this time. Why are you certain it is impossible? According to existing formulas, the only way to shorten casting time is through reconstruction. Professor, you are speaking of an achievement that even unprecedented geniuses could not accomplish. So I cannot believe it. Instead of concluding that it cannot develop, what if it simply has not developed? We have focused too much on form and history that magic has stagnated. On the other hand, science has been developing steadily, enough to threaten the position magic has held for so long. I am not saying that science is superior to magic, but that magic also has the opportunity to advance. Therefore your judgment is wrong. It is because no one has tried to improve it. I will be the first. Flora, having been refuted for the first time, was flustered. What on earth is going on? Is that professor arrogant enough to not know shame? It would be difficult to understand with just a verbal explanation, so I will show you myself. Did you say your name was Flora? Do you know the average casting time for ignition? It depends on the caster. It takes 10 seconds for a 3rd circle mage, and it shortens to 5 seconds for a high-ranking mage. Correct? However, I do not rely on rising in rank. I am talking about a different method tailored to the individual student's ability. Then the fastest case would be 5 seconds, although you would be a little faster than that. You are overflowing with confidence. Would you like to come to the podium and show us yourself? Flora agreed without hesitation. She stepped up to the podium and began to cast the spell. A ring of fire appeared rapidly at the tip of her staff and a massive magic circle was formed. The students watching could not hide their astonishment even though they knew of her skill. As expected of the lady of the House of Lumos, she is really fast. He timed it from the side, total chanting time 4.78 seconds. A result close to impossible for a second-year student. The procedure was also perfect. She turned around as if it were nothing special and spoke. However, he pointed out that it was still too slow, making Flora stiffen. Since the record for a third circle mage is 4.41 seconds, it is still too slow. Flora immediately retorted, I can cast it faster once I get used to it. I am saying that the record of 4.41 seconds is also too slow. The entire classroom buzzed at his declaration. Everyone, watch closely. This is how you use ignition. He began to cast the magic. Flora watched closely to see what he was doing. That is not the formula for ignition, but instantly, a magic circle appeared and the students who witnessed it right before their eyes could not close their mouths in shock. What on earth just happened? The spell was completed in the blink of an eye. It did not even take 1 second. That definitely wasn't the ignition formula just now. There wasn't even a spell completion process, did you see? For those who missed it, I will show you one more time. He waved his staff. A magic circle appeared immediately. This time, Flora and all the other students were lost for words. Only then did the students' expressions change. The ignition I just cast took 0.24 seconds. It is a tremendous difference from existing records. But you must have felt something was strange, because the technique I used for the first chanting was not ignition. However, the result was an ignition spell. To be precise, I used a calling spell to cast another spell. Even after hearing his words, the students stared blankly at each other, unable to digest the knowledge that had just been poured out. Lugger continued his explanation. It is like paying a price to make an object appear immediately. A unique blueprint. You can understand it like that, through the biological hardware known as a mage, consuming data known as mana and complying with a program known as technique, to operate the software known as magic. I call this source code. Source code, it is a magic I have never heard of. What is that man's true identity? Is your curiosity satisfied? Flora Lumos. Flora felt it was unfair, but she had no choice but to admit it. You interrupted the lecture without my permission. It is because you could not overcome your own prejudice. Do you admit your fault? Flora could not refute him and meekly admitted it. At this he spoke solemnly. Your behavior is a clear challenge to teaching authority. Therefore, Flora Lumos, I will give you a penalty of 10 points. The students in the lecture hall whispered, confused by the fact that even someone that outstanding received a penalty. It was like a humiliation to Flora, but she could not deny her wrongdoing either. She had no choice but to return to her seat while swallowing her anger. A remark followed, giving both the disease and the cure. However, the ignition technique you cast was perfect. I will award you 10 bonus points. I do not dislike capable students. It was praiseworthy, Flora. She expressed her gratitude to Lugger, but she did not unclench her tight fist. Her friends breathed a sigh of relief. It was practically as if the penalty had not happened. Her seatmate and best friend looked at her worriedly. Flora smiled and answered, Thanks for worrying, Cheryl. I am fine. She shook off that incident so quickly as expected of Flora, but Cheryl could not even imagine that Flora's insides were still churning. Now let us begin the class in earnest. I will select the students who can follow the class and teach them the source code. If you want to learn, make a desperate effort. Seeing the look in his eyes, the students dared not slack off. The classroom was so quiet that only the sound of his lecture could be heard. A male student sitting in the front row looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Everyone was saying strange things about the professor, so I thought I had stepped in shit, but surprisingly, this really is Sugan. The class ended before they knew it. He asked them to review and left the lecture hall. The students also left their seats. The male student was still excited and marveling. Source code, to think I would get to see something like that. Marveling just because you saw something like that. You are practically admitting you are an idiot yourself. That is why commoners cannot do anything. A student wearing glasses looked toward where the voice came from. It was a blonde male student. The student with glasses looked around, realized the remark was directed at him, scratched his head and asked awkwardly, were you talking to me? The blonde male student shot back angrily, Are you being sarcastic? No, how dare I? Are you daring to ignore Lord Jeevan, the eldest son of the Baron Pelio family? Baron Pelio. Is not that the family on the southernmost frontier of the empire? Oh, does Sugan admit sucklings too? Better than accepting a baron's idiot brat who acts like a child. Jeevan was provoked by the sarcasm but could not refute it. Then he tried to use his hands abruptly. You dare ignore a noble? I'll make you pay the price. Seeing Jeevan coming out threateningly, the young man's expression darkened. Try it. Why are you hesitating? Do it. You'll find out what happens if you attack us. Even if you are a noble, it will be hard to get out of Sugan safely. Are not you being watched since before admission? And when you shout, why do not you check your surroundings? Do not you see other people? He looked around in frustration, then left with a few threatening words as if he had no choice. As Jeevan disappeared, the student with glasses breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks for helping. I am Aiden. I am Leo. No need to thank me. It just annoyed me to see him acting up while selling his noble name. You are really kind. Did you even hear what I just said? Mind your own business. I am going. Aiden hurriedly followed him. Leo spoke without looking back. Do you know where I am going? That is an alchemy textbook you are holding, right? My next class is alchemy 2. Leo did not reply and sighed as he spoke. Suit yourself, and cannot you stop showing that vibe? Aiden asked blankly. Rustic vibe, commoner vibe, the vibe that I did not learn magic properly, since it is something I do not know well either. You should at least know the situation at Sugan, especially since there are many monsters with crazy grades starting from the second year. The first is Flora Lumos, who stood on the podium earlier. She has a dirty temper, so avoiding her is the best policy. There is a rumor that the previous professor quit because of her. Next is the third princess of the Exilian Empire, Ireborn. Nothing good comes from commoners like us getting involved with high-ranking nobles. Does she take this class too? I think I caught a glimpse of her in the middle. Correct. Finally, the leader of the second year's largest noble faction, Juden van Bark, one of the three great duke families, right? He treats commoners like bugs, so do not get involved. Fortunately, it seems he did not come to this class. That idiot earlier is in the noble faction too, right? Am I marked? Well, it cannot be helped. Who else is there? You really have guts, or maybe you are just dense. There are a few more. I'll tell you on the way. That is really cool. Want to eat lunch together? Why should I? The two male students left the spot, unaware that someone had been listening to their entire conversation. Lugger was lost in thought. The reaction was better than expected. I did not expect much. The civilization level of this world is about the 19th century on Earth. Even considering the power of magic, it still lacks many things compared to the rapid development of 21st century science. So I combined science and magic when making the source code. Actually, I did not know the reaction would be this hot. When I first showed what I made, he did not say much, so I did not expect anything. Magic can be used quickly and accurately, but the limit is the third circle, and the creation process is extremely complex. I cannot rely solely on the source code forever. I need to prepare more to avoid being caught. Is this my office? When he opened the door and entered, someone was already there. Elisa smiled and spoke first. Hello, Professor Lugger. How is it? The interior is quite nice, is not it? Facing this special person, he did not know how to react for a moment. Sugan provides personal space for professors. You can do whatever you want here. I see. But what brings you here? Did I come to a place I should not have? No, just curious. Honestly, it is a bit burdensome. Professor Lugger is a valuable talent of Sugan. It is natural for me to pay special attention as the principal. Saying that, she stared at him intently. Why are you doing that? I feel a ticklish sensation whenever our eyes meet, she spoke, pretending to be sulky. Your reaction is a bit cold. I was expecting a surprised look. I apologize, but I was surprised enough. I would be less surprised seeing a ghost in the middle of the night. I just opened the door and you were there. Actually, all the other new professors were surprised. You are the last one, Professor Lugger. Did you appear in the other professors' offices too? Why am I the last? Unless she is aiming for something, even if it is a secret society. If she is the principal, she must grasp all the changes within Sugan. Is she suspecting me? No, that is unfair. I am not even part of the secret society, so why impose the duties of the secret society on me? I heard you are accepting freshmen into your class too. Yes. I have no intention of dividing by grade. I am not trying to nitpick. Rather, I approve. There are talented kids and students who use unique magic. Is that so? I looked at the attendance sheet and the princess is taking the course. Please be careful so that no problems arise. There is no need for special treatment, but it would be troublesome if complicated matters arise. I have high expectations, Professor Lugger. Anyway, I am glad the first class ended well. The students' evaluations are not bad, so my worries have lessened. He stopped her as she was about to leave and offered her tea. Have a cup of tea before you go. She seemed to agree pleasantly but politely declined. I appreciate the sentiment, but I have a mountain of work. Please take care of things. After finishing her words, she quietly closed the door and left. How was it? Is Mr. Lugger reliable? Well, I cannot be sure yet. I am monitoring the most suspicious person, but I cannot draw a conclusion yet. Is that so? Even though you, the principal, are investigating personally, there will be progress soon. I see. He was even fine after seeing my mystic eye of charm. Vanya, twice. Even a fourth circle mage would not be able to avoid it. To have no reaction after seeing Vanya, it means he resisted with his will. He is an interesting man. The train terror incident. Because of the rats hiding inside Sugan, we cannot miss even trivial things. What if that attack was a smokescreen, and the person named Lugger was switched amidst the confusion? Winford, what do you think? I cannot say for sure, but he does not seem like an ordinary person. It is an old man's gut feeling, but my eye for people is accurate. Of course, we will have to watch a bit more to trust Professor Lugger. Meanwhile, Lugger was exhausted from dealing with a woman who was like a time bomb. Personal meeting my foot. It was clearly an interrogation. Anyway, I did not do anything to get caught, so let us just do as I have been doing. Thinking about it again, the Lumos family is an influential ducal house. Surely they will not pressure me because of that kid. No way. I even gave her points. Like the principal said, there are many talented kids here. From a freshman sponsored by the Magic Tower to the Imperial Princess. As he flipped through the documents, his gaze stopped at one spot. Is this the kid who uses strange magic? Why does the face look so familiar? I'll remember later. Anyway, I cannot let my guard down. Seeing the look in her eyes, she did not completely trust me. Would it be better to side with the secret society? That woman earlier called me Class 1. She could not possibly not know Lugger's face when he boarded the train. In other words, it means she naturally accepted that Lugger's face had changed. If Lugger were truly a master of disguise and infiltration. No, of course, that should not be the case. I know exactly how I'll end up if I get caught. There is no guarantee the organization will save me just because I dedicated myself to them. The only choice now is to perform the role of a professor well. Just then, a knock from outside interrupted his thoughts. Good afternoon, Professor Lugger. I came to deliver this. It is a patrol certificate. Patrol? Yes, you are on duty today, Professor Lugger. Come to think of it, it seemed to have been written in the contract. Anyway, I have delivered it. Then excuse me. He stared blankly at the paper in his hand. Surely nothing will happen, right? What was that at the training ground? Say that again. I said I have no reason to move. This is a place anyone can use freely. If you are uncomfortable, why do not you leave? Are you talking back to me right now? A mere commoner? Soren does not divide students by status or bloodline. Do not you even know that? To blindly believe such nonsense. Commoners are truly stupid, are not they, my lady? Because lowly things just try to climb up. The group mocked the girl. What? Did I say anything wrong? They have no intention of listening. You heard right. If you are a commoner, get on your knees and beg. When the blue bobbed-haired girl ignored them and turned her head, the noble lady became even more annoyed. That lowly thing. Lady Dynama, she is acting like that in the end. How dare a lowly thing ignore me? Someone like you daring to. How dare you act like this? She swung her staff and fired magic. A magic circle formed, and countless bolts of electricity poured down. It was such a sudden action that even her followers could not stop her. The bobbed-haired girl could not defend herself in time. Just then, the electricity landed in front of the girl, emitting a blinding blue-white light. The electricity scattered. When the girl remained unhurt, the lady shouted, "Who is it? Who dared to intervene?" A low voice replied, "What are you doing here? I cannot believe you are having a private fight in a training ground meant for improving a mage's skills. No, this cannot even be called a fight. I did not expect such an incident to occur from the beginning of the semester. Do you look down on Soren?" None of the students could reply. Even though an intruder had appeared, the lady remained defiant. Lugger landed lightly and scolded them. If it were a simple argument, I would have let it slide, but this was clearly unilateral violence. Why are you doing this, Professor? This is a matter of upholding a noble's dignity, he asked back. Dignity. All students at Soren are equal. It does not matter how noble your bloodline is. Therefore, I cannot overlook it. Follow me to my office immediately. When her authority did not work, the lady became furious. You bad bastard, a mere fallen noble. Realizing she had made a slip of the tongue, she tensed up. Her followers were also terrified. The rescued bobbed-haired girl looked at him in bewilderment. Lugger remained silent for a while before asking in a voice laced with anger, "What did you just say?" It was a short phrase, but an intense momentum poured out, crushing the lady. He walked closer step by step and told her to repeat it. It was hard to even stand due to that fear. He stood in front of the lady and spoke slowly. "Did you just call me a mere fallen noble piece of trash?" Other students hurriedly called another professor. Professor Selina saw the situation and tried to intervene. Lugger reached out and tapped the lady's shoulder. The suffocating pressure vanished. Selina looked at him, frozen. "The student is correct." The arrogant Lady Dynamo looked up at the professor. He spoke calmly. "As the student said, I am indeed a fallen noble. However, this is Soren and I am a professor of Soren." That remark just now was a clear challenge to teaching authority. Am I wrong? But since you are still a student, it must have been hard to adapt to an unfamiliar environment. I will consider it a slip of the tongue this time and let it pass. Of course you will have to receive proper punishment for the actions taken against your fellow student. Student Rin, are you hurt anywhere? When the girl named Rin said she was fine, he was relieved. I leave the cleanup to you, Professor Selina. He left without looking back. Rin's heart pounded. He remembered that I took his class. I am just a commoner, 1 out of 80. Recalling Lugger, she repeated his words. Everyone is equal at Soren. The first impression was a scary professor, but she felt he was someone she could trust and follow. I must work hard. Meanwhile, sitting on a bench outside, Lugger let out a sigh. Suddenly, tinnitus like a swarm of bees buzzing rang in his head. He took a medicine bottle from his pocket and popped a pill into his mouth. He survived. Without the medicine, it would have been a disaster. To think a seizure would happen at this timing. He almost revealed his hideous true form. I had a headache from the moment I went near the training ground. It was bearable, but it flared up after seeing the argument. I was just going to leave, but because that kid shouted, I could not pretend not to see it. I thought I delivered a quote worthy of applause, but did I look too scary because I could not manage my facial expression? That was the last pill I just took. It will last about 5 days, but I might have to use mana in the meantime. It is dangerous to use the infirmary because it leaves a record. I need to meet that guy quickly. The next morning. A werewolf? Is that true? It is. They say there are students who saw a black figure wandering around late last night. They said it jumped around on the roofs. I see. It is like an urban legend, but since there are witnesses inside Soren, they might have seen it wrong, but strange phenomena have occurred in Soren before. Have you heard of the 7 wonders of Soren? Is there such a thing? Is this your first time hearing about it? Professor Selina knows a lot about ghost stories. Selina blushed and clarified, I do not look them up all the time. I just got to know about them while looking for topics to talk comfortably with students. It is absolutely not because I am interested or like them. Yes, I understand, so please calm down, Marilda mediated. By the way, Professor Lugger, I heard you showed something incredible from the first class. They say it is a revolutionary magic that shortens chanting time. What was the name? It is source code. The surrounding professors perked up their ears. Right, that, is it real? When he nodded, everyone was surprised. Oh my god, to think such a spell actually exists. Even the professors who were eating put down their spoons and looked back. Lugger was puzzled. Marilda explained, everyone is very interested in Professor Lugger's magic. Rumors are widespread, but is it okay to reveal such huge magic here? Right. If you register it at the patent office, it would be huge. I do not really care about such things. It might be better not to care. It is easy to get it stolen if you file for a patent without backing. It might be different if the magic tower contacts you first. The problem is that the professors are staring with burning eyes. Is it Jeet Benyer? His eyes could kill a person. Returning to the werewolf story, a full moon rose that night. He stood on the street as if waiting for someone. Do not tell me it is wandering around nearby. Lugger pretended not to notice the presence targeting him from behind. The werewolf, having spotted its prey, lunged. Lugger lightly dodged and kicked it away. He remained relaxed with his hands in his pockets. I wondered why you were late. Were you waiting to do this? Are you upset I did not just let you hit me? Long time no see, brother. Lugger smiled. Long time no see, Han. You still make a noisy entrance, just like old times. Is it this time? Damn, do you think I am doing this because I like it? I got bitten while being chased by a dog raised by some crazy woman and ended up like this. You are born with a sense of humor. Do not speak carelessly about others' affairs. I feel like I am cursed. Han has a unique constitution where he forcibly transforms if bitten by an animal, accepting its genes. By the way, did you bring the medicine? Lugger took out a syringe. Here. Thanks. I cannot go around looking like this. The muscular giant shrank and returned to his original form. If not for you, brother, I would have suffered for a few days, just like when we first met. Went to catch a hippogriff and suffered like a dog after getting bitten by a chihuahua. That was truly absurd. But Lugger Chell, come to think of it, that is the name written in the letter. A professor, when did you launder your identity? And why meet in Artab instead of the capital Linduno? Did something happen? Lugger explained the whole situation. Han laughed loudly. That really makes no sense. If it were me, I would have been caught immediately. How did you survive in that situation? I had no choice if I wanted to live. Besides, that guy named Lugger belonged to a mysterious secret society. Ah, the First Order or something, do you know it? It is in my memory. They are guys who recently appeared in the underworld. They call themselves Black Dawn. If they call themselves an order, that must be them. I was lucky to survive, but if I make a mistake, it is over. That is why I need preparation. You brought the bag I asked for right here. You have not opened it yet, right? Are you crazy? I cannot open it even if I wanted to. Sheridan would be waiting for me. Who knew something like this would happen? Anyway, we are both in a state where we cannot live without drugs. By the way, since you have been here for 2 days, we could meet right away, but why did you say to wait in the letter? What do you mean? Werewolf rumors have been circulating since 2 days ago. What? I just arrived today. Are you saying I slept on the street for 2 days? Silence flowed between the two. Just then a strange sound was heard. Brother, that, Lugger nodded. It is a real werewolf. Damn, it is a limited edition authentic one. It seems it has not noticed us yet, so let us avoid it. No, if we move, we'll be detected. It seems to be looking for the nearest prey. Lugger observed the werewolf's neck closely. Han, I need to check. Check, you are going to catch it. There is something shiny on its neck. Someone released it intentionally. Who would do such a thing? That is why I have to check. It has been a while since I have seen you show off your skills, brother. Reminds me of your cryptid hunter days. What was your nickname back then? Van Helsing. The werewolf sensed a presence and looked back. Seeing Lugger, it drooled and lunged. The beast landed in front of Lugger and growled. As expected, there is a restraint on its neck. I have many questions, but let us suppress it first. When the werewolf attacked, Lugger lightly dodged and laid magic on the ground beneath his feet. He leisurely chanted a spell while evading. Before he knew it, he was cornered against the wall, but Lugger smiled. The magic circle he had installed activated. Now, the magic circle covered the werewolf. The beast screamed in agony and collapsed. It had fainted due to the noise making its head ring. Han, who was watching from hiding, was surprised. Why is it suddenly acting like that? Did it eat something wrong? I used ultrasonic resonance magic. Ordinary people cannot hear it, but for that guy it is torture. No need to use expensive silver bullets. Now let us see where this guy rolled in from. Just then the sound of footsteps was heard from afar. The guards, damn of all times. The werewolf that had been lying down jumped up and ran away. It leaped onto the roof. Lugger took out a chain, fixed it to the wall and followed it up. Cannot let him go. The guards were running, chasing the sound. Over there, someone is on top of the building. Catch all suspicious individuals nearby. Lugger was still fiercely pursuing the werewolf. The creature ran on all fours, fleeing desperately. But it was not enough to shake off the young man chasing on 2 legs. The werewolf threw its body forward, making a huge leap, and landed on the roof of the train. It must have thought it had escaped, but that was a miscalculation. When it looked back, Lugger had already landed right behind it. I only intended to subdue you. On top of the train roof, the two glared at each other. He spoke while gripping a weapon that fit comfortably in his hand. You leave me no choice. The werewolf attacked again. He lightly threw something that looked like a specially crafted hidden weapon. The werewolf, charging with murderous intent, twisted its body without much thought to dodge it, and the weapon seemed to miss completely. However, special versions always have special paths. The projectile, which seemed to have missed, curved its trajectory and returned, shallowly slashing the werewolf's back. The creature had to stop its attack and hurriedly dodge. Good senses. I intended to end it with that attack just now. He chanted a spell while preparing for the next attack. As the magic attack flew in, the werewolf roughly swatted it away. Seeing that the creature possessed magic resistance, he spun his staff and shifted his stance. The staff traced an attack trajectory toward the werewolf's rear. Lugger constantly presented the creature with surprises. He threw hidden weapons to open up attack paths while simultaneously charging in himself. The werewolf had to withstand the frontal assault while also dodging the flying projectiles. Due to a moment of carelessness, a clump of the creature's fur was sliced clean off by Lugger's weapon. Lugger did not miss that opening. He leaped upward and brought his staff down on the creature's head with all his weight. However, the werewolf bit down hard on his staff with its teeth. It must have thought it blocked the attack, but that staff was no ordinary object. A sharp blade hidden within the staff revealed itself. He moved his body as if performing a dance of the Reaper. He swung the sword, aiming precisely for a vital point. The event unfolded so quickly right before its eyes that the werewolf could not even react. Along with a sharp slash, a clean cut appeared, and that was the end. The werewolf breathed its last just like that. Meanwhile, on a deserted night street, Han was running with a face full of complaints, clutching Lugger's bag. I almost got caught. He said he was going to catch a werewolf, so how long does he expect me to wait? While he was in the middle of running, something fell with a thud at his feet. Upon closer inspection, it was the werewolf's head. At the same time, Lugger landed in front of Han, startling him. Ack, give a warning before you appear. I almost dropped the bag. By the way, is this that werewolf from earlier? Surely you do not intend to leave it like this. I have grasped all the information, so I do not need it anymore. Then why did you bother bringing it? I wanted to surprise you. Would you believe that? Are you still holding a grudge because I tricked you? I checked and it really was a cryptid. And an artificially created biological weapon at that. It must be the result of someone's experiment. Then are we proceeding with the original plan? Lugger spoke seriously. We need to settle here. This place is better than the capital in many ways, and for the time being there is no other choice but here. Soren, the mysterious secret society, and even the lunatics who released these creatures are all entangled. Plus, since it is a large city, there must be gangs too. That makes it even more perfect. Those incidents will draw people's attention, so we will actually be safer. Collect the important information first. Ha, brother, you are telling me to do that alone? Yes. I am under suspicion right now, so I cannot move freely. You gather the information and report to me. Once this matter is over, I will step forward. All right, it is my specialty after all. I do not expect everything to be smooth sailing. Even if we cannot move right now, we should gather allies soon just in case. Right, the situation is closed for now, but I cannot believe they created a werewolf in this era. There was a laboratory mark on its body. It means the force behind this is no ordinary group. It is not important right now. Since I dealt with the werewolves, I do not want to get swept up in any more troublesome matters. The next morning, the media reported in unison that the unidentified killer of Artab was still at large. Last Sunday, 5 additional murder cases occurred in Artab. The death toll has already exceeded 10. The culprit's identity remains in the mist, but witnesses testified it was a terrible beast with black fur. The police assumed the culprit is a crazed serial killer and announced they would arrest them promptly. Reading the article, Lugger could not hide his bewilderment. The article clearly stated Sunday. How could this be? He definitely disposed of the werewolf on Saturday. Does that mean there wasn't just one werewolf? The crystal ball on the desk glowed and displayed the scene of the conference room. The professors in the conference room were engaged in a heated debate. Professor Selena gestured to call Lugger. As he appeared, the professors glanced at him and whispered. It was a mix of gazes, admiration, curiosity, jealousy, and envy. Selena whispered quietly. Did you hear the news? They say 2 first-year students were attacked last night. Fortunately, their lives are not in danger, but they suffered severe wounds as if clawed by a beast. The student who regained consciousness said it was a terrible monster. It seems the rumor that has been circulating all week was true. They said there were victims in Artab too. The principal has arrived. Please be quiet. It was Professor Mary Jose in charge of pharmacology. She was a veteran who had worked at Soren for over 20 years. As Elisa entered, the conference room fell silent in an instant. I convened this emergency meeting to convey some news. An unidentified attacker has appeared in Soren. Last night, 2 of our students suffered serious injuries. The culprit's identity is still unclear, but according to witness testimony, it is a werewolf, a cryptid. Voices of opposition immediately burst out. That makes no sense. Did I hear wrong? Did you just say cryptid? You have something to say? Professor Hugo Bertag, this is Soren. It is land protected by the Exilian Empire. There is no way a werewolf would appear in Soren. How can we believe ghost stories circulating among students? Professor Hugo, did not she say there were 2 victims? I heard clearly. That is why I am certain it is not a werewolf. Both victims are not of noble origin, are they? So? Elisa understood immediately what he was trying to say. He asserted without hesitation, I believe the culprit is a student of Soren and a commoner student at that. Elisa frowned as if displeased. Hugo continued regardless. My point is, there is a high possibility that a commoner student committed this act. Why would only noble students be attacked? A werewolf in Soren? It would be much more convincing to say someone is mimicking a werewolf. Lugger watched the situation and thought to himself, I thought Black Dawn would be at a disadvantage, but was it my miscalculation? Instead of joining forces, they are fighting over factions. Is this the reality of Soren, known as the continent's most prestigious school? Amidst the taut tension, something suddenly appeared on his shoulder. It was a small spider model. Looking closely, it was a signal. He fingered the small spider for a moment. It was very small, like a cheat sheet students use during exams. When unfolded, it was written in tiny print. Magnifying it revealed the following content. 3 test subjects have escaped. Kill immediately. If the test subjects were discovered, his real identity could also be in danger. Checking the content, he fell into thought for a moment, then naturally destroyed the evidence so no one would notice. He bowed his head and swallowed tears of blood inwardly. Oh God, why do you give me such trials? As Lugger's expression darkened, Selena asked, Professor Lugger, are you feeling unwell? Is this situation related to Black Dawn? Judging by their actions, it seems they did not predict this accident. If they suffer damage, it is good for me. But the problem is that my identity might be exposed. Then I cannot just sit still. I must deal with them before Soren finds them. If they get caught, my life is over too. Returning to the conference room, Elisa opened her mouth. You are free to think what you want, Professor Hugo, but please fulfill your assigned duties. You mean to go on patrol? That is correct. Please warn the students not to take walks late at night. You may issue penalty points if necessary. It is an order given as the principal. The meeting ended and people scattered to their respective assigned sectors. As Lugger was returning, he suddenly stopped walking. Do not hide. Come out. Sedina walked out from behind a tree, hesitantly, swallowing dry saliva in sheer tension. It was the timid-looking girl with bobbed hair who had first approached him. To think she had come here under the guise of a student. He asked coldly, Seeing that you followed me, you must have business. Let us move locations first. Follow me. Do you like coffee? The two moved to a nearby cafe and sat facing each other. Only then could he ask for her name. Sedina Rosen. Seeing she had a surname, she had not enrolled as a commoner. Good, what is your real name? She answered in a crawling voice that it was her real name. Does that mean it is not a fake identity? Right, you followed me because you had something to say. Speak. She looked around anxiously. He said, I cast soundproofing magic. Unless someone enters inside, they cannot hear. First, change how you address me. From now on, do not call me First Order. Do you intend to call me that in front of others too? This is an order. Why, yes, understood. Let us return to the main topic. What is the current situation about the recent werewolf incident? It was an experiment being conducted in top secrecy by the Black Mages of the Shamsus School, an organization under our umbrella. Shamsus is a group of scientists expelled from academia due to unethical experiments. I do not know the specific details of the experiment, but a few test subjects escaped in. It seems one of them accidentally flowed into Soren through the sewers. That is why victims occurred. Lugger felt as if all his questions were finally being answered. At his reaction, Sedina fidgeted, bowed her head and apologized repeatedly. He said it was fine and told her to continue. She took a deep breath and reported the details. Since it was their arbitrary action, we can pin the responsibility for this accident on them. But first, there were rumors that it was related to you, Professor Lugger. So I came to check. Victor Dura was just borrowing this name by the order of the First Order. He spoke while pressing his temples. I only borrowed the name. I did not know things would turn out like this. Since the milk is already spilled, it would be best to eliminate them as quickly as possible. Did you say there were 3 of them? He cut her off. No, 2 left. Because I dealt with one. He held out the werewolf's necklace. It belonged to the one he caught in Artab 2 days ago. To think she contacted me without being caught by anyone and even disguised herself as a student. Such a talent is only 3rd class. Do not tell me she is being neglected. Since she is a noble, she might not be welcomed within an anti-social organization. Her destiny is likely to be used for her value and then discarded. I thought I only saw the cracks in Soren, but to think I would see the cracks in Black Dawn too. Using this incident as an opportunity, I might be able to dig more information out of Sedina. You said they are hiding in the sewers, so let us widen the search range centering on that area. Does Soren not know this news yet? Yes, that is correct. I do not know how many days they will last. He nodded. Understood. I heard you well, Sedina Rosen. Let us meet again if there is an opportunity. And this explanation was much better than when we first met. It was very easy to understand. Do it like that next time as well. Finishing his words, he rose from his seat. Left alone, Sedina bit her lip while suppressing her emotions. Thank you, thank you. Meanwhile, there was a student watching the two from outside the cafe. That student noticed the fact that the two were conversing using magic. Using magic just to talk. What on earth were they talking about? The next day in the lecture hall, Flora kept recalling yesterday's scene. The magic she saw through the window, she could be certain it was soundproofing magic just by the color. Ordinary people cannot feel the color or taste of mana. But she was different. Why? What did they talk about? As the class ended, the professor closed the book and made an announcement. Do not believe strange rumors and do not wander around late at night. If you get caught, it is penalty points. The lecture hall became noisy again with werewolf talk. Did you hear at the end of class? They said it is disciplinary action if caught wandering around. It is fine if we do not get caught. I heard the city even put a bounty on it. Leo asked Aiden what he thought about the werewolf incident. Aiden answered, if caught, it is disciplinary action. It is best to avoid it if possible. Right, I knew you would say that. Leo, what about you? I also do not like moving recklessly. There are already victims. We should leave it to the professors. Tashi approached huffing and slammed the desk. Leo knew at a glance he was picking a fight. Aiden greeted him in a friendly manner. Hi Tashi, good morning my foot. Hey, if you lost last time, is not that the end? Why do you keep hovering around? And did not I tell you not to butt into my business? Aiden too, then compete with me formally once more. No going easy this time, a competition that is impossible for me. I have morning classes and we cannot wander around at night because of the werewolf, Tashi provoked him. What, trying to run away with such excuses? Are you scared? Tashi and Leo stared intently at Aiden. Aiden smiled brightly and answered, Sure, let us say that is the case. Tashi spoke angrily. If a competition will not work, do it another way. The werewolf, let us make a bet on who catches the werewolf first. How about it? As Aiden was about to refuse, Leo cut in quickly. Fine, do not get scared and run away, and do not come crying that you lost either. HMPH, just you wait. As Tashi walked away, Aiden asked, Leo, why did you accept such a ridiculous bet? I just went along with Tashi. The professors will handle it anyway. I think Tashi is quite serious. Unless he is an idiot, would he do such a stupid thing alone? Honestly, if it is Tashi, I think he might. Chatter ensued for a while, but suddenly the two boys felt a chill run down their spines. They hurriedly stood up from their seats. The two young men looked for Tashi through the window. When did she get all the way over there? Is that the way to the dormitory? Thank goodness Tashi has some sense. But as Tashi changed direction, her determined eyes showed an even firmer resolve to catch the werewolf. Aiden and Leo were even more flustered and fearful seeing that. Oh dear, the troublemaker had started moving. That night, Lugger began his hunt. There were many people looking for him today. He recalled the conversation with Hugo. It was on the condition of restoring his family's honor. Is he asking me to look after the noble students? I only said I would be flexible, but the conditions weren't bad. Who would have known he was a fallen noble? He must have been very anxious. Actually, he probably wanted to show off that he had connections with the judiciary. Lugger thought for a moment and replied, There are no royals or nobles at Soren. I have no intention of going against those words. If you do not mind, I have to go on patrol, so I will take my leave. Siding with him might expose my identity. There is no need to get on the judiciary's blacklist without reason. While walking, he sensed a presence, and parting the bushes, he discovered 3 students hiding and eavesdropping. Did not I tell you to return to the dormitory immediately after class? 5 penalty points for all of you. This is already the 20th group. I heard there was a bounty, but I did not expect this many students to flock here. Threatening them with penalty points is useless. If left like this, the situation will get worse. I need to deal with that guy before something happens. Near the Soren sewage treatment plant. He went down without looking around. Sedina said the werewolf moves through the sewers. This is the only space where a werewolf could hide. It seems no one has come here yet. Using illumination magic to look around, he saw something interesting. Werewolf footprints, but there were 2 sets, one large and one small, heading in the same direction. I hope the footprints do not disappear in the middle. He followed the trail into the sewer. They split up from here. After following for a while, only the large footprints remained. The big one headed toward the academy. It definitely went to hunt. This side is the most dangerous right now. It would not be strange if someone were attacked right this moment. No sooner had he thought that than a scream was heard from afar. It is too late to follow the footprints. He sprinted toward the source of the scream. As soon as he arrived, he saw the werewolf attacking 2 students. The moment the 2 students were cornered and panic-stricken, he had no choice but to intervene with magic. The ambushed werewolf was helpless. By a hair's breadth, the 2 female students saved their lives, and the werewolf, hit squarely, flew far away. Lugger stood before the 2 students like an iron fortress. An absolute sense of security was felt. The 2 students recognized him as Professor Lugger and stared blankly. Renee, Arundel von Exilian, when he called their names, the 2 tensed up. Lugger coldly pronounced 5 penalty points. The 2 could not close their mouths in surprise. Wait a moment, Professor, you should ask if I agree first. What did I do for you to shout? I was trying to send the kids back. Consider yourselves lucky to be alive. Stop talking back and worry about yourselves. At least please do not deduct points from this child. When Lugger looked puzzled, Arundel explained that Renee had fallen asleep while studying and was late. Renee, I think highly of that spirit, but why do not you grasp the situation? When his attitude suddenly softened, Arundel was flustered. Why is the professor's attitude swinging like that? Arundel, take Renee and return to the dormitory. I will overlook it this time. Me, you are really letting us go? What if I go and tell everyone? Do you not want to? Then I will give you penalty points. Arundel answered immediately. Renee, let us bolt. Once the internal situation was sorted, the werewolf politely roared and prepared to attack. The students watched him worriedly, but he reacted calmly as if it were nothing special. The werewolf looked around and, deciding to flee, ran up the wall. You 2 evacuate to a safe place. Leaving those words, he chased the werewolf. As the werewolf sprinted up the wall, Lugger fired a chain to anchor it to the wall and gave chase furiously. Renee admired Lugger's receding back. That is flight magic, right? The 2 shadows stopped at the top of the highest tower. Having reorganized their battle lines, the 2 clashed simultaneously. Even in the tight contest, they exchanged precise attacks. After the fight on the tower roof, the 2 landed on a lower roof. The werewolf lunged first. Lugger aimed at the beast and cast magic. Taking advantage of the flash blinding the werewolf's vision, he moved behind it and poured out additional attacks. Renee and Arundel, who were watching, could not close their mouths. That is a mage's fight. Before they knew it, the werewolf flew right in front of Lugger's nose and pounced. Lugger lightly dodged and gathered a mono orb, firing it at close range. Hit squarely, the werewolf fell below the castle wall. Seeing it still moving, he launched a follow-up attack. Magic pierced the werewolf's back like hedgehog quills. The beast slid down, scratching the wall, and stopped moving. This is tough. Excessive mana consumption is not good. I cannot fight without magic in front of students either. I need to finish that guy quickly and deal with the others. As he approached, the werewolf sprang up. The scarred beast picked up a stone with trembling hands, grasping the intention. Lugger struck it away with his staff as soon as the beast threw the stone. Seeing the attack method, he was suspicious. Do not tell me a werewolf knows how to use tools. When the werewolf jumped up and slammed its fist down, the ground shattered. Lugger dodged the powerful attack, leapt high, and looked down. He deduced. If it was made with a wolf base, there is no way it would have intelligence beyond the instinct to gauge an opponent. Are those guys really werewolves? Somewhere in the forest, the sound of calling Tashi rang out. Leo and Aiden were searching the forest, even though they called until their voices were hoarse. Tashi was nowhere to be seen. Aiden, let us just give up. What? She is nowhere to be found. Tashi probably went back on her own. What are you talking about? She disappeared. If something happens because we could not find her, it is our fault. Do you really believe Tashi is still looking for the werewolf? I do not know about others, but if it is Tashi, yes. Leo sighed. Fine, let us look for just 30 more minutes. If she is not there, then, before he could finish his sentence, a scream was heard. Did you hear that? It is Tashi's voice. The two ran toward the source of the sound. Running, Aiden felt a presence approaching. The opponent was also fast, and they collided and fell without a chance to dodge. Leo ran over worriedly. Looking closely, it was Tashi. What are you guys doing here? We came after hearing a scream, Tashi retorted. A scream? I never did that. But wait, what is this sound? Tashi signaled for them to be quiet and took the lead. The three hid behind a bush. Is that a werewolf? Looking closely, it was a baby werewolf. Tashi spoke triumphantly. How about it? I won the bet, right? You just found it. The bet was catching it. Then I just have to catch it now. As Tashi tried to step forward, Aiden stopped her. Why are you doing this? Because you do not want to lose too? No, that guy seems injured and unable to move. That is why it is hiding in a hard-to-find place. Could it have hidden like that alone? It means there is another werewolf nearby. I do not know either, but if there is a helper. Just then, the necklace on the baby werewolf's neck caught their eyes. What is that? There is something on its neck. While the three let their guard down, the mother werewolf returned. Hearing the rough breathing from behind, Leo noticed first. He hurriedly called Aiden. But Leo was swept up in the werewolf's attack and got injured. Leo was flung away, with the werewolf right in front of her. Tashi was too terrified to even stand up. She tried to calm her trembling body. Calm down, I must deal with it right now. The steely will to raise her family was useless before the werewolf's gaze. The moment the beast raised its hand to strike Tashi, Aiden jumped in and saved her. Tashi looked at her friend with surprised eyes, and the injured Leo leaned against a tree, watching them worriedly. Aiden asked calmly, Tashi, are you okay? Tashi asked blankly. Why did you help? What do you mean why? My friend is in danger. Should I stay still? The massive werewolf blocked their path. Aiden blocked Tashi's front and said, Do not worry. It is just excited because it thinks the baby is in danger. Then he spoke to the werewolf. I am right, or not I? I am not wrong, am I? Tashi and Leo thought Aiden was doing something crazy. Because there is no way a werewolf could understand human speech, Aiden did not care and soothed it, saying he would not harm it. Surprisingly, the werewolf understood those words. It settled its fur and checked on the baby, the beast looking at the sickly baby in the bushes. It really was angry because of the baby. Words really do get through, do not they? But what if it goes crazy again? Leo, Tashi, you will not believe my words, but please trust me just this once. He approached the werewolf and continued to reassure it. The child looks very weak. It will not have much effect, but taking this might make it feel a bit better. The werewolf quietly extended its hand. The moment he was about to hand over the medicine bottle, two spears of light appeared and pierced the werewolf. The peaceful atmosphere turned into chaos in an instant. The spears of light increased to 3. As the werewolf howled, the light bound the beast like a rope. Lugger walked out and called the 3 students' names. His voice was strict. What are you doing here? Leo and Tashi were too terrified to say anything upon seeing him. He told the students to step back, but Aiden blocked the werewolf's path. Professor, wait a moment. This werewolf understands human speech. Please do not kill it. What nonsense is that? It is true. Perhaps that werewolf is. Lugger glared. At the terrifying intimidation, Aiden shut his mouth. He mercilessly shoved Aiden back. Aiden was flustered. When he came to his senses, Lugger was already casting fire magic. Watching the flames blazing before his eyes, Aiden's heart sank heavily. Lugger spoke first. Punishment for the deviant behavior will be given tomorrow. Return. The next morning, the 3 were summoned to the faculty office. Leo fidgeted and whined. We are done for, of all people, to get caught by Professor Lugger. Tashi was lost in her own thoughts. It was a mistake. I did not lead it, but anyway I did wrong. Just then, Principal Elisa entered, smiling brightly. Lugger followed behind her. The fact that the principal stepped in meant the matter had clearly grown. Elisa spoke softly. Now sit comfortably. Since I came personally, it will not end with just penalty points, will it? You know why you were summoned, right? Professor Lugger does not seem to have any intention of just letting it slide either. That is correct. You must realize how reckless your actions last night were. One wrong move and someone would have lost their life. Do not look like the world has collapsed. Professor Lugger, do not scare the kids too much either. This is not something to just overlook. In the end it was resolved well, wasn't it? We heard the explanation of the situation too. Aiden, I heard you saved Tashi. You must know your actions were dangerous, so I will give you 10 penalty points. However, I cannot criticize the response in a crisis, so I will award you 20 merit points. Professor Lugger, you have no objections, right? If it is the principal's will, I understand. From now on, lead a diligent life. As the three troublemakers left, Aiden looked at Lugger as if searching for something. He fell into deep thought, comparing the appearance from last night with the current appearance. When all the students had left, Elisa spoke. Are you satisfied? I did not expect you to ask me to go easy on the kids. Thank you. If I did it myself, it would not fit my image. I understand. By the way, was there anything strange about the werewolf? No, even searching my memory, there was nothing strange. Then it cannot be helped. Anyway, thank you again. Thanks to you, there were no casualties. I look forward to your future performance. After finishing the conversation with the principal and returning to his room, he organized his thoughts. What weighed on his mind was the baby werewolf. Its form resembled a child too much. That was definitely a human body that had not completely transformed into a werewolf. They did not make them with a wolf base. They kidnapped people and modified them into werewolves. I do not regret my choice. If I had not eliminated them, I would have been in danger. Furthermore, the fact that they harmed others does not change. That is why they became monsters. But that moment, the smile of the little werewolf as if liberated was deeply etched in my brain. He took a communicator from his bosom and contacted Han. I have a proposal. Scene change. Who knew I would get merit points instead of penalty points? Is your arm okay? They say I just need to be careful for a few days. Leo noticed that Aiden's expression was drooping like wet cotton. Aiden, do you have some worry? No, it is not a worry. Do you remember that baby werewolf yesterday? It had a strange cord wrapped around its neck at those words. Leo and Tashi looked surprised. Aiden continued. I stopped Professor Lugger because I thought maybe someone artificially made them. Artificially, come to think of it. I heard a strange rumor that suspicious people sneaked into Soren. Is not that just a false rumor? It is not certain, but a cord on a werewolf's neck is indeed strange. Yeah, and one more thing, Tashi continued. Are you going to talk about Professor Lugger? Right. I do not want to suspect him, but the professor's expression yesterday was a bit weird. It was an expression as if he discovered something. So you are saying Professor Lugger is hiding something? It is not certain, but it is clear the professor knows something. It might just be a feeling. There is no reason for a Soren professor to do that. But what if that is true, if Professor Lugger is really related to that rumor? Tashi cut off the complicated thoughts. Do you have no brain? You think too much. Do not you remember what the principal said? She said Professor Lugger explained the situation in detail. If it were like you said, why would he bother? He took care of us even if he did not show it. And now you suspect him. I think Tashi is right. It is not our job to worry. Anyway, I am hungry. Let us go eat. True, it is lunchtime. Let us go, Tashi. Tashi suddenly felt shy at Aiden's invitation. It is natural for friends to eat together. We are friends, right? Aiden's words made Tashi's heart race. Her face turned red. Sure, I'll go with you. Watching the two fresh youths, Leo just sighed. Lugger's office. Did you see the data I sent? I saw it. Missing persons in RTAB in the high crime districts. Big shots visiting an abandoned factory recently. It is certain to be there. Yeah, good job. I looked into the info you mentioned. A few workers went missing in the suburbs recently, and there was a family of 3 among them. I see. Is that the only case where a whole family went missing? Yeah, got it. I am coming soon. That night, when everyone was asleep. Damn, how long do we have to stand here? Well, about 2 days. Why did those damn test subjects have to run away and cause a mess? They ran, so what can we do? The kid had a seizure due to lack of drugs and turned into a monster. The problem is the parents flipped out seeing that. Parents, you mean they care for their kid even after becoming werewolves? That is why they broke the wall and ran. Luckily, we called a reliable fixer to handle it. In the end, we are suffering because of that kid. Tell me about it. If I was there, then a strange sound was heard. The sound got closer in the darkness. The 2 men exchanged glances and prepared to draw guns from their waists. Before they could identify the sound, the 2 were hit by a merciless magic attack. They died instantly without even screaming. Lugger walked out slowly. His face was covered with a special outfit to hide his identity. Hearing their conversation, his eyes sank even colder. Earlier he had met Han. You came, that outfit is quite serious. Going alone, Lugger asked. If I asked to go together, will you? Han thought for a moment. If it were 1 or 2, maybe I'll pass. You are enough alone. How many are there? About 40. They are preparing to withdraw, so if we were 3 days late we would have missed them. Combat power. All armed with guns, 3 wearing powered suits, 2 mages. You can enter through the sewer. Be careful. Han, take care of my bag. How old was that child? 7 years old, just a mere child. With anger, he stepped inside. It seemed as if a reaper had descended behind his back, ready to harvest their heads. Darkness swallowed his figure, and soon high-pitched, sharp screams rang out. A commotion passed and silence returned. Guys holding guns and weapons were scattered as corpses at his feet. A few meters away, insects were buzzing. A wasp was filming the scene. The headquarters was busy moving cargo. Seems a rat sneaked in. Security team, stop what you're doing and deal with it. Does not seem like a security team, but actually it is better. No one will know even if they die here, the guards fired madly. But it was just a waste of bullets. Bullets blocked by defensive magic fell to the floor like steel marbles. It is a mage. Guns do not work. Take out swords. While they looked for swords, Lugger took out a gun from his bosom. Far from being scared, the guys sneered, "Stupid bastard, bullets are blocked, so your weapon will not work." Before the sneer ended, a hole was bored in his forehead. Only then did they realize it was a special gun. No way, magic bullet, move, my turn. Even a mage will not block this. A man wearing a powered suit and carrying a huge static electricity tank stepped up. He fired the gun and rejoiced. "How's the taste?" But Lugger did not budge. The electricity seemed to be absorbed by magic. Alchemy on metal attribute magic? High voltage does not work on metal attribute. Bang, with a sound, Lugger's gun smashed the energy tank on his back. The guy struggled and panicked, but high voltage flowed from the broken tank. Electrocuted, he stiffened and fell without even screaming. Is that 20 down? He sensed an insect persistently following. Without looking back, he accurately shot down the wasp behind him. As expected, there was a watcher. Surveillance using insects. Must be the Bug Brothers behind this. They must be waiting for me inside. Shall I blind them first? He stomped his foot and released mana. The mana spread out like electromagnetic waves. The bees flying around fell in droves as if the Bluetooth connection was cut. Insects on the floor. The guy controlling them could no longer receive any video. All signals were cut. Just before the signal cut, I felt a vibration. Sonar magic, wind attribute on metal. Impressive. Small insects are weak to wind, so I have to send out the big one. Baron, get ready. A huge man walked out for a shift. Others also waited for Lugger, fully armed. Looking at the movement path, he'll definitely come this way. If he comes in, let us give him a hot welcome. As a sound came from the door, the room became quiet. Suddenly, the indoor lights went out. In the darkness, they scrambled to find the switch. Brother, seems like his trick. No answer from the brother, so he turned his head. The brother was standing quietly, except for the fact he had no head. The brother's head rolled on the floor and touched his foot. Freaking out, he hurriedly dodged. Damn it, already inside? How long has it been since the lights went out? Have to deal with it before the situation worsens. A centipede as huge as a Rolex watch was released but was sliced in two instantly. He only then discovered Lugger behind him. Lugger swung his staff to strike, but the guy barely dodged. A mage engaging in close combat? What kind of guy is that? Dangerous. Have to widen the distance. As the guy tried to retreat, Lugger fired magic as if he predicted it. The guy recognized it was fire instantly. He finished chanting in that short time. Flames transferred to the guy's clothes and swallowed him in an instant. Rolling on the floor did not put out the fire. As Lugger approached, the guys just watching dared not intervene. The bug user turned into charcoal, spewed profanities and aimed his gun. "What is your identity?" Instead of an answer, a gunshot rang out, and the Bug Brothers were organized in vain. Lugger glanced at the group in the back. Terrified, they grabbed shields and backed away. Then Lugger reflexively threw himself to dodge an attack. Surprisingly, huge insect legs were sprouting from the headless corpse. The grotesquely twisted corpse stood up. A mouth sprouted on the palm, smiled hideously. Ouch, I was a bit surprised. A sneak attack, how cowardly. To deal with Brino before I even came out. Insect form, fine even after being beheaded. Tisk tisk. My body has already evolved beyond human limits. The guy's body bubbled like boiling sewage, tore through the human form and transformed into a giant monster. Sharp insect legs struck the floor. I am not sad about my brother's death. I'll tear you to shreds. Everyone run. The monster rampaged without caring about allies. Seems you do not care about your subordinates' safety. Since you cherish them, why not stay still? Lugger fired his gun, but it bounced off the hard shell like hitting a rock. He maintained distance while dodging attacks and cast flame explosion. Despite the huge size, the guy was fast. He leaped to dodge the explosion and opened his mouth to bite him. Dodged with that bulk. The monster cornered Lugger and tightened its pincers. Lugger attempted to escape with flame explosion. It was point-blank range, but not a scratch on the guy's face. Fine after a direct hit. Holding him tight, the guy shouted in euphoria. If you want to roast me, you should at least use fourth circle magic. Laughing crazily, the guy slammed Lugger into the wall. He was intoxicated with victory. But when the smoke cleared, Lugger was gone. Flustered, the guy raised his head and a huge steel beam fell down. The guy sliced the beam in two with his pincers. Lugger was already behind his back. Oh, pretty fast. Is it because you are a winged bug? Guns do not work. Third circle magic does not work. So you mean you will not give me a chance to use fourth circle? I did not want to use this either. When the guy looked puzzled, Lugger gathered mana and spoke. No choice, good luck. Outside, shivering in the cold, Han grumbled. Should have worn more clothes. It is about time to finish. Is he struggling against two black mages? Well, he is not someone to die anywhere. Then a blinding flash burst out from behind. A pillar of light soared from the base. Lugger infiltrated, followed by an explosion with a roar. Finally used it. That damn real magic or whatever. What's real? Magic is magic. Anyway, the way he talks, a brother, all done, all dealt with, including the test subjects. Was there really no way to turn them back? Sending them off without pain was the best. Is this it? The drug that turns people into werewolves. The world has become scary. Massive human experimentation like this, impossible without a financier. Do not worry. I found out who the money source is. Found out? How? That is not important. And it is useless to stop me. I am going back to the hideout. Lugger quietly left the spot, leaving behind the burning ruins and corpses. Meanwhile elsewhere, you brought this as food. You guys only know how to waste my money and cannot do a single thing right. Useless trash, idiots, not even worth your meals. To think you could not properly manage a single test subject even after I poured in such massive funds. I do not know who did it, but it is a blessing in disguise that the subject was disposed of. The experimental results will be in my hands soon, and that final target will soon be mine as well. Beyond becoming younger, I will become a stronger and perfect being. With just that drug, my youth dedicated to reaching this position will be restored in the blink of an eye." Just then, Lugger appeared behind him. His low, heavy voice accurately called the man's name. "Benfo Lyricon." Lyricon looked back blankly at the stranger invading his space. Without a long explanation, Lugger flew in instantly, grabbed the old man by the collar and slammed him to the floor. "What is the meaning of this? Where are the guards? No matter how much you call, they will not come. I have cast soundproof magic on this room. Benfo Lyricon, I have one question for you. What do you think about the cruel reality where a 7-year-old child who should have survived was turned into a monster along with his parents?" That child smiled at the person trying to kill him, as if he had been hoping for it. "Do you have any idea what it felt like to have no choice but to be engulfed in flames and face death?" Despite Lugger's interrogation, he was eerily calm. "So you are the one who disposed of those test subjects. There seems to be a misunderstanding, so let us let go of this and talk. Are you feeling guilty just because you killed those test subjects? There is nothing to worry about. Killing a few of those small fry will not be a problem. We gave them a chance to give value to their worthless lives, a chance to contribute to the advancement of humanity. Is not that a truly sublime sacrifice? Right, I do not need to hear any more. That answer is sufficient." Finishing his sentence, Lugger plunged a syringe filled with red liquid into his neck. In an instant, the red liquid was injected into his body. Lugger looked down with cold eyes at the man convulsing on the floor. "Your answer was so perfect that I am not even angry. You damn bastard, what did you do to me? I read the report in the lab and it was quite interesting. They say a very small amount is enough to mutate a human into a werewolf. I suddenly got curious. What would happen if I used a whole bottle?" Lyricon clutched his neck and wheezed. His gaunt body swelled up in an instant. His teeth gaped hideously and sharp claws and fur sprouted. In just a few seconds he turned into a terrible monster beyond a werewolf. I can feel his emotions, the fear pouring out from deep within his soul. "So you should feel the exact same pain that the people you destroyed felt." As a great commotion broke out inside the mansion, guards and servants rushed in. "What is that sound?" It sounded like it came from Lord Benfo's room. Worried, they opened the door only to be met by a huge, hideous, furry monster. "Monster, where did this monster pop out from? Shoot it. Those who cannot use magic, find Lord Benfo, hurry." The mages concentrated their firepower simultaneously to burn the giant monster. Engulfed in flames, the monster screamed in a way that seemed to tear eardrums as it writhed in pain. At the same time, a small hideout in a deserted alley. "What is all this? Take what you need and use it for your work. And hide the rest well. I had a hard time finding this hideout. Want to take a look around? Next time. I'll be coming back anyway. At that time, I'll return with an identity more suitable for this underworld." "Alright then, get some rest." Parting ways with Han, Lugger returned to Soren alone. He walked slowly, feeling the silence of the night. Watching the pillar of smoke rising from afar, he clenched his fist and reaffirmed his resolve. His goal became clearer. The next day, reporters flocked to the mansion to cover the scene. When the security forces arrived, there was no trace of Lyricon, only the corpse of an unidentified monster remaining. Rumors that Lyricon had dabbled in forbidden black magic became established facts and spread. "What happened to that monster?" "I heard the Magic Security Bureau handled it. Apparently it took an hour to catch that monster." Agents of the Security Bureau, led by a white-haired woman, arrived at the scene. People hurriedly made way for them. Beside them were the cold-blooded knights as well. Their commander was the knight captain and escort knight, Tarina Lionhowl. "I did not expect the Security Bureau to intervene. The situation must be quite serious. It is quite a significant news item. It would be best to announce that the Knights and the Security Bureau are conducting a joint investigation." Her long white hair fluttering, she stood before the guard. She ordered briefly and concisely, "Open the door." "I received orders not to let anyone in." She glared and spoke sternly again. "Open the door." Overwhelmed by her presence, the guard opened the door without a word. Once the door opened, she led her subordinates inside the mansion and began the search. An investigator inside greeted her. "Knight Captain Tarina, it is an honor to meet you. I am Investigator Taborin. Good work. The Security Bureau will take over this case from now on. Hand over all secured data and evidence and withdraw." The investigator followed the order immediately without complaint. The guards withdrew and only the Security Bureau agents remained to completely secure the scene. Only then did the brown-haired woman following behind relax and stretch. "Wow, the atmosphere is brutal," the bespectacled man behind her scolded her. "Please maintain your dignity. Brother Roy, who cares about face when no one is watching? Even if no one is around, you must keep what needs to be kept. You are a member of the cold-blooded knights." "Stop it, Roy. As long as we do not do anything the press can catch, it is fine. Do not forget why we came here. Is this that monster? It really looks hideous." There were rumors that Benfo Lyricon dabbled in not just forbidden magic but also superpowers. Seeing that he was taken out by a monster, this is not a simple case. Appearance of a monster, Lyricon's death. It matches the witnesses' testimonies. The monster corpse looks certain too, although identification is impossible since even the bones are burnt. "Let us look around the room." Tarina stopped in front of a painting on the wall. "There is a small mark on the wall, only this spot did not burn." She moved the picture frame slightly. Then a secret door slid open. "Oh ho, looks like there is a secret room, but it is empty. judging by the size and location, it is the perfect place to hide a safe. Benfo Lyricon was a big shot with a shady background, so it is natural he had many secrets. There must have been a safe here keeping secret documents only he knew about. Up until last night, that is. The marks of a safe on the floor are distinct. It means it was moved recently. A wealthy man's suspicious death, the appearance of a monster, and a missing safe. This is no coincidence. We have to assume someone intervened in Benfo's death. But why cover it up so thoroughly? Only someone like Arsène Lupin would have this level of skill, Roy asked in puzzlement. Who is that? She shook her head. Nothing, Roy. Have there been any strange incidents in Artab recently? There is one. A fire broke out in an abandoned factory not long ago. It happened just before Benfo died. There might be some clue there. Let us go. We are moving there. Back in his office, Lugger suffered from a throbbing headache. As expected, the after effects of that magic could not be ignored. The mana consumption was too severe. If I had not prepared medicine in advance, it would have been dangerous. Taking the medicine, the headache slowly subsided. I turned the werewolves into ash and destroyed all evidence, so at least for the time being, I will not have a headache over the werewolf problem. No, actually, one remains. That is Aiden. The guy tried to stop me until the end when I was dealing with the werewolves. Aiden was the closest at that time. I destroyed the evidence immediately, but it seemed like he saw something for a split second. Damn, I did not expect things to get this tangled. Where is the guarantee that he will keep his mouth shut? Then would it be better to deal with him clearly? Should I eliminate him even now? Murderous intent flashed in Lugger's eyes, however. Recalling Aiden trying to converse with the werewolf, he steeled his heart, deciding he could not harm his student. Doing so carries too much risk. Besides, is not he a subject under special management that the principal watches personally? If something happens to him, I'll draw the principal's suspicion as well. After thinking for a long time, he decided to cool his head for now. But the more he mulled it over, the stranger it was. He said he learned a unique magic from a wandering mage when he was young. Could that really be a coincidence? Meanwhile, Tarina's group arrived at the burnt-down abandoned factory. Everything was completely burned, making investigation look difficult. Why did a fire suddenly break out in an abandoned factory? And at the same time as Benfo's death, it might have been a nominal abandoned factory but actually operational. Otherwise, a fire would not break out suddenly like this. Could it be that black mages or those with superpowers use this place as a base and when discovered, set fire to destroy evidence? That makes sense, but the question is who discovered them? We did not even plan to investigate this place. They did this much just to avoid being caught by someone? It could be a simple coincidence, or there might be another reason. Roy, are there any other unusual details besides this? None. However, there was a report that a werewolf appeared and caused a commotion in Soren a few days ago. They said it intruded through the sewers. The security there is originally lax, so it is not surprising. Are the students safe? What about the werewolf? 3 students were injured, but a professor from Soren handled it, as expected of a Soren professor. Did we receive the werewolf corpse? No, they said it was completely burnt, so nothing remained. What a coincidence. Burnt up. Captain, do you have any leads? Should we go to Soren? No, let us focus on collecting evidence first. The factory and the werewolf were both burnt. Connecting these 2 incidents seems forced, but we cannot rule out the possibility. We must cut off any sprouts that threaten the kingdom. That is the reason the cold-blooded knights exist. Professor Lugger caught the werewolf? I heard he is from the military and participated in operations to suppress superpowers. I thought from the start he wasn't ordinary. Renee looked for a seat in the cafeteria, but it was full everywhere she looked. There was an empty seat in the middle, but no one showed signs of moving. Everyone was avoiding her since that incident. She looked around and luckily found an empty seat. Looking at the person sitting next to it, it was Arundel. The kind princess smiled and waved her hand. Hi, have you been well? Renee hesitantly sat next to Arundel. Oh my god, sitting next to the princess and acting so friendly. Since when were they closed? Looking at Arundel sitting next to her, Renee recalled the night she met the werewolf. Is Professor Lugger okay? Do not worry, he is a professor of Soren after all, but why were you outside at that late hour? At that, Renee confessed the whole situation. Hearing the story, Arundel was indignant. What? No one woke you up? That is too much. That librarian, I need to scold him. No, I fell asleep because I was careless. By the way, why was the princess at that time? I was on patrol and sending students outside back to the dormitory. The princess herself. Just call me senior. Everyone is equal at Soren, right? To think the princess patrols personally and talks to a commoner like herself without hesitation. But being next to the princess makes me so anxious. If I make even a mistake, it is over. The lecture hall door opened and Lugger entered. His baritone voice rang out. Let us start the class. Today I will lecture on the characteristics of manifestation and the basic principles and laws of elemental attributes. Elemental attribute is one of the 4 major manifestation characteristics, and it is the most universal and important characteristic. It is the basics of the basics that most of you have already learned. So today I will teach you a new method. Flora showed curiosity while looking at the paper. A new method? What is he trying to do this time? It is a method to raise the power of your elements from 20 to 80. Such a method exists. You are not tricking us, are you? Anthony, what elements can you handle? The student answered hurriedly. I handle water, ice, and wood. And try summoning the element you are most confident in. The student gathered elemental mana in his palm. Lugger evaluated it. Not bad. Fearing the student might misunderstand, he added. I mean, it means there is nothing special about it. Watch closely. I will show you just once. He gathered elemental energy in one hand. The energy formed a massive sphere in an instant, and soon blossomed into a huge, dazzling snowflake crystal on his palm. What is that? Is that really the same mana? It is on a different dimension. Everyone seems interested. I will explain the theory. Flora observed what he showed with an expressionless face. Elemental attributes have a long history in the field of manifestation. Once called the foundation of pure magic, they have now become a part of manifestation. These are the original 4 major elements. Compared to the 10 or so elements we handle now, 4 seem too few and simple. Now, does anyone know why elemental attribute magic developed to this extent? I will give 5 shop points to the person who answers correctly. Shall we take the fire element as an example? Students vied to raise their hands. Because fire was used to drive away darkness. Burning forests and clearing land is to eliminate human instinctive fear and darkness. A brilliant idea. You appear to have talent as a poet. Good. Flora Lumos. To burn others and purge them. Correct. Burn with fire, drown in water, cut with wind, and electrocute to death. War and massacre were indeed the driving forces that developed magic, but in bone-chilling cold, fire is also a symbol of life, not destruction. Water turns water wheels, wind turns windmills. And electricity is used to light the darkness. The purpose of elements can change at any time depending on human action. Fighting for a better world, that is the mindset you must have before learning elemental attributes. Now let us begin the class. Everyone try creating elemental spheres. Yosef, focus on the flow of mana for a second year. The power of the mana you created is surprisingly immature. Irena Karoman, do you call that wood attribute? It looks like rotting fallen leaves rolling on the ground in late autumn. Imagine a sprout just breaking through the earth. While everyone was casting magic, Leo was concerned about Aiden next to him. Aiden was flustered. He did not know how to do this at all. Lugger also observed him and approached. He stared piercingly at the student before him and fell into thought for a moment. Why is this guy acting like this? Is he rebelling against me because of the werewolf incident? Looking at his expression, that cannot be it. Aiden, do you have no experience with elemental manifestation? He answered in a fluster. Yes, Professor. I am ashamed to say so. Finding out the reason, he was inwardly relieved, an underachiever. A special admission student without even basic knowledge. Even if you were acknowledged as a special admission, I have no duty to look after a student who cannot even follow the basics. It would not be a problem if I just let you fall behind in class progress, but since when was this conscience of mine so ticklish? Speak. What elemental attributes can you handle? You must know that much. Yes. Fire, water, and wind. Then try the fire element first. It means I will teach you. I cannot give up on a student from the start, after all. Focus on the mana. You can do basic manifestation, right? Now think of converting that mana into the element, the fire element I mentioned earlier. Do not just think with your head, but feel the attributes of fire with your 5 senses. Aiden closed his eyes and concentrated. Lugger's calm voice guided him. Recall the most intense flame in your memory. The shape, sound, smell, sensation, all of it. Slowly, a small spark burned. He recalled the fire element in a corner of a cozy kitchen. The bitter smell of half-burnt firewood and the scent of charcoal amidst a blizzard. The smell of stew boiling on the brazier. The sound of his older sisters bickering. His mother's scolding voice and the sound of his father's laughter having just returned home. Food was woefully scarce, and the biting wind piercing through worn clothes was fierce. It was a harsh winter, but the flame in the kitchen melted all of that away. That warmth was as vivid as if it were yesterday. Lugger's praise woke him from his happy recollection. Before he knew it, a flickering flame had appeared. He stared blankly at the flame he had created, feeling supreme happiness. Lugger looked at that flame with a rarely soft gaze. Impressive. A flame that is not hot but warm. It does not call for destruction but gives a soft feeling. I can guess what you thought of. The other students could not hide their astonishment at that sight. That Professor Lugger is praising someone, he explained. The flame in your hands is the fire element you thought of. It is not an ordinary element but your own flame, your own magic. This is my own magic. Do not forget that sensation. I think everyone knows by now, but this is my teaching method. Utilizing the 5 senses based on one's own experience. Essential basic knowledge is the foundation of using elemental attributes, but that fire is hot and ice is cold is a fact even a 3-year-old knows. A true mage must put something special into that. Try manifesting elements while recalling special moments in your life. Feel the elements with your 5 senses. A few students applied this and succeeded. Other students also began to follow along enthusiastically. Only Flora looked sullen with a disgruntled expression. I already know all that stuff. I thought he would show me something I did not know. It is nothing special, but why is he teaching that freshman in such detail? Praising him just for manifesting one element. Where did the person who humiliated me in front of so many people during the first class go? I tried to lay low, but I cannot. Let us see if he does not praise me after seeing my element. Cheryl, who was next to her, was startled. Magic stacking, you can already use that? If I add wind magic technique here to create a vortex. Not long after activating the magic, the light in her hand grew uncontrollably larger. Cheryl shouted worriedly, "It is too dangerous, Flora, stop it immediately." Flora was getting more and more flustered. At this rate it is going to explode. I have to stop it. At least cast a shield so the people around do not get hurt. Sensing the danger, the surrounding students fled quickly. Just when the situation was spiraling out of control, a voice calling Flora was heard. Lugger's hand overlapped over her magic, calming the rampaging energy. Flora Lumos, do not give up, control the mana, I will help you. The mana sphere did not expand any further. The mana sphere, holding massive energy, slowly shrank. It was in a much more stable state. He reminded her to maintain focus. It is not over yet. If you stop here, the magic will disappear without you gaining anything. Are you okay with that? He looked at Flora with firm eyes, asking for her intention. Flora made up her mind to complete this magic. Since she had come this far, she had to see it through to the end. The gazes toward me were always of two types, admiration and jealousy. I never cared about such gazes, they never influenced me. Actually, what was hardest for me to endure was that gaze ignoring me and treating me like a child, father's sharp gaze. Then I encountered Professor Lugger. The gift of our first meeting was 10 penalty points, along with the sense of defeat felt for the first time that day. That humiliation brought back childhood memories I wanted to forget. Since I had turned around, I did not see his face, but surely he must have looked at me with contempt just as father did. The House of Lumos does not forget a grudge. Someday I will definitely beat you. I swear, absolutely. Now with his help, the magic returned to a normal state. Just a little more. Finally, the two completed the fusion magic, which was highly difficult even for Flora. Looking at the result in her hand, she was extremely excited. However, no sign of joy could be found in Lugger. He stared straight into her eyes and spoke. You have done a very foolish thing, Flora Lumos. Failing a new attempt does not matter, because everyone fails, but endangering other students is a separate issue. Furthermore, you are incredibly immature in fusing two elements, fire and ice. Harmonizing two opposing elements is very difficult. That is true, but I succeeded. I admit I made a mistake trying to mix a third element, but the fusion of fire and ice was perfect. Hearing those words, he fell silent as if lost in thought. A moment later, two elemental energies appeared in his hand. He mixed the two elements with one hand. A beautiful and brilliant light flashed within his hand. Do you see the difference? Your fusion element is merely trapped in ice, pretty only on the outside, and that is exactly as far as it goes. Ultimately, what can you gain with this magic? Is it merely for decoration? At the stinging criticism, Flora could not refute a single word. As the surrounding atmosphere sank, he threw his magic into the air. The magic emitted a soft light, then soon became white snow crystals and appeared. They landed softly throughout the classroom. The students marveled at the magic with awe. Watching it, Flora gained a realization. Magic optimized to suppress fire. He combined the spread of fire and the chill of ice into a single spell. He changed the elements I used into something much more useful. I completely lost. Just then, a soft voice called Flora. I am not scolding you for technical defects. She was greatly surprised by the voice, which was gentle rather than a stinging rebuke. Only then did she lift her head to look at his expression. It was a gaze that was strict but contained respect and warmth. He continued, You possess very special talent. I have never seen a mage with such skills at your age. What I am pointing out is a more fundamental problem. To my eyes, your magic looks only for showing off. I have no right to interfere with the purpose of using magic, but at least find a path other than showing off. For yourself. In the touch patting her shoulder, the professor's rare consideration and warmth were felt. She accepted his words. Once the situation was sorted, he told everyone to return to their seats and return to the podium. Flora felt her brain having accepted new knowledge, working happily. He did not blame or despise me, but genuinely worried for me. Even father has never looked at me with those eyes. As she was lost in thought, a headache and dizziness suddenly washed over her. Cheryl hurriedly supported her in worry. I am okay, just dizzy from using too much mana. You look like you're going to collapse any moment though. More importantly, is the teacher okay? He must have used much more mana than me. Lugger clicked his tongue and frowned. Lucky I took the medicine earlier or I would be dying of dizziness. To achieve elemental fusion at that young age, and a tricky 3-element fusion at that. I also had a time when I got scolded by Master for showing off like that. Did I press her shoulder a bit too hard because it reminded me of old times? I wonder if it hurt. Still, I hope the kid overcomes it well, so that my advice does not become empty words. Resuming the class, he went around the classroom checking on the students. As expected of Soren, everyone follows well. Did she say there were many from the golden generation this year? Then his gaze stopped at one student. Renee, what is the matter? Seeing the situation, he grasped the problem at once. She cannot manifest the element properly. To be precise, the corresponding element does not exist, he spoke to the students. Class ends here for today. Homework will be replaced by reviewing what you learned today, and student Renee, follow me to my research office. Both the summoned party and the princess next to her were flustered. Arriving at the professor's office, he told her to wait a moment and began looking for something. Sitting in the chair, Renee was extremely anxious, her imagination running wild. Why did he call me? Surely a personal interview. Is he telling me to leave his class? Naturally. How can a student who cannot even manifest elements follow the incantation class? But I do not want to quit the professor's class. As she looked at him with anxious eyes, he approached holding a stack of documents. Do not tell me it is a transfer application. He is really trying to send me to another professor's class. When he called her name, she shouted urgently. Professor Lugger, I'll really work hard. I'll do whatever you order, please. Just do not kick me out of the class. He handed her a worn book with an expression that said he did not understand. What on earth are you talking about? A transfer application? You have been saying strange things since earlier. My arm hurts, so take this quickly. He told her to read that book and study from now on. A new path she had not known, non-attribute magic research, was contained within it. Where did you get a book like this? He answered nonchalantly. I got it by chance. It is the result of that person's lifelong research. I cannot believe it. To think there was a person who used non-attribute magic. How is that person doing now? He is no longer of this world. Seeing Lugger's expression as he said those words, she was surprised. On his strict and blunt face, sadness and agony briefly flashed, and his eyes looked deep and complex. Then can I not learn other attribute magic? Is there no way? As far as I know, yes. Are you disappointed? Yes, I wanted to handle at least one element. Renee, what do you think about people who handle only one element? She answered hesitantly. I think they are incompetent. He shook his head and denied it. Not at all. Being able to handle only one element means having infinite talent in that element. Their magic can even interfere with nature. That is the way they reach the pinnacle with their own element. You understand now that you have heard my explanation just now, right? Yes, then how about non-attribute magic? Literally, it has no attribute at all. He drank a sip of tea and answered. It is unclear if non-attribute magic is truly as the name suggests, but at one time the 10th element, non-attribute, was included in the earth attribute. In the past, that is. Now that science has advanced and research results have changed, do not worry. Since both the world and magic are constantly changing, all possibilities are open. Read that book starting today. It is my personal assignment. It will be a great help. Having finished his work, he leaned back in his chair and relaxed. A non-attribute holder, surprising, but to think I would see that eye of judgment, the eye that distinguishes good and evil here. She probably does not know because she is not awakened yet, but I did not know Master's book would find its owner in this way. Is this what they call fate? After class ended, Aiden devoted himself to magic practice as advised. How long had he practiced? Finally he succeeded, he rejoiced, saying Professor Lugger's method really worked. Professor Lugger's eyes when showing the magic back then were truly soft and serious. Did I misunderstand the professor after all? Anyway, someone who loves magic that much cannot be a bad person. Then he spotted a group nearby. Who are they? Seeing noble students gathered, there must be someone important there. As things calmed down, other students approached and started mocking Aiden's group. Oh, who is this? Is not it the little kid Aiden who could not even manifest elements, still acting so arrogant? Kid? As Leo could not hold back his anger and was about to explode, Aiden calmed him down. Leo, calm down, I'll handle it. Jeevan, I do not know what I did to you, but I'll apologize, so could you stop bothering me and my friends from now on? Jeevan gestured with his chin. Stop bothering you, fine, but there is a condition. Kneel. Tashi was furious at that absurd condition. Hey, do not talk nonsense. Are not you ashamed as a noble? Where does a washed-up noble dare to butt in? You clearly weren't raised right. Aiden solemnly called Jeevan Pelio's name. Jeevan Pelio, I can tolerate you insulting me, but I will not forgive you for touching my friend. I will not let it slide. Ha, what can you do? Want to try me? He took off his glove and threw it at Aiden. Fine, I challenge you to a magic duel. As Aiden accepted, Leo and Tashi were terribly worried. Aiden spoke without being intimidated at all. If I win, apologize to Leo and Tashi, of course, that is if you can win. Be prepared to kneel before me. Just then, Lugger appeared. You two, what are you doing there? Upon seeing him, Jeevan's face frowned and Lugger's insides were uncomfortable too. You again? You are not some protagonist. Explain. What is going on? Jeevan beat him to it. This is a legitimate duel. It was formally requested and the opponent agreed. A magic duel between first years does not look very good. Is there a school rule saying first years cannot? What is he saying? Why is this guy acting like this? Then Lugger noticed the whispering group behind and quickly grasped the situation. Are they trying to side with that guy? But why have they been staring at me since earlier? I cannot hold you responsible for something that has not happened yet. Return to the dormitory. Then Professor Chris stepped forward. Let them be, Professor Lugger. Is not this clearly overstepping? Even a professor has no right to stop a voluntary duel between students. Lugger did not know what he was plotting, but he sensed he had stepped into something troublesome. Even so, we cannot leave students lacking practical experience to get hurt. If you are really worried, how about we supervise it? Instead of answering immediately, he asked the students' intentions. The two students nodded firmly. Since the students want it, we will follow the professor's suggestion. Professor Chris did not seem intent on letting him go. One more thing, would you like to make a bet with me, Professor Lugger? I will not force you. Though it is funny to bet money on a match where the result is obvious, Lugger answered immediately. Fine, I accept. Oh, you accepted surprisingly easily. Then who do you think will win? Me? Professor Chris will naturally bet on Jeevan Pelio, since you probably think he is a very talented student. Do you want to bet on Jeevan too, Professor Lugger? Then shall we bet on how Jeevan will win? I decline. There is no need for that, because I intended to bet on Aiden from the start. Good. I do not know where such baseless confidence comes from, but fine. Let us make the bet content this. Professor Lugger, how about the magic knowledge we are researching, since we are both in charge of incantation classes anyway? I did not know you actually taught incantation. It is the first I am hearing of it. At these words, Chris's anger soared. He ground his teeth and cursed inwardly. Do you think you'll be safe after insulting me like this? Lugger also felt a slight prick. That guy teach incantation too. Fine, let us hold the duel in 3 days. Reasonable. I look forward to it. As Chris, having made the promise, disappeared while huffing, Aiden hesitated and apologized. Lugger answered calmly. Think about how you will win. It is true that Jeevan and your starting lines are different, but it is too early to conclude you will unconditionally lose. Variables always exist in a match. What variable will let me win? What kind of nonsense is that? Do not you already possess it? Use it at the decisive moment. Aiden thought he might be able to win if he used that, but suddenly a past memory brushed by. Professor, I want to win fair and square with my own skills, so please teach me. Keep this in mind, Aiden. Do not carelessly reveal what I taught you. If you do, you will get swept up in countless troublesome matters and dangers. Above all, this is my livelihood. You do not want me to end up on the streets, do you? Aiden answered. Yes, I will keep it in mind, however. That does not mean never use it. When you feel it is truly necessary, do not hesitate to use it. Life is long, and a moment comes when you must make a decision. When that time comes, Aiden, do as your heart commands. Recalling his master's teaching, his eyes shone with resolve. Lugger was surprised by the reaction, but clicked his tongue inwardly. What is this kid suddenly saying? I accepted because I trusted your magic. Now you want to win with pure skill, not magic? No, wasn't magic your skill? Ha, fine, let us test your skills while we're at it. Fine, I will teach you how to gain the upper hand in a battle between mages. It will be hellish training, and victory cannot be guaranteed, Aiden replied. He would do his best. Good. We move to the training ground immediately, right now. It will be bewildering, but understand, it would be good to prepare the victory party in advance. I look forward to your performance in 3 days. The training continued late into the night. Aiden returned to his room exhausted. It is much harder than I thought. To think I have to do this for 2 more days. Why is the professor sure I will win? My special magic is not well known. Does he perhaps know? His exhausted brain shut down forcibly while thinking. Aiden fell asleep just like that. The first day of training ended. Meanwhile, Lugger Chell stepped up to teach that ordinary guy himself. Of course he would act like that. Even if he pretends to be nonchalant, he must be anxious to win inside. Jeevan Pelio, you know why I called you, right? Yes, Professor. You told me to thoroughly crush that arrogant guy. Chris cut him off. No, that is not enough. You must clearly show how big the gap is between us nobles and those lowly things. I do not think you will lose, but it is good to be certain. Chris took a blue vial from his drawer and handed it to Jeevan. It is a mana amplifier. Drink it before the match. But if I get caught, my student status could be revoked. This is a special product of the Benyer family, so you will not get caught. Those vulgar commoner bastards will do anything to win, so should not we not lose either? You are right, Professor. My pride is a bit hurt, but it is better than losing to that jerk. Yes, Jeevan. A wise choice. The day of the decisive battle dawned. The training ground was fully packed. The spectator seats were filled with the students buzzing. Who will win? The noble side would be advantageous, right? The level of early education is different, but I heard that first year is not a pushover either. Did not he catch it during the werewolf incident last time? Wasn't it Professor Lugger who caught it? I heard Professor Lugger coached him. Really? Then is he in Professor Lugger's faction, and that side is Professor Chris's faction? Who is Professor Chris? He is the professor in charge of first years. They get compared a lot, since both teach incantation classes. Chris heard those whispers clearly. Lugger Chell, I will end your arrogance as of today. I will make you taste a miserable defeat in front of everyone. Soon, other figures arrived. It was the principal and other professors. Nice to meet you, Professor Chris Benyer. Principal, what brings you here? I came because I heard there was something interesting. I brought this person along too. Professor Lugger, it has been a while. Have you been well? Lugger greeted politely. Yes, thanks to you. I heard you made a bet. Who did you bet on, Professor Lugger? I bet on Aiden. Then Professor Chris must have bet on Jeevan. I am really looking forward to it, but you know student safety is the top priority, right? Do not worry. Defensive magic will wrap around like a shield and block all attacks. Oh, the players have come out just in time. The first was Aiden wearing sturdy magic armor. His friends cheered enthusiastically. Flatten that arrogant jerk's nose. Go Aiden! Jeevan also appeared confidently and waved his hand. His followers also went wild. Go Jeevan, show the pride of Pelio. The referee professor checked the conditions before the start. Jeevan, keep your promise. Talk after winning. The professor finished the rough check. Then he discovered a sword at Aiden's waist. Aiden lifted the sword and said, "This is my personal equipment to use in this duel. It looks like a sword. Ah, it must be a tool modeled after a sword shape." He permitted it only after confirming the blade was blunt and not sharp. As you all know, the side whose defensive magic mana runs out first loses. Duel start. Aiden fired blue flames to attack first. Jeevan also countered with flames. The two's chanting speeds were equal, as expected of Professor Lugger. He uses fire attribute first as expected. Since Jeevan will use the fire attribute magic he is most confident in, the guy's skills have improved. Furthermore, I am at a disadvantage in elemental compatibility. But that is a story for when the spell's power is equal. Jeevan's overwhelming firepower pushed Aiden's attack back. Aiden quickly dodged. A follow-up attack flew in as soon as he dodged. This is the difference between you and me, you lowly thing. Aiden did not lose heart and deployed a massive magic circle. The two elements collided and exploded. Damn, Aiden began to get pushed back gradually. At this rate, I'll lose. Then I have to use what I learned from Professor Lugger. Jeevan sneered. Given up, lowly bastard. It is over. The expression of Chris, who was laughing, hardened as he stared at Aiden. An ominous premonition struck that guy. He is using a special spell right now. Do not tell me it is moving incantation. How can he use a technique used only in wartime situations? Lugger taught him in 3 days, no more than that. A commoner guy mastered moving incantation in 3 days? Jeevan began to panic. What on earth is happening? The basis of magic is concentration. Concentration breaks if you chant the spell while moving like this. No, do not panic. The chanting is already done. I will shatter his concentration with this. Aiden dodged Jeevan's attack while maintaining concentration as he ran. The shield is cracking. His technique is weakening. When the tip of Aiden's sword entered a certain distance, he charged frontally. Jeevan read this move and tried to block the attack head-on, but when Jeevan fell and looked up, Aiden was aiming the sword at him. Now it is my turn, right? Jeevan tried to stall for time in fear, but Aiden gave no opening. Match over. The referee declared Aiden's victory. Leo and Tashi cheered. You did it, Aiden. The training was worth it. Unlike the cheers of Aiden's supporters, Jeevan's supporters could not hide their disappointment. Jeevan, that jerk, disgracing all nobles. Though I did not expect much from the start. Criticism poured from the spectator seats behind Jeevan. Jeevan sat collapsed, trembling, unable to accept the result. Denial soon turned into blaming others. Right, that lowly guy definitely cheated. Otherwise, there is no way he could use magic while moving cornered. He shouted while chanting a spell. It was with the momentum to kill Aiden. What is that guy doing? Is Jeevan crazy? Aiden dodged, watching the attack flying towards him. His master's words rang in his ears. Life is long, and a moment comes when you must make a decision. When that time comes. Aiden, do as your heart commands. He lifted the wooden sword and charged, slicing through the powerful flame attack. He sliced the firestorm in two with all his might, saving the referee professor's life. The audience buzzed. What was that just now? Did he slice the magic? He hit it so stubbornly. Without a doubt, the guy used that at the most crucial moment. Watching this, Chris was appalled. Anti-magic. A rare sorcery that erases magic. He can use something like that right after using moving incantation, that commoner bastard. Jeevan's hand holding his staff trembled uncontrollably. Aiden strode over and threw a punch at Jeevan. He rolled ungracefully across the arena floor. Jeevan, I thought you'd at least know how to admit defeat. I did not know you were worse than trash. Losing looks pathetic too. Do not you think, Frieden? Well, I do not know. I never cared about a mere baron in the first place, but I should keep an eye on that commoner. He might be better than most average nobles. We have seen enough, let us go, Henry. Frieden glanced at Lugger before leaving. Lugger watched the match expressionlessly, then left with complex feelings. The defeated Chris confronted Lugger. Did you know the student could use anti-magic? Why are you so angry? You are the one in charge of the first years. Did not you check the student's personal information? Though it is true that anti-magic played a significant role in the victory. By the way, the bet was for the major research paper, correct? Correct. Do you want anything? Not at all. I want nothing. I do not need your research paper. Stealing others' achievements is not my style. Finishing his words, he left the spot. Chris was left there bursting with rage. Not my style to me, Chris Benyer, damn Lugger Chell. On the way back to his office, Sedina was waiting for him in the hallway. Congratulations on winning the bet. But Soren will be watching you because of this result, that is. Are you okay? I am fine. Actually, it is a good thing. Pardon. What do you mean? The principal is currently suspecting me. She has been aware of our existence for a long time. Even if I am a professor, I cannot easily escape her list of suspects. That makes no sense. You infiltrated as a professor specifically to avoid suspicion, but through this incident, I definitely stamped my presence on the principal. The board has changed, so she will not be able to do anything to me immediately. However, Sedina, I need your cooperation too. Meeting a student unrelated to me frequently is perfect for raising suspicion, but it is natural for a professor to meet with an excellent student, so act the part of a model student. Sedina clenched her fist and made a resolution. It was the first mission he had given her directly. Understood. I will do it with my life on the line. He sighed and said, No, do not die. She strengthened her resolve even more. I will not die even if I risk my life. Well, she'll figure it out. Why does she seem to be getting increasingly bothersome? With this, I have shown those guys that I have sided with the principal's faction and sent a warning to Black Dawn not to act rashly. But I cannot keep this up. I need to create my own organization. To do that first, the crystal ball on the desk glowed. I checked the surrounding areas as requested. What should we do to solidify our position? I do not know the back alley situation well either, but it seems it is time to use force. You grasped the situation quickly. Right, it is time to use power. Just perfect. I am going right now. When Han looked puzzled, he added, Do not worry, we just need to go and finish it quickly. In a certain bar, someone was venting their annoyance. Why are you looking at me like that? That damn Benfo, he should have died after increasing our investment. The money we poured in is all gone. Still, there are some funds left, right? There must be another way. That is correct. That is why I called you. We will expand the business on a large scale soon. First, those guys. An elegant man entered and he eyed him. Who is that guy? We are closed, so get out immediately. Hey, cannot you hear? I said we are closed. Lugger asked bluntly. Are you Dutori, the head of the Red Society? I do not know you. Have we met? Of course not. I only know you because you are so famous. Pardon me. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is J. Moriarty. J. Moriarty, the crime consultant. Do you mean the ruler of the Delica Kingdom's underworld? I heard you vanished for a few years, so what brings you here? Should I test you? He laughed loudly and spoke. Professor Moriarty, I have heard of your fame. That is an honor. However, Professor, I have no way of knowing if your words are true. Are you suspecting I am a fake? Tisk, why appear in a place like this all of a sudden? The reason sounds plausible, but you'd better lower your guns. My words are correct, but unfortunately it will not be of help. Dutori signaled with his eyes to shoot the shoulder. The subordinate tried to pull the trigger, but all the guns failed to fire as if broken. He had sealed the use of firearms with a formation. Did not I warn you? Silent casting, when did you use it? As he raised the corners of his mouth, a roar was heard from the door. Massive werewolf growled as it entered. Terrified, the guy's legs gave out and they could not even stand up. The werewolf approached Lugger and stood behind him like the ultimate bodyguard. You raise a werewolf? Then were those guys last time you're doing too? The conversation Lugger had with Han before entering the bar. You need a concrete explanation of the situation. First off, the back alley we are infiltrating is divided into 4 organizations. The biggest one is the gangster group, the Red Society. They take on all sorts of dirty work. Basically, they control the alley. Then the target is the Red Society. Yeah, if we hit them first, it will be easier later. But since they have numbers, it is hard to suppress them quickly. Shall we start with the easy ones? No, that is a waste of time. Striking the head is faster. If you cut the snake's head, the rest will collapse on their own, but now is not the time. Those guys are tightly bunched up these days, since Benfo Lyricon died. Yeah, there is something between Benfo and the Red Society. There were many incidents surrounding Lyricon. The Red Society probably handled the cleanup. Since the core figure is dead, they must be having quite a headache by now. If they are bunched up, it is actually better. We can sweep them away at once. Wait, those guys are not ordinary thugs. They are mercenaries, no, amateur knight level. They are not official knights anyway. It is nothing special. If you say so, brother, then I guess it is. Still, they are not weak. Well, my mouth hurts from talking, Han. I need your help. That was how Han came to stand there, creating a menacing atmosphere, transformed into a werewolf. Since he could not scare them alone, a massive beast was needed. I really am perfect for this mission, brother. As I said, if a fight breaks out, I am bolting. Yeah, just scare them. I do not know if he is a fake, but I cannot let my guard down. To think he commands magic and even a werewolf. Understood. I acknowledge you as the real Moriarty. Sorry for not recognizing you. Since it seems proven, let us get to the main topic. The reason I came today is to start a new business in this city. Business? What business? We will gladly help, thank you. And I have one more thing to say. I detest dirty lies. The Red Society will disappear forever as of today. At those words he froze. He shouted to his subordinates to attack immediately. Lugger did not miss the chance and struck the guy's side with his staff. The subordinates drew their swords and charged. Han, in werewolf form, whispered in panic. They are not running away. What do we do? Let us scatter now. He tapped the floor with his staff. With a talk sound, a bizarre darkness covered the floor. While the guys were freaking out, the darkness spread further and further. The darkness that spread to every corner swallowed even the light in front of the confused guys. Lugger drew his sword. The sword held a cold chill and shone dazzlingly. The next scene was as clear as fire. Third circle magic, clown's dream. It was a curse-type composite magic that planted fear through darkness and hallucinations. Dutori urged his subordinates on, unable to even grasp the situation. Deal with Lugger quickly. There were those who remained calm amidst the screams. They wrapped aura around their swords and cut through the magic, lifting the darkness. Dutori sat collapsed, staring blankly. Only now did he realize how strong the enemy in front of him was. Most of the members were taken out in an instant. Lugger smiled, 2 men charging through the darkness. Seeing them cut magic with aura, they must be former knights. Even so, he had no intention of losing. As he lowered his gaze, a glass bottle fell to the floor and shattered. Instantly, thick smoke rose up. It is poison, back off, just protect your body with magic against poison. A hidden weapon flew through the smoke. The hulking man scoffed and swatted it away. But it wasn't a simple hidden weapon. A poison bottle had flown with it. The glass bottle he swatted shattered, and the venom and shards embedded into his skin. It was a deadly poison that dug into the flesh like a starving beast. Even spread, distracting with a dagger and throwing poison. He knows it cannot be blocked if it touches directly. You bastard, where are you hiding? I'll kill you. The shouting stopped with a single strike from Lugger's staff. The purple-haired man and Dutori fell into chaos. Lugger looked at them with cold eyes, then cut down the hulking man in a single stroke. Red blood scattered on the floor. Are you really Professor Moriarty? I did not know a professor could fight this well. Is there a need to explain? It is your funeral today anyway. As the guy showed an opening, he dug in. He threw a poison bottle. The man tried to swat it away with a sneer. Do you think such tricks will work? He tried to twist his trajectory to dodge, but something pulled him. His sword was stuck to the sticky liquid inside the bottle. Lugger aimed his gun. The man had no choice but to discard his sword. He probably thought he could win even with his bare hands, but that was a miscalculation. What finished him was neither a bullet nor poison, but a shadow. A black spike soaring from the shadow behind his back pierced him. Magic. Is not it supposed to trigger near the caster? Surprisingly, it is possible. Lugger sent him off with a confirming shot. Stepping over the corpse, he stood before Dutori. Dutori was too terrified to even utter a curse. Lugger looked at him as if finding it interesting. Now shall we continue the story we could not finish? After the situation ended, Lugger remained behind drinking. Did you take off your disguise? You said your nose is sensitive and you hate the smell of blood. The screams were quite desperate. Is he dead? Not yet. I extracted all the necessary information. I intend to hand him over to another organization. They'll handle it well on their own. What is that liquor? Goya, 38-year-old. Crazy. Give me some too. You said the blood smell was nauseating. Still, I have to taste that. By the way, what about the Red Society remnants? I have to pick out only the useful ones. There were a lot of secret ledgers and documents in the second-floor office. They will be helpful to you. Work has increased. Is not it too much for just the two of us? I expected it. I know people who will help. Are you serious? There should not be anyone suitable. Do not tell me they are really coming. They said they'd come right after work. Brother, you hate them, right? Since none of them are normal. It is not my place to say as someone unqualified, but well, even if you complain you'll proceed as planned. But is it okay to roam around like this when the principal suspects you? Do not worry. They will not chase us. Those mages never do anything dangerous without certainty. Especially at a time like this when the opposition is watching, the principal will not do anything to shoot herself in the foot. That makes sense. Then what should we name the organization? A name. If we want to take over the back alleys of Artab, we need at least a name. What's the total head count, including the two of us? About 10 people. I have one in mind. Unknown. Unknown, you mean nameless? You want to name the organization Nameless? Well, that is not bad in its own way. I do not mean it is bad. It has a vibe. Here, let us have one last drink for today. Lugger smiled and clinked his glass. A toast to celebrate the birth of the organization. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, as they say, Professor Selina asked in puzzlement. Professor Lugger, are not you going to select any assistants? At those words, he paused for a moment, looking as if he did not understand. For now I do not particularly feel the need. But is not it difficult with 80 students? I see, it is not particularly difficult. That is truly amazing. He said that, but in truth he did not even know an assistant system existed. He had just been working alone like a dog from start to finish. Taking this opportunity, he asked the other professors. Do you have assistants, Professor Selina? Yes, but since I do not require much help, I only selected 3 for now. Did not she just say she did not need much help? Does that mean usually there are as many as 10 assistants? He looked at the other professors. Professor Benemo's staff was quite magnificent as well. 3 is definitely on the lower side. The other professors chimed in enthusiastically. You should select a few too, Professor Lugger. You'll suffer if you are alone. In my opinion, I think you need at least 5, if necessary. Shall I compile a list of outstanding students for you? I will help out a bit too. Understood, thank you. Returning to his office, he pondered over the selection of assistants. Assistants can receive separate supplementary lessons with no grade restrictions and earn extra credit. Even a new professor can have at least 6 assistants. There are even those who continue magic research under a professor's guidance instead of graduating. Basically, this place is like a 21st century graduate school. Tisk. It would be good to have someone to handle the trivial tasks. The problem is who to pick. Alright, I already had a list. It is not urgent anyway. He flipped through the list and found a name that stood out. Afterward, on his way to the lecture hall, he encountered a situation that left him speechless. If you have something to say, come out and say it. Sedina revealed herself in a fluster. I apologize. Seeing you pass by, Professor, I unintentionally. Surely you weren't secretly tailing me? Do you have nothing to do? Then a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Good, I had something to ask you anyway. Do you have classes on Tuesday and Thursday mornings from 10 to 12? That is your class time, Professor. So that time slot is empty. Do you have anything special to do? The corners of his mouth curled up. Good. Take on the role of my assistant, she answered immediately. But as her brain processed the information, her body stiffened and she asked back with a shocked expression, Pardon, our assistant? What do you mean? If you become my assistant, you will be able to approach me more naturally. But I have no connection with you, Professor. You will be suspected as well. Do not worry. Your name is on the list delivered to me, so picking you is a natural occurrence. Tisk, if you do not want to, I will not force you. At those words, she shouted urgently. And no, absolutely not, so you'll do it. Yes, understood. Fill out the assistant application form and bring it within 2 days. Not bad. For a first assistant, she is decent. Keeping her close will make it easier to dig out information about the organization. It feels like the future is brightening a little. I'll have a faithful errand runner for 2 days. 1 hour later, Sedina filled out and brought the assistant application. Seeing her hand it over with sparkling eyes at such speed, he felt skeptical about life. She is faster than I thought. I did not expect her to bring it in just an hour. The students had already arrived in the lecture hall. The classroom was unusually noisy today. Did you guys hear? A strange rumor is circulating. Professor Lugger is looking for an assistant. Wow, that is tempting. What's more interesting is that he has not picked a single assistant until now. Everyone said the professor did not even know there was an assistant system. No way. It is Professor Lugger, and there is more. This is the hottest rumor, but they say that is hidden in Soren. You mean the omnipotent stone that grants wishes? Is that rumor true? Of course. There are many mysteries not yet revealed. Besides, this is Soren, the center of magic. It might be a bit exaggerated, but such an ancient relic might actually exist. I see. Listening to the two female students' conversation, Flora scoffed. How childish. Omnipotent stone, my foot. If such a thing existed, the higher-ups would have already confirmed it. Anyway, they say that Superman-like person is looking for an assistant. Since an assistant is someone acknowledged by the professor, naturally, it should be a student with skills befitting that. If I apply personally, he will definitely consider it. Her confidence vanished as soon as the professor entered. The person who entered wasn't Lugger, but an unfamiliar female student. Seeing her standing before the podium holding a stack of documents, Flora could not hide her disappointment. He already picked an assistant. A moment later, he opened the door and entered. Good work, Sadina. You may go now. Seeing the students' expressions of disbelief, he was puzzled. Why are they making those faces? Now focus. Class is starting. Time passed quickly and the class ended. Before leaving, he instructed them. The content learned today will be on the exam, so review it thoroughly. A student raised a hand. Professor Lugger, I have a question. What is it? Yulia Roomhart. Oh my, you remember my name? It was recorded in his memory storage. Top entrant. A talent sponsored by the Magic Tower. As he nodded, she asked playfully, it is not that important. How did you select your assistant? At that question, his eyes became sharp. Fatigue was also evident. I knew this question would come up. I selected her personally. Are there conditions, like the possessor of the highest mana or someone famous enough for everyone to know? Aha, it wasn't simple curiosity, assistant selection criteria. I look at exactly one thing. It is character. If the character is good, they are welcome, and I give them an interview opportunity. But hearing that question, you would not even need an interview. You do not look suitable to be my assistant. If there are no other questions, I will leave. The midterm exam period is coming soon, so prepare well. He left the lecture hall quickly. As soon as he came out, he discovered someone. Have you been waiting here all this time? From now on, do not wait in front of the lecture hall, but wait in the assistant's office, she mumbled in a crawling voice. Swallowing what she was about to say, she greeted him. No, have a good day, Professor. He nodded. Right, you too. Ah, right. These are the assignments the students submitted today. Keep them safe until today. Another student called him from behind. It was Flora. There was no way he would not know this kid. What is the matter, Flora Lumos? Well, I heard you selected an assistant, Professor. That is correct. Do you want to be an assistant too? She stammered in panic. Oh, of course not. How could I dare? Then what is your business? She hesitated shyly before speaking. I wanted to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, Professor, I was safe last time. And I think your advice was not wrong. I only did what I had to do as a professor. If you accepted my advice seriously, that is enough. Goodbye then. The mana consumption was severe that day, so it was quite tough. He pretended to be calm on the outside, but inwardly he was groaning. Professor, how many elements can you handle? You only showed 5 during class. That is all I can handle. In fact, he could handle all 10 elements, but that wasn't necessarily a good thing compared to mages who dig into one well. Multi-attribute mages often are not outstanding in any single one. Above all, it could be troublesome if this became known. So let us leave it at 5. If there are no questions, I will be going. As he turned to leave, Flora looked regretful. If your mind has not changed, you may apply for an assistant position anytime, because you are sufficiently qualified to be my assistant. Having finished his words, he left. Flora could not continue speaking and muttered with her head bowed. He really is a hateful person. Afterward, he visited the principal's office. Did you call for me, Principal? Welcome, Professor Lugger. Have you heard the rumors circulating recently inside Soren? Do you mean the rumor that the omnipotent stone has disappeared? I heard it. I thought it was just nonsense floating among the students. Elisa denied it. No, the omnipotent stone that grants wishes actually exists. That mysterious object possessing unique authority has existed for a very long time. Do you mean a holy relic? Correct. To be precise, it is an ancient relic of unknown origin. Its power is estimated to be 100 times that of artifacts made by archmages. Are you saying such a relic was really in Soren? Yes, we have kept it for quite some time. But this is a level 1 secret. The fact that rumors are circulating means information has leaked. Someone has divulged the secret. There are other possibilities too. Since the power the omnipotent stone possesses is so powerful, information might have leaked through a gap in security during the transport process. However, this rumor is a bit peculiar, so I would like you to take charge of the investigation, Professor Lugger. He grasped the intention as soon as he heard it. On the surface, it looks like she trusts him with the task, but she is not a woman who would trust me just because we are on the same side. It is clear she intends to test my identity using this opportunity. If you have any questions, please ask anytime. And please help with the relic transport as well. Understood. Are other professors participating too? Elisa nodded. Yes, but since everyone has different assigned sectors, you will not run into them. Understood. Since there is still some time left until the relic transport, I can live as usual for the time being. Sitting in his office at night, he was lost in thought. Internal information of Soren leaked. Is it Black Order's doing? But there was no contact from Sadina. Other trading partners might have intervened, or there might be a separate objective, but trouble is bound to happen soon. Anyway, a relic. I found one here too. I wandered through various regions, changing my identity for quite a long time. Sometimes as a mercenary, sometimes as a pro-criminal, and sometimes as a wealthy merchant. The reason I wandered the world with countless identities is just one. To find the remaining pieces of the relic, I came hearing rumors that there was a relic in the Empire, but to think there would be one in Soren too. Of course it would be a different type from what I am looking for. But would not I be able to know the location of what I am looking for if I use the omnipotent stone? Just as he was feeling at a loss, the communication orb lit up. Han reported as soon as he answered the call. Brother, the site cleanup is all done. Maybe because you are watching the Red Society, the other 3 organizations are quiet as dead mice. But piranhas, the guys who tried to swallow that organization, are struggling. Brother, I need some help. Do you have time? It seems possible in a week. Is something wrong? They say there is a relic in Soren. Wow, really, you attract accidents more than I do, brother. What school has a relic? Did the principal hide a secret warehouse or something? Do not say useless things. I am not in the mood for jokes. Alright, anyway, I am going on a date. Right, good work. I have to move as soon as there is a chance. Even though I am tied down right now because of the principal's request. The omnipotent stone that grants wishes. It could be an opportunity. Relics are not easy objects to find. Even I, who wandered the world, only found 3. Looking at the shape and size, there need to be 4 more. If I find all 7, my own relic will be complete. If that is possible, if only that happens. Thinking up to there, he collapsed onto the desk in exhaustion. Do you need anything, princess? No, you may leave. Tired. They will not leave me alone. It cannot be helped in this position, but I want to live like a normal student. Just then a knock was heard again. Someone spoke from outside. Princess, an audience request has come in. I apologize for visiting late at night. Princess Arundel, I came because of urgent business. It is fine. What business does Sir Tarina have with me? I heard rumors that a werewolf appeared in Soren. Is it true? It is. A professor handled it. I am investigating the related case. I received a request for confidentiality, so I cannot tell you the details, but please understand. Anyway, I wish to meet that professor. Do you know who it is? After exchanging information, Tarina learned the fact that it was the new Professor Lugger Chell. Arundel nodded. I hope the investigation goes well. Ah, and princess. The first princess is waiting for contact. She asked me to convey that she is very sad that contact has been sparse recently. I know. Then I will take my leave. After finishing the conversation with Tarina, she let out a sigh. Right, asking about my well-being through Sir Tarina must be her way of showing concern. She is really troublesome. What happened on Sir Tarina's side? She said the new professor handled it. I need to meet him as soon as possible. Anne, how is the factory investigation going? We analyzed a few unburnt scraps of paper. It seems someone was researching or developing something, but the details are unknown. It is not that there are no clues at all, but it is difficult to proceed further. Anything else? There is one more thing. The Red Society, a black magic group, disappeared overnight in Artab recently. The Red Society, could it be related to this incident? Still, it would be good to be careful. It is fine, no need to worry too much. You focus on the investigation. I will scout Artab a bit more and then head to Soren. Rumors have been growing rampant for days. Students are acting out because of the werewolf incident too. At this rate, the sparks will fly to me soon. However, he observed the students' atmosphere. There was no interest, only fatigue and boredom. He put the book down on the table and looked at the students. Everyone seems bored. In that case, I will show you something interesting. At the word interesting, the students woke up instantly, lifting their heads with curiosity. Mages usually use magic centering on themselves, because mana comes from the spell. However, finishing his sentence, he aimed a flame at a dozing student. The drowsy young man was terrified seeing the fire. If you had touched it even a little, you could have done the same. As I just said, magic manifests outwardly centering on the spell. However, realistically, a small gap exists in between. Usually about 1 meter is the maximum. But if you consume more mana, you can increase that distance. I call this the coordinate designation formula. Listening to this, Flora showed curiosity. Coordinate designation formula? That is the first I have heard of it. Where on earth did that man learn such magic? It might be interesting, but this is merely a slight modification of how magic is used. I made it after getting inspiration from a certain mage, and I did not show it to teach it to you. What? He will not teach us? Then why show it and tease people? He spoke. What I want from you is to realize one thing. The fact that all magic develops from a solid foundation and perfect formation. To wield truly perfect magic, you must learn step by step. So if you feel bored or think I am saying obvious things, focus on your studies for your future self. That is all for today's class. If there is anyone who wants to know more about this magic, come to my lab. I will think highly of you. When he returned to the office, Sedina was waiting. As soon as she saw him, she ran over to greet him. Just then, the communication orb lit up. He told her to wait outside for a moment and hurriedly went inside. He did not forget to meticulously cast soundproofing magic. He guessed it was time for a call. As soon as it connected, the other person spoke in an urgent voice. Professor Lugger, it is an emergency. The omnipotent stone has been stolen. We underestimated the enemy too much. What happened? They knew the reserve room where the stone was kept. They attacked before we could even react. I thought if we handled it quickly, even if rumors spread, there would be no problem. In the end, such a mistake occurred. We are chasing them. But if they use the stone, the situation will become serious. How much golden time do you think is left? I believe until midnight tonight. Understood, Elisa said. Do you have anything else to ask? He replied. It would be better for you to move personally rather than sitting and asking questions, Principal. Understood, I will leave it to you. The communication cut off. He withdrew the soundproofing wall and let out a sigh. I knew something like this would happen. But I did not expect it to be this fast. Those guys, what on earth are they thinking? I have not even completely erased the Chancellor's suspicion yet. At this rate, I'll be suspected as an accomplice. Something is strange. Is this situation truly the will of the First Order? Thinking about it again, he summoned Sedina to the room. She entered hesitantly. It seems the subordinates acted arbitrarily. Sedina nodded obediently. Explain from the beginning. What on earth happened? According to the investigation results, the incident began when a Third Order dug up information. While looking for information on Soren, he discovered documents related to the omnipotent stone. I do not know how rumors about the stone spread among the students, but he read that information, came to blindly believe the rumors, and even identified the stone's existence and location. He immediately reported to a Second Order. However, that Second Order did not report to the upper echelon, and acted arbitrarily. His name is DeMiles. He is a guy who maintained close ties with the government and handled their affairs. If it was such important information, naturally he should have reported it to the First Order. Did he really think I would not know? Why do you think he did that? It is my guess, but it seems he wanted to become a First Order. Since the orders are not fixed to 7 seats, a First Order can change at any time. Demilez's talent was insufficient to satisfy his greed, so he probably intended to hit a big jackpot this time. I see. Current situation? Professor Lugger. Do you intend to move personally? Yes, they are already chasing him. If things go wrong, our identities might be exposed. Currently, they stole the stone and are fleeing with dozens of accomplices. We only confirmed that they fled toward the Silent Forest. Good, I should go too. Then what should I do? You do not need to do anything. That information is sufficient. Good job, Sedina. I will leave the rest to you. Hearing Lugger's praise, happiness welled up in Sedina's eyes. Even her eyes seemed to turn red. Thank you. Leaving the faculty office, he thought with puzzlement. I just said a few words, so why is she making that face? I thought it was fanatical loyalty, but it does not seem to be that either. The most important thing right now is, muttered Ano Tunis. A black shadow rose from beneath his feet and wrapped around him. The shadow grew darker and instantly swallowed him, transporting him. Upon reaching the specific coordinates, the spell resonated again. He was transmitted outside Soren Academy. Ano Tunis is a summoning spell meaning Path of Magic. It consumes massive mana, but it completely erases the user's presence, making them untraceable. Theoretically, that is. However, Flora was a little special. She seemed to have sensed the presence of magic. She immediately turned around and looked around. Cheryl asked worriedly, Flora, what's wrong? I think someone just passed by. There is no one here. Did you see wrong? I definitely smelled magic. Is it invisibility magic? I have to check, as Flora ran somewhere. Cheryl hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, damn it, to think we entered the Silent Forest of all places. I know it is dangerous, but should not we call for reinforcements? Why does a forest like this still exist? It has been destroyed several times. They say no matter how much you try to destroy it, it grows back at a tremendous speed and drives people entering it crazy. Blocking the entrance is the best we can do for now. Deep in the dense forest, moonlight seeped through the thick leaves. Some of those who stole the stone were already showing signs of mental derangement. Calm down, do you want to go crazy like that guy? Lord DeMiles, what do we do? We're surrounded. We cannot stay here long either. Shut up, I have a plan. Despite his words, the follower's suspicion and anxiety only grew. He stared intently at the stone in his hand, staring as if his eyes would pop out. Damn, it is the omnipotent stone, correct, but it is completely useless. I feel power from the stone, so why is there no reaction? Just then, a presence was felt nearby and the gang immediately assumed a defensive stance. Is this all? I heard there were at least 10, so the rest must have been caught or abandoned? The moment they confirmed the owner of the voice, they trembled despite not feeling cold. John Doe. Second Order, DeMiles, can you guess why I came personally? Did he know everything? To think I would meet that cold-blooded John Doe of all people. Today is the day I die. The hand holding the stone trembled. He knelt on the ground and respectfully offered the stone with both hands. I will offer this. Lugger was silent for a moment before picking up the stone. Good job then, farewell. Having secured the stone, he used shadows to mercilessly execute them. Before he completely stopped breathing, DeMiles asked in a trembling voice, why? But he pocketed the stone and gave no answer. He stared blankly at the stone in his hand and muttered, why, you ask? Because talking to you is a waste of time. Is this the omnipotent stone, however? The more he looked closely at the stone in his hand, the more certain he became that this was not a holy relic. It does have powerful mana inherent inside, but that is exactly all, however. The principal, thinking up to here, he realized something. Looking up at the sky, a massive magic circle had formed. Violet light gathered and slammed down from the sky toward where Lugger was. The beam of light splitting the darkness caused a massive explosion, shaking the Silent Forest. A massive crater formed at the impact point. Only an intact mana stone remained. Someone jumped down into the crater. A languid and dreamlike voice was heard. Oh my, I must have shot too hard. I cannot believe there is not a single scratch. As the situation ended, she picked up the stone and smiled inscrutably. Amid scattering magical petals, the person who appeared was none other than Principal Elisa. A fake omnipotent stone. I added some seasoning to the bait and a big rat got caught. Professor Lugger, you will regret coming here, she spoke while staring at a certain spot. Herr Lugger, who had used Path of Magic, was coughing. That was close. Just before the magic landed, he hurriedly dodged, using coordinate movement magic. He succeeded in escaping right before the light touched him. My spell is equal to magic. That must be why I could survive. Teleportation magic does not exist in this world. However, it was possible thanks to coordinate designation and the unique nature of this spell. Is this the power of a sixth circle mage, Elisa Willow? She said she would handle it alone, but why did she really come alone? Furthermore, the omnipotent stone was fake too. Did she notice my identity and set a trap? Just then, a severe headache washed over him. It was due to the teleportation magic depleting his mana. He hurriedly took out a medicine bottle and drank it to suppress the headache. As the pain subsided, his reasoning returned. No, she would not use such a complex method. Then does it mean she acted alone from the start, without even informing her allies to maximize the effect? She really is an extraordinary woman. Just then, a presence was heard. Fully alert, he aimed his staff at the neck of the person who appeared. Upon checking, it was Flora. She stared at him blankly, and he too could not hide his surprise. Why are you here? Do you not know this forest is a restricted area? With no way to explain, she asked back. Then why are you here, Professor? That is something I should be asking. And what was that tremendous magic just now? That is none of your concern. This forest is dangerous for students. Return immediately. I am not that weak. She does not seem to have any suspicious points. Did she find a way into the forest avoiding the guard's eyes? I cannot say. I came because I smelled something delicious. I did not expect Professor Lugger to be here. What's more surprising is, just then a tearful voice called Flora. Cheryl was sitting on the ground trembling in fear. I am so scared. Where did you go? Follow me. I will guide you out. Flora was lost in thought without a word. She saw him from afar, the sight of him taking medicine with trembling hands. She harbored doubts. What is that medicine he just took? Is he sick somewhere? Elisa, who was waiting outside, looked surprised to see Lugger. Oh my, there were 2 more students, he explained. These students were lost in the silent forest. So I am in the middle of bringing them out. In the silent forest, why are students here? Flora stepped forward and admitted her fault. It is my fault, Principal. I entered the forest arbitrarily, and Cheryl just chased after me. Professor Lugger discovered us right away. Elisa answered as if deep in thought. I see. Understood. She smiled and asked him, what shall we do with these children? Students can make mistakes, so shall we just let it slide? But what to do? The situation is urgent, so I think I have to go first. Was that magic earlier used by you, Principal? If so, the situation must be already concluded. It is fine. I will take responsibility for these students' return. Please take them to the academy. Lugger Chell, it has become difficult to suspect him with this incident. There was nothing strange in his reaction at all. That is a relief. However, there is no one as suspicious as him either. By the way, why did we spread rumors ourselves? It was to lure the rats into a trap. Ah, I see. I understood. Walking, she stopped. She entered the room where the real stone was kept. The real stone is safe here. I am glad nothing happened. Since it is a dangerous object that once blew away an entire kingdom, now that I have checked, I do not want to stay here anymore. The door closed, and a moment later a faint black shadow appeared. Lugger appeared from the inside like magic. I did not believe it at first, but this is a jackpot. Good thing I put a tracker on the fake stone. As expected, the principal returned to check the real stone. The magical energy pouring from the real stone is definitely much stronger, strong enough to suck me in, but insufficient to fill my true desire. I know because I can see your limits, but you could show me the location of the remaining relic fragments. Thinking that, he began to absorb the stone's power. Magical energy poured out increasingly violently. You are trying to dig deep inside my body. Calm down. If you go any deeper, even if I withstand it with my will, you will shatter into pieces. The stone, which had been emitting light violently, suddenly calmed down as if it heard and understood his words. Lugger lifted the stone and asked, tell me the location of the remaining fragments. After a long while he concluded, as expected, it does not tell me the locations of each fragment clearly. Still, one is very close by. What is it? The work I mentioned last time is all done, so let us move the appointment up to tomorrow evening. That is good too. The deadline is approaching anyway. But why does your voice sound so desperate? Did something happen? Lugger replied in a tired voice. It is nothing. I found out the location of the relic. Just one, but I pushed myself a bit. Han clicked his tongue. They say all sorts of things happen these days, but is it worth it for just one? To be precise, it is 2. One I already knew and the other is right here in our tab. Judging by the scene I saw through the relic, it seems to be at an auction house. Auction House C, the most famous place here. I heard there is a big event there. It will probably appear as an auction item. Can you check the auction list? That much is simple. Then see you tomorrow evening, right? Take care. The next day. What are you doing there in front of my room door? Flora stepped back in fluster. Were you not inside? Do you have business? What should I say? Should I ask about the strange magic the teacher used last time, or about the medicine? For some reason I cannot speak up easily. If you have nothing to say, I am going in. With those words she hurriedly blocked his path. Lugger let out a sigh and said, what is it now if it is not urgent? Suddenly, a water droplet flew in front of his eyes, cutting him off. Following that, ice appeared on one side and fire on the other. What do you think of my coordinate designation magic? Surprising. I did not expect there to be a student who could implement that magic. Because I am a genius. Should not you give me a prize or something if I am the only success case? Oh, how about this? I'll give you the top score. How about it? The score alone is a bit insufficient compared to my effort. I want an item corresponding to the top score. As if sensing her intention, he told her to open the door and come in. As Flora entered the room of the person she admired, she feigned a flustered look. This is my first time entering here. The laboratory is this way. At those words she was surprised for a moment. A laboratory? The two entered his personal laboratory. She looked at the things written on the blackboard with curious eyes. What on earth is he researching? I have never seen symbols like these. It does not look like scribbling. Honestly, I did not think you would pull it off, so I pondered what to give you, as you know. Coordinate designation is a mathematical formula. You have to implement the formula simultaneously while controlling mana. She nodded perfunctorily and thought to herself. I just copied what I saw, he continued. Since you understood and executed it, I will show you this. Then he lifted his staff and drew something like a magic circle in the air. Flora opened her eyes wide and observed. What he just drew was topology. It was a figure she had heard of regarding surface continuity and adjacency. Flora received a mental shock. It feels like my head is going to split in half. What on earth is this feeling? When she vaguely opened her eyes after having fainted at some point, she was lying on the office sofa and Lugger had covered her with his coat. As soon as she woke up, she asked how long she had been out. He replied, looking at documents, that it had been less than 30 minutes. What was that magic you just showed me? He answered. Tesseract. That is what I call it. I devised it to try implementing it myself after seeing it before, but it is just for experiment. You made it for experiment? Are your eyes and nose okay? At that question she was puzzled. Why do you ask such a thing? Only then did he turn his head and stare at her sharply. You possess the ability to detect all waves of magical power, do not you? When you saw my formula, your pupils dilated and your fingers trembled. You probably felt it in a way ordinary people cannot see. You must have been shocked, since it is the first time seeing this kind of magic. Are not you curious, Professor, about my ability? No, I have no interest in special abilities, but I do not know about other mages. It would be best to be careful not to get caught. It is late, so return quickly. Leaving the office, she wondered. How can he be so calm even knowing my ability? Has he met someone with this ability before? Come to think of it, I did not receive a proper prize. That night he arrived at the meeting place with Han. Seriously, no matter how many times I see it, I cannot get used to that cool look of yours. You came? Are you just going to stand there? Yeah, like usual. Where did you get this car? I picked the sleekest car here. Since we are going to an auction house, should not we ride something like this? Lugger did not refute. Makes sense, let us go. This location was very luxurious. A red carpet was laid from the entrance to the inside. It was unnecessarily noisy and flashy. They said it is a famous place. Is not it better than a dirty and gloomy place? What floor is the meeting? 4th floor. As the two tried to climb the stairs, 2 guards blocked them. They said only authorized personnel could go to the 4th floor. Han handed over a business card and spoke. We can enter. After checking, they politely made way. The atmosphere on the 4th floor is definitely different. I heard underground organizations gather here often. That is why the unwritten rule of this place was born. Unwritten rule. No combat allowed on the 4th floor. That is why there are no security guards. There must be a reason we were invited, right? Maybe to test if we follow that rule. We have arrived. Then shall we go in? J. Moriarty. You would not be telling lies in a place like this, right? I know you went missing after the uprising failed in the Delica Kingdom. What wind blew you here? Are you planning to plot the failed task again? No way. Do not speak baseless words, because I have not even thought about that. How do you expect us to believe that? A person with no malice destroys the Red Society as soon as he arrives. I merely cleaned up the filth blocking my path. Let us stop the small talk. What do you want? You must have a scheme for accepting our invitation. You are quick on the uptake. I want to solidify my foundation here. Foundation? Are you planning to create a second Red Society? Others quietly listened to his opinion. He sighed and spoke. Of course not. I understand why the atmosphere is hostile. Let us clear up the misunderstanding first. What misunderstanding before that? I have something else to say. Before the old man known as Dean could refute, the girl sitting next to him cut in. It is fine, old man Dean. You noticed, Moriarty. I am often ignored for being a child. My life is not miserable enough to ignore a child. And do not worry, I have no intention of creating a second guild. Of course, I do have thoughts of starting a new business. I'll make a proposal. If you work under me, I will let you earn tremendous money. Han, standing behind, was speechless. Who negotiates like that? How is that different from the Red Society? In the end, are not you trying to oppress us and make us follow your orders? No, this is merely a proposal. If I intended that, I would have already executed it. And even if you refuse, I will hand over parts of the Red Society's business. You'll give it even if we refuse? I do not understand. What is your real goal? As you know, my current position is not suitable for causing a commotion. Fighting is useless. I just need certain power. You do not need to trust me, because you have nothing to lose even if you refuse. However, I do want to hear your answers. As he finished speaking, an awkward silence flowed in the room. Pinion broke the silence. Hey, you should at least tell us what the business item is. Madame Blackrose scolded him. Why do you decide on your own? If it is dangerous work, I pass. Know that much. I guarantee there will be no dangerous work. Do you know how nobles play? You mean like opera or music? Do not tell me you are trying to make us do something like that. No, I want something more elegant, unfolding a story through plays and music. And dance too. I do not really get it just by looking, but you have an eye. Let us do it, then I am glad to work together. Chairman Pinion, interesting. Moriarty, what exactly do you want? I want change. Before factories and smithies appeared, this place was a wasteland. Only gray skies and a bleak future existed. But to live, should not one see the sky? I want to change this gloomy place into a lively one. I will provide suitable business models to other organizations as well. Just read this first. That night, the figures at the round table listened intently to Lugger's plan. Everyone did not spare their praise. Han also kept mentioning it on the way back. Your idea earlier was truly a hit, brother. To think you got the consent of all three organizations. I just got inspiration from someone else's idea. Anyway, what do you want? While speaking, he looked back. Did she come without an escort? Madame Blackrose remained, saying she had something to say, and he sent Han ahead with a glance. Left alone with just the two of them, she opened her mouth. The business proposed just now, do you really think it will go well? Do not you think so? The current clothing market is dominated by nobles and wealthy merchants. I wonder if we'll have a chance. My potential customers are not them. Ready-made clothes are light and comfortable so they can be worn every day. If people pay attention to these clothes, nobles will no longer be the majority, but we will not be able to avoid their interference, so we must win. We cannot live hiding forever. Do not worry about the children. If you accept my proposal, I will protect you. And once the business starts, you will be able to apply your magic to clothes. He was surprised. How did you know? Mages recognize mages, but since we decided to cooperate, you will not be able to hide forever. She took off her veil as a sign of trust, revealing her face. Burn marks from magic, right? Yes, magic taught to you by a mage with extreme tastes must be the cause. You said you missed the treatment timing, so even the priests of Healer Lumency gave up. I showed you an ugly sight. Then I will be going. He suddenly grabbed her wrist. Wait. Since you trusted me and showed your face, is not it courtesy for me to show something too? He cast magic on the burn area under her eyes. With a single touch, the scars that had tormented her for years disappeared as if washed away. He spoke softly. Check your face. Seeing her reflection in a small mirror, she was stunned by the unbelievable reality. This is real magic. I regret that you had to hide your face because of scars. She could not speak for a while before saying, it is still comfortable to cover it. He shrugged his shoulders. Then do so. For now, do as you please. Today's meeting was very successful. Suddenly, someone called Violetta. Before she could turn around, Lugger pulled her and barely dodged. Checking it, it was an arrow. It was shot so hard that it was embedded deep into the wall. Are you okay? She stumbled as she stood up. Thanks. An ambush? Who is it? There are suspicious guys, but there must be more than one or two. A group of thugs approached arrogantly. Jay Moriarty, a big shot like you, does not even have an escort. A very good opportunity. Remnants of the Red Society? Do you still not know why the organization was ruined? We know well, so we prepared thoroughly. Just then he felt a familiar smell spreading around. It was poison gas. Violetta, do not use magic. It is hard to control. You know very well, the wait was worth it. To catch two big shots at once, annoying. Violence is not my style. Do you intend to fight? There is nowhere to run either. Then do you know how to dance, madam? I dance well enough not to envy others. Then I'll leave my back to you. That night, in a narrow alley, Violetta and Lugger coordinated to deal with the Red Society remnants. Damn, why is he so strong when he does not even use magic? Still, you can see he is getting tired. Just hold on a little longer. It is tiring. Lack of exercise. It would be good to train your stamina after this job is over. He racked his brain to calculate. I have not found the guy who shot the arrow yet. Is he hiding after the surprise attack? He is using a rare diffusion-type perfume that hides killing intent. It seems a professional is mixed in. Violetta. He called her name as if forewarning, and before she could react, he hoisted her onto his shoulder and started running. The Red Society group chased behind with long strides. Violetta asked, not knowing the reason, "What are you doing? A professional assassin is hiding in their group. It is disadvantageous to keep fighting. An assassin?" A group holding knives chased closely from behind. Their movements are quite fast. It is the skill of experienced hands. Do you know who those guys are? I heard they are an assassin group from the Southern Desert. Guys who will take care of anyone if paid. Southern Desert, if my guess is correct. They are assassins of Kunsafa. Be careful not to bite your tongue. As she was about to retort, he fired a rope grappling hook to move to terrain with an elevation difference. Even though he chose a rough path, the assassins pursued persistently. When one of the assassins threw a hidden weapon, the two quickly retreated to dodge. When the guy poured out the next attack, Violetta unfolded her umbrella to block it. Instantly, the umbrella began to corrode. She asked in puzzlement, "What did they coat the blade with?" "The specially crafted umbrella is melting. It is a special deadly poison used by Kunsafa assassins. Basically, there is nothing that can block it. Then what do we do? Wait for their throwing weapons to run out, or we run away?" "I like the latter better." "Good, then hold on tight." Finishing his sentence, he shot out like a bullet holding Violetta. After crossing a few roofs, he jumped down into an alley. The assassins chasing behind paused, exchanged glances, and split up to pursue. During the chase, Violetta's sharp voice was heard. Are you abandoning me like this? You looked at the wrong person. Cowardly bastard, leaving a woman alone and running away. The guy ran away, no way. He is not the type to abandon a woman and bolt alone. This is a trap. That woman is bait and the guy is definitely hiding nearby. Is it here? The guy threw a hidden weapon in the predicted direction. However, Lugger appeared abruptly from a place the guy had not expected and thrust his sword. The guy widened his eyes as if he could not understand Lugger's movement. It is just magic. Though I mixed in a little diffusion-type perfume. He pulled out the sword without hesitation. A faint trace of perfume, insufficient to affect mana yet, remained, so he could shift the sound to that side. Just then, Violetta shouted, "Wait, above!" Looking up where she warned, an assassin was rushing in. The guy threw a hook chain. Lugger turned his head to dodge, but the chain wrapped around his sword and snatched it away. The assassin who stole the weapon raised a dagger high and shouted. This is the end, however. Lugger was calm rather than flustered. In a split second, the guy saw his movement clearly. Did he still have a hidden weapon? In the blink of an eye, the guy was suppressed by Lugger. Slammed to the floor, the guy gasped and poured out curses. Good judgment, but you let your guard down at the decisive moment. A moment later, a group searching while shouting loudly appeared. A sound came from over there. Catch him. If we miss him, we die. It seems the effect of the diffusion-type perfume has run out. Can I leave the rest to you? Well, this much is a piece of cake. The guys rushed in with high spirits, but what greeted them was only a blinding flash cutting through the darkness and screams breaking the silence. Seems this is all of them. I did not expect the guys who were scattered to gather and ambush like this. Someone clearly gave instructions. Who would have instructed them? Must be the guy who hired the assassins. Dealt with Benfo Lyricon, so it is not him. Wait, you dealt with Benfo? You? Yeah. The guy was doing shady things while funding the Red Society. He did not even hesitate to violate human rights. I do not want to be treated the same as a guy like that. Speaking of the Red Society, I'll hand over their new members to you. You have suffered all this while, so use them as you please. Instead, you are asking me to find the mastermind behind this incident, right? I was going to request it as a different commission, but you are quick on the uptake. You'll be quite busy from now on. You have to manage the business you proposed to. Cannot do it. You are touching my pride. I'll handle both perfectly. I'll work harder than you expect. Good answer, then take care. He left the spot with satisfaction. Hey assistant, are not you coming quickly? Who are you calling your assistant? You should come quickly when called. Okay, move a bit. Lugger entered and mediated the argument. Why is it so noisy? The girl tormenting Han was Sedina Rosen. Han appealed in a crawling voice. Brother, please stop her. He answered indifferently. It looks good. Do not torment Han too much. Look at this. She jumped down from Han and approached him. Professor, did you hang a person and wind the wire? I told you it was for one person. The fixing devices have all become loose. What? I had my circumstances too. It will take 10 minutes to repair. Please wait a bit. Why is this brat only mean to me? Lugger thought. Because you are weak, but he said something else. Because she is older than you. Bear with it. I thought she was a kid at first. We first met at the Delica Kingdom mine, right. She was held as a slave there. Should I say held? When we entered the mine, we saw a sight we'd never forget. A little girl was fiddling with explosives. If that had exploded then, we would not have even found our bones. If that exploded at 1 kilometer underground, even a knight captain would have crossed the Styx. Ah, come to think of it, strangers were looking for you earlier. They were Red Society guys, so I dealt with them. That guy is the mastermind. Can you investigate? I am dying of fatigue checking the auction house items, Sedina shouted. Hey assistant, come quickly, come and hold this and do not touch the chemicals as you please. She said 10 minutes, but it'll take 30. I should rest in the meantime. Tisk. Lugger sensed a presence. Very fast and covert movement. Not even the sound of footsteps. A group moving this secretly at this time. Suddenly, the leader of the night patrol felt a gaze and scanned the surroundings. Roy asked in puzzlement. What is the matter, Captain? No, it is nothing. They disappeared quickly. Lugger sighed in relief. Did they not see me yet? I thought it was Knights, but that white hair, it is Tarina Lionhowl of the Cold-Blooded Knights. I heard she is in charge of the Benfo Lyricon case. Is she connecting what happened earlier to that case? Fortunately, I destroyed all evidence, so I will not get entangled with that tricky woman. A while later, Sedina came out triumphantly. Here, Professor, I fixed it all. It took some time to check if all parts were normal. Oh, it became smaller and thinner. Try using it once. It is much improved this time. I doubled the power, so it is fine even if 2 people ride it now. I added a few functions, so try making a fist and bending your wrist. When he followed along, a dagger popped out from the wrist. I added it because I remembered what you mentioned before. If you relax your strength, it goes back in. You see the small hole on the left? You can fire paralysis needles from there. Oh thanks, I like it very much. You have a good eye. Cowardly Han grumbled that it was dangerous, as expected of a Soren professor. Seems like a slight misunderstanding, but whatever. You are wearing luxurious clothes too. You look like a gentleman at a glance. Feeling like a noble? Is that so? Thanks for seeing me that way. Anyway, I'll use it well. Are you leaving right away? I'm going to take a walk. I have a favor to ask. Scene change. I came because I heard there was a fight. These wounds were inflicted by magic. Is it a struggle between organizations? There is one guy that first know among these. He is a Red Society guy. There are 2 more corpses over here. Tarina picked up and examined a hidden weapon. It smells sour. It is poison used by Kunsafa assassins. Do you mean the assassin organization of the Fatima dynasty? Could it be a conflict between the Red Society and Kunsafa? No, they did not die from poison. Could be the same side. Anyway, it was instant death. This guy was stabbed from behind. For an assassin to engage in close combat, did he let his guard down because the opponent was a mage? The price of misjudgment was death. The ones who dealt with these assassins are a mage who uses a sword, and the one who annihilated the Red Society. Red Society? Why do you think so? The fact that an already collapsed organization hired Kunsafa means there is a deep grudge. Thinking about it, Benfo's funds flowed into the Red Society. Someone dealt with both Benfo and the Red Society members. Factory burned down and a Soren professor burned a werewolf to death. The investigation here is over. Let us go. We grasped the core, but it is insufficient to draw a conclusion yet. If it continues like this, Roy spoke in fluster, it is not over yet. There is one more place with a clue, let us check it. Understood, let us do that. The next day. Hello, Professor Lugger. I heard classes are cancelled today. Ah, that is correct. There are no classes today. What is the matter? Hee, there is a guest looking for you, Professor. I stopped by on the way. Who is looking for me? Selina answered. It is an investigator from the Security Bureau. He nodded. Understood, let us go. Roy looked at him and greeted him politely. Are you Professor Lugger Chell? Yes, that is correct. Please sit. Roy nodded. Thank you, let me introduce myself. I am Roy from the Security Bureau. Would you like a cup of tea? I am fine. I do not drink while on duty. I see. What is your business? You handled the werewolf that intruded into the school last time, correct? Yes. Is there a problem? I just want to know the detailed circumstances. You can speak comfortably as if talking to a friend. Lugger nodded. It is not Tarina Lion Owl. I thought she would come. If it is not her, it will not be difficult. Then let us begin. After a long conversation, Roy offered a handshake. Thank you for sparing your time. Of course I should cooperate when you work for the country. Nice to meet you. Me too. As Roy left, he looked at the hand he had held and fell into thought. Captain, you are here. Did you find any clues? No, it was a waste of time. I even took a search warrant, but there was nothing useful. What about you? Did you do as ordered? Yes, I did as instructed. So, was it the hand of a trained person? He was wearing gloves, so it is not precise, but Roy spoke as if evaluating for a moment. From what I felt when shaking hands, it was the hand of an ordinary mage. It looked like a hand that had never used violence. Really? Are you certain? Of course. Tarina pondered. The hand of an ordinary mage. Unexpected. I thought I finally found a clue, but back to square one. If there are no clues, I have to stop the investigation. Anne, you stay here and report if there are any suspicious points. Since I cannot meet that side personally, that is the condition. Just then, Principal Elisa approached in a friendly manner. Tarina, how long has it been? Oh my, Principal Elisa Willow. Do you know each other? What wind blew you here? You can at least say hello to a friend. You blocked the meeting with Professor Lugger, and now you are taking care of him too much unintentionally. Do not be like that. I cherish a useful new professor quite a bit. Tarina, do not I know you? You get involved, even a decent person gets ruined. Oh my me, that is upsetting. I am going, no need to see me off. Elisa, she left already. She could have at least had a cup of tea. Lugger watched them from the office. The principal and an investigator. I do not know what relationship the two have, but thanks to that, I avoided interrogation. I could not let my guard down in front of Roy either. His every action gave me many hints. Checking for dust on the bookshelf and his neat attire showed he had mysophobia. For such a person to offer a handshake with bare hands means he wants to check something. So it was a good thing I added the artificial skin Sedina made just in case. Fortunately, it wasn't in vain. I put in quite an effort, but I was one step ahead. Shall I take a break and create exam questions now? A week passed. Recently, the movements of others have become quite cautious. Probably because Security Bureau agents frequent Soren. Cautious? What do you mean? Everyone is reluctant to run into that person. Private gatherings have all been moved outside the school too, I see. Any other special details? Come to think of it. 3 third-year students were arrested 2 days ago. It wasn't a very important matter, so I did not report it. Even third years would not be stupid enough to get caught by guards. They said they got entangled with Soren students. I heard it was 2 male students and 1 female student from your class, Professor. What, my class? I think I know who. Aiden, Leo, and Tashi, Sedina answered with certainty. Yes, that is correct. Did they get caught in the outskirts? Yes. Lower-class commoner students often perform requests from the quest board to earn tuition fees since all 3 are not from wealthy families. And so, to think those 3 would catch a third-year student. I was keeping an eye on them, but this is unexpected. How should we handle those students? Sedina asked. Lugger answered coldly. Leave them be. We do not need losers who lose to ordinary students. Yes, you are right, Professor. Professor, do you have any other business besides that matter? Nothing other than agreeing that we must lay low as if dead for the time being. I see. Understood, and let us go. Scene change. Today is the start of the exam period. Everyone must have studied a lot. As I said before, I will teach the primal code to the 5 most diligent students. Of course, I will not teach it all at once. I will divide it into 4 stages and pass it on once every exam. If anyone is caught cheating or taking unfair advantages, I will issue appropriate punishment. My words end here, so let the exam begin. Time flew by quickly, like the feelings of an examinee taking a graduation exam, and the exam ended. Good work. The students clutched their heads. I knew it would be difficult from the moment the professor said we could look at reference materials. It was so hard that looking at the book was useless. After the exam ended, Renee mustered up the courage to go to the podium. Professor Lugger. Is it Renee? Do you have a question about the exam? No, I finished reading the book you gave me last time, so I came to return it. He answered softly. No need to return it. You will need it later. And that book suits you well. Consider it a courtesy to the original owner and keep it instead of returning it. I trust you will cherish that book. Just then Arundel approached and called out, Renee, what's the matter? Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Renee shook her head and answered. It is nothing. She smiled brightly and changed the subject. It is fine. How was the exam? When the exam was mentioned, Arundel's face went limp like wet rice paper. Do not even mention it. There was so much to think about that I could not study properly. No matter how much I look at it, it is amazing. I did not know Professor Lugger would present such problems. To think they were problems that could only be solved by grasping the solid foundation and basic principles. On top of that, the difficulty adjustment and trap questions. Right. Since he is such a fastidious person, I did not expect much, but it is still surprising. How does it compare to Professor Chris Benamore? Since both teach manifestation, the exam scope must be similar. Hey, such a comparison is rude. That person is someone who just stuffs technical terms to show off knowledge. Professor Chris's expression right now must be a sight to behold. Chris Benamore was standing holding a crumpled exam paper. Filled with rage, he threw the crumpled paper toward the door. I wondered why the principal came suddenly, and it was just to record Professor Lugger's questions. Professor Chris, you teach manifestation too, right? I brought it thinking it might help with setting the next exam. How dare you compare me to that sort of fallen noble? Just you wait, Lugger Chell. I will definitely repay this disgrace. Scene change. Renee was wandering around looking for a place to eat lunch. I skipped lunch to prepare for another exam, but I guess it is fine. Arundel went to the dormitory due to the shock of the exam. I hope Senior cheers up. While looking for a place to eat, she encountered a bad crowd. They started being sarcastic as soon as they saw her. Who is this? Is not it the high and mighty proud commoner? She mustered courage and spoke. Please move aside. What? I cannot hear you. Are you doing this because you got rejected last time? You are too narrow-minded for a noble. Are not you ashamed? Pricked in a sore spot, he flared up. This cheeky commoner bitch does not know her place. He roughly grabbed her arm and threw her down in front of other noble students. How dare you raise your head? This is exactly why commoners need to be educated. Just then, Frieden appeared and intervened. What are you guys doing? They were scared upon seeing Frieden. It was the same for Renee. Frieden, why is he who has no blood or tears and treats commoners like trash here? Why now of all times? The blonde male student spoke with a forced smile. We were educating a cheeky commoner. It is something we naturally have to do as nobles. Education, you say, is ganging up in a group to torment a single commoner. Education. That is not it. This commoner bitch ignored nobles. Shut up. Along with a cold rebuke, the blonde was crushed to the floor by an unknown pressure. Frieden shot back with eyes full of contempt. Trash like you dirties the name of nobles. You should be stuck in a trash can, so why are you wandering around? How long do I have to watch filth like you acting up? Where are you guys? Do you want to hear a lecture too? Get lost, I will not say it twice. They fled in a hurry. Renee spoke in fluster. Thank you for helping me. He looked at Renee and seemed to realize something but soon shook his head as if nothing happened. Ah, that lunchbox, it is all ruined. Ah, it is fine if I just brush off the dirt a bit. You intend to eat food that fell? If you do not mind, eat with me. She was even more confused by his proposal. The two moved to a place with good scenery. Where is this? It is a place I am seeing for the first time in Soren. It is my private spot, a place even bodyguards do not know. If you keep the secret, you can come again later. Of course, I'll keep the secret. By the way, is this really your lunch, Senior? I got excited while cooking and made too much. Wow, you made all this yourself? You were a family man? Renee fell for it as soon as she took one bite. She marveled with sparkling eyes. Oh my God, it is too delicious. I'm glad it suits your taste. Eat slowly. I heard he was cruel and hated commoners, but that is not it at all. As expected, rumors cannot be trusted. Scene change. Ah, Professor Lugger, have you finished grading the exams? Yes, I am on my way to grade them. You are supervising the practical exam this time, right? Yes, since practicals are more useful for spirit magic. Do you want to come watch? He tried to refuse, but he could not reject those sparkling eyes. Is it because she is nervous since it is her first time? Then I will observe. That is great. Let us go together. As announced, today's exam is a contract with spirits. It is using mana to commune with spirits and become friends. I will demonstrate first. When Professor Selena chanted a spell, spirits appeared and hovered around her. She stroked a spirit rubbing against her hair. Hello, the students marveled. Wow, as expected of a spirit magic professor. You saw, right? It is not difficult. You just have to do as I just did. Begin. The students each attempted spirit summoning. Professor Lugger, would you like to try once? It is not hard. No, it is fine. Spirits do not really like me. No way. Spirits are so kind. Here, look. She held out her spirit, but the spirit trembled like an aspen tree as soon as it stood before Lugger. Oh my, why is it doing this? The spirits are scared. They do not want to go near the professor. I told you. Spirits do not like me. Just then a voice was heard. Child, you possess the qualities of a shaman. Spirits are protecting you. What on earth is happening? There are cases where they are uninterested, but being scared like this is a bit strange. He spoke calmly. My case is a bit unique, but only lower-ranking spirits seem to find me difficult. It is true. Intermediate spirits look peaceful. Still, it is a pity. It would be good if the professor became close with spirits too. Because there are various people in the world. By the way, are not you in the middle of supervising an exam? Is it okay to leave it only to the assistants? Oops, I forgot. I'll go immediately. As she returned to the students, he let out a sigh of relief. It is a relief I had left over mana. If even intermediate spirits had reacted, Selena would have been suspicious. What the spirits feared was not him but the existence behind his back. Being lower-ranking spirits, they sensed that bizarre power. Ironic. Just then he sensed a human presence nearby. An aura hiding in the forest. Is this a fire spirit? It is quite high-ranking. Did the others not notice? Even Professor Selena, who is sensitive to spirits, it is not a naturally occurring spirit. It is an artificial spirit someone is controlling. To monitor this blatantly, there is only one answer. There is another spy in Soren. They are only observing and taking no other action. Was my identity discovered? No, if so, they would not have just watched. Are they sending a signal? He subtly broached the subject. It is a bit hot today. Then the surrounding temperature rose. It is reacting. He separated from Selena's group and entered deep into the forest. What will you do if I lure you to a deserted place? At least I have to find out the identity. I cannot miss this opportunity. Walking along, flames rose beneath his feet. He saw writing written in flames. Come here after class. He also replied with flames. Understood. When night came and he went to the promised place, a red flame was waiting. Oh my, you came early? Not the main body. I guess, but speak only the main point. What do you want? Well, straightforward are not you? You are always cold like that. Anyway, I called you because I need help. I am planning to cause some chaos in Soren. You know, I am a destruction specialist. But those mages keep putting out the fires I set. Are you asking me to help with playing with fire? Chaos? Are you plotting terror? Playing with fire? Why would I do such a thing? Not only my subordinates, but the second order has also disappeared. Unlike the first order, you are a lone wolf. With your skills, you could hide your identity and help me. I am not asking you to do it for free. If you help, I'll reward you generously. It is like a contract. Who are the contractors? Naturally, John Doe and Esmeralda. A contract between Alias and Alias. Will you accept the proposal? He was silent for a moment before answering. I decline. I cannot help in the current situation. What? Hey, I told you everything. Are you serious? You are not making excuses because it is bothersome, are you? If it were usual, I would have. But the situation is different now. The principal is watching me, so I cannot act rashly. If that is all you have to say, I will be going. Lugger tried to leave since he obtained information. But Esmeralda stopped him. Think again. I heard an interesting rumor recently. I heard the omnipotent John Doe got an assistant and that she belongs to the second order. Does not it seem suspicious? You are not plotting something else behind our backs, are you? You speak as if you know me well. To come asking for help and then arbitrarily draw conclusions and even suspect me. Are you ignoring me because there has been no particular activity after infiltrating Soren? What? The suspicious one is you. All other professors have assistants, so it would be weird if only I did not. So I just drafted one from the organization. I would not need to explain myself to you. Flames wrapped around his shoulder. When the opponent came out strong, she lowered her tail. It is a joke. I said it is a joke. Are not you too serious? Whether you suspect or not, it does not matter. I'll let it slide this time. But do not do anything that makes your loyalty to the Zero Order doubted. If you do, one of us will be finished. Okay, I am sorry. I said everything I had to say, so I am going. The flames disappeared without a trace. When the presence completely vanished, he leaned his body against a tree. My strength is all gone from being tense. It was good that I researched John Doe's personality in advance, if not I would have died. The voice beyond the flames was a young woman, an elemental mage with high spirit affinity. Suspects would include spirit magic professors, or even students who handle fire spirits. Come to think of it, they said there was a welcome party for new mages at Lisburn. Since it is a place where Soren's sponsors attend, professors must participate. If she is a professor, she will come to that event. That is the opportunity. From the window, a faint light was looking toward Lugger. Seeing him so passionate about his work, I thought something was wrong, but it seems my worries were unfounded. He did not even blink in the face of my flames. He might be stronger than I anticipated. What a waste of effort, come to think of it. We have that event coming up. Damn, well, I suppose the protagonist will not be me, but someone else. Scene change. I did not expect to have lunch with the senior again. He does not seem to harbor any malice. Since I was young, I could tell when someone held malice or ill intentions toward me. People from whom I sense no malice. Senior Arundel, Senior Brian and Professor Lugger. No, Professor Lugger holds no goodwill toward me, but rather sadness and guilt instead of malice. But why exactly? While I was lost in thought, a young man approached me. You are Renee, right? First year. I am Henry Prest, a friend of Brian. Nice to meet you. Were you with Senior Brian just now? How did you know? I have my ways. I was curious about what Brian has been up to lately anyway. Assessing him, he held no malice toward me. However, I instinctively felt that the man before me was a dangerous figure. Did I do something wrong? There is no need to be so guarded. I'll give you a good piece of info to break the ice. Actually, there is a part-time job that pays quite well and is safe. You know that most Soren students are commoners and short on cash, right? Why tell me that? We have only just met. Honestly, maybe out of curiosity. I was quite surprised to hear Brian spends time with a commoner girl like you. Is that so surprising? I think the senior is a good person. Hearing his friend described that way, Henry laughed maniacally. A good person? Brian? Ah, right. He is a good guy. That is the conclusion I reached while being friends with him. Anyway, I just find it fascinating that you two hang out together. Listen to the details before deciding whether to accept. I do not know what you are thinking, but that night the grand banquet hall. It seemed the protagonists of this event had all arrived at the nobles' hedonistic party. I heard all the new professors are outstanding. Oh ho, that is the rumored man, Professor Lugger-Chell at the venue. Laughter rang out. Oh, Count Sheet Benamor, the rumors were true. You look truly magnificent. Haha, thank you. You must be Professor Merida. I am Assemblyman Shirley. Lugger watched the situation from the side and thought, everyone is busy dealing with sponsors. I should watch the situation a bit longer and then look for Esmeralda. Suddenly, a middle-aged man approached and spoke to him. Hello, Professor Lugger. I am Count Deckers. Lugger frowned. Excuse me, he spoke with a sharp gaze. I am not in the mood to talk right now. The man immediately raised his hands and spoke. Ah, I understand. I apologize for disturbing you. Since I rejected that count to his face, annoying flies will not gather for a while. I need to find Esmeralda quickly. Then a voice reached Lugger's ears. Excuse me, but we do not know each other. That voice is. A man approached a woman and spoke. Why are you playing hard to get? The pink-haired woman looked troubled and said, No, the professor was trying to avoid the man who was persistently clinging to her. Lugger hurriedly approached and blocked him. Stop it. Professor Selina has a prior engagement with me. The man immediately frowned and asked, Who are you? Before he could finish speaking, the person next to him whispered. The man shouted in surprise, Ah, that grandly spoken new professor. So is that an excuse for not knowing who I am? Lugger thought to himself. Me, the man spoke arrogantly. Hey, I am Evan Luke, a director of the Luke Company. Surely you are not stupid enough not to know the Luke Company. If you know, get lost immediately. Lugger's gaze turned downward. Trembling hands were clutching the hem of his clothes. Selina pointed at Lugger and said, We told you we have a prior engagement. Hey, are you kidding me right now? Do you think I'll back off because of a mere professor like this? Do you know who I am? Sensing he was unreasonable, Lugger grabbed his hand tightly and spoke coldly. Then let me tell you again. Do you think I will back off just because a mere nameless director is barking here? Evan trembled and shouted. Let go of this. Do you want to be fired? He thought to himself. What is this grip strength? Lugger grimaced fiercely and said, Go ahead and try. The man next to him hurriedly intervened. Please calm down. You should not cause a commotion at the party. Evan clutched his trembling arm and shouted. This washed-up noble bastard. The man spoke again. Young master, please calm down and do not make a scene. Slap. Suddenly, Evan slapped the man across the face and shouted, I told you to call me director. The man held his cheek and said, I apologize, director. Evan continued to berate him. You are telling me to calm down? That son of a bitch humiliated me. Soren or whatever, I'll have someone fire you immediately. Lugger frowned and thought, Things have gotten bigger than I expected. I just wanted to use Professor Selina's situation as an excuse to escape here. Evan continued to shout, You seem to think I am bluffing. Then a voice was heard. Oh my, what is going on? Elisa approached, smiling brightly. Evan changed his attitude as soon as he saw her and shouted, Principal, good timing. Is this how Soren educates its professors? That fallen noble bastard dared to use violence against me. If you want to keep receiving the Luke Company's support, fire that guy immediately. Elisa answered with a smile. I wondered who it was. It is Chairman Luke's son, Evan asked back in surprise. What? Elisa's eyes flashed dangerously for a moment. Is not the Luke Company owned by Chairman Theodore? Since when did a mere director get to spout nonsense in such a public place? Was this discussed with your father? Evan's face paled as he spoke. Father is always on my side, because I am his son. Oh my, really? Elisa spoke sarcastically. Chairman, is that what you think as well? She smiled toward the middle-aged man standing behind him. Seeing his father standing right behind him, Evan shouted in fear, F father. The middle-aged man spoke hurriedly. I am truly sorry, Principal. Elisa, please forgive my foolish son. The principal answered with a smile. No, he was just a little rude. Thank you for your generosity, Elisa said, still wearing a smile. But it feels a bit unsatisfactory to end it like this. How about this? Theodore's expression changed at Elisa's words. Principal Elisa, what do you mean? Elisa spoke calmly so everyone could hear. The two of them will have a duel, Lugger thought in anger. Hey, wasn't it resolved? Why escalate things? It is not entirely a bad thing. If it ends like this, he certainly will not accept it. Chairman Theodore's position will also be awkward. Correct. If it is a duel, it will be resolved cleanly. Lugger picked up a weapon and said, I accept, Elisa added. Director Evan, since you cannot use magic, I'll grant you the right to appoint a proxy. Is that acceptable? Evan laughed despicably and looked at his bodyguard. That is the best news I have heard. You there, assistant, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Evan thought triumphantly. This is an opportunity. My assistant is a skilled mage, but a moment later he turned pale and muttered, No way. The winner was Lugger-Chell. The surrounding crowd whispered, The Luke Company's bodyguard must have considerable skill. It seems the rumor that he uses special magic was true. Chairman Theodore spoke in surprise. Quite surprising. Are all Soren professors monsters like that? Elisa laughed pleasantly. Aha, of course not. Professor Lugger is just a bit special. Anyway, Chairman, you have no complaints about the result, right? Theodore spoke bitterly. I guess it showed. I have gotten old too. Since it was a fair match, naturally I must accept it. Do not mind my foolish son. I will re-educate him, Elisa answered happily, as expected of Chairman Theodore. I am glad our opinions aligned. The chairman stepped closer and said, by the way, I have a request. Before he could finish, Elisa answered, no. Theodore was dumbfounded. No, I have not even said anything yet. Elisa said, still beaming, you are trying to scout Professor Lugger, are not you? Sorry, but please do not approach our professor. The chairman conceded, if you refuse it cannot be helped. A while later, Lugger walked out looking exhausted. Finally over. Now let us focus on the original goal. Selina ran over and called out, Professor Lugger. He stopped and asked, Professor Selina, are you okay? Selina smiled. Yes, I received an apology from Chairman Luke. Thank you for your help. Where are you going now? Lugger answered. Well, I have no particular plans, Selina suggested. I am going to meet the spirit magic professors. Would you like to join? Lugger reacted to the mention of spirit magic professors. Spirit magic professors, this is an opportunity. Sounds good. Selina guided Lugger to a table where 4 professors were seated. One professor asked with curious eyes, Professor Selina? Ah, this is. A professor with green hair and long ears spoke. You must be Professor Lugger. I heard you took charge of the second years despite being a new professor, Lugger thought to himself. No one gives off any strange vibes, Lugger offered a greeting. Actually, the second year is a bit much for me. You are too humble. After chatting for a while, Lugger thought to himself, damn, I got nothing. I observed the 3 professors carefully, but there were no suspicious points. Judging by our last conversation, Esmeralda has a hasty and aggressive personality. She is not the type to maintain her cool in a situation like this. Then is her identity not a professor? No, I still lack information. I must keep all possibilities open. Suddenly feeling thirsty, he went to get a glass of water from a waiter. Then someone called out, Professor Lugger? Turning his head to look at the waiter, he saw it was Renee. He asked in surprise, Renee, what are you doing here? She answered hesitantly. Well, a senior introduced me to a part-time job. If you look closely, there are a few of my classmates here too. Lugger looked at her with suspicious eyes, then sighed. Understood. Do not overdo it and make sure to head home before it gets too late. Ah, yes. Thank you, Professor. I'll be going then. Selina approached Lugger. Professor Lugger, here you are. Oh my, is not that Renee? Do you know Renee too, Professor Selina? Yes, I have met her before. What a coincidence. My assistant is working part-time here too. Lugger showed curiosity and asked, by assistant do you mean your teaching assistant? Selina pointed. It is that female student over there. She is a first year but she has talent in spirit magic. Joanna Lovett, Lugger thought while watching the female student. Come to think of it, I was completely ruling out the students. Since she is a high-ranking spirit mage, I mistakenly assumed she must be a professor. The female student turned around. Lugger followed her with cold eyes. Where is she going? Lugger thought while watching her. Where is she going? The student seemed to be going to put the tray away. He turned around. Is she just putting the tray away? I must be too sensitive. I am anxious I might miss the smallest detail. A conversation nearby caught Lugger's attention. About that matter, are not those guys trying to start a business? One man said. I heard they brought in a lot of fabric. It looks like they are trying to start a clothing business. What are those vulgar things thinking? Hearing the conversation, Lugger surmised. Violetta, she moved faster than I thought. She must have tried to keep it hidden, but it must be quite difficult by now. Still, there is hope. The men continued to chatter. It is truly laughable, daring to attempt such a trivial deal against the imperial family without knowing their place. Why get angry? It is obvious they'll fail anyway. Let us just drink and watch. Ha ha ha. Listening to them, Lugger sighed and thought, stupid bastards. Their actions will soon cause a massive wave that will change the future. Those guys will soon realize the truth about themselves and everything else. Suddenly, Lugger felt dizzy. The glass in his hand fell to the floor and shattered. Clang, Selina asked worriedly. Professor Lugger, are you okay? He clutched his dizzy head. I am fine, the floor is just a bit slippery. I'll go get some fresh air for a moment. Chris watched Lugger's behavior closely. Lugger stepped out into the hallway and staggered. Auditory hallucinations constantly rang in his ears. Choose us, our power, you are the chosen one. Lugger shouted, shut up all of you. He hurriedly took out 3 pills and swallowed them. A while later, Lugger slowly regained his composure. I used too much power to end the duel quickly. I was careless. To think I only realized it after ending up like this. He turned to leave. Unfortunately, Chris witnessed Lugger's behavior. He thought, drugs? When Lugger returned inside, a scream was suddenly heard. Save me? He asked in puzzlement. What is happening? Red flames were soaring inside and people were screaming, it is a monster, run. Lugger questioned the situation upon seeing the scene. What on earth is happening? A monster was roaring and setting fire everywhere. That monster was none other than Esmeralda. The beast growled and spewed a long stream of flame. Guards rushed in and blocked the flames. They brandished their swords and frowned. Where did that monster pop out from? Everyone put out the fire. Evacuate the guests first. A few professors stepped up and evacuated people to a safe place. Everyone evacuate this way. One of the guests realized it was a spirit. That was the spirit of the 5th-year spirit magic professor, Angela Anderson. The water spirit of Vieira Dentis, the 4th-year spirit magic professor, was there as well. The spirits cooperated with the guards to attack the monster. All out attack, damn it, it is not working at all. Watch out for things falling from the ceiling. A guard swung his sword toward the falling debris, but the flames rode up the tip of the sword and spread to his body. Others saw this and shouted, "Do not let the flames touch you. Discard anything the fire touches without hesitation. That is no ordinary fire. It is like lava." On one side, Lugger sensed that it was not a simple high-ranking spirit, it is a top-tier spirit close to the sixth, no, the seventh hierarchy, he thought to himself. Wait, why does the spirit have a human shape? Usually they take the form of nature, like animals or plants. Something is wrong now that I look at it. That damn thing has no lower body. Did it transform using a medium? The advantage of medium magic is, it can hide the caster's identity. Judging by the location where the spirit appeared, the medium must be the silver platter that was in the center of the table. As I suspected, Joanna Lovett was Esmeralda. It is too late to chase her now, so I'll deal with that later. I have to resolve this first. Lugger's gaze stopped. He saw someone trapped under the debris. It was Renee. She tried to pull her foot out, but it would not budge. Renee thought, "What on earth? I have to get out of here quickly." But the flames were rushing right up to her. Flames stretched straight toward Renee, and she squeezed her eyes shut in terror. Just then, Lugger used high-ranking magic to move her to a safe place. He asked, "Renee, are you okay?" She was deeply moved and said, "Professor Lugger." She looked at the spot where she had been trapped just a moment ago and asked herself, "When did we?" Lugger said, "You injured your leg. It is not serious, so I will apply first aid immediately." Renee looked at the current situation and thought, "Somehow this scene seems familiar." Suddenly she opened her mouth. "Professor, perhaps. Have we met somewhere before?" At that question, Lugger paused for a moment. He turned his head away and said, "What are you talking about? You must be mistaken," Renee answered hesitantly. "Oh no, it is just a feeling." Lugger cut Renee off and spoke, "The treatment is finished. It is dangerous here, so evacuate quickly." Renee asked, "What about you, Professor?" He answered, "I have work to do. Go first." Renee stood up and bowed. "Yes, thank you for saving me." Lugger glanced at her leaving, then stared at the monster before his eyes in silence and murmured inwardly, "Nocturne, a teen." In an instant, Lugger appeared next to the monster. The bastard noticed him. Lugger frowned and said, "This is the end of the commemorative party." A stream of water was fired. A voice rang out, "Bite it, Ventus 1." A tiger made of water rushed at the monster and bit it. As another attack created by the water spirit hit the monster, the bastard screamed in pain. People cheered. "We did it. One arm is broken. At this rate we can win." No, that strike just now did not deal as much damage as I thought. Anila's form collapsed with just a single attack, but the monster's destroyed arm regenerated. Sensing the situation was unusual, Professor Vieira thought. "The arm regenerates," he shouted. "Professor Angela, recall Ventus 1 immediately." The two spirits were retrieved. Professor Vieira thought, "With our current power, we cannot defeat that guy." The principal happened to go outside. Did they aim for that? A black figure appeared and blocked Vieira. It was Lugger Chell. Professor Lugger immediately used ice magic to attack the monster, and the bastard blocked the attack with its arm. Vieira was surprised and thought, "What is this? The spirit's movements are strange. It looks like they are trying to protect something." Behind the lava-like flames, an object was slowly revealed. Vieira frowned and shouted, "I see it was summoned through a medium," Angela asked in puzzlement. "A medium?" Lugger looked at the monster and thought, "I lack power. I used too much power earlier, so I cannot use grand magic right now. In that case, time to end this." The monster stretched out its hand to attack Lugger, but he quickly launched an attack and spoke calmly, "It is over." Something frozen shattered into pieces. The monster roared madly. Vieira exclaimed, "He did it!" But soon a gruesome voice was heard, "Humans." Vieira was startled. The voice continued, "Hateful wretches, someday I will burn all of you." Lugger retorted coldly, "Try it if you can." The monster slowly disappeared, howling until the very end. "I will definitely watch you burn." Black smoke rose up and Lugger stood there without a word. His appearance was overwhelming. Afterward, Lugger spoke with Vieira separately. He asked, "Its lower body wasn't formed, was it?" Lugger answered, "That is correct. When I examined the blurred area closely, it was connected to a medium," Vieira admired. "You figured even that out," Lugger denied it. "Anyone in my position would have noticed," Vieira replied. "No, I did not notice at all, to be precise. Since my major is spirit magic, I did not think that far. Contracts in spirit magic are made fairly for both sides, so forced summoning, which spirits hate the most, is rarely used. And I have never heard of a spirit that hates humans until now," Lugger asked. "Are not spirits usually like that?" Vieira shook his head. "Spirits are entities representing nature, so they do not have egos like humans. The fact that such a spirit exists, and an incomplete summoning at that. Anyway, thanks to Professor Lugger, we were able to minimize the damage. Especially the magic you used at the end. That was space jump, correct?" To the surprised Lugger, Vieira continued, "No need to be so sensitive. I have lived too long and seen many things. I know it at a glance." Lugger said, "Correct. It is magic implemented by placing mana at detailed coordinates," Vieira said. "Oh, placing coordinates? Is that possible? It might be a bit difficult at first, but anyone could use it once they get used to it," Vieira thought to himself. "No matter how used to it one gets, an ordinary person cannot use it easily. Unless they have excellent spatial perception ability," or Vieira asked, "Is your body okay?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, asking if you have any strange symptoms since you used magic while in bad condition. For example, hearing auditory hallucinations." Lugger flinched at Professor Vieira's words. This is just my old man's worry, but there are occasionally people whose perception is superior to others. The world calls them geniuses, but the reality is a little different. If a genius is someone who breaks part of the given barrier and shows off their talent. For those people, the barrier does not exist at all, Lugger asked curiously. Is not that a good thing? Vieira said. It might sound like a blessing, but it actually is not. People do not know that the barrier blocking them is actually a sturdy wall protecting them from the outside. That is why I ask, Professor Lugger. Have you never heard bizarre sounds in special situations? Lugger answered immediately. It is an interesting theory, but regrettably, it has nothing to do with me. Vieira asked. Is that so? Lugger said again. Yes, but it is quite interesting. Do you have anything more to tell me? Unfortunately, that is all I heard when I was young, Lugger retorted. A story from a spirit's childish days to a spirit whose lifespan is long compared to humans. It must be almost like a legend, Vieira laughed and said. Haha, that might be so, Vieira thought to himself. He seemed extraordinary, so I wondered, but I guess not. An ordinary human could not possibly handle that power with a sane mind. Suddenly Lugger asked, what exists beyond that? Vieira turned around and asked back. Pardon, Lugger said. You said they can hear voices from the outside. Are there any other symptoms besides that? As far as I know, only voices, since ordinary people cannot accept those voices anyway. What if they do accept them? Then there must be a next stage, like symptoms worsening in my opinion. They will start to see something. This is just a hypothetical, but if something happens after that, they will come into direct contact with them, with the gods. A few days later, information circulated about the terrorist who attacked the banquet hall. What is the culprit's identity? Reading the newspaper, Lugger thought. The scale of damage is large. Furthermore, most of the victims are upper class. If this was Esmeralda's goal, it was half successful. But it is not bad for us either, because I found out Esmeralda's true identity. Should I leak information to the Security Bureau? No. This is the first time Esmeralda has moved. If her identity is revealed right away, Black Dawn will suspect me. Since I was the one who defeated the spirit, it is not the time yet. I must watch a bit more and wait for an opportunity. Lugger discovered a noticeable article. This guy is Evan Luke. Was he the person in charge of Auction House C? They are strengthening the auction house security because of yesterday's incident. Things have become a bit troublesome. Suddenly, the sound of someone calling him cut off his thoughts. Hey, is it okay to call someone out at dawn? Lugger answered calmly. You came, Violetta said. Let us go. You said you were curious about how the back alley changed. A while later, the two arrived at a quite bustling street. Violetta said to Lugger, Here, look. This is the newly renovated street, Lugger admired. Oh, it is much cleaner and organized than before, Violetta said. We used 80 of the funds to widen the road. Like you said, it will soon be a street bustling with artisans. Other organizations have started cooperating with our proposal too. Organization C is preparing a musical instead of a circus. Diane and Marcella are preparing the magazine you mentioned. They plan to collect short stories from unknown writers. We are having kids spread rumors, but I do not know if it will be effective, Lugger said. It is okay if it fails. You just need to promote it properly. Initial investment is essential for any business, Violetta sighed and said. That is true, but there still are not many people willing to invest, the two continued walking. Violetta introduced, This is a newly opened boutique. We plan to start with casual wear that has easy market entry and gradually bring in high-end clothing, Lugger suddenly said. You look confident, Violetta answered. Of course, because I have always dreamed of this moment, Lugger said. Good. I think I have seen enough change. Now let us go meet people, Violetta asked back, not understanding. Meet who? What do you mean? Lugger said. People who will work with us. Lugger and Violetta walked toward where a man was flirting with a young lady. The man said, Oh, my muse, if you stay by my side tonight, the woman blushed and answered. Oh my, I know, Lugger intervened. You were here. Then he grabbed the man's arm. Excuse us, miss. Since this person has a prior engagement, I will take him, the woman answered willingly. Of course, the man asked. It is not the appointment time yet, Lugger answered. I thought you'd be late if I left you alone. This blonde man was Alex, a member of Owen. He said, Geez, Captain, what do you take me for? And what is the name of the beautiful lady next to you? Violetta said with a look of disgust. Are we really working with him? Lugger confirmed. Right, he acts like an idiot, but his skills are certain, Violetta thought while looking at the man. Is there anything to expect besides that appearance? Alex changed the subject. By the way, what treasure and beauty are you looking for, Captain? At that question and gaze, even Violetta's remaining goodwill completely disappeared. She whispered, Is he really a guy we can trust? Alex leaned in close and bragged. Late introduction. I am Alex, a noble from the southern part of the Fatima kingdom. May luck be with us all. Violetta was surprised. A noble, Lugger said to her. Be careful, he is a professional con artist. Violetta looked at Alex with even more contempt. Impersonating in front of me? Alex asked in puzzlement. So, why did you call me here? Lugger said. I will explain the details after returning to the hideout. Alex stroked his chin and showed curiosity. Hideout, you mean those people's dwelling? What if I am disappointed because it is too ordinary? Lugger remained silent as if it wasn't worth retorting, then said, You will not have to worry about that in front of a house. Han ran out and opened the door. But he looked haggard as if all his energy had been drained. Han said, Brother, you came, Lugger asked. How was the investigation? You look tired, Han replied. I am fine, but this is really unbearable. Just then a voice calling Han was heard from inside. Han, where are you? There you are. Boss, long time no see. This is Bella Luna Patana, a member of Owen. As Han tried to greet her, Patana dragged him away and said, Now Han, where was I? Violetta asked in puzzlement. Is that woman an elf? As you can see, Bella Luna is an elf. She is in charge of drug manufacturing and gunpowder. Bella Luna dragged Han away, intending to experiment on him, saying it would sting. Han was helpless before her strength. Alex raised a question. Wait, are not elves artificial lifeforms? Lugger replied. That is merely a prejudice people have placed on elves, saying that is no different from other races judging you as a con artist. Alex laughed and said, Captain, I am curious what you really think of me. Just then a voice was heard. Is everyone gathered? Lugger also greeted them. Oh, you two are here, right? Correct. Two men approached. They were Aha and Pantos, both members of Owen. Since everyone is here, let us go inside and talk. Lugger sat at the head of the table and said, Now Alex's introduction is over, so it is your turn next, Pantos. Thanks. Alex was dumbfounded by Pantos's brief introduction. What, do not tell me that is it? A young man laughed and said, Pantos is not much of a talker, please understand. My name is Aha, I have no last name, Han asked with curiosity. You do not look particularly special, so how do you know the captain? Aha replied. Do you mean Lord Lugger? If I had to say, he is like a father to me. At those words, Violetta turned around in shock. What? Lugger said. Simply put, he is not my biological son. It is a bit complicated to explain, Aha said. When I was born, I did not have much knowledge of the world, Han asked in puzzlement. What does that mean? He continued. The reason I consider the captain my father is because he taught me many things. I'll introduce Pantos instead. Before that, could you take off your hat? When Pantos took off his hat, 2 beast ears were revealed. Everyone exclaimed. He was a beastman, Aha answered. Yes, he has the most developed physique even among beastmen. He is quite enthusiastic about tasks involving strength, like whale hunting. Han asked blankly. Whale hunting, do not beastmen usually fear water? Lugger intervened. That is not true. Pantos's strength and skill were enough to lead his race, yet he lost to me. That is why he decided to work under me, Lugger continued. Anyway, Pantos will act as our combat agent. In terms of organizational hierarchy, he is the second in command. Everyone marveled. Finally, Violetta asked in surprise, me? Lugger looked at her and said, Yes, I would like you to keep working with us. Violetta replied, Wait a minute. I only came to guide you. I am busy enough with the business alone. Wasn't the preparation all finished? Violetta hesitated. No, it is not that I do not want to join. I am just not sure if I should. Everyone has a specialty, but Lugger cut her off. Violetta, if I thought you were unqualified, I would not have brought you here in the first place. The only reason I brought you here and introduced you is because I judged that your ability to be with us is more than sufficient. Lugger spoke seriously. I want to hear your definite answer. Will you join us? She bowed her head and thought for a moment, then offered a handshake. Fine, I wish luck to both of us, Lugger replied happily. Right, thank you. With this, all necessary personnel are gathered. Lugger narrowed his eyes and thought, I picked the most excellent talents I know. It is beyond expectations. Then, before we begin the meeting, I will introduce the first objective, Lugger laughed and said. In a few days, we will raid the venue where Auction House C is held. Violetta was appalled. What, Auction House C? Lugger replied, Yes. There is an item I want there. I intend to grab some gifts while escaping after securing it. Alex cut in. Captain, let us make one thing clear. If my memory serves me right, Auction House C has never been robbed. Hundreds have tried over the past 20 years, but not a single person succeeded. Furthermore, due to recent incidents, security has been drastically reinforced. It is watertight. There is even a rumor that there is a treasure monitoring the warehouse area 24 hours a day. Since you are so confident, you must have a plan, right? Of course, Lugger laughed and said. Han, bring that. Now pay attention. This is the building blueprint I obtained. Lugger spread a paper on the table and said, Our target is here. A noisy sound was heard from somewhere. Walking down the street, Lugger turned his head and saw Professor Selena and Joanna Lovett. Who is she talking to? Selena spotted him and greeted him. Professor Lugger. He also greeted her in a friendly manner. Long time no see. Professor, it really has been a while. Quite some time has passed since the accident at the party, right? The man talking with Selena and Joanna had blonde hair and a gaunt face. Upon seeing Lugger, he avoided the spot. Then, excuse me. Lugger watched the man and asked, Did you share some important conversation? Selena replied. He was just worried because of the incident at the party. Lugger did not ask further and asked her, I forgot to ask, have you been well during this time? Selena replied. I am fine, as expected. There is no place Professor Lugger's hand does not reach. She looked toward Joanna and added, Thanks to you, all the students were safe. Did my assistant convey her gratitude? Lugger thought to himself. Esmeralda acting as if she does not know is the wise choice, Selena continued. I apologize, Professor. I should have been of some help back then. Lugger cut her off. You evacuated people and did your best. She clasped her hands and blamed herself. No, that was merely the only thing I could do. I lack ability, so, Lugger thought. She was worrying about that. He immediately comforted her. Professor Selena, I do not know how to smile brightly and friendly like you. Selena was startled by those words. Lugger continued, That attitude of yours reassured the evacuating people. You performed your role magnificently. Selina muttered, brightly and friendly. Then she bowed her head and said with a sad expression, well, I do not know if I am qualified to hear such words. Just as Lugger was about to wonder why, she started in surprise and said, is it already time for class to start? Sorry for taking up your time. Selina waved her hand and left with Joanna. Thank you for listening to my grumbling. I'll buy you a meal next time. Lugger watched them silently. Then Sedina abruptly appeared from behind. She glared at Selina with hostile young eyes and said, really annoying, how dare she say such useless things to the professor, Lugger said without looking back. Learn how to react naturally in these situations, pointed out. Sedina hesitated and replied, understood, Professor Lugger, Lugger said. By the way, investigate that person, Sedina shouted in high spirits. Understood. If necessary, I will find everyone down to her 8th cousin. No need to go that far, Lugger said. Investigate Joanna Lovett. Sedina immediately answered, yes, I will commence immediately. At that time, at the venue where the auction was being held, Evan looked at his watch and grumbled. He said he was coming, so when on earth is he coming? The bodyguard next to him also sweated and suggested, Director, how about waiting inside? Evan yelled furiously, what? If he arrives in the meantime, he'll think we did not even come out to greet him, will not he? What about our face? He ground his teeth and said, this is a golden opportunity for our Luke company to launch Lozan and expand the business. Furthermore, it might be the only chance to regain Father's trust. Just then a car drove in. Evan shouted, he is here. As someone got out of the car, Evan immediately greeted him. Thank you for coming all this way. I am Evan Luke, the general manager of this place. The other person also replied cheerfully, nice to meet you. No need for introductions. I have heard a lot. You must be Lord Musa Agara, correct? Alex, playing the role of Musa, laughed good-naturedly. Haha, to be welcomed like this, even though I am an outcast of the family, it is an honor. Evan led the way and said, now please come inside, we will serve you with the best. Musa waved his hand. No need to be so formal. He patted Evan's shoulder and said, seeing as we seem to be of similar age, how about we become friends? Evan replied, a bit flustered. Really? Let us go inside for now. As soon as they entered, Musa asked, before I forget, may I ask a favor? Evan looked back. A favor? The bodyguard escorting Musa held out a bag. Musa explained, I received a precious item on the way here, but I have no suitable place to keep it. Evan showed curiosity. What item is it? Musa replied. Currently our family is manufacturing high-quality magic stones using magic water. At those words, Evan was startled. Magic stone business, Musa continued. This is the core blueprint of that business. I cannot carry it around on my waist, can I? Evan burst into laughter. Haha, you are right, Musa asked casually. So by any chance do you know a place worth storing it? Evan beamed and said, of course, there is a perfect place in the basement. He took the lead and guided him. This way, I will guide you, Musa laughed and said, really, I appreciate it. Musa's earring flashed. 1 hour ago. Inside the car, Musa came in. A noisy conversation was exchanged. I did not know you would recreate the southern noble attire so perfectly. Impressive, Violetta, someone replied. I am glad you like it. Just do not forget what role you are playing. Alex laughed and said, of course, a handsome and young noble with no real power but some influence in the magic stone market thanks to his father, right? Lugger spoke coldly. I'll pretend I did not hear the last part. He turned his head and asked, Pantos, can you act? I just have to shut my mouth and stand there pretending to be a bodyguard, Pantos answered. If it is an order, Lugger rested his chin on his hand and said, recently the Luke Company is anxious to expand their business into magic tools and relics. They are looking for a supplier of magic water, an essential material for magic tool production. Alex, sitting next to him, laughed and asked, is that why you created this identity for me? Lugger replied, right. Use this opportunity to make a connection with Evan. Lugger handed an earphone to Alex and said, put this on before you go out. Alex showed curiosity. What is this? Lugger explained. It is a wireless communicator Sedina made. Back to the present, Alex, who entered the auction house, whispered softly, this is Big O, moving to the target point with Melvin. Lugger replied, Roger. Evan heard Musa mumbling and looked back. Did you say something just now? Alex replied nonchalantly. No, I was just admiring the excellent interior. Evan laughed pleasantly. Haha, I knew you would like it. Now we just have to unload the luggage. Evan took out a key. Alex looked at the key and thought, the elevator gate opens only with a single key, and as Han said, 2 fully armed knights are guarding it. Alex recalled the strategy meeting. Lugger pointed at the map and said, the target is the basement floor of Facility C. It will not be easy. All items are stored 30 meters underground. Furthermore, there is a rumor that a treasure monitoring the entire area exists. But that does not mean it is impossible. Alex, Pantos, I need you two to check inside the warehouse. A while later, the auction house lobby, Alex reported. The investigation is successful. Captain, looking at the current situation, can we be sure of success? Lugger replied. Really, that is a relief, Alex asked again. Shall we continue as planned? Lugger replied. Proceed, if you remember what we discussed, that is. At those words, Alex burst into laughter. Why do you keep teasing me? Do not worry about that, Lugger said. Understood, I trust you. Finish the work quickly and return. Alex immediately complied. Understood. I'll just say a quick goodbye and leave. Just then a voice was heard. Seriously, why did the captain tell me to stay here? Alex thought upon hearing that voice. The voice sounds familiar. Checking the owner of the voice, he was startled. Alex was shocked and immediately reported. "Captain, a problem has arisen," Lugger asked. "What is it?" Alex hesitated before answering. She is here." Not understanding who Alex was talking about, Lugger asked, "Who are you talking about? Explain clearly." Alex finally answered. "Jonas, my ex-girlfriend." Lugger was also surprised and thought, "Jonas, why is a government person here?" Lugger immediately ordered, "Big O, get out immediately if an opportunity arises. It is not good to be caught by her. Especially you." Alex watched the situation and replied, "Understood, I'll find an opening and leave right away." He watched Enya's retreating figure and thought, she has not changed. Enya Alessa bade farewell to Evan. "Then I will get going." Evan was regretful that the VIP was leaving. "Are you leaving already?" That business discussion is not finished yet." Enya replied, "I would like to discuss that later in a more private setting." Night fell, and Alex returned. He asked, Has not Bellaluna arrived yet?" Lugger said, "It is fine. She is analyzing what I gave her." "Now Alex, explain in detail." Alex began his explanation. "The auction house structure is similar to the map we saw, but what's more important is that the auction item storage is divided into 3 rooms. They are numbered according to importance, and the most valuable items are in the room with the highest number. The auction period is 3 days. Items from each room come up for auction in order each day." Han listened and added, "According to the investigation, the item we are looking for is in room 3. Sedina shouted excitedly, "Then we should target the 3rd day?" But Lugger stopped her. "No, the operation will be executed on the 2nd day." Sedina asked in puzzlement. "Pardon, why?" Alex explained. "On the 3rd day, security will be at its peak, and on the 1st day, too much attention is focused. The 2nd day is perfect." Then he asked Sedina, "Sedina, what about what I asked for?" She replied, "It is almost done. It will be finished within 3 days." Alex asked Violetta, "Violetta, can you recruit an architecture or interior expert?" "Ask okay," Violetta said. "More importantly, there is a rumor that a detective from the Intelligence Bureau has been dispatched. Intelligence Bureau detectives are famous for being sharp." "Will it be okay?" Alex said. "It is just a low-ranking detective, do not worry." Violetta asked back, "Where is the guarantee that there is only one? What if more appear during the operation?" Alex replied, "Come to think of it, I think I have met that detective before." Violetta worried, "What will you do if you run into them during the operation?" Alex scratched his head and sighed, "I saw them just once a long time ago. Do not worry, I will perform my role perfectly." Lugger also reassured Violetta, "There will be no problem. The information obtained today is sufficient." When Lugger stepped in, she did not ask further. "Fine if you say so." Lugger rested his chin on his hand and thought, "That is merely a hypothesis. For now, we proceed as planned." Time returned to the present. Train station. With the sound of clicking heels, a blue-haired woman got off the train. "We arrived." "Artab," she urged the person following her. "Hey assistant, it looks like it is going to rain, so do not dawdle and come quickly." "Come this way." Detective assistant Betty flared up and shouted, "No, do not just go by yourself, I have a lot of luggage." She grumbled while struggling to carry the heavy luggage. "Why did you pack so many useless things?" the blue-haired woman replied. "Useless? Would you please call them sources of inspiration?" Suddenly, documents poured out of the suitcase. Betty screamed, "Ack, what is this? Why did you bring last year's case files?" The woman smiled brightly and said, "They are all important, by the way, Betty. Would not it be better to hurry up a bit?" Betty was dumbfounded as she organized the documents. "Why?" the woman replied nonchalantly. "What do you mean why? I said it is going to rain." Betty realized only then and asked, "That is a big problem. When is it coming?" The woman started calculating humidity, precipitation, and other variables. 5 minutes later, 4, 3, 2, 1. "It is 5 seconds, not 5 minutes. As soon as she finished speaking, rain poured down. Betty screamed, "It is raining." The woman calmly opened an umbrella and said, "I knew it." Betty shouted in panic, "Avoid it quickly, the documents will all get wet." Betty hurriedly gathered the documents. "Wait, this should not get wet. The one you calculated." The moment Betty picked up the documents, she let out a gasp. Casey had cast a barrier around the two to block the rain. Casey smiled and asked, surprised. Betty sighed. "Seriously, Casey, if you were going to do that, you should have done it earlier." Casey Selmore. "She is a mage and detective holding the title of Verdant Aqua." Betty followed and asked, "But why did we come to Artab?" Casey replied. "Because I heard rumors that strange things are happening in this city, like movements of suspicious organizations or werewolf attacks." Betty looked around and said, "It is not strange for mages to appear, is it?" Casey smiled significantly. "Because they are not ordinary mages," Betty asked in surprise. "What? Not ordinary?" Casey continued. "Furthermore, his last trace points to this place." Betty did not understand and asked, "You are leaving out the important subject again. Whose trace is it?" "Jay Moriarty," Betty said. "Did not he die fighting you?" Casey shook her head. "Betty, do you still believe that false rumor that we fell together and met our end while fighting at a waterfall near a cliff?" That part is true," Betty spoke dejectedly. "Are you kidding me right now?" Casey spoke seriously. "The difference is that he did not die. My intuition tells me so." Betty sighed. "That intuition again? Where did you leave your deduction skills?" Casey cut her off. "It is not just intuition, there is evidence too," Betty doubted. "Really? Of course. Those articles and data you are holding are the evidence," Casey explained. Years ago in the German kingdom there was an incident called Night of Blood. That night a massive monster, the beast of G. Vaden, appeared. The man who hunted the beast was none other than Abraham Van Helsing. but he abandoned his fame and disappeared never to be seen again, Betty asked. What are you trying to say? Casey explained. 4 years ago in the Patali Kingdom, in the land devastated by nobles' colonization, a phantom thief named Arsene Lupin who manipulated black shadows appeared. He stole treasures for about a year and then disappeared. And he never appeared again. 3 years ago in the Delica Kingdom, the villain J. Moriarty who tried to start a war. He also suddenly disappeared. Machiavelli, the victor of the recent Utah Kingdom civil war. He too vanished without a trace as soon as the war ended, Betty realized and said. Do not tell me those people are all the same person, Casey nodded. According to my deduction, yes. She looked around the city with a warlike smile. And the final place he is predicted to head to, that is right here. Artab, Betty asked, as if she could not understand. Why on earth is such a capable person wandering the world hiding his identity? That I do not know either. She stared into the distance. Anyway, he is a figure who threw the Empire into chaos. If he is alive, I cannot let him be. She turned around. Let us go. I booked accommodation. Where? Auction House C. At that time, Auction House C. Evan was also welcoming a VIP. He greeted politely. Thank you for coming, Princess Arundel von Exilian. I am Evan Luke, the general manager of the auction, the princess answered coldly. Nice to meet you. I am a bit tired, so could you guide me? Evan looked pleased and said, Yes, I will escort you to the royal suite. The princess spoke softly. Thank you. She looked around and thought, wow, how much is all this? How many commoner families could survive with just one of these? Lugger contacted via communicator. This is unknown. Commence Operation Owen. Alex tidied his clothes and rejoiced. Good, finally starting. I was dying of boredom yesterday. He mixed into the crowd and reviewed the plan. First, meet Violetta downstairs. Then he saw a familiar silhouette and hurriedly hid. Alex was flustered. Damn, why is she here of all places? Enia, he contacted Violetta. This is Big O. My shoelace came undone, so I'll stop for a moment before going. Violetta thought. Things are twisting from the start. She took a wine glass and entered the crowd. Cannot be helped. I'll handle it alone. A few hours ago, Alex and Violetta received orders. The primary objective is securing the elevator key. Alex, Violetta, I leave it to you, a man whispered. Who is that beauty? Is she an employee? Violetta pretended to stumble. I think I drank too much. Could you help me to my room? The man supported her. Thank you for your help. The man pretended to be a gentleman. You are welcome. I cannot ignore a guest who visited the auction house. Since you seem intoxicated and cannot find your room, please rest in my room for a moment. Violetta sat on the bed and said, Oh my, you are truly kind. The man locked the door and spoke softly. You need to sober up a bit to find your room. Yes, I need to come to my senses. The man took off his coat and smiled lecherously. Then shall we have some fun? Violetta said. Oh my, I like fun things too. In an instant, she snatched the man's hand and slammed him down. She asked nonchalantly. Is this fun too? Violetta thought. Ended in one blow. Good thing I learned body enhancement magic from the captain. She took out the key and started searching. Now where's the key? At that time the auction was in progress. The host shouted, Ladies and gentlemen, see auction house again. Introducing the first item of the long-awaited second day. It is a gem called Mermaid's Tear. An employee brought out a brilliantly shining blue gem. The host shouted, Is not it truly beautiful? The starting price is 1 million dinas. Bids burst out from here and there. 50 million, 200 million. In a corner, Princess Arundel looked at the gem and thought, that is the real Mermaid's Tear, how extravagant. Suddenly a voice was heard. It is pretty, but it is a fake. Arundel turned her head in surprise. Pardon? Casey was sitting next to her. You do not seem very interested in the auction, Princess Arundel, the princess asked suspiciously. Have we met before? Casey answered brightly. No, it is our first time. Deepening her suspicion, she asked. But how did you know? Casey showed off her deduction skills. I have a bit of a sharp eye. People who make such a bored expression in a place like this are rare. Furthermore, the hair on the back of your head is a bit flattened. You just came out after resting in the accommodation, right? I smell air freshener, but you did not use perfume. A noble who has to be conscious of others' gazes would not do that. Someone who does not care about others' eyes in a place like this would be royalty at least. There was also a rumor that a princess was coming, the princess said. Seeing you sat in the VIP seat, you are not an ordinary person either. Casey smiled and introduced herself. She handed over a business card and said, My introduction is late. I am Casey, a detective. Hearing the name, Arundel recognized it. That name, perhaps that famous private detective, the one holding the title of Verdant Aqua, Casey answered humbly. Oh my, it is an honor that the princess recognizes me, Arundel asked. What brings you here? Casey answered honestly. I came to Artab and received an invitation. Besides, big events like this are always followed by incidents. When the princess looked puzzled and did not understand anything, Casey told her to just think of it as a detective's intuition. Lugger thought as he walked. The plan seems to have gone slightly awry from the start, but Violetta is doing her best to complete the mission. I need to join the other members now, however. Someone recognized Lugger. A voice called out, Oh ho, look who this is. The person who appeared was none other than Evan. He spoke in an arrogant and contemptuous tone. We meet again. What a remarkable coincidence. It has been quite a while since I saw you at that party, Lugger Chell. Lugger glared at him, but he continued without a care. I do not know what you are doing here, but I am truly lucky to meet you. Evan Luke approached and asked Lugger. Are you enjoying the auction? He replied politely. Yes, it was worth coming here. Hearing that, Evan became even more pompous. Ha, as people say, a narrow mind leads to narrow vision. Lugger did not care and answered perfunctorily. Ah, I see, then excuse me, but Evan did not let him go. He ordered his bodyguards. It looks like he has no company, so I will escort you. Bodyguards, this person is a precious guest, so serve him politely. The bodyguards received the order. Understood. Seeing this, Lugger could not help but think, is he trying to monitor me on purpose? It seems his real goal is to show off his power. Like this, I cannot move as I please, so he informed his colleagues. He reported to unknown. Currently unable to move, requesting support. Han was appalled hearing that. Unable to move, damn, support means me, a colleague next to him told him. Han, I think you have to go, Han said. I know. I can only go once this equipment works. And do not call my name for the time being. Call me brother. Hearing that, he laughed and said, Brother, would not it be better to call you Duma? Han sighed as if it could not be helped and said, You are going to call me that even if I tell you not to. He fell into thought looking at the equipment. It is going to be delayed much more than expected. Then I have no choice but to act. Han asked, Why is the red light blinking and the signal caught but it is not connecting? The two discussed in a murmur. Ha, brother, that is a red light. Good, at least we do not have to go deep inside. Suddenly someone approached and shouted, Hey you, what are you doing there? Come here immediately. Han was terrified. Damn, busted, I never thought those guys would patrol even this alley. Han looked back and said, Hey, do something. The patrolling person shone a light and said, What, just kids, what are you doing here? But before he could finish his sentence he was stabbed. The man collapsed screaming in pain. Han could not hide his surprise. To think he took down such a huge guy in a single strike. Ah, who are you? Thinking that, Han asked, Are you a knight? He said. Knight? Do you mean the superhumans who graduated from the academy and received an official knighthood, those who are much stronger than ordinary people? Han realized he was talking nonsense and cut him off. Ah, enough. Good job. Then he instructed him to tie the guy up and hide him in a place like a trash pile. He agreed. Oh, good idea. Suddenly a calling voice was heard. Brother D, where are you? Han cursed inwardly. Damn, there was another one. Aha shouted. Hey, wait a minute, I am here. Han was startled hearing his voice. Is not that the knight's voice just now? The other knight asked. What are you doing in the alley? Aha retorted calmly. Hey, do not come. I am relieving myself. I'll be out soon, so wait. I checked everything. There is nothing here. The knight clicked his tongue. Ah, dirty. Come quickly. Got it. Aha looked at Han with sparkling eyes and said, How was it? Identical, right? Han broke into a cold sweat. What is your real identity? But he soon said, Anyway, catch the signal, turn on the equipment and let us go in. Aha answered cheerfully. Good. Meanwhile, on Alex's side, he spoke with a weary look. Phew, finally did it. I did not expect Enya to be here. It was hard coming down, he thought while walking. I have to hurry. I need to meet Violetta and get the key. Just then, Violetta ran over and bumped into him. Alex asked, Oh my, are you okay? Violetta answered, Yes, I slipped. Thank you for catching me. Violetta pressed the key into Alex's hand. He replied, Do not worry. Like that, the two brushed past each other. Alex swept back his hair and said, Hugo reporting. Key secured. Going to the elevator now. Pantos heard and accepted the order. Melvin reporting will wait at the elevator. Pantos saw Alex passing by in a concealed state and revealed himself saying, I am here. Alex was startled. Damn, you scared me. Do beastmen use that kind of method when hiding their presence? But Pantos did not care about his question and said, Key, Alex retorted. You are really stiff. Here it is. Let us move quickly. Alex observed the guards. As expected, security forces increased because of the auction. He contacted immediately. This is Hugo and Melvin. Arrived at the entrance. On the other side, Sedina was also ready to receive the order. This is Willis. Commencing operation. Sedina entered the crowd. She used the device attached to her leg to emit smoke. People panicked. What is this? Steam. Cough, cough. What's happening? It is a terror attack. Cough. Sedina laughed in the corner and said, More effective than I thought. It is Buna special tear gas. Someone tried to calm them down. Everyone calm down and move to the shelter. Request support from the guards. We are short on personnel here. Someone called the guards. Look at this. The guard also recognized the problem. Chemical terror. Damn, this is big trouble. We two will stay and guard the elevator. The rest of you go. Alex, standing nearby, also grasped the situation and said, It started. You can handle those two guys, right? Let us go, big guy. Pantos answered. Understood. The two went in front of the elevator door. Seeing the strangers, the two guards shouted, Identify yourselves, this is a controlled area. Alex pretended to be flustered. He raised both hands and said, Wait a minute, it was too chaotic outside earlier, so I got lost looking for a shelter. Ah, come to think of it, you do not know who I am. I came with my friend Evan last time. Hearing the name, the two guards began to lower their guard. Alex continued, Right, looking closely, I recognize you. You were here last time too, right? Do you know where Evan is? One guard answered hesitantly. Well, for now, do not come any closer and stay where you are. But at that moment, Pantos rushed in and slammed the two into the wall with a single punch. Alex was appalled. What? You did not kill them, right? Pantos spoke coldly. I avoided vital spots. Alex looked at the two unconscious guards and thought, wow, denting armor with a single punch. Where did the captain find a guy like that? Having finished the job, Alex also reported. Hugo, Melvin reporting. Entrance guards neutralized. Han updated the situation. Alpha and Duma currently moving. Han pressed the red button on the device and entered inside disguised as servants with Aha. Good, let us go in now. Aha answered. Okay, at that time the auction house, the host introduced. Now the next auction item starts at 500,000 dina. The crowd shouted prices, 5 million, 10 million. Lugger, who was in the auction house, glanced at the bodyguards monitoring him and thought, Are they still chasing me? It will be hard to move freely. Listening to the radio, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Suddenly, Lugger recognized a person. Wait, Casey Selmore? He recalled the incident at the waterfall a few years ago. He shouted, "Are you crazy, Casey Selmore? If you keep this up, you'll die too." Casey held him tight and fell down the waterfall shouting, "Does not matter, even if I cannot beat you right now. I would gladly give up my life if only I can eliminate you," he provoked. "Good, come at me if you are confident." Jay Moriarty felt she was watching him. "Is she looking at me? Damn, why is that woman here? The possibility of her recognizing me through the disguise is low, but, however, that woman is a skilled person holding the title of Verdant Aqua. If she interferes with our operation, the efforts of the past few weeks will come to naught," he reassured himself. Surely she cannot know the plan in advance. No, if she really knew, she would not be that calm. Lugger was certain. That woman does not know what is happening. I just hope the subordinates handle it quickly and quietly. Building control room. A man was yawning, dying of boredom. "What crazy guy would have the guts to rob Auction House C?" a colleague next to him warned. "Hey, focus," but he retorted. "Do not worry, look at those magnificent relics we have. We even have real-time video of each relic storage room," the colleague also agreed. "Haha, that is true. It is a bit of a waste that such interesting relics are only used for security." Suddenly noise appeared on the screen. One person noticed and asked, what is it?" Another person asked. "What's wrong? The screen for room 2 just broke up a bit," the colleague next to him said. "Looks fine to me." Then he also said, "I guess my eyes got a bit weird from looking at only one place," but a gray-haired man discovered the problem. He shouted, "Wait, what is that?" "Scared me." "What is it?" the gray-haired man said. "Intruders. They drilled a hole in the wall and entered. This is deep underground, so how?" Evan also received the report and shouted in horror. "What? Say that again," the guard said. "A report came in from the security room that there are intruders in room 2, Evan yelled. "What were the entrance guards doing?" the guard said. "The intruders dug through the ground." Before he could finish speaking, Evan cut in. He ordered, "Nonsense. Call the guards immediately. Everyone?" A moment later, the guard force assembled underground, the commander said. "Good, seems everyone gathered. According to the report, intruders dug through the ground. A few of you checked the surrounding sewers. The rest split into 2 teams, transport team and ambush team. Come with me to the warehouse." The guards replied, "Understood." Watching this, Evan asked, "Are you trying to monitor me?" He tensed up and cursed inwardly. "Damn, do you know how much that relic is worth? Do you think I'll just sit and lose it?" Instructed immediately. "Everyone knows the procedure, right? The top priority is moving the items in Warehouse 3 to a safe place. The ambush team go to Warehouse 2 and catch the thieves." The guards who received the order moved immediately. "Understood, Director. Transport team, hurry and move the items to Warehouse 3. Ambush team, follow me to Warehouse 2 to catch the bastards." Ambush team notifying Commander, "Currently opening Warehouse 2 door." The Commander also responded. "Commander to ambush team. The enemy is still inside the warehouse," Evan urged urgently. "Go in, quickly." The guard force kicked the door open and entered, shouting, "Freeze," but contrary to their expectations, no one was inside. Evan, who received the report, shouted, "No one? What does that mean?" the guard said. "There are absolutely no traces of intrusion. The items are all intact too." Evan looked at the screen in disbelief. On the screen, 4 intruders were still packing gold. "Then what on earth is this that I am seeing? Did you guys enter the wrong room?" Suddenly, as the screen changed, everyone in the control room was shocked. The screen changed? Was it a fake screen? The guard asked, "What shall we do? Shall we return the items from Warehouse 3 to their original position?" Evan had no choice but to answer, "No, leave them for safety." The other side also confirmed the order. "Understood, Director. We will take them with the transport team in the elevator." Evan ground his teeth in rage. "Damn it, a fake screen? You mean they transmitted a fake video in the middle?" The bodyguard next to him was also lost in thought. Did they swap the relic video with their own video? But for what purpose? What do they gain by just swapping the video? Realizing the truth, he shouted, "Director, it is a trap. Warehouse 2 was a decoy." Evan asked, "What?" the bodyguard said. "The bastards targeted Warehouse 3 from the beginning. They waited for us to move the items according to the manual and intend to intercept them." Just then, the ambush team contacted them. "Commander, do you hear me? This is the ambush team." The commander answered. "I hear you. What is it?" the ambush team reported, stammering. "The elevator going to the surface is broken." Hearing the news, Evan turned pale and shouted, "What did you say?" The ambush team continued reporting, "Without the elevator, there is no way to get out." "Requesting support," the commander suggested. "Support is impossible with internal forces. How about asking the police for help?" Evan refused immediately. "No, if this leaks out, the auction is finished." "Then what do we do?" Evan shouted helplessly. "I do not know either." Then he only bit his fingernails. The bodyguard next to him tried to handle the situation. "We will try to stop the bastards. Assemble all security teams." "Understood, Director." But when the bodyguard tried to open the door was already locked. He was flustered. "What? Why will not the door open? Damn, what on earth is going on outside?" Sedina locked the door. She laughed inwardly. "Gathered all in one place, it is like hoping to get caught in a trap," she thought while walking. "The new captain's plan is truly magnificent, is not it? I was at a loss when I first heard about the ancient relic storage." Rewinding time to when Lugger asked Sedina, "Sedina, can you do something for me? I plan to swap the projection video of the storage with the ancient relic. I need equipment to hack the line." Currently, she made contact again. Captain, this is G. Mission successful. All 4 members have completed securing the items 30 minutes ago. Han and Aha took down 2 soldiers and stole their clothes. Aha asked, how is it? Han, dressed in a guard uniform, said, well, it fits, but the belly is a bit tight. It is uncomfortable, Alex explained. Pantos smashed the armor, so we fixed it as best we could, but it is not perfect. Han stared blankly at Pantos's fist and mumbled, oh well, this is good enough. He said to Alex and Pantos, we'll wait here. See you later, Alex also answered cheerfully. Right, see you downstairs. As Alex and Pantos went down to the basement, Alex sighed in relief. Phew, glad we did not run into guards right away. As they tried to continue, Pantos stopped Alex. Wait, I will identify the guard positions. Pantos scouted using spirits. Alex thought from the side, I see spirits can be used like this too. A moment later, Pantos said, total 8 people. Bastards are scattered. Luckily, 2 of them broke away nearby. Like that, 2 guards fainted. Alex said excitedly. I did not know those guys would be wandering around the storage. Thanks to that, we caught them easily. Alex and Pantos stole the guards' clothes and wore them, but Pantos was so big that the clothes were tight and quite uncomfortable. Alex said, bear with it a little, there are not many guys as big as you here anyway, and Alex warned, get ready, it is starting soon. A moment later, all 4 mixed in among the soldiers. The commander issued an order. Transport team, move the items to warehouse 3. Strike team, follow me to warehouse 2 to kill the intruders. The soldiers grumbled, that bastard trying to steal credit with his subordinates again. It is because there are few chances to stand out in C, let us just do as told. Right, we'll get marked if we make a mistake for nothing. The 4 followed the transport team down. The transport team reported, succeeded in loading the items into the elevator. Strike team copying transport team act as usual, move the items to a safe place. Just then the 4 exchanged glances. Shall we begin? Smoke rose and screams burst out from everywhere. What is happening? In an instant the soldiers inside the elevator all fainted. Alex stepped forward. Then the final step. He shot an arrow at the elevator cable. Han asked, what did you just do? Alex answered cheerfully, I tampered with the elevator a bit so the guys who went down cannot come back up. Let us get out quickly. In the meantime, at the assembly point, the team members murmured, good, the luggage is all loaded. Everyone, move to the back. We are going up, Han said. I'll return separately later. The plan changed, so I have something to check with the captain. Sedina noticed and asked, you mean the item the master is looking for? Han confirmed. Yeah, they say the real one is in the auction house, but it is indistinguishable from the fake. If this is a fake, I have to find it again. Sedina replied, really? Well, if the master is with you, it should be fine. After that, everyone continued their work. Sedina asked Alex, is the luggage all loaded? Violetta returned. Get in quickly. Han thought while looking at his colleagues. Looking at them, everyone has quite good combat skills. It is not like they lack ability either. All I can do is merely gather information. As his thoughts deepened, he became afraid. Will my spot be taken at this rate? As his eyes wavered, Han immediately slapped his own cheek to come to his senses. What are you thinking, Han? If that were really the case, the captain would have kicked you out long ago. Just focus on delivering the relic fragment safely. He contacted Lugger. Captain, it is probably a difficult situation to talk right now, but listen to me. The others escaped safely. I'll grab the item Hung mentioned and go. Damn, mana is running low so the connection might cut off. I'll wait in the lobby. Receiving the report, Lugger assessed the situation. Good, everyone escaped. He looked up at Evan's bodyguards and felt relieved. Seems those guys finally noticed too. I should head out and meet Han outside. Han carefully scanned the surroundings and headed toward Lugger carrying the bag. There is no one around. Is it thanks to the sleeping powder the kid scattered? Suddenly, he discovered people standing in the distance. What are those guys doing there? Something was strange. As expected, one of them fired magic at him. Han was startled. Just then, a large explosion occurred inside the auction house too. Lugger was surprised. An explosion? Armed forces covering their whole bodies barged in and shouted, everyone freeze, move and we kill you. The auction participants were appalled. Who are you? Do you know where this is? The men in black did not even pretend to listen. I told you to stay still. The guy fired magic at the man who questioned him. People screamed in terror. Guards, where did all the guards go? Move, the safety of nobles is the top priority. The men in black brandished their staffs and fired magic wildly. The leader said, just kill them all. We can take the items from the corpses. Lugger was flustered. Robbers, how did they get in? Damn, it is because of us. Then a person in brown clothes poured out curses and rushed at him. Greedy noble bastards. Guy pulled back his clothes, revealing a bomb vest. Die, Lugger intuitively sensed it. Suicide terror, it is the Liberation Army. My prediction was correct. Identical to the method those guys use. Not simple robbers, but the Liberation Army was also targeting this place. Lugger released mana with his staff and blew the guy away. An explosion occurred and swept over him. Almost died. The entire building was engulfed in the shock of the explosion. Lugger was puzzled. How did it explode? A homemade bomb. I would have disposed of all of those during my Moriarty days. Before he could think, a scream was heard. A man had collapsed, foaming at the mouth. People shouted, it is a curse, forbidden magic. Lugger also lost his composure. Robbers, Liberation Army, and now forbidden arts? Damn. Is Han safe? Meanwhile, the princess was also running away. If it is X, I cannot run away. Robbers, what is happening? Is Casey okay? Just then a scream burst out. Found the princess, the Liberation Army called their comrades. Catch her, let us show the noble bastards the power of the Liberation Army. The princess regretted. I should not have come. I should have just rested at Lord Theo's residence. The Liberation Army rushed in shouting, die. However, someone's voice was heard. You guys are too noisy. Countless soap bubbles flew toward them. What is this? The bastards were trapped in bubbles. Soap bubbles, they will not burst. The bombs are not working, one guy shouted. Nonsense, this is special explosive that nullifies magic. Casey laughed and said, calm down. No matter how special, it is still explosive, right? It is over if it gets wet. Betty also shouted. Cleaning of Area C finished, she answered with a smile. Good job, Betty. I am done here too. Just then someone ran over and shouted, Princess, are you okay? As the princess recognized her, she said, Ah, you were with Sir Tarina back then, right? It is an honor that you remember me. I am Anne from the Night Patrol. Casey clapped her hands and said, Now since it seems clear here, let us cooperate and get out. Anne was puzzled. Where did those people pop out from? How did they breach Kay's security? Come to think of it, I do not see a single guard. Unfortunately, all sorts of guys had intruded and created chaos while the guards went downstairs. It is dangerous to stay here. Let us go out and talk. Suddenly, Casey sensed a sound. People were appalled. No, the building is collapsing. Scene change. Han asked Lugger. Hung, why did you accept a coward like me? Lugger asked back. Why do you ask such a thing? Han said. Hung knows too, that I am a coward who runs away while Hung fights alone even though I have abilities others do not. Lugger said. I accepted even that side of you. Han asked, did I hear wrong? Lugger said. I know well how dangerous your power is and the heavy responsibility that follows. You are just afraid that you might hurt others with your power. Is not that so? Han remained silent before opening his mouth. I have no parents. I grew up in an orphanage and did not fit in well with other kids, but I was close with one girl. She was like an older sister, smart and cute, so being next to her made me feel shabby. One day she brought a black puppy. It was really cute. I tried to pet it, but it bit my hand slightly. When I petted it, as Han could not continue, Lugger cut him off. You do not need to tell the rest. Han clenched his fists. That was my life's first transformation. I killed a person for the first time in my life. Han constantly blamed himself. If I had not been bitten by the dog then, if I had known my condition beforehand, no, I should not have accepted her kindness in the first place. Lugger comforted him. Han, the time will come when you have to accept the reality you have been denying. Lugger handed him something. Han shouted in surprise. Hung, what is this? What on earth is it made of? Lugger requested. When that moment comes, if you have no choice but to run away, I will not blame you, but if you want to fight instead of running, use this dagger as a last resort. I will respect your decision. Han opened his eyes. What happened just now? A man's voice was heard. Lucky today. Do not know who, but thanks to those guys drawing the guards' attention, it is total chaos. The blonde man urged, pack quickly. The building shook earlier, so other guys probably noticed too, but the blue-haired man was nonchalant. Do not rush, just wait. He took the bag from Han's chest and said, Stupid bastard, did you think you could hide the relics Mono with a bag like this? Suddenly, Han grabbed the guy's pant leg. Give it. I have to give it to Hung. The blue-haired guy lifted the bag and scoffed. Oh ho, you are alive. The curse worked well as planned. Thud. He kicked Han's stomach. Han clutched his stomach in pain. The guy sneered, demanding it when you cannot even move. Ah, Han trembled. You managed to hold on with mental strength since you will not live long anyway. Die slowly. Or try to live if you can. Han reached out with difficulty. No, my body is too heavy. That is not something trash like you should take. If someone other than me was here, the relic would not have been taken so easily. Only I will be left behind. Han gritted his teeth and stood up. I was a coward, useless to Hung from the start, weak, just a burden until I die. Han paused while getting up. He looked at the dagger. The item Hung gave me. Han pulled out the dagger. Right, if this is the end, if this is the last time, I will burn everything I have. Stab. He plunged the dagger into his hand. Han's body mutated rapidly. Fur sprouted, tearing his clothes, and Han roared. Guy turned around and said, Tough guy, still alive. Craw. The guy stepped back in fear upon seeing Han. What is that? Mutated. Han snatched the guy. Casey raised her head in surprise and Pantos also looked up. Lugger sensed something. He looked back and muttered. Han, inside the car. Alex asked, Captain, why are you staring like that? Do you mean the auction house you just came out of? Is something there? He answered, I feel the presence of definite prey. It is dangerous. The smell and presence are extraordinary. I have not seen such a monster many times. Perhaps it might be stronger than the guys I have faced. Alex thought. If it is an energy felt from the auction house, is it a monster? Hey Captain, let me ask one question. Last time you said Pantos is second in combat power among us. Then who is first? Is it the captain? Lugger answered. No, I excluded myself from the ranking. He asked in surprise. How then does that mean I am first? Lugger replied. You are third. Your scores during night school were high, but you have not reached that level yet. Alex asked in surprise. How then who is first? Lugger was silent. He said Han. A scream rang out. What is this mess? My auction items, my auction house. Evan held his head and said, I am ruined. It is over now. An employee approached and comforted him. Director, still, you escaped safely. The guest evacuation was also carried out. Only then remembering, Evan said, Wait, where is the princess? He said, startled. What? We have not heard news yet. What if something happens to her? Find her immediately. Before Evan could finish his sentence, a roar rang out. What is it this time? The roar of monsters. A giant foot broke through the roof. The building collapsed. Someone screamed, "Oh my god, what on earth is that?" A monster with blood-red eyes walked out. People trembled in fear at the appearance of the monster appearing from the darkness. A man said, trembling, "That is that monster." The guy really returned. The monster that made German tremble in fear 5 years ago, the beast of G-Vaden. When the monster stomped its foot, Evan screamed in terror. "Ach!" As the monster's foot approached, someone screamed, "Save me!" Just then a flash flashed and cut off the monster's toe. A man on a horse shouted, "The Clockwork Society will defend this place. Everyone evacuate immediately," the leader of Clockwork shouted. "I heard the auction house was being attacked, but to think it was this monster. Everyone listen, no matter what happens, the citizens' safety is the top priority. Focus on taking down that monster." The monster's hand flew in, they hurriedly scattered. "Dodge, damn it!" The captain of Clockwork shot flames from his sword and shouted. Just then he widened his eyes in surprise. As a beam of light flew in, he hurriedly drove his horse to dodge. Dirt and stones shattered at that strike. The monster continued to attack. The Clockwork members shouted in confusion, "Do not rush. We have to wait for an opening." The captain ground his teeth and thought, "What is this ridiculous speed? It is this fast with that size? It is too dangerous. Where on earth did it pop out from?" The monster was destroying all the surrounding buildings. "At this rate, everyone will die." Casey pointed to one path and shouted, "Everyone this way, trust me." Everyone jumped down and water droplets wrapped around them, landing them safely. "Is everyone okay?" The princess answered, "Yes, thanks to you." Suddenly the group was appalled seeing the massive monster before their eyes. "That is the beast of G-Vaden, the monster that put German in crisis 5 years ago?" Enya asked Casey. "I thought it died," Casey replied. "I am certain, because I saw the guy's corpse displayed in the German museum with my own eyes. Although the bone structure is different from human, so it did not look exactly the same." "Do not tell me it is a different species," Casey replied. "We cannot rule out that possibility either." The beast of G-Vaden killed by Abraham Van Helsing appeared in Artab, and J. Moriarty's last trace was also found here in Artab. She frowned and thought, "I am certain. There cannot be such a coincidence. With this, my hypothesis that the two are the same person has become more certain. The guy is definitely here. Moriarty, what on earth are you plotting here?" Instantly, Casey's eyes became sharp. "Think later. Right now, taking down that monster comes first." She made a water pillar soar from the ground to bind the monster. Someone asked in surprise, "Who bound the monster? Is it an ally?" "That is not important. Now is the chance." Attack. The monster bound in the water stream struggled to escape. The guy's strength was so strong that Casey struggled. She trembled and said, "What is this tremendous strength?" Suddenly the monster's eyes shone and it roared, severing the water stream. Casey was flustered. The magic was dispelled. "I could not maintain the mana." "Do not tell me it was because of that roar." She raised her umbrella high and thought, "If I lose to a guy like this, I should hand in my detective business card." Water Knights appeared. The Clockwork group cheered. "A night order made of water? Excellent. It is a chance to turn the tables. All out attack." The monster roared. Lugger walked out from the inside. He thought, "Is this bizarre magical power black magic and traces of being bitten by a monster? Han, did you use that power in the end?" Lugger muttered, looking at Han, who had turned into a monster and was being attacked. "It must have been very painful." He chanted a spell, Nocturne. "Athena, I cannot leave you like this. I will draw attention. I will return soon." "Hold on just a little longer." Attacked. Han howled in pain. The monster's heads fell off. "Good, the attack is working. Do not stop." Han's eyes shone. Casey thought, "The skeleton's eyes flashed. It is trying to break my magic like earlier. I must steel myself." As the monster roared, Casey was surprised to see her water knights intact. "How it is the same?" Suddenly the ground began to vibrate. An earthquake. "What on earth is happening? Look over there." The princess shouted. "Something is coming up." Casey shouted in shock. "That is a swarm of rats?" Casey thought. "A swarm of rats? Nonsense. You mean it can control other beasts, but why rats of all things? I hate rats the most." She created a wall of water with her umbrella. The rats jumped over the wall and were climbing up. Casey widened her eyes in terror. Betty shouted, "Sister Casey." Then she attacked the swarm of rats. Casey called out in surprise, "Betty." The princess also approached and said, "We will help too. Thank you." Suddenly a thud sound was heard. "Something is coming. Do not get separated." The swarm of rats rushed at the wolf heads. They dug into the wolf's body. Someone noticed and said, "Everyone be careful. That monster can control other beasts. Where did those guys pop out from?" A man was appalled seeing the wolf standing up in a human shape. "What on earth is this?" The severed monster head and the swarm of rats combined to become a bizarre life form. The captain said in shock, "Self-multiplication. Was the reason mysterious creatures suddenly appeared on the night of blood because of that guy?" He looked back and shouted, "Everyone focus. We have to escape before they multiply further. Stop them by any means. If we do not stop them, the nightmare of G-Vaden will be recreated." The wolf raised its hand and roared. Casey thought while taking the guy down, "The regeneration speed is too fast. Like this I cannot focus on the main body." Suddenly the swarm of rats rushed at her feet. "Since when did they get here?" Betty, standing next to her, said, "There are too many monsters, Sister Casey. We have to get out of here quickly." Casey said worriedly, "Wait, Betty, there are too many citizens who have not evacuated yet." As Han in the form of a monster roared again, Casey's water knights collapsed. She frowned and thought, "Damn, in the moment I looked away, I have to make them again." Just then the swarm of rats approached and bit her leg. Casey screamed and thought, "No matter what happens, citizens' safety is the top priority. I have to hold out somehow until people evacuate." Enya approached and said, "It is impossible. We will lose. You must avoid it for now." Casey opened her eyes wide and thought, It does not matter what happens to me. Suddenly the monster turned its head, the knights also said in surprise. It stopped moving, the other guys too. Where is it looking? Smoke rose from the roof and a man walked out. The monsters growled at him. Casey shouted in surprise. That is, a mysterious man wearing a black cloak appeared. J. Moriarty. The monster stared intently at the man who appeared. He shouted, Moriarty, sister, are you sure? Certain. That mask covering the face, that composed attitude even facing a monster. Casey frowned and thought. And that eerie aura I felt before, unmistakable. It is the real J. Moriarty. Among those here, that man is the most dangerous. Did that monster feel it too? Lugger, dressed as Moriarty, opened his mouth. I hoped you would recognize me, but was it a vain hope? I understand it would not be easy to withstand that monster's madness. Still, I feel that Han is still alive inside that body. He drew his sword and said, Saving a subordinate in danger is a captain's duty. The monster roared at him. Lugger jumped down without hesitation. He stopped right in front of the monster's head and stabbed the top of its head strongly with his sword. Casey shouted in shock. Super speed movement? No, he disappeared and reappeared in an instant. You mean he used teleportation? Lugger, having delivered a strike, jumped down again. He continued to cut down the monsters below. Casey watched that and thought, to keep killing like that I do not understand. The severed heads will continue to be replicated into new monsters. The monster's head fell off and slowly disappeared, she thought to herself. Disappeared? Is the sword made of special material or magic? As the monster's foot flew in, Casey hurriedly blocked it. Right, this is not the time to be watching. Meanwhile, the monster poured out attacks madly. She turned around and asked, is everyone okay? Yes, Lady Casey. At this rate, we'll be annihilated. We must get away from here. For now, I have no choice but to trust that person. Since that person's goal seems to be dealing with the monster too, it hurts my pride, but I have to acknowledge his skill. As the monster rushed at Lugger, he teleported to another place and reappeared above the guy's head. He poured out fierce attacks. The wolves also struggled in pain. Casey's group, who were running away, assessed the situation. Cough cough, what is this? Tear gas? Is it effective against the monster? The monster seems to have weakened somewhat. Lugger said, you discarded the head injured by the gas and swapped it for a new head, smarter than the main body, but you must have realized that you get weaker the more you swap. Suddenly the monster's body shone. Lugger cast magic. You should not look away. An iron stake pierced the monster's palm. So it was a duplicate. Lugger put his hand on his gun, drew it and said, bring it on. Lugger shot all the wolves rushing at him with dual pistols. Seriously, too many. But this is the end. Gunpowder smoke rose. Lugger stood before the monster and said, now there are no guys to protect you. Let us end this. Just then the monster's hand moved and the wood binding it split. The monster broke the binding and roared. Lugger said, you want to go to the end? Stop causing a ruckus and come out now. That body is not yours. He aimed the gun muzzle at the monster and fired. The guy howled in pain. The guy opened his mouth wide in front of Lugger. Someone jumped down onto the monster's head and injected a blue drug. Eyes flashed and the monster struggled in pain before disappearing. The person who jumped down landed. Lugger said, you came at good timing, now let us return. As the smoke cleared, people's voices were heard. I do not hear the monster sound. Is it dead? Did it die? I cannot see anything because of the dust. The knights looked around and said, shall we check? There are still many citizens who have not evacuated. Securing safety comes first. We'll check later. Understood. The group returned to human form and looked at Han lying down, saying, Captain, is that friend okay? A huge spear had pierced his neck. Lugger replied, he will be fine because the regeneration ability in transformation state is surprising. We have to mind the KFK too, so let us leave before the knights come. Just then, someone approached and said, stop, we know each other, do not we? It has been a long time. Lugger heard the voice and looked back. Casey blocked his path and said, J. Moriarty. He looked at her and said, Selmore, long time no see. Have you been looking for me all this while? She replied, yeah, I knew you did not die back then, even though everyone chattered that Moriarty died. Lugger said, you do not know the value of your life. Even though you cannot even manage yourself, it would have been better for both of us if you just pretended not to know. She frowned and said, did you think I would give up that easily? You underestimate me too much. J. Moriarty. Abraham Van Helsing, Arsène Lupin, Machiavelli. It is all you, right? What is your identity in this city? Now that I know you keep changing identities, do not think about hiding. I will chase you to the ends of the earth. Lugger remained silent before opening his mouth. Correct, I underestimated you too much, he thought to himself. I knew she was sharp and decisive, but I did not think she would dig this deep into my past, to think she was chasing me even after I escaped. If my identity is exposed, there is nowhere left to hide. Having someone who knows my real face is a headache, but I thought I had to kill her here. Casey spoke seriously. Did you cause all the commotion in the Exilian Empire, or should I say it was your organization's doing? James Moriarty of the Black Dawn. Lugger was appalled by those words. Black Dawn, why is that story coming up now? As he was surprised, Casey said, you seem to have a guilty conscience. Are you probing my emotions? Lugger surmised inwardly. Wait, do not tell me. Suddenly he laughed and said, haha, as expected of my rival, Casey Selmore. You noticed everything. If you want to arrest me, I will not stop you. But will it be okay? There are still countless citizens who have not evacuated and terrorists remaining inside. Casey spoke in anger. Are you threatening me with the citizens' lives as collateral now? Lugger replied. It depends on how you act. I have no intention of being caught meekly. Because even if you catch me you cannot guarantee the lives of the people inside. Casey ground her teeth and said, cowardly bastard, I changed my mind. You are truly annoying, but your skill is real, so I will unleash my full ability as a hunting dog to tear the Black Dawn apart. Lugger shouted, Hugo, Melvin, Duma, we are withdrawing from here. Casey poured out attacks and shouted, do you think I'll let you go? She blocked Lugger's attack easily. Casey fired a stream of water. Lugger said, your skills have improved, but it is insufficient to stop me. Then Betty rushed in. I'll help too, Sister Casey. However, Lugger's subordinate blocked it lightly. Betty was flustered. He blocked my fist with one arm. As he struck Betty away, she was pushed back. Casey called out worriedly, Betty. Betty landed safely and said, I am fine, just a scratch. Both sides clashed again. Enya thought, who on earth is he? His defensive skill is elite knight level. Then how about this? She took a dagger from her sleeve and threw it. The masked man parried it lightly. She frowned. Blocked it with a dagger. As if he predicted it. Who are you? Alex behind the mask remained silent. Blue smoke rose and Enya shouted in surprise. What is this? Another masked man said. It is almost time for the night's patrol. We cannot delay any longer. Lugger replied, understood. Big O, let us go. Casey chased hurriedly and shouted, wait, J. Moriarty, do not think this is the end. I will definitely catch you and your organization. Lugger laughed and said, I look forward to it. Stop there, Moriarty. See you next time. A voice was heard. Why did you do such a thing, J. Moriarty? He turned his head and sighed. Unexpected. I thought you would understand, he asked. Did you come to mistake yourself as one of them after living mixed among ordinary people? Casey shed tears. Why are you applying their lowly standards to us? J. Moriarty clenched his fists. This world is too boring and dull. The guys living in it are also ordinary beyond measure. He stood among the corpses and said, it is suffocating. I feel like going crazy from annoyance. A child covered in wounds and bleeding was lying at his feet. Casey asked, is that the reason you killed that child? Just to provoke me, J. Moriarty answered with a cold and dangerous expression. Is something wrong with that? You should know too. Regardless of her anger, he continued. You hear the same voice as me deep in your heart. Casey bowed her head and spoke in a sad and disappointed voice. You know, I hoped you weren't a bad person. I hoped all this was just a small misunderstanding that could be solved through conversation. But I guess I was mistaken. Anger filled her eyes. If that is the path you chose, I will arrest you here. J. Moriarty, back to the present. A military official reported, Detective, the emergency investigation is finished. She looked at the soldier and said, Ah, good work. A soldier waved his hand and said, No, we should be thanking you. If not for you, Detective, it would have been much harder. We also collected the terrorist bombs as requested. Casey replied, Thank you. Please leave the analysis to me. The soldier saluted and answered, Understood. I will return to the site. Please tell me if you need anything. She rested her chin on her hand and fell into thought. It is not a homemade bomb. Who provided such a dangerous item to the likes of the Liberation Army? The Liberation Army does not have the technology to make this. A prime suspect who would plot this immediately came to mind. The organization connected to J. Moriarty, Black Dawn. She closed her eyes, touched her chin and thought. His partner appeared as soon as the monster disappeared. Was this incident an experiment of the Black Dawn after all? First, I have to analyze the collected gunpowder. To catch them, I must prepare thoroughly. She opened her eyes. With a resentful gaze, she pledged to herself. Just you wait, J. Moriarty. The moment preparations are finished, I will definitely lock you up. Han opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling, asking in a tired voice, Who is it? Lugger approached the bed and said, Are you awake? Han screamed in panic with a flustered face. Ah, Lugger held a book and said, Are you hurt or uncomfortable anywhere? Han stammered and asked, brother, what on earth happened? Lugger said. Do not you remember turning into a monster? Han clutched his head and stammered, A monster? Ah, right, but I did not die. Lugger closed the book and said, Right, it is a huge relief. Now hand over what you took. Han stammered with a scared look. Well, do not be too surprised. Calm down and listen. Honestly, I intended to keep it, Lugger said with annoyance. Stop talking nonsense and hand over what's in your right hand. Han paused and said, Right hand. He looked at his hand and muttered in surprise. Why am I holding this? Lugger, sitting next to the bed, explained, You would not let go of it even after returning to human form. Han asked in surprise. Really? Lugger answered. Yeah, you would not let go even when I tried to force it, so I waited until you woke up. Han smiled, looking at the object in his hand. Haha, brother, really. Han placed the object in Lugger's hand. Here you go, Lugger replied. Good work. Han watched him pack the item and leave, then said, If you are up, get dressed and come downstairs. I have something to say. Han watched his back and answered. Okay, everyone was gathered at the downstairs dining table. Lugger crossed his arms and said, There was an unexpected accident, but thanks to everyone doing their best, this operation was a success. Good work, everyone. Facility C is destroyed, so there is no fear of being caught. Disposing of the loot will take some time. Sedina and Luna heard and cheered. Wow, we are rich, Lugger continued. They are all stolen goods, so it takes some time to process. He continued with a cold expression. Going through this, everyone must have realized how outstanding the colleagues we will work with are. Alex crossed his arms, closed his eyes and said, Correct. Honestly, I was a bit surprised. To think a person could turn into such a huge monster. It was my first time seeing such a sight, Pantos asked seriously. Your swordsmanship was a bit unique. Are you from the Knights? Alex smiled and answered. I am just an ordinary swordsmanship trainee. Pantos was surprised. Ordinary trainee even though you fought on par with a night patrol knight. Alex laughed shyly. Ahaha, more importantly, Captain, who is that lady? Alex whispered softly. Seeing her handle water, she seemed extraordinary. Casey Selmore, Lugger said. She is from a prestigious mage family. As you all know, her skills are excellent. She received a title recently too. Alex hit the table and said, Oh, as expected. No wonder she looked familiar. How do you two know each other? The man answered. How did we get to know each other? In my memory, we first met in the Delica Kingdom. Under the dark sky, a scream was suddenly heard. Someone help! Enya rushed over and asked worriedly. Princess, what is the matter? The princess hesitated and said, Well, this person is not breathing. Enya approached and checked Betty's pulse. Pardon, since when? The princess said. I do not know, I just thought she fainted. Enya felt anxious and thought, No pulse, her body is cold like ice. She died suddenly. How? Casey ran over and called out, Ah, Betty, are you sleeping again? The princess said in surprise. Sleeping? She is not even breathing, Casey said nonchalantly. It is fine, since it came to this, seeing it yourself would be faster. Suddenly Casey lifted Betty's clothes. The princess blushed and shouted in fluster, Why are you taking off her clothes in a place like this? Enya intervened. Wait a minute, princess. A hole in the back? Casey turned Betty's back to show the two. Here, look closely, Enya asked, and is Betty not human? Correct. As you can see, Betty is an autonomously driven machine, an automaton, Enya said, puzzled. But her appearance is identical to a human, Casey replied. Right. Because she knows how to live mixed in society and has emotions, Enya said in marvel. To think she is a machine resembling a human. I have never heard such a story. If it is such a sophisticated machine, there should have been rumors. Casey looked down at Betty and said, It is not unreasonable that there were no rumors. Years ago, Betty was created secretly in the Delica Kingdom. As a secret weapon too. Suddenly Betty opened her eyes wide. Casey smiled in welcome. Are you awake, Betty? Betty shouted angrily. Why did you make me look like this, Sister Casey? I just played a prank because you were sleeping, Betty shouted in a rage. You are really mischievous, Casey said. We are leaving soon, so pack your things. Do not forget to pack my materials. Betty huffed and packed to leave. I do not know, she smiled at the two. Shall we continue talking? The first time I met Betty was in the Delica Kingdom. It was when I was chasing Moriarty. Enya looked at her and asked, Moriarty? Did you know who he was from the beginning? No, I just knew him as a mathematician. His abilities were quite impressive, so I only exchanged words a few times out of curiosity. Suddenly she frowned and said, But that guy was a pro at pissing people off. His tone was annoying from the first meeting and he thought he was the best. Anyway, I learned he was a vicious criminal and started chasing him, and in the process, I met Betty, Casey recalled that day. I was confronting him at a secret automaton manufacturing factory. During the fight, a huge explosion occurred and the basement collapsed. Moriarty escaped in that gap and I ended up losing him. Thinking I had to get out first, I found her in a secret space in the gap of the collapsed wall while looking for an exit. Betty was lying inside a glass case. It was the moment I first saw the successful product of the illegal project conducted in secret, codenamed Beta. Returning to reality, someone asked, Then is Alpha also an automaton? Lugger answered. That is correct. Then they marveled, asking if Alpha was also an automaton. Alpha looked at him and smiled. I understood after hearing your story. At first I thought a rare life form like that friend really existed. Everyone looked at Han. Han crossed his arms and said, What? Why is everyone looking at me like that? Han glanced at Lugger and thought, Ah, the person who fought me was also an automaton like me, although I knew I wasn't the only child who escaped. Lugger rested his chin on his hand and said, Me too, I thought all other automatons were destroyed, but to think she would be with Casey Selmore. Violetta looked at him and asked, Why did the Delica Kingdom make such a thing? No matter how you look at it, it is not an ordinary automaton. Lugger answered in a low voice, War. His face darkened and his eyes became sharp. Steel warriors that can be used and thrown away anytime. That is the clear reason they mass-produced those things. Violetta let out a gasp. What? They tried to start a war. Lugger was silent for a moment before speaking. Anyway, that was what I experienced in the Delica Kingdom. Back to Casey's side. That was the circumstance of how I met Betty. A while later Betty woke up. Enya and the princess were blank. Betty packed her things and came over saying, Sister Casey, how long are you going to chatter? Ah, Betty, good work. Casey looked at the princess and smiled. Since Betty is here, I will be going. The princess asked, Where are you going? Casey answered. Since the accommodation collapsed, I have to find another place, the princess said with a smile. It is a bit late to say this now, but thank you for saving me. Detective, I will grant a reward in my name, so come find me anytime when you are comfortable. Casey answered with a smile. Ah, I will look forward to it. She looked at Enya and said, All right, could you pass on my regards to Tarina? Tell her I plan to stay in Label for the time being, Enya answered. You knew each other. I will convey it. Casey smiled at them. Then goodbye, see you again if there is a chance, at Theon Academy. Lugger held a cup containing hot tea in his hand and thought while reading the newspaper. As expected, it is only articles about the monster. Regrettably, the news about Auction House C has been buried. Anyway, Casey, that punk, chasing me all the way to Label. Furthermore, she found out my alias. I must quickly silence those who know the name Moriarty. Fortunately, amidst the misfortune, my guess about the Black Dawn might be wrong. No, perhaps I was right. Just then, Sedina entered and called him. Professor, I have finished classifying all the materials. Lugger looked at her and spoke. Good work. She opened her mouth again. You seem to be watching the news about last night's incident, Lugger replied. Yeah, everyone is making a fuss. According to the article, the Clockwork Knights captured the monster alive. Is the order quite strong? I guess I have to revise my evaluation, Lugger thought while stroking his chin. Maybe they really are, he frowned and thought. I did not foresee this part at all. Jay Moriarty has no connection to the Knights, Sedina continued. Come to think of it, they started moving because of this incident. Lugger asked, By they, you mean? The Paladin Order Bretis. Lugger suddenly fell silent. The Holy Kingdom Bretis. An island separated from the continent and the headquarters of the Church of Light, serving the God of Light. They have been holding purification rituals by hunting heretics and mystic creatures for the purpose of human salvation. However, the heretics they defined as sinners were non-human races. Due to corrupted doctrines and the changing times, the organization's power is currently much weakened. Paladins, annoying guys. Lugger spoke as if displeased. To think they would intervene immediately after catching a single clue when they were quiet for the past 12 years. Sedina asked seriously, but it is a bit suspicious. They did not even spare a glance during the Night of Blood 5 years ago. So why are they suddenly moving now? Lugger explained. Probably because the Holy Kingdom's royal succession process is finished, Sedina spoke in surprise. Succession, your information network is amazing. I have not heard any news. Lugger cast his eyes downward and said, It is merely a hypothesis. By the way, how about what I asked? Sedina was startled. Ah, right. Joanna Lovett. She is a student who transferred directly into the second year. Lovett is an alias, second year, he thought to himself. I understand. So she hid her identity in that way. Sedina continued speaking. Yes, and upon investigation she is from the German kingdom and seems to be a survivor of the Loten Great Fire. Loten Great Fire. That was over 10 years ago. She is a survivor of that accident. The cause of the fire was still a mystery. Suddenly something came to mind and Lugger asked himself, Do not tell me. How many survivors of that accident are there in total? Sedina reported. Including the second year Joanna Lovett, there are 3. One of them is the artist Pierre, and there is absolutely no information on the third person, Lugger said. Understood. Good work. It is time for class, so let us prepare. Yes, in the lecture hall, Lugger spoke seriously. Before starting the class, I will announce the exam results. You can check the rankings on the bulletin board after class. Lugger continued speaking while looking at the report card. Therefore, from now on, I will only announce the top 5. The first place, as you guessed, is Flora Lumos with a perfect score of 100. Julia Plum is also joint first, she smiled and said. Oh my, the students whispered. Wow, joint first with Flora Lumos? Of course. The Magic Tower supported her, Lugger continued. Since there is a tie for first, there is no second place. Third is Tashi Freya. She had a very surprised expression at the result. A maiden sitting in the front seat praised her. Congratulations, Tashi, that is amazing. Tashi was shy. HMPH, you only realized I am amazing now. If you want, I can tutor you. Aiden refused flatly. No, I cannot disturb your studies, Lugger continued the announcement. And fourth is Renee. Fifth is Leo. Leo was nonchalant with no change in expression. The classroom buzzed. No way. The top 3 are all fallen nobles or commoners. Lugger spoke nonchalantly. That is all. The top 5 stay after class to receive the structure. Now, take out the materials distributed last time. Today we will learn about magic circles using mana release. A student rested his chin on his hand, looked at the material, and thought today's class seemed ordinary. Lugger began to write on the blackboard. Magic circles last longer than spells and are efficient when used with talismans or artifacts, so they are still used today. Also, until now, most magic circles have maintained a circular shape. It is because of the belief and tradition that it protects the user from external factors, but the magic circle we will cover today is a bit different. Lumos was shocked seeing what he drew. What on earth is that? Lugger pointed to the blackboard and said, Look at this. The classroom buzzed. That is a magic circle. All eyes turned to the person who said that and then looked at Lumos. Lumos said unpleasantly, Why are you staring? Are you treating me like a leader because of last semester? Lumos sighed and thought, I am curious what it is too. But the professor is not someone who would lie about something like this. If he were a fraud, I would have been disappointed long ago. Lugger cast magic on the drawing and said, Since you do not seem to believe this is a magic circle, I will show you personally. A ring of fire appeared above the drawing. The students were astonished. It works. How did he do it? Lugger explained. I know why you cannot believe it. A non-circular magic circle is not easy for mana circulation. Curves help the flow of mana, but if it is angled, mana leaks out of the structure. But as you can see, my magic circle works well. He looked at the students with gloomy eyes and asked, What do you think is the reason? 2 people raised their hands in the classroom. Lumos focused on Renee and thought, That girl, Lugger pointed. Flora Lumos. I raised my hand first. Lumos flinched and answered, It is the characters in each cell. They help the flow of mana. Lugger said, Correct. If characters become a medium to help the mana flow, a square magic circle can also work properly. What I used this time is the Satyr magic square. It reads the same in any direction. In other words, I used a palindrome cipher. Someone in the classroom raised a hand and asked, I have a question. It is a bit out of the blue, but what is the benefit of using a square magic circle instead of a circular one? He answered as if it were obvious. It is easier to draw. They were bewildered by the unexpected answer coming from the professor's mouth. Lugger continued explaining. A circular magic structure works only when drawn precisely. That is why there is even a separate professional assistant license for helping draw magic circles. On the other hand, for a square you just need to connect 4 equidistant dots. Drawing is much faster. I will distribute supplementary materials. As you will see, the square is just an example. Magic structures can be implemented in much more diverse forms. Lugger's voice became solemn. Based on this knowledge, create your own magic structure. This is the second assignment. I will look forward to your ideas. After class, voices were heard from the professor's office. Is it Leo? You are 5th. Give me your hand. Looking at the hand glowing with green light, Leo asked with a curious expression. This is, Lugger explained. It is one of the primal code calculation methods. I call it structure. Of course, since it is a part, it has no effect. Leo thought and said, then does it mean I have to stay in the top 5 for the rest of the semester? Correct. Do your best. Leaving the office, Leo was lost in thought while still looking at his hand. Did he give only a part to prevent the primal code from leaking out? With just this, neither reverse engineering nor analysis is possible. To teach such magic to a student with no connections, just what is that person's identity? While lost in thought, he suddenly heard a loud noise. He thought, noble bastards and Iona Obal from my class, is the name right? What are they doing? One guy said. Did you hear? Know your place and behave properly. Did you understand? She spoke calmly. What will you do if I say I do not want to? What can you people do if I say I dislike it? Her sharp gaze glared at them. Iona's gaze became scary. She said, if I say I hate it, what are you guys going to do? Leo was surprised and thought, wait, she is. One of them got angry and said, you barbaric and dirty thing, you do not seem to grasp the situation yet. But before he could finish speaking, Leo appeared from behind and cut him off. Stop it. Nobles bullying a beastman, do not you know the professors are watching you, nobles? How long has it been since Van Pio was expelled? I am on my way to meet Professor Lugger right now, so if you do not care, keep going. Hearing that, the noble guy clicked his tongue and said, let us go. The guy glared and threatened. Do not pretend to be smart, you are just a commoner anyway. Nothing changes just because you use your brain a bit. Leo sneered and retorted, mind your own business. The speechless guy left in anger, acting all high and mighty while moving in a pack. Now only Leo and Iona remained. She put her hands in her pockets, looked at Leo, and asked, why did you help? Leo answered calmly, help? Do not misunderstand. You were going to kill them, weren't you? Hearing that, she answered immediately, I was just trying to teach them a proper lesson. Leo waved his hand and ignored it, while emitting that killing intent. Anyway, consider those guys lucky they lived because they were too stupid. Iona's voice cut him off. Are not you scared of me? Leo looked at her. Why should I be scared? Idiots might be scared, but why me? A beast man attending a human school is a contradiction. That means you want to learn about the human world and knowledge, right? Iona asked in surprise. How did you know? Leo also answered honestly. I heard about Bikina Sonda. Iona asked in puzzlement. By what? Leo explained. In our tribe's language, Bikina Sonda. In your language it means small and brave warrior. Iona was surprised. What? Do not call me small, I am warning you. Leo said, you are too obsessed with a single word. Is not mental strength more important than height? You already proved your strength. Leo listened to her quietly, then shook his head and said, just call me Leo. Iona was surprised. What? Leo answered, it is my name. I did not say that because I did not want to be called a warrior either. Suddenly a calling voice was heard from somewhere. Ah, Leo, there you are. Both Leo and Iona looked over. It was Aiden. He waved his hand and laughed. I heard you went this way while I was going to get the assignment with Tashi. Seeing the two standing together, Aiden smiled brightly and asked in a friendly manner, ah, were you two talking? What is your name? Iona Obal. She answered bluntly but was quite enthusiastic. Really? Nice to meet you. Aiden continued, we're going to eat lunch. Want to join? Hearing that, Tashi spoke uncomfortably. Wait, Aiden, we're not even friends. Iona Obal agreed. Sure. At those words, Leo and Tashi were dumbfounded. In the classroom, Renee was restless. I am a bit disappointed because it was too easy. I thought it would be difficult. She closed her eyes and thought, I could not even ask what I wanted to ask. Just then Arundel approached and asked, Nay, want to eat lunch together? She was startled and said, Ah, senior, I am sorry, I have a prior engagement today. Arundel answered with a smile. Huh, really? Okay, understood, have fun. Renee spoke shyly. I am sorry, let us definitely eat together tomorrow. She sighed in relief and smiled. That is a relief, she understood. I was worried she might be offended. Walking under the green trees, Renee thought, Senior is really kind. Is it because she is a princess? Our innocent kid has an engagement. Who is it? The princess hid behind a tree and thought. Who dares to entice our pure and kind Renee? I need to see their face. Who is it? Suddenly a voice was heard. A person walked over and said, What are you doing here? The princess asked in embarrassment. You too, I did not hear wrong, right? Is it you who agreed to have lunch with Renee here? And are this grass and flower field all your work, Brian? He spoke coldly. Is there a problem? She looked back at him and said, Was this guy's hobby gardening? Brian did not lose out and retorted, Instead of being sarcastic about my hobby, why do not you find a hobby of your own? The two glared at each other with eyes full of disgust. Renee hurriedly stepped in and broke the awkward atmosphere. By the way, what brings you here, Senior? Arundel hesitated and laughed. Well, I was a bit worried because you went deep into the forest. Brian sighed. Excuses. I tell you, there is a reason you have no friends. Arundel flared up and glared at him. What? Hey, what do you mean? Renee called out cautiously. Senior Arundel. Do you really have no friends? Arundel spoke with a straight face. You too. What do you mean? Renee hurriedly denied. I just have not seen the senior go out with anyone, Brienne spoke triumphantly. Good observation, Renee. The princess here has no friends, how miserable. Arundel clenched her two fists in frustration, Renee said sadly. Ah, that cannot be, it is just hard to approach her due to her status. The senior is a really good person, Brienne explained. There is another reason besides status. It is because of the first Imperial Princess Eileen von Exilian and her standing. The first Imperial Princess, Renee was curious. Brienne continued. Do you know about the war for the throne in the Utah Kingdom? Even young children have to fight for the position of head of the household. But the first Princess Eileen is different. She is a perfect leader, so her standing will never collapse. Of course, the third princess's influence is also attractive to nobles, but why does everyone avoid her? The reason is simple. Because the first princess decided to forgive and accept all the siblings she had to cut off. Arundel lowered her head and thought to herself, no, that woman just needs toys. Brienne looked at her. Whatever the reason, as long as she embraces her siblings, no one will dare to take the risk of approaching the third princess and offending her. Yet the third princess knows nothing and goes around doing volunteer work or trying to join clubs. It must have been quite troubling for those people to deal with her. The princess heard those words and gritted her teeth to endure it. Renee asked innocently, was the first princess always that amazing? Brienne answered coldly. No, there was a time when she did not have a single supporter, and there were many plots to remove her. But they all disappeared without a trace, Renee continued, asking. Disappeared? I do not know the detailed inside story after that either. A rumor circulates among the nobles. Beware of the first princess's shadow. After finishing the story, they started eating. The princess said happily, thank you for the meal. The Von Bug family chef is really skilled. Renee hesitated and said, by the way, senior, did you really see the beast of Jivaden? Arundel said with certainty. Yeah, I cannot believe I am alive either. It is a relief I wasn't hurt. The princess thought with sparkling eyes. Right, this is the academy life I dreamed of, chatting with friends and worrying about each other. Is that monster really dead? At that question, she was startled and looked up. She recalled what someone had said. Ah, and one more thing, it is not true that the knights solved this case. If it becomes known who killed that guy, worries will only increase. Sometimes it is more comfortable not knowing the truth. Returning to reality, Arundel smiled and said, of course, Label's pride. Knights took care of it. Renee let out a sigh of relief at those words. That is a relief, Arundel said, as if she remembered something. I'll come to think of it, I think I saw Professor Lugger at the auction house that day. Renee was surprised. Professor Lugger, the princess recalled. I saw him from afar, so I am not certain, but it looked like him. Unexpected, right? He does not seem interested in things like accessories. Brienne thought to himself. Lugger Chell, I feel like I have seen him somewhere. A voice shouting was heard inside the conference room. This is absurd. Advancing the Magic Festival schedule without consultation. What do you take the Magic Festival for, Principal? Hugo shouted. This is a historically very important event. Many outsiders participate, but it is also an opportunity for students to show off the skills they have honed. In other words, it is an important event where Soren's honor is at stake, even if you are the principal. This is clearly an abuse of authority. Elisa looked at him with cold eyes and thought, what's wrong with advancing the schedule? He just wants to nitpick. Lost in thought, she smiled and clasped her hands. I am sorry for not informing you in advance. But I had no choice because there wasn't enough time to discuss it with everyone, Elisa continued leisurely. Is not the atmosphere very unsettled due to the recent series of events? The second exam is also approaching. So I judged it would be best to hold the festival right after the exam, Hugo tried to refute. But that is, just then, someone else cut off Professor Hugo. Then do you have any other good methods? Hugo flinched and stammered. Oh my, when Hugo could not say anything, the woman continued. If there is no alternative, are you just opposing without a plan? Hugo ground his teeth and remained silent. Chris Benamor, who was next to him, approached and whispered, Vice Principal, what will you do? After discussing for a moment, Hugo opened his mouth. If the principal insists, it cannot be helped, since the schedule has already been advanced anyway. But may I propose the festival content? Elisa answered expressionlessly. Go ahead, Hugo continued. Since the plan changed anyway, how about adding a completely new event that did not exist in the past? Adding freshness to the opening ceremony of the Magic Festival. Scene change. Lugger, sitting at the study desk, was reading documents meticulously. Lugger thought, advancing the Magic Festival schedule, it is a good idea to calm the recent chaotic atmosphere. Judging by the banquet hall incident, Esmeralda will target the festival where many people gather. That is the opportunity. Once her identity is revealed, the security bureau will handle it. Suddenly, Lugger fell into thought. Strange. Something inside me keeps recalling the Loten Great Fire. The fact that there are 2 more survivors besides Esmeralda bothers me. I should go to Loten as soon as possible. Knock knock, a knocking sound was heard. Lugger said, Come in. Flora Lumos opened the door and entered. Lugger said, Did you come to get the frame? I told you to come right away when it is done. You are late, Flora answered nonchalantly. I was a bit busy. You are not going to not give it to me just because I am a little late, right? No way. Come in. Lugger cast magic and said, Congratulations, Flora Lumos. You are the first, she answered. Being the first is a bit disappointing, Lugger continued. As you know, this is a part of magic divided into 4 stages. Flora Lumos was silent for a moment and then said, it is about that magic I saw in the private lab last time, Lugger asked in surprise. Are you talking about the Backley paradox? Not that, I mean the cube drawing drawn on the blackboard, Lugger said. You peeked at that, Flora said discontentedly. It was drawn so openly, how could I not look? Lugger answered indifferently. It is manners to pretend not to have seen it, Flora Lumos sighed and asked. Anyway, what is that? Lugger answered. Fine, I will tell you, tesseract. I call it that, tesseract. Lugger continued the explanation. In other words, right hypercube. The more Flora heard the explanation, the harder it was to understand. What kind of magic is that? He was silent for a moment and then said. It is not certain yet. According to research, mana can interfere with time and four-dimensional space. I discovered that, but I cannot teach it to students. Because this is magic exploring an unknown realm, Flora Lumos turned her head and answered. It is fine, you do not have to say it if you do not want to. Anyway, I got what I wanted, I'll be going then. Ah, right, how is your body? Lugger was puzzled. What do you mean? Flora looked at him and answered. Never mind, please pretend you did not hear it. She finished speaking and turned around. Lugger sat at the desk without knowing the reason. German Kingdom, Loten Station. A voice grumbling was heard. The road here is rough. Lugger took the lead and answered calmly. It has been a while since I came here. Han, holding luggage from behind, complained. But why do I have to follow you? Lugger answered. Because you are in charge of information collection, Han said absurdly. Information collection? Everything here burnt down and only ash remains, Lugger said. I heard a survivor lives near here, Han argued. If you know so well, why did not you come alone? He answered. It is lonely coming alone, Han asked in disbelief. Are you serious? Lugger said. Stop grumbling and hurry. The sun is setting, Han answered. Oh my, understood, but brother, would not that person have moved somewhere else too? No matter how I look at it, there are only ruins and weeds here. Lugger looked elsewhere and said, No, look over there. Han also looked where Lugger pointed. Han said, Seems we found him. On a mountain peak not far from them, someone was leisurely drawing a picture. The two approached him slowly. We found the right place. Han was quite surprised seeing the man. Ah, he is drawing with his eyes covered. Sensing a presence, the man turned his head and said, It seems guests have arrived. Lugger approached and spoke politely. Sorry for interrupting. The man wearing an eye patch stood up and answered, It is fine, I just finished. Looking at the picture he drew, Lugger asked, Why are you covering your eyes? The man packed his tools and answered, I cannot see, but I can feel. Lugger spoke calmly. Magic dwells in the painting. I did not know a mage was living in a place like this, the man answered. A mage? That is absurd. I cannot use magic well. It is just a knack I learned from drawing for a long time. By the way, what brings a precious person here? Lugger asked, inwardly surprised. Do you know who I am? No, but instead of sight, my other senses are keen. I feel a bizarre and massive power in the energy carried by the wind. Nature told me that the hero who saved this land from disaster a long time ago has come. Lugger was quite surprised to think he can communicate with spirits. Then I will speak straightforwardly. It is about the Loten Great Fire. I want to know about other survivors of Loten. The three walked along the road and conversed. The man wearing an eye patch packed his art supplies and said, Come to think of it, my introduction is late. I am Pierre, Lugger also answered. I am Lugger Chell. Although it is now in ruins with nothing left, Loten was a really beautiful place before the fire occurred, Lugger answered. I heard the story. Pierre recalled the past. I remember when I first came here. I had quite a talent for magic. So a noble teacher took me in, but I was scolded a lot because I liked drawing more than magic. He broke all my brushes asking what importance painting had. At first I tried to endure, but as it continued I could not bear it, the man continued speaking. Eventually I ran away, because I wanted to draw rather than use magic. The place I settled in after wandering for a while was right here, Loten. But without her help it would have been hard to adapt to the unfamiliar environment. At those words Han asked in surprise, Her? The man put down his tools and answered, I will show you. He lifted the brush and started sketching. With just a few brush strokes a peaceful rural village landscape appeared. Han was shocked. What is happening? The world turned into a painting. Lugger looked around and said, It is painting magic using the picture as a medium. The man took the lead and gestured. Follow me. The village center is this way. The street inside the painting is very lively, the man said. Loten was originally a wind village with many visitors. This is Loten, and the pride of this village is her. A girl holding a basket appeared. Lugger said, I cannot see her face. Haha, with my skill I could not capture all of her beauty. She always helped people with a bright and smiling face. Born with magical talent, spirits also liked her very much. Her name is Esmeralda, another survivor of the Loten Great Fire, the man continued speaking. She is a survivor who survived with me. She helped me rebuild Loten. Thanks to that, the village was always full of laughter, love, and peace. But as a noble family visited the village, that peace was broken. A man said to Esmeralda, I fell in love at first sight. Please marry me. He seduced her with sweet words. Being innocent, she accepted his proposal without a shred of doubt. Lugger, who was watching the scene, said, Of course it wasn't love or anything. He answered, Correct, the bastard only wanted her power, her affinity with spirits, but she was too kind and innocent, so she was deceived by that obvious lie. Naturally, the villagers worried upon hearing the marriage news, because they did not want her to become unhappy because of a noble. But no one could step forward. Han listened to those words and spoke with a cold expression, because at that time in the German kingdom, if a commoner opposed a noble, they would have been severely punished. They could have been framed for treason. So were they supposed to just stand by and watch her get married? The man answered no, instead they resisted. The resistance that started with one person soon led to everyone uniting to stop her marriage, and that was the beginning of a terrible tragedy. The man retraced his memories, screams rang out and torches flared up everywhere. Esmeralda, do not trust him. That guy, he is a fraud driving people to their deaths. Ferocious soldiers blocked and threatened them. These lowly things dare to insult him. Do you know who he is? The villagers shouted firmly. No matter if you are a noble, you cannot take her. Get away from Esmeralda. Get out of the village right now. Esmeralda, watching this situation, could not hide her bewilderment. The noble standing next to her sneered and said, "Boring, lowly things dare to revolt against me, kill them all." As soon as that order fell, a tragic scene unfolded. Blood splattered everywhere. The soldiers brandished their swords madly, massacring the villagers, and screams filled with pain rang out. "Ah!" Then they held up large torches and shouted, "Burn it all!" Other soldiers repeated the order. Understood. In an instant the village was engulfed in flames and smoke. Lugger and Han were shocked watching the scene. "No way," the man looked at the two and said. "That is correct. As you see, the cause of the fire was not natural occurrence. This is the unspoken truth of the Lotan Great Fire." Esmeralda trembled and begged as she looked at the village turning into a sea of fire. "Stop, please, stop it. The villagers are innocent. I'll do whatever you say, so please." The noble looked at Esmeralda and answered, "Stupid, it is already too late. Watch closely. This is the price for opposing a noble." The small-framed Esmeralda collapsed on the ground and screamed in grief at the horrific scene before her eyes. "And no, as she suffered," the noble said. "Is it over? It would have been easier if you did this sooner. The smell of burning trash is unpleasant. Drag that wench over when the cleanup is finished," at his order. Soldiers holding weapons answered. "Yes." Esmeralda despaired and thought, "Why did this happen? Just yesterday, laughter bloomed in the village, but everything turned to ash overnight." "What are you doing?" A soldier approached and said. "Drag this woman away." Suddenly small flames soared from the ground. They were flustered. "What, a spirit? Annoying, a mere low-ranking spirit." Suddenly that soldier was engulfed in flames and screamed in pain. "Ah!" Other soldiers shouted in terror. What are you doing?" Esmeralda wept tears of blood, raised her head and shouted, "You are disgusting." The flames burned uncontrollably. "I hate all of you." Only flames burning from all directions were reflected in the soldiers' eyes. As Esmeralda stood up, a massive fireball appeared above her head. "I will burn everything you have." The flames transformed into the shape of a ferocious monster. "I'll leave it to you." Boom, flames that seemed to swallow everything. Esmeralda smiled. "I really hate it." Back to reality. The three were sitting by a campfire. The man continued speaking. "Like that, she burned all the soldiers to death and left the village. That was also when I lost these two eyes." Han comforted him from the side. "It is a relief you survived even after losing your eyes." "Honestly speaking, if not for that child I would have died too," Lugger asked in puzzlement. "That child, back to the memory of that time." He bowed his head, breathing roughly, and said, "Thank you, thanks to you I lived." A child wearing long clothes said calmly, "No need to thank me, I just did what I had to do. I only saved you." "The others," the man said in grief. "No way, are you the new painter in the village? You looked a bit stupid, so I remember," he answered. "All right, you know me?" The child answered, "The burns are quite severe, but for a painter, losing some eyesight is fine, right? Do not mind it, be grateful just to be alive." At those words the child said, "Grateful? I do not think so." The man was puzzled. "What?" The child spoke coldly. "That noble bastard killed the villagers just because they offended him. I will never forgive him." That was all of that night he remembered. Like that, the child left. "I tried to ask for a name, but I could not bring myself to speak after that. I could not leave the village. Though only nightmares remained here, it was the place that first accepted me. I guess I grew attached. It might have been due to the instinct to protect this place. Time continued to flow and I became able to imbue magic into my brush tip. Only after losing two eyes could I draw and use magic. My story ends here." Han listened and said, "Thank you, but what if I was a bad guy? Why did you tell us the whole story?" He answered, "Of course I was cautious, but empathy, pity, and anger. In my world I can feel those emotions of yours. If you were bad people it would have been difficult to reveal such emotions. That is why I trusted you and spoke." Lugger spoke as if moved. "I see, it must have been a painful past. Thank you for trusting us," Pierre answered. "I am the one who is grateful. It was a story I could not tell anyone. I was constantly running away because of that pain, but I feel somewhat relieved now. I know it is a rude request, but please save that girl and the child from that pain, because they are probably still suffering somewhere in the world." After talking all night with Pierre, Lugger and Han prepared to return. On the way back, Lugger was lost in thought. Come to think of it, the German kingdom's reaction is obvious. They blocked the truth of the Lotan Great Fire from spreading to the entire kingdom. But they could not have fooled their own citizens. Furthermore, that incident deepened class conflict and became a fuse igniting the people's anger that had been accumulating for a long time. Rather than incompetence, this was the cause of the German kingdom's fall after the Night of Blood. "Now I know why most nobles fled abroad." From behind, Han spoke. "Brother, in the end we did not get anything useful. Wasn't it a wasted trip?" Lugger retorted coldly. "That is not true. We learned the truth of the Lotan Great Fire. Han, we need to investigate the noble from that story a bit more." Han said. "You mean the blonde noble in his 30s from German?" "That is too common," Lugger answered. "Most German nobles fled to the Exilian Empire. Investigate from that side." Lugger fell into thought. "That guy might be closer to us than I thought," Sherry spoke. Flora, why are you looking at me so scarily? Surely you are not going to use that on me, right? Sherry shrank back and spoke worriedly. Flora did not deny it and asked, why you do not want to, Sherry said with a troubled look. No, I am just not mentally prepared to use that yet. Flora sighed in relief. I'll just say you hate it if you hate it. Suddenly, a woman's angry voice rang out in the room. You liar, you said you only loved me. Calm down. Now I see why you did not want to use this, the princess, watching this scene, said. Seems someone already used it. Good, let us try it too. She picked up a piece of paper. They each held the end of the paper and injected mana. As the paper shone, both the princess and Renee were surprised. Suddenly, Arundel realized something from below. Someone said, interesting. To be able to see each other's memories through mana synchronization. It felt like a long time passed like a movie, but it was actually an instant. Renee suddenly said, sister, you know. Senior. The princess turned around and asked, what is it? Renee spoke shyly. No matter if it is a birthday, inviting students you are not close with is a bit much. The princess blushed and thought, so that really happened. It is a dark history from my first year I do not want to remember. Still, you know my heart, right? Senior, the princess answered bashfully. Thank you, Renee asked. More importantly, what kind of past did you see, sister? That is. The princess answered. I do not know exactly when. It was a very long time ago. Theon Academy, second exam day. I will announce the second exam results from now on. Students whose numbers are called, come forward. Lugger held the exam papers and said, you drew the magic circle in a square shape. You only considered the formula inside the magic circle. He continued to scold the student. Did you make a safe choice without even thinking of testing yourself? What do you think is the reason I taught magic geometry? Be grateful even for this score. Next. Student spoke anxiously. Why is the atmosphere so hostile? Feels like being dragged to a slaughterhouse, not a second exam. Lugger called. Next, number 13. That is my number. Leo said annoyedly. What do you mean, come out quickly? Lugger looked at the exam paper and said, you boldly used a new magic circle for a new magic. You cared a lot about stability, so the magic's power did not disperse much. However, the magic circle form I showed was unrefined and had some rather cumbersome corners. Lugger rested his chin on his hand and assessed. The method of overcoming the barrier of magic was excellent, but if you use such a magic circle, the meaning of learning magic geometry would fade, Leo said in surprise. There are still points lacking. Except for that point, it is excellent. I'll give you a B. Aiden and the noble students were all surprised. The nobles were extremely resentful that a commoner received a higher score than them. Lugger continued to call names. Next is Flora Lumos. Flora smiled confidently at Lugger's words. Oh ho. Lugger admired inwardly. To think I would see the hexagon theory in the academy. There are no errors in the calculation process either. Lugger spoke calmly. Flora Lumos, she puffed out her chest and smiled, buying the student's envy. Lugger added a compliment. You utilized a polygon, and the technical perfection within is also flawless. Next, like that, the last student was called. Then you are the last one, Renee. Show me the magic circle form you created. Renee spoke calmly. Professor, I did not bring the paper with the magic circle drawn on it, the class whispered. What? She did not bring the magic circle? She has got some nerve for Professor Lugger's assignment. Renee was anxious. Lugger stared at her silently and said, then what do you intend to do? Am I wrong to say I cannot give a score since there is no magic circle to show? Renee spoke without fear. No, I did make a magic circle, but the scope was too wide to write the theory on paper. May I demonstrate it directly here? Lugger was surprised by the unexpected proposal but did not oppose it. Good, show me. Yes, Professor, Renee thought to herself. At first I was confused grasping the concept, but thanks to the non-attribute magic book I got the hang of it. Today I will show the professor how much I have changed. Lugger was startled. This is a three-dimensional stereoscopic magic circle. Renee smiled shyly and said, I thought you would know immediately if you saw it. Professor Lugger spoke indifferently. Renee, it is regrettable that is the only score I can give, Renee asked in surprise. Pardon? Lugger explained. The magic circle form is perfect. You did very well. Setting aside the conception process, materializing something like this on the spot is nearly impossible, Renee hesitated and said. That is, she began to explain. At first I conceived the magic circle and tried to fit my mana to that form, but suddenly I thought that my mana and this technique blended very naturally. As a result, I became unable to control my mana. Lugger cut her off. Done, that is sufficient. He stroked his chin and thought to himself. The magic moved on its own without the caster's control. Does it mean she succeeded instinctively? It seems the book I gave her awakened her talent. Lugger looked at the magic circle and said, Anyway, the magic circle form is excellent, Renee said happily. Thank you. Watching Renee return to her seat, he thought, the flow of mana is natural. Until now, non-attribute magic had the lowest compatibility compared to attribute magic. Magic compatibility refers to the efficiency of mana consumed when a mage uses magic. Showing a three-dimensional magic circle this time means non-attribute magic is magic specialized in synchronization with space, high-ranking spatial magic. Spatial magic does not exist in this world, so it was difficult to reproduce. If Renee's mana is related to space, I must obtain that power, Lugger announced. Flora Lumos, Renee, Julia Plum, Iona Obal, and Aiden. The people just called are the top 5 of this exam. I am busy right now, so come find me after the magic festival ends, students whispered as they left the lecture hall. My life is ruined. What is Aiden? Aiden. To think only 2 nobles are in the top 5. Furthermore, it is annoying that a commoner is included. It is the first time I have seen Professor Lugger praise someone like that. He had never said such things to Flora Lumos. On her way out, Renee ran into Flora and Sherry. At that moment, Flora's gaze toward Renee wasn't very kind, Renee thought. Is Senior Flora looking at me? It is the first time I have felt such a gaze from her. The cold-hearted princess opened her mouth. Lady Lumos, do you have business with us? Flora did not answer. She arrogantly turned around and left. Sherry followed behind and spoke hurriedly. Ahaha, sorry, Flora's in a bit of a mood today. The princess sighed and said, What on earth is that? Blocking the way, not answering and just leaving. Renee laughed awkwardly and said, Haha, maybe she is not feeling well. Sherry asked worriedly. Flora, what's wrong? You are not usually like this. You never cared about other students before. Is it because she got the same score as you? Flora was still resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. What on earth was that magic circle form, and why was it praised so much, so annoying? When Flora did not pay attention to her, Sherry called out, Are you listening to me? There is something more important than that. Sherry, did you prepare properly for this exam? She spoke in a panic. HMPH, why ask that all of a sudden? Professor Mary said she would forcibly move students to another class if they do not focus on this exam. Did not she? Sherry spoke in distress. All right, she did, she begged Flora. Help me, Flora. If this keeps up, I will not be able to do well on the exam, Flora said as if she had no choice. Fine. If you memorize everything written here, you'll avoid failing, Sherry said happily. Thank you, I love you, Flora. Professor Mary entered the classroom and smiled. Hello, everyone. Did you prepare well for the exam? Sherry trembled and said. I had just opened the book. The exam ended. Professor Mary said, Good work. Sherry lay face down on the desk, exhausted. Flora asked indifferently, Did you bomb it? Sherry burst into tears and said, Barely made it, but I wrote all the answers, Professor Mary said. Now that the exam is over, shall we talk about an interesting topic we have not covered in class yet? Flora quickly sat up straight to hear Professor Mary's tips. Sherry also jumped up upon hearing that. Yes, the professor drew small magic characters in the air. As you know, the principle of mana transfer occurs between 2 people, right? However, it is very dangerous if the transferer is unskilled in magic control. But did you know that a mysterious phenomenon can occur during this mana transfer process? It is memory loss. According to the Magic Tower's theory, this phenomenon is called a memory storm. A student spoke in disbelief. What? That makes no sense. Is not it just a joke? I do not think so. I have heard of it too. The professor laughed happily and continued. So my disciple gifted me a few talismans that can simulate the memory storm effect a little. It is a newly crafted item. Are there any students who want to try it? Flora thought. Is it okay to use that on others? A student asked Professor Mary. Is it not dangerous? The professor explained. If the side effects are severe, memories might blur and shock the subconscious. But this should be fine. This product has high stability and the effect is quite weak. However, there is one thing to be careful about. To trigger a memory storm, you must do it in pairs. And keep in mind that past memories you wanted to hide from others might be seen by your partner, the princess said with interest. Renee, let us try it. Are not you curious? She spoke in surprise. May I? I do not mind, but what if you see a memory of yours I should not know, Senior? Like imperial secrets or something, Arundel spoke optimistically as always. It is fine. I do not have much to hide anyway. If there were secrets I had to hide, that unlucky Brian guy would have exposed them all already. At those words, Renee said, Then let us try it. Good, I'll go get it. Flora held the talisman in her hand and thought to herself, if I inject mana into this paper together I can experience memory loss. Quite interesting. It is a bit of a waste to use it right now, the princess said. I saw your childhood. You looked about 10 years younger than now, but you know usually you see it from the other person's perspective, right? I saw it from a different perspective. I think it was your mother's perspective. It was a place like a green meadow where no one lived. I think 2 people lived there. You and your mother, you looked really happy. I could feel your mother loved you very much. Renee, she spoke in surprise. What are you saying, Senior? I grew up without parents, Arundel spoke in surprise. What? The princess asked in a soft and small voice. You mean you do not remember the time you spent with your parents? Renee looked at the princess and answered. I told you. Are you sure about what you saw, Senior? The princess crossed her arms and said. Of course. A memory storm is based on that person's mana, right? Since I saw it with your mana, it must be your past, but it is a bit strange that I saw it from your mother's perspective. Do not you think so too? Renee thought deeply. It is certainly strange, but since there are not many people who know about this phenomenon, there could be exceptions. The princess looked at Renee, thought deeply and said, Renee, do you really not remember your parents, neither father nor mother? Yes, I only have memories of growing up with my master, the princess asked in puzzlement. Master, Renee answered. I call him master, but it is nothing special. He is like a grandfather. He is occasionally clumsy and a bit light-hearted. The princess, still harboring doubts, asked, If you do not remember your parents but remember that, master, when does your oldest memory start? Renee rested her chin on her hand and was lost in thought. Well, I got to know master starting from around 10 years old, the princess replied. That is exactly it. Then that means you do not remember anything before that, Renee spoke with a blank expression. That is true, the princess continued. In my opinion, it seems related to your master. Renee was puzzled. With my master, the princess spoke with a voice full of certainty. right? In other words, it means you have no memories before meeting your master. No matter how well that person treated you, do not trust him too easily. Renee was lost in thought and asked herself, Master is related to my memories? Neither the mother the senior mentioned nor my past memories come to mind at all. The princess just watched Renee quietly. Then she held Renee's hand and comforted her. Do not be too sad, you will surely be able to recover your memories. And you know what, maybe your parents are alive somewhere, Renee answered hesitantly. Do you think so? Of course. I will help you find your memories, the princess thought to herself with a sad expression. If possible, I really want to help her recover her memories. Because Renee is the first true friend I made at Soren. Brienne approached where the princess and Renee were sitting and said, Here again. Third Imperial Princess, I do not recall inviting you. Brienne asked. Renee, is something wrong? Your expression looks serious. Renee answered hesitantly. That is. Suddenly the princess cut her off. We are talking amongst ourselves, so do not butt in. Henry approached with a bright expression and threw a joke. What? The third princess and Renee? This is a unique combination, the princess asked with disgust. Henry, presto, what brings you here? Henry spoke slyly. Haha, do not look at me like that, the princess answered as if repulsed. Surely you do not still think I am the culprit who spread the false rumors? About your birthday party invitation in the first year, the princess shouted in anger. Shut up, then she turned her head and asked, Renee, how does this guy know your name? Did this bastard bully you or something? Henry swept his face and laughed as if talking to himself. Princess, it is hurtful when you put it like that. The princess wrapped her arm around Renee and glared at him with suspicious eyes. Renee answered hesitantly, It is not like that. Senior Henry just introduced me to a part-time job in the past, he laughed loudly and said. See, it wasn't a big deal, Renee continued. Of course I almost died though. At that moment the princess intervened with a face full of rage. You said it wasn't a big deal, as expected, you cannot be trusted, Henry said, still laughing. No, honestly speaking, that is a bit unfair, Brienne spoke with a cold expression. Henry probably had no malice, probably. Henry spoke awkwardly. What's with the probably, even you? Then he said to Renee. Anyway, I am sorry. As compensation, I'll introduce you to a better job. Renee looked at him blankly and asked. A better job, Henry answered with a smile. Yeah, this time the hourly wage is 3 times the last one. Renee did not even hesitate, raised her hand high and said firmly. I'll do it, I will do it. Standing next to her, the princess shouted in shock. What? Wait a minute, Renee? Reliable, Henry said to Renee. Let us talk about the details later. Good, I have something to prepare urgently, so I'll be going now, the princess shouted in anger. Wait, stop there, then she asked Renee. Why did you accept such a guy's offer? Renee scratched her head and answered. What do you mean why? Because I need money. He says he'll pay 3 times as much, the princess continued asking. But is not the Soren scholarship enough? Brienne crossed his arms outside and spoke coldly. The princess overflowing with money may not know, but most of the treasury executives are from the noble faction, so commoners naturally do not receive those benefits. There is no other way but to endure the pressure of money. Thanks to the current principal's efforts, the situation has improved a bit, but there is still a long way to go. The princess was blank and lost for words. She said, unexpected, that you know such circumstances in detail. I thought you had no interest in commoner issues. Turned his head and said, think whatever you want, I just said what I know. I am leaving now, thanks to someone. I wasted my short break. The princess frowned and got angry. What? There is still plenty of lunchtime left. Where are you going in such a hurry? Brienne turned his head and whispered. It has become troublesome. I received a marriage proposal. Oh, there she is. Lady of the Warner family and a vassal of the Lumos family. She is waiting for you, Brienne answered coldly. Lumos again. Must be the doing of the leadership and the Senate bastards. Henry smiled and said, I heard that during the festival period. The leadership encouraged both sides to visit Soren. It seems they want to solidify the alliance as soon as possible through marriage. If you do not like it, reject it like usual, Brienne answered with a side glance. You talk as if you want this marriage to happen. What are you plotting? Henry put his hand on Brienne's shoulder and whispered. Plotting? I told you I always support you, did not I? That is a vassal's duty. Brienne looked at him and said, I know. At the dining table, Brienne and Flora sat facing each other. He said, usually you are not even visible. What brings you here this time? She answered. I hate it too. I was tricked into coming. Brienne cut his meat and said, I hear the name Luggerchell a lot these days. Flora stopped eating, looked at him and asked, So what? Do not you take that professor's class too? Did not you know something? She said. I do not know anything. Why ask that all of a sudden? Brienne answered expressionlessly. I was just curious who he is, Flora said sharply. Enough, just decide on an excuse to get out of here, Brienne answered. Do not worry about that. I'll cut off the conversation like usual. As for the excuse, well, I'll say the food today tastes bad. He stood up and said, Then I'll be going first. Flora turned her head and sighed. Do as you please. Then she turned around and said, Wait, I have something to ask. What is it? I heard recently that dried luffa is very good for health. Do you know where to get it? Brienne remained silent with an expression that said he could not understand. Magic duel between professors at the Polak Magic Festival. It is an idea proposed by Hugo Bertag. Is he planning to solidify his position within the noble faction by winning? Lugger thought while looking at the document in his hand. Too many things to care about. I cannot waste time on things like this. No, I do not necessarily have to win. Do I? I'll just use moderate strength in the beginning and lose. Furthermore, since the banquet hall incident, Black Dawn has shown no movement. Sedina also reported nothing unusual. Lugger's eyes became sharp. What are you plotting, Esmeralda? Suddenly the crystal ball shone. Lugger said, Han, how did it go? Did you find anything? Han answered, yes, finally found him. There was only one family satisfying the conditions. 2 hours later, in front of a mansion. Lugger knocked on the door. Is anyone there? He looked around and thought. No letters in the mailbox and the surroundings are well maintained. Someone is definitely living here. No other way, I have to check personally. The moment he tried to open the door, someone rushed in and attacked. Lugger stepped back in surprise and said, what are you doing? When the figure in front cast magic, he thought to himself. Magic? He immediately unfolded a barrier to protect himself and immediately rushed at the opponent and attacked. Bang, Lugger spoke calmly. Do not do anything foolish. Do you want everyone outside to know? The attacker hesitated. Who are you? Are you the guy who was spying on my house before? Did you send the demon to kill me? Lugger looked at him and said, I have no interest. If I wanted to kill you, I would have handled it with my own hands long ago. I have something to talk about with you. Sir Cholo Fabius, he was not the culprit of the Loten Great Fire. Duke Fabius, Lugger said. I have never heard of such a family in the German kingdom. I am certain, Han said. That man left the kingdom before the Night of Blood occurred. When you arrived right after the tragedy, the German noble faction had to go into exile, but he had already exiled himself before that. There must have been another reason besides simple exile. As expected, brother, you are quick on the uptake, Han continued. I was suspicious of that point as well. So I investigated. One day, people related to that family began to disappear one by one. As the number of missing persons continued to rise, rumors began to circulate among the people that the family was cursed. Then, some time later, a person suddenly burst into flames despite there being no fire, and the family head at the time burned to death alive. Speaking of the missing people, they probably burned to death too. It is certain the family tried hard to cover up the truth. But with so many dying, there was no way to stop rumors from spreading, so the ducal family fled as if being banished. So how many survivors are there now? Han answered. Only one. Even while in exile, Esmeralda's revenge had not stopped. Lugger said, Han, who is that last survivor? His name is Cholo Fabius. Lugger asked again. Where does he live? We need to meet him before it is too late. Han was surprised. What, brother, do you really not know? Lugger asked back. What do you mean? That person is currently living in Soren. Back to the present. Lugger hit the table. You cannot not know what this is. This insignia on the table is. It was a black ID card used only by the special forces. Fabius was surprised. What is this person trying to help me? Come to think of it, this man looks familiar. It is that man who defeated the monster at the banquet hall. Lugger said with sharp eyes. It would be best to answer my questions honestly. Lugger thought inwardly. I received this during my secret special forces days. Good thing I kept it just in case. I was worried he might not recognize it, but he recognized it immediately. Is it because he is a duke in name, even if exiled? He seems unaware it is a useless item now, but it is enough to make him open his mouth, Lugger continued. While investigating recent events, I learned you are being chased by a terrifying guy. Fabius was startled. Correct, a demon. A fire demon is after my life. I thought I would be safe if it was Soren, he shouted, sick with pain and fear. My thought was wrong. I will burn to death by that fire demon like the others. Lugger guessed this person was the cause of Esmeralda attacking the banquet hall. Instead of killing him immediately, does she intend to kill him slowly and painfully? Lugger asked, do you know anything about the one called that demon, like a name or physical features? Fabius mumbled name. I do not remember well, Lugger said angrily. What, he thought, damn, should I just let him die? Seeing Lugger's reaction, Fabius said urgently, wait, I remember other things, quite a beauty, black hair, age about 20s. 20s? She looked mature, but saying she just turned 20 is a stretch. No, it is common for mages or knights to look younger than their actual age, Lugger continued asking. No other info, he said flustered. Let us see. Other info. Ah, here. A letter that demon sent me. Fabius handed him a letter. Lugger thought. Esmeralda's letter. He read the content. The last day of the festival. I will come to find you. What do you think of this? Can you handle it? Lugger said, troubled. Still insufficient. What? You cannot identify the identity with just this. Are you telling me to handle an unidentified enemy in a few days? He asked again. Then how about requesting Soren's side? Lugger said angrily. Stupid, did you forget the banquet hall incident already? Even if you report to Soren, they cannot protect you perfectly. Then what should I do? Lugger thought. With this much I can use him to deal with Esmeralda. Fortunately, the enemy predicted the date. Conversely, it means we are safe until then. But if you act suspiciously, the enemy might move immediately. So do not do stupid things and wait. Lugger said coldly. Do nothing, that is your role. Soren Magic Festival Day 1. Wow, really cool. Is this your first magic festival? Yes, it is my first time, Renee said excitedly. Then the princess said, then you must enjoy it to the fullest. Since it is the first, make many good memories, Renee said happily. There are too many things I am seeing for the first time. It is really amazing. Ah, look over there, senior, a spirit experience zone where you can commune with spirits. So cute. Wow, the kids and spirits look really happy. What is that place doing? It is a bit gloomy. Ah, that is the haunted house. It is a place that scares people by summoning souls with psychic magic. Renee's eyes sparkled. Ah, senior, look at those people dressed as zombies. Ah, those people, the princess answered. They are graduates. What? Is Soren's academic work that terrible? The princess asked in surprise. You did not know? Soren has a ranking system. By the way, everyone seems unable to enjoy the festival. Suddenly Arundel looked to one side. Ah, is not that Professor Lugger over there? Professor Lugger? Ah, right, he is with Professor Selena. I heard professors form groups to patrol in turns during the festival. It must be their turn today. Selena asked Lugger. Look at this, that shop sells love potions. Really fascinating, Lugger thought. There is still time until the last day of the festival, but I need a plan since I do not know when Esmeralda will appear. Even using Fabius, it will be trouble if she barges in before the predicted date. Lugger was silent. Professor Lugger, Selena called him, but when there was no answer, she poked his face. What are you thinking about so much? Aw, sorry. Just something on my mind recently, Professor Selena asked in surprise. Something on your mind, if it is okay, shall I listen? First, please remove your hand. Ah, sorry, I was rude. So is the thing on your mind because of the competition tomorrow, Lugger answered. Yes, well, that is it. I forgot about it entirely, but it is better to excuse it like that, Selena said worriedly. You must be worried since foreign guests are coming to the big event. Professor Selena, do you participate too? She sighed. I wanted to go out too, but the higher-ups blocked it. So I cannot. Indeed, fighting does not fit Professor Selena's personality. Everyone must have stopped her since the competition itself is dangerous, Lugger thought. But why does no one stop me? Is there not a single person worried about me? Suddenly Selena asked. Will you be okay, Professor? Professor Lugger, you might get hurt. I am fine. Since it is a school event, it will proceed as safely as possible. Just then, a voice attracting the two professors' attention was heard. Oh, it looked easy, but it is hard when doing it. Is the target too far? A student recognized Lugger and said, Ah, hello, Professor. Are you on patrol? Lugger thought. Suddenly the party increased. Right, is this a shooting range? Just then someone laughed loudly. Haha, another challenger appeared. But scholar, do you know how to shoot? Can you even aim when you look like you cannot lift a gun properly? The student said angrily. This mister, take back that word. Professor Lugger has military service experience. Wait, before Lugger could speak, the student cut in. This weak-looking person, if he were a soldier, he should be at least muscular. Ah, the professor will teach you a lesson. Here, Lugger answered helplessly. Looks like I am forced to do it. Haha, have some pride, the man said. Let us see some skill. In an instant, Lugger hit all targets on the display. People marveled. Wow, really good, Professor Lugger, you did not miss a single shot, the man said in shock. Amazing, swept it all at once. Good, I had no eye for people. I admit it. This is the prize for the highest scorer, Lugger thought. Prize. It was a masterpiece made by a teddy bear craftsman. It was said to be inspired by a stuffed beast in the German Kingdom Museum, student said happily. Thank you, Professor, it is the first place prize. Are you okay? Does not matter, since you guys seem to like it, Selena said happily. That doll is really cute, Lugger said. Then Professor Selena, you take it. Oh my, no, I am fine just watching like the kids. Just watching the disciples laugh and chat is enough, Lugger thought. Watching disciples laugh and chat, he said. I see, let us continue the patrol. At that time, a corner of the magic festival. Do not play, enjoy the festival. There was a girl screaming inwardly. I do not know what to do at all. Why give such a bizarre order? He must be testing me, Sedina thought, biting the bullet. Right to grow, I must do it even if I hate it. Sedina burned with motivation like the first rank. Someone looked at her and called. Young lady, try this, it is very delicious. Then give me one. Professor Selena held a candy and said, Oh, this is tasty, Lugger asked. Did you enjoy the festival enough? The professor said shyly. Enjoy? What do you mean? I do not know what you mean. Please keep it a secret from other professors. I will not tell either. Everyone must be enjoying the festival like you, Professor. Really? Time goes so fast today, it is a bit regrettable. There are still 4 days left. Lugger turned his head and said. Selena answered, True. Tomorrow is your match too. Shall we end the patrol here? It is fine. Time seems up too. Suddenly someone passed them quickly. Lugger opened his eyes wide in surprise. He thought, Fabius, what is he doing here at this time? Without time to think, Lugger chased him and said, Professor Selena, something came up so I'll go first. Professor Lugger, he thought while running. What on earth is that guy doing here? In a rare alleyway, a man was suppressing a woman, Fabius said, filled with hatred. Die, then he choked the woman's neck. This devil-like bitch. Suddenly something flew at him. Kook, he shouted crazily. Ah, who dares, Lugger said nonchalantly. Ignoring my warning, Cholo Fabius, it seems you picked only the things I told you not to do, he said in fear. That is, Fabius shouted, trying to excuse his wrong action. Originally I tried to live quietly, but this bitch kept watching me and threatening my life. Look here, I finally caught the bastard, Lugger thought in surprise. Caught her, really? Lugger looked at the woman and thought, but a weak guy like Fabius could not possibly catch her. Fabius asked, How is it? Lugger approached and said, We need to talk more details, but for now, before Lugger could finish, Selena's trembling voice was heard from behind. Professor Lugger? She said, trembling in fear. What is all this? Lugger said in surprise. Professor Selena, I am. Before he could explain, she fainted. Professor Selena. Lugger hurriedly approached and supported her. Lugger thought, Fortunately, she only fainted. It must have been a shocking scene for Professor Selena. Rather, it is good, a chance to gloss over it. Lugger looked at Fabius and said, "First move this person elsewhere." Suddenly he pointed behind Lugger and screamed frantically. "Ah," Lugger thought in surprise. "What's wrong with him?" Selina wiped her face and said, "Ah, seriously." Lugger was appalled. Selina said with a cruel expression, "I told you to stay quiet until the last day of the festival. What is this now?" Lugger thought in terror. Her eyes changed. "No more than that voice." Selina grabbed Lugger's shoulder and said, "The prey rolled in on its own feet. Where is the fool who keeps a promise?" Fabius sat down in terror. He screamed, "Do not come." When she laughed grotesquely, Fabius shouted in fear. She smiled and said, "How have you been, Fabius? This is the first rank Esmeralda." Selina revealed her true colors and looked at him. "What, did you faint just seeing my face?" "Boring." Lugger looked at her and said, "Dual personality. I did not know you were cooperating with another personality," she said, noticing immediately, quite impressive, thinking about it. "Is this the first time meeting directly, since first-rank mages like us hide our identities even when talking?" He asked warily, "What on earth are you plotting? Why pop out suddenly?" Selina's second personality answered leisurely, "Well, whatever, since you saw me there is nothing to hide. I must kill this guy here and finish my revenge." "Surely you are not thinking of waking her, or will you?" Lugger asked instead of answering. "Do personalities not share memories?" she asked back instead of answering. "What do you think? Do you think pitiful Selina can hide her identity properly? That child is innocent and lovely, so she knows nothing, right? Like my past before meeting this bastard," Lugger thought inwardly. "She is off guard right now. I can suppress her if I ambush. But if I kill her here, the original personality, Professor Selina, will also disappear. I must decide right now. Wait, what is that energy source? It is looking this way. Does it remember the banquet hall incident?" Lugger thought anxiously. "Damn, I need to leave here immediately." Suddenly she spoke. "I should get going. I cannot let this man die in vain." She approached him, caressed his cheek and said, "Take good care of Selina. You seem to cherish her quite a bit." Then the personality vanished. Lugger supported Selina and thought, "Her original energy wavelength has returned. I saw it with my own eyes, but I still cannot believe it." He pressed the gem to send a signal. "Professor Selina, it is me. Come to my location immediately, quickly." Leaving the two women in one spot, he sat on a nearby wooden crate and thought, "This is trouble. To think I did not notice when she was this close." Joanna Lovett was the girl who saved Pierre and Esmeralda. She joined the Black Dawn for revenge. Naturally, Professor Selina was also a suspect. "I definitely checked thoroughly, but there were no traces of Esmeralda's magic power. That is why I excluded Professor Selina from the list of suspects." He fell into thought, "But now that I know the truth, can I kill Professor Selina? Just because she shares a body with that woman, must she, who knows nothing, die as well?" Suddenly a voice was heard. "Professor Rudiger, did you call?" Raising his head, he spoke as if dumbfounded. "It looks like you had quite a blast." "Good work," she spoke hurriedly. "I apologize," Rudiger answered nonchalantly. "No need to apologize. Come here and handle these two people." A moment later, Selina opened her eyes. "Are you awake?" Selina jumped up and asked. "Professor Rudiger, where is this?" He lied. "It seems you have been overworked lately. You collapsed during the patrol, so I brought you to the infirmary." Selina felt embarrassed and thought, like a fool to faint in front of him. Rudiger was relieved seeing her reaction. She does not remember what happened before fainting. "That is a relief." He stood up and said, "Since you are awake, I will take my leave. Please rest a bit more." She spoke with regret. "Ah, Mr. Rudiger, thank you. I only did what I had to do," she said. "Not only for helping me when I collapsed, but for giving me advice and helping me enjoy the festival. Thank you so much for staying with me without showing any sign of dislike. I am sorry for causing you trouble." Rudiger looked at her and said, "Professor Selina, if it was truly bothersome, I would have said so from the start. I did not say anything because I did not dislike it either. Thanks to you, today was quite enjoyable, so do not mind it." He turned to leave. She called out to him, "Mr. Rudiger, you'll go to the festival with me next year too, right?" Selina smiled brightly and said. Rudiger was silent before answering. "Of course. The event is held every year," she said happily. "Then let us enjoy next year's festival together too. It is a promise," he answered heavily. "Yes, I promise." Someone opened the door and said, "Is this Rudiger Schell's office?" "No anti-intrusion magic. The security is a mess." The bastard approached the desk and said, "Found it, mana pills." The bastard laughed and said, "To think the great Rudiger Schell is suffering from mana deficiency." Magic Festival Day 2, Soren Dueling Grounds. People gathered at the dueling grounds whispered, "Look over there, it is the magic towers Kuma and Shinma. High-ranking nobles are here too." Buzz buzz. "I never thought I would see them in person. Is that the principal over there?" Principal Elisa greeted them. "Oh, my precious guests have arrived." An old man laughed and answered, "Principal Elisa, it has been a while." He looked to the side and said, "Long time no see, friend." This old man was the head of the Kaon family, one of the three great ducal families. Kaon, Ken Lumos of the Lumos family, one of the three great ducal families, answered unpleasantly. "Who is your friend?" Elisa asked kindly. "It has been a really long time, quite a while since we last met, right? Did you come to see your daughter?" Ken Lumos spoke bluntly. "No need to answer that." Kaon sighed and said, "Hey, why do you get angry whenever your daughter is mentioned? Can you call yourself a father?" Ken Lumos got annoyed. "Mind your own business," people around them whispered. "My goodness, that gentleman has no sense of humor. He'd be better off getting along with Duke Kaon. Elisa laughed and said, "You two are still on good terms, by the way. I do not see Duke von Bug. I thought he would come for all 3 days." Kaon asked in surprise. "You mean David? Maybe we came too early." "I have not seen him yet either." Suddenly laughter was heard. "Oh ho ho, look who is here. I cannot believe the pillars of the kingdom are gathered in one place." Professor Hugo walked out and spoke loudly. "This staff tournament will surely satisfy everyone's expectations. I put my heart and soul into it." The atmosphere became awkward, and a look of disgust flashed across Principal Elise's face. Ken Lumos closed his eyes and sighed while Kaon asked expressionlessly, "Oh, was it your idea?" Hugo answered boastfully, "That is correct. Everyone, you have waited a long time. This is an event I prepared specially." Elisa spoke coldly. "I see. Seems it is time to start," the host said. "Nice to meet you. I am the 4th-year student Jesse Luna, in charge of commentary for this tournament. Next to me is Mr. Cartlon, who is in charge of 4th-year practical anti-personnel magic instruction, assisting with the commentary. Then the first match. First-year professor in charge Matthew Samarit and the opponent. Oh my, a big hit from the first round, a new professor who is the center of attention these days. Rudiger Chell," Rudiger thought. "He looks at me like a sworn enemy. He must be a noble from Hugo Bertag's faction," Matthew Samarit thought nervously. "There is not much time left until the last day of the festival. I cannot waste time on an event like this," the commentator shouted. "Match start." Matthew Samarit frowned and aimed his staff. "Watch closely. I'll finish this quickly with full power and lose naturally," the audience murmured. "Why is he doing that? What's going on? 5 minutes have passed. Why is no one attacking?" Matthew Samarit was angry and broke into a cold sweat. "The opponent is the tricky Rudiger Chell. He intends to induce me to attack first and then counter." Rudiger also thought annoyedly, "What is that bastard doing? Attack already. I am showing such an opening, yet he hesitates, unable to endure it." Matthew Samarit launched a preemptive strike first, he whispered. "Fine. If you will not do it, I'll step up and show the difference in skill." Rudiger's eyes became sharp. He countered rapidly. The commentator spoke in surprise. "Oh, he blocked the attack just now with a barrier. Truly amazing. I did not even see the casting motion." Matthew Samarit dropped his jaw and thought, "Damn, he blocked that so easily." Rudiger thought coldly. "Surely this is not his full power. It will be obvious I lost on purpose if I lose to such weak attacks." Matthew Samarit felt anxious. Looking now, his complexion has gotten worse. Seems he does not have magic stronger than that. As Rudiger raised his staff, flames flew toward the opponent. It would be rude to lose so easily. Matthew Samarit continued to attack as well. He thought, "I will definitely lose the next round," the commentator shouted excitedly. "The winner has been decided. The finalist is Professor Rudiger Chell." Matthew Samarit was already lying on the ground in the arena. Rudiger was annoyed. "Serious? Why is he so weak? I cannot lose on purpose like this," the commentator announced. "The final match will begin in 15 minutes. Only then did Rudiger's expression relax. Rather, it turned out well. I used too much mana. This body consumes mana just by breathing. I thought I would be okay for a while, but was it a miscalculation?" Rudiger opened the office door and entered, thinking, "At this rate, I'll collapse from mana depletion." As if realizing something, Rudiger thought in shock. "Ha!" He was flustered looking at the drawer. The medicine bottle was missing. "I definitely put it here." He discovered footprints on the floor. A thief, he looked elsewhere, but other items are untouched. "Damn, there is no time to make new medicine. I have to return to the arena for now." At the arena, the commentator said, "Ladies and gentlemen, you have waited a long time. The long-awaited final match. I will reintroduce the players. Professor in charge of 2nd-year practical magic, Mr. Debian Bortag from the Marquis Bortag family, and his opponent is the myth of undefeated Mr. Rudiger Chell." Rudiger thought, "If it is Bortag, he is from the same family as Hugo Bertag." The commentator shouted. "Then match start," Rudiger thought coldly. "I have no intention of winning, but given the situation, I should finish it as quickly as possible." The opponent smiled meanly and said, "Oh wait a minute. I heard a lot about you, Professor Rudiger. Since it involves you, there is no need to rush, right?" He spoke confidently. "I know your secret." Rudiger became anxious. "My medicine. This guy is the culprit who broke into the office. How did he know my physical condition? Did someone see me taking the medicine? Since the opponents were all nobles, I know who it is." Rudiger spoke with cold contempt. "Now I know why my opponents wasted time. To think a so-called professor would do such a thing," Debian answered meanly. "Only a fool would miss this opportunity. You should have hidden the medicine well in the first place." Rudiger said angrily, "Give up and return it immediately. Then I'll pretend this never happened." The bastard laughed arrogantly. "Seem you still do not grasp the situation. Funny." Rudiger Chell emitted killing intent. "I am not joking, so listen to me. This is the last chance. You'd better think carefully when I give you a chance," the commentator said. "Oh, is it psychological warfare? They finally started moving," Debian said boastfully, bluffing. "Did you think I would be scared? Today I will serve you very specially," the commentator said. "Professor Debian has cast the 4th-tier defensive magic, Shield," Rudiger thought. "Fast. Did he prepare something like memory resonance? Shield is a defense-specialized magic that blocks all magic attacks, but you cannot attack while casting. Do not tell me he intends to stall for time with this stunt. Debian aimed his staff at Rudiger. Rudiger thought, attacking while maintaining shield. Debian laughed and said, haha, you dodged, your reflexes are quite good. Seems the rumor that you served in the military is true, the commentator said. It came out, Professor Debian Bortag's specialty, Grand Slonga, Rudiger thought. A summon that casts magic on behalf of the master. A snake wrapped around his neck and attacked Rudiger from behind the shield, he thought. Aether Nocturnus consumes too much mana, so it is hard to counter. Damn, at this rate. Rudiger used magic coordinate fixation. Flames rushed behind Debian's back, but the snake blocked them. Debian laughed and said, I figured out all the magic you use. Did you think I would not even prepare for this much? This is not simple attack magic, he continued speaking. How does it feel that none of your attacks work? Rudiger was furious. Damn it, do I really have to use mana? When Rudiger clutched his head, the audience murmured, What's wrong, Professor Rudiger? He only defended from the start. So why is not he attacking? Principal Elisa spoke worriedly. Mr. Rudiger's condition looks a bit strange. We should pause the match. Old Hugo spoke insidiously and calmly. What do you mean this is the final match? It is a fair match, so it cannot be helped. Elisa shut her mouth. Professor Rudiger, look, you were so arrogant, serves you right. Haha, that is your limit. Rudiger was in pain. Debian sneered. What's wrong? Try attacking. Oh, out of mana? Haha. Rudiger lost his composure and said, No, Debian asked in puzzlement. What? I cannot hear you. What is that? A vortex swirled behind Rudiger and a massive black hole appeared. A terrifying voice rang out. Noisy, he shouted. Everyone shut up. A massive light poured out into the entire arena. The commentator was shocked. Wow, what on earth is happening? Ah, it is too bright. I cannot see anything, Debian thought. Light magic, that is not your main element, is it? What on earth is happening? He trembled in fear, seeing the massive black hole before his eyes. Debian thought, what is that? Bizarre sounds were constantly heard from the black hole. Rudiger clutched his head and said, I told you, to surrender when I can forgive you. His eyes became ferocious and black aura poured out from the hole. Debian screamed in terror, do not come. The black aura stretching out from hell wrapped around him. A desperate scream rang out. Do not come, stop, Rudiger said, still covering his face. If I put a little more pressure on that mage bastard, he will not be able to hold out any longer. Rudiger's eyes shone coldly as he warned. Now your choice is. It depends on you. Voices of curiosity came from the stands. I can see, the female commentator shouted hurriedly. I'll look there, everyone. The light that suddenly burst out has vanished and the final verdict is in. The person standing in the arena is Rudiger Chell, Professor Rudiger Chell himself. What on earth happened inside that blinding flash? Mr. Debian Bortag's condition does not look good. He has collapsed with his eyes rolled back in terror. Rudiger tightly grasped the medicine bottle in his hand. Hugo jumped up in rage and shouted, Call the medical team quickly. Continued shouting as he ran over with the medical team. Ignoring them, Rudiger drank the medicine in the corner. A scream rang out in the infirmary. What the hell is going on? Why is Debian still in that unstable state? Hugo shouted, pointing at Debian lying on the bed. The medical staff said, Well, we also have not. Before he could finish, Hugo kept yelling, Is not it your role as doctors to find the cause? The medical staff explained. There are no confirmed abnormalities. We need to conduct a precise examination. Just then, Rudiger entered and said, It is due to temporary extreme mental shock. He will recover naturally over time. Seeing him enter, Hugo said, With what face have you come here? Even for a duel, there is a limit. Rudiger replied calmly, Are you speaking of my responsibility now? The person standing next to Hugo hurriedly stopped him. Vice Principal, let us watch the situation for now. I will go to the infirmary supply room to see if there is a special recovery potion. He calmed down and answered, All right, thank you. The man looked back at Rudiger before leaving. Immediately he shouted again, Anyway, I will definitely hold you responsible for this matter. Do not think you did well just because you inflicted this level of injury on an opponent in a duel. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Oh my, if it was an accident during a duel, is not it unavoidable? Principal Elisa appeared and spoke cheerfully. Surely you said the same to me, Vice Principal. Hugo stammered. When did I do that? Really? I clearly heard it too. Hugo looked at the newcomer and said in shock, Duke Haibach. The two exchanged pleasantries cheerfully. Or perhaps I have become senile with age, Hugo immediately said in a fluster. No, how could that be? I must have forgotten because I was so surprised, Haibach laughed as he entered the room. Good, it was a truly impressive duel. I am Haibach Kadadushan. Rudiger also shook hands politely and replied, I am Rudiger Chell. The three conversed with interest. We should not make noise in the sick room, so let us go outside to talk. Principal Elisa also answered, Since Duke Lumos has also arrived, I should get going too. Rudiger agreed, saying understood. As they left the room, Haibach spoke. Thank you for coming out with me. Honestly, it was strange that I did not know a talent like you until now. Especially that appearance using ultra-high-speed shooting magic was truly, Rudiger looked around and thought, it became this crowded outside before I knew it. Principal Elisa smiled and signaled to him. I see, is she dealing with the nobles who came to meet me? Haibach asked when he remained silent. Is it a bit noisy? Everyone wants to meet you, so please understand. He spoke as if he did not mind. It is fine, Rudiger continued, and thank you for blocking that excited crowd together with the principal. He marveled at Rudiger's brilliance. Did you know? You are quick-witted indeed, suddenly Haibach said. I forgot I had other work to do. Sorry for calling you out intentionally. Instead, if you need help later, come find me anytime. Rudiger also looked at him and spoke seriously. Thank you. I look forward to our next meeting. Watching Haibok leave, Rudiger thought, to tell such an obvious lie so calmly. In fact, he approached me for his own benefit. But in the short moment he grasped my intention, he judged it would not be easy to gain a benefit from me, and withdrew proactively. Worthy of one of the three great ducal families supporting the Exilian Empire. He looks lax and pretends to be friendly, but every single action is thoroughly calculated to grasp the opponent's psychology. Anyway, my work here is done, so I should join Sedina and Han, he thought while walking. As he stepped out the door, he ran into a familiar face. Rudiger called out, Flora Lumos, what brings you here? Flora stammered and answered, I was just passing by coincidentally. Rudiger observed her and thought, it does not seem like she was simply passing by. Did you come to meet your father? Flora said, startled. Yes, Duke Lumos is currently talking with the principal, so it would be better to go in a little later. Flora sighed and said, I told you that is not it. He looked at her suspiciously and thought, her reaction is strange, unlike usual. Is she on bad terms with her father? Rudiger spoke calmly. Well, anyway, I will go first. Come to think of it, I have to prepare for the next match. You are participating in this tournament too, right? Rudiger rested his chin on his hand and affirmed, with your skill, there is no need to worry. Flora answered confidently. Of course, whoever the opponent is, I have no intention of losing. You can come if you want to see. Well, if you are busy, Professor, it does not matter if you do not come. Finishing her words, she turned around. He thought to himself, come to see? Maybe I'll go if I have time later. A moment later, a voice was heard in front of the fountain. You came too early. Han turned back at the familiar voice. Ah, you are here? Sedina, who was sitting on the railing, waved her hand happily. My lord, Rudiger said, let us walk instead of standing and talking. Sedina was happy with the proposal and said, before that, there is a place I want to visit. May we stop by? Rudiger saw her excitement and answered, I roughly know where it is. Lead the way. Han grumbled. No, brother, did not you call us because of urgent business? Rudiger replied, because it is a place difficult to enter outside the festival period. Sedina shouted excitedly, Yahoo! On the stage, a man smiled and said, nice to meet you. I am Bruno, the professor in charge of golemology for the first year at Theon. Welcome to the golem demonstration. Now please look here. It is the new golem DT-300 developed by Theon. Han asked, what is that? They brought some scrap metal. Rudiger replied, naturally that would not be the end. The professor on stage explained, everyone is wondering what this is, right? The true form of the new golem has not come out yet. If you equip the magic stone, which is the power source of the new golem, its form changes like this. As the magic stone was equipped, the golem grew arms and legs and stood up as if it were alive. Sedina stared intently and said, it is a form specialized in moving heavy objects or destruction in place of manpower. It would be suitable for places like mines. Before transformation, it was made to roll for easy movement, Professor Bruno continued. Since the reaction is good, I am also satisfied. But this is not the end. It can also transform into a horse form like this. Hearing that, Han's two eyes sparkled. Rudiger thought to himself, it is like a transforming robot I used to see in movies. Let transform into a car too, Sedina said excitedly. My lord, may I go closer and look? He permitted it. Yes, just do not go too far, of course. Han sighed like an old mother and said, people would think we came to play. Rudiger spoke calmly, do not be too stiff. Sometimes rest is needed like this. Otherwise we do not know what Sedina might do, Han said in shock. That is true. Suddenly a voice was heard, attracting Rudiger's attention. Excuse me, I would like to ask for directions. Rudiger's expression hardened in an instant. The person he saw was none other than Casey. She looked at the map and said, I am looking for the magic dueling grounds. Do you know where it is? He was flustered and repeated inwardly, stay calm, she does not seem to recognize me. In times like this I must manipulate my impression with light magic. Simultaneously with the thought he used light magic and looked at her, saying, it is that way. Rudiger remained anxious and thought, if I change my impression just a little, people will not know it is the same person. But I do not know if it will work if the opponent is her. Casey looked in the direction he pointed and said in surprise, ah, I see it, thank you. She was about to take a step but suddenly looked back and asked, all right, by the way, have we met before? You look somewhat familiar. Rudiger hurriedly moved his steps and said, no, it is the first time. I have told you the location of the dueling grounds, so I will be going. Goodbye. Han was flustered and hurriedly chased after him. Ah, I am going too, Casey suddenly shouted loudly. Wait a minute. Rudiger was terrified and thought, damn busted, but she smiled brightly and said, you are a professor here, right? I can tell at a glance. Rudiger sighed in relief at those words. He thought to himself, I want to just ignore her and leave quickly, but ignoring her openly would look more suspicious. Let us just react moderately. He looked at her askance and asked, why do you think so? Casey smiled triumphantly and explained, first, the material of the clothes you are wearing is quite luxurious for a commoner to wear. Seeing that you are not wearing a money pouch, you do not seem to be a wealthy merchant, and while you look like a noble, the family crest is not visible. In other words, there is a high possibility you are a lower noble who does not reveal the crest. But would a lower noble dare to enjoy the festival in such attire? The conclusion derived when combining all this is that you are an employee of this school. Then you are that famous Professor Rudiger Chell, right? While Rudiger was astonished, she continued, speaking with conviction. I heard you are easy to recognize, and it is really true. He thought to himself, unbelievable. She deduced all that just by looking at my outfit. I have to escape. Finishing his thought, he left one word. Plausible. Then goodbye. He said goodbye and left the spot immediately. She called urgently. Wait a minute. Casey sighed and said, is that reaction all? Usually people are surprised, are not they? Suddenly someone's voice cut her off. Is that such a surprising thing? If you have nothing else to say, I will get going. Casey felt unpleasant and thought, what is with that man? Why is he so indifferent? It is the first time receiving such a reaction. There was only one person who treated me like that. J. Moriarty. As she thought that, Casey's expression became serious. Just then Betty waved and called out, Sister Casey, what are you doing? The match is starting soon. She answered, just thinking about something else. Then Casey used magic to fly a business card to the receding Rudiger and left a message. Excuse me, please contact me if you need it later. I am a quite capable person, Han, who was next to him, asked in surprise. I thought you were totally busted, brother. What is that? A business card, Rudiger answered calmly. It is become quite troublesome. If she recognized me, she would not have given a business card. Does she intend to build connections? Anyway, catching her eye is an annoying matter, he thought to himself. I feel a faint magical power. She will notice immediately if I throw it away. He turned his head and said, Han, be careful from now on if possible. Change those clothes immediately, Han said in fright. Wait a minute, that woman only glanced at me. These are incredibly expensive clothes, Rudiger warned with sharp eyes. Do you not get it even after hearing her deduction? That woman is someone who digs up the truth in an instant with a single trivial clue. Never underestimate her. Finishing his words, the two found a place to rest and sat down. Sedina was seen talking happily with people around her. Han said to Rudiger, that kid chatters ceaselessly. She is already mingling with other students before I knew it. Should I bring her back? Rudiger answered. Leave her be. When will Sedina get to talk about her hobbies like that again? Han said, seeing you up close, the professorship seems to be your calling, brother. It might be a coincidence, but you look really happy when you smile at the children. Honestly, I am a bit uncomfortable being here. I did not grow up in such a good environment, so I feel jealous. Rudiger cut him off. Han, to people like us, those children are like flowers blooming in fertile soil, but those children have no sin. Children are supposed to laugh and chat innocently. Han sighed. Understood. Since you say so, brother, I have nothing more to say, but the age gap between those kids and me is not that big. So why is your attitude different only toward me? Rudiger asked in surprise. Han, how old are you? Han answered. I am 24 this year. Rudiger said as if shocked. Is that why you called me brother? I am sorry, Han answered. It is fine. Apologize for being a bit prickly to me. I apologize for treating you too strictly, Han shouted as if he could not help it. I said it is fine. Rudiger cleared his throat and said, by the way, how did the drug research discovered during the Beastman incident go? Han pointed out bluntly. You are changing the subject. When he remained silent without answering, Han resigned himself. Oh my God, fine. The two had a serious conversation. Upon analysis, narcotic components causing hallucinations were detected. It seems to have been extracted from Peruma. Here is the drug. Finishing his words, Han handed the medicine to Rudiger. He answered, if it is Peruma, is not it a variety cultivated only in verses? I should research it after the festival ends, Han asked. But is what you said earlier true, brother? The identity of the first-rank mage. Lugger replied. Yeah, Han turned his head and asked. Brother, are you okay? She was a close colleague. Why are not you saying anything? When Lugger remained silent, Han sighed and said, well, there is no way you'd be okay. I asked a tactless question. Still, do not feel guilty. Just because the result wasn't good does not mean it is your fault. You have experienced it too, brother. You know that no matter how hard we try, innocent victims are bound to appear. At those words, Lugger looked down at his hand. The blood-stained hand of the past seemed to overlap. The message from that time, Professor Moriarty. Here it is. Please take care of my younger sibling. He answered coldly. Understood. Han opened his mouth again. What I mean is, if it is something that must be done, do not hesitate. You know too, brother. If we do not kill the enemy, we die. Lugger clenched his fist and said, we live in a cruel world, so the Grim Reaper is always opening the door and waiting for us. Right. Han bowed his head and said, it is an inevitable law continuing from the past. It is bitter, but that is our reality. Soren Magic Festival Day 3, Outdoor Banquet Hall. Lugger was sitting with Duke Hybach. He laughed cheerfully. Ho ho ho, a daytime banquet is quite nice too. Do not you think? Lugger answered bluntly. Yes, I suppose, he thought to himself. Why does this old man keep following me? Lugger asked. I will ask straightforwardly. What do you want from me? He laughed and answered. Haha, what do you mean? I do not want anything, Professor. Then Hybach added with dangerous eyes. If something I really want does appear, it would have to be something that pulls my appetite very strongly, Lugger retorted. I guess I am quite an interesting person to you, Duke, haha. Feel free to call me Hybach. As I get older, my interest in such formalities wanes. But do not worry, I will not cross the line. Lugger glanced at him and thought, complete old fox. Suddenly he discovered someone. Is not that Flora Lumos? What is she doing here? She looks tense unlike usual. The Duke also recognized her and asked, how that child, is not she Flora of the Lumos family? Lugger asked back. Do you know Lady Flora? He said. From what I know, she is a child born with extraordinary talent but is pitiful. Why, you ask? Because she was abandoned by the family for being an illegitimate daughter. Is there anything more pitiful than this? Lugger was shocked to hear those words. Flora walked while encouraging herself. Calm down, there's nothing to be scared of. I am just going to say hello. I am not the me from when I lived in the family. I am going to show that the child he ignored is doing this well now. I should not be scared here. Just as she was about to call out father, someone cut her off. Child, look who this is not it the mongrel Flora? She trembled seeing the two people blocking her way. Brother Caden, Sister Katina. Katina spoke in a scornful tone. I have a request. Could you not speak our names carelessly with that dirty blood? Caden also chimed in and sneered. Looks like you are doing well. In the past you did not dare to even look at us. They called out. Father, look who has come. Her father turned around coldly and said, What is it? Flora froze. She thought, terrified. My voice will not come out. I have to tell father that I have changed to watch me. Why on earth, why did I come here? Just then, Lugger approached and patted her shoulder. Flora looked at him in surprise. Lugger stepped forward and said, Do you have some business with my student, Church of Light? They were an evangelistic group serving the one God and suppressing non-human races. Their targets were not just demi-humans, the chosen descendants of God, and demi-humans, and then lower creatures and subjects were divided into classes. Hybok sighed and said, The doctrine of the Church of Light lies in strictly distinguishing between the chosen people and lower races. Since she was born in a family believing in the Church of Light, it is no wonder Flora received such treatment. It would have been better if she had been born in another family, Lugger thought. Is that why she was obsessed with exam scores, thinking she could be acknowledged by her family if she became an honor student? But will that wish come true? As Lugger ran over, Hybok called out, Ah, wait, Professor. Lugger was lost in thought. I should not intervene. It is not like I can help by stepping in. It ends if I just ignore it and pass by. But what business do you have with my students? Lugger raised his voice. He thought again. After hearing such circumstances, how can I pretend not to know? A voice was heard from behind. That professor really intervenes. Unlike his appearance, he cherishes his disciple terribly. Hybok smiled and said, To think he would confront the Lumos Duke family head-on. Is not that professor really interesting? Flora said in panic. Professor, this is a family matter. Please do not intervene. But Lugger answered nonchalantly. It looks a bit too serious to be just a family matter. As a teacher, I cannot just watch my student receive unjust treatment. The audience fell silent. Katina stepped forward. Professor Rudiger Chalright, the match yesterday was impressive. Are you really that Flora's professor in charge? It is truly surprising that child is receiving honor student treatment here, when she is merely treated like a beastman in the family. Flora's face flushed with shame. To say such things in front of people, Lugger approached and said, Excuse me, but the introduction is late. I am Katina Lumos. I also plan to enter Theon next year, she added. As the top student, Katina demonstrated magic. As a professor of Theon, how is my magic? As a professor, you say. Lugger evaluated dryly. The casting speed is substandard. 10 points deduction. Pardon? Katina was flustered. Lugger pointed out. No potential for development, 10 points deduction. Lack of focus on magic, 10 points deduction. Katina flared up and stammered. Wait a minute, what are you doing right now? This ice bullet is a spell combining 4 elements. Among them, what is the element amplifying the power? Katina slurred her words. That is, Lugger snapped. You do not even try to understand the essence of the magic you use. Do you only mimic what you learned? Are you showing off with just this? Lugger added coldly. Do you think Flora obtained that spot easily? Katina Lumos. Flora was moved as he defended her. People around resented and murmured, To say such abusive language to Lady Katina, is that person crazy to be a professor at Theon? How dare a mere lower noble? Hybok stepped in to mediate. Let us stop there. I know an argument was unavoidable, but Professor Rudiger, you went a bit too far too. Lugger bowed his head and said, I will be careful. Rudiger Chell, are you done talking? My daughter committed rudeness because she is immature. I will apologize on her behalf as a father. Receiving his threatening gaze, Lugger replied, Of course, since the cause was provided by your side. He turned around. See you next time. Are you okay? Lugger asked Flora. She clenched her fists and thought, Should I say thank you here? But if I do that here, as she hesitated, Lugger spoke first. Go ahead first. Your friend seems to be waiting. Flora was flustered. Sherry called her. Flora. Flora turned back in surprise. Sherry, are you okay? Let us go. Yeah. Flora spoke, suppressing her sadness. Caden and Katina argued with their father. Father, are you just letting that arrogant professor go? He defended Flora right in front of me. We must protest to Theon and bring Flora back immediately. So what do we gain? Duke Lumos looked back at his foolish children and said, What we gain would only be a moment of satisfaction. Besides, that old fox Hybok was defending him. The principal of Theon was also watching nearby. Then do you mean you will just let it pass? No, I am stepping back now, but it is not over yet. I will make him regret touching the Lumos family. Hybok said to Lugger. You cherish your disciple terribly. Lugger replied, I only did what I had to do. I did not know Duke Ken Lumos was a believer of the Church of Light. Hybok said. He is not a simple believer. He is a fanatic, did you know? Church of Light ostracizes children born with impure blood from birth. Essentially, it was inevitable for her to be discriminated against, but fortunately Ken Lumos let go of that branded child. Lugger asked. No, the mother protected the child desperately. Flora's mother, regrettably she is deceased now. It is the first time I am hearing this story, Lugger marveled. Hybok answered. Not many people know she is illegitimate. The family used their power to. Still, you know quite a lot, Duke. Hybok spoke seriously. No matter how close a colleague, one must hold at least one weakness. Because you never know when they might point a sword at my throat. Is that so? Lugger thought. He did not hide Flora's identity for her sake, he just left her alone until she had use value. To think such a person is a father? No, he is a person who cannot even be called a father, Haibok said. Well, since you seem tight-lipped, I told you. Then I should go greet other people too. Watching Haibok leave, Lugger thought, I should also slip away carefully. Just then a paper bee flew in. It is Sedina's messenger magic. Lugger grabbed the note. Other mages are showing suspicious movements toward the second-rank mage Joanna Lovett. Did Joanna Lovett start moving already? Lugger thought. Clearly, the letter said she would come on the last day of the festival. Judging by Esmeralda's reaction when her identity was exposed, the content of the letter is not a lie. Then there is a high possibility it is Joanna's independent action. I have to keep watching. Festival Day 4, Pharmacy Lab. Lugger rested his chin on his hand and thought, with Professor Authority, I can use whatever ingredients I want. Bellarina would have gone crazy if she saw this. I just have to register the necessary ingredients on the list. I should have come sooner. Just then, Chris Benamor discovered Lugger. Rudiger Chell, unexpected. What are you doing here? Lugger replied. As you can see, I am manufacturing medicine. Ha, a layman like you is making medicine, Benamor lamented. Go to the beginner's zone, Lugger retorted. Do you know how to make that? Professor Chris Benamor flared up. Pharmacy is my major. Do you not know how great a contribution the Benamor family has made to the pharmaceutical world? Lugger answered indifferently. I do not know at all. Chris was angry. It is clear he is pretending not to know even though he knows. By the way, does that guy have experience in medicine manufacturing? What on earth is he here to do? Chris looked at the ingredients and shouted, Are you planning to kill someone? He recited the ingredients on the table. Pierre Leaf, Kosen Bud. They are all highly toxic ingredients, he demanded. Who are you trying to kill? No matter how good the effect is, even if you remove all the toxins, side effects will occur, Lugger replied. You know well. Why is a manifestation school professor dabbing in pharmacy? Chris frowned and turned his head. None of your business, Lugger said. Then I will not ask any further either. Please stop minding my ingredient preparation. What? When Chris shouted, people looked, he thought to himself. He is clearly bluffing, let us calm down. But he could not focus. Chris thought, I watched, but it makes no sense. He refined it perfectly. There is no failure reaction at all. Looking at the ingredients, is it a mana recovery potion? Chris asked seriously. Hey, who do you intend to use that on? Lugger replied. Naturally, it is myself. It is different from ordinary pills. Are you sick somewhere? Why do you take so much medicine? Lugger turned his head and said, My secret has been discovered by Professor Chris. Are you asking even after seeing me use it during the match? Chris held his head and said, I did not know things would turn out like that. I just wanted to see you humiliated. I did not want someone getting hurt. No, that is also just an excuse. He looked at Lugger and said, My behavior back then was unnoble-like. I apologize anyway. What you are trying to make is a dangerous drug. Giving up everything just to recover mana is not medicine. That is poison. Lugger was silent. Chris stood up and said, If it goes wrong, your mana circuit might be ruined. Chris held out a medicine bottle and said, Take this. It is my family's secret sedative. Lugger asked in surprise, You are really giving this to me? Chris replied, Even if I have personal feelings, I cannot neglect a patient. As a member of the Benamor family, I am dedicated to the advancement of medicine, Benamor said as if unexpected. Surprising, I did not know you were that kind of person. Chris, who had been holding back until now, flared up and said, I want to punch you. Anyway, since you gave it to me, I'll use it well, Chris shouted in surprise. Should not you throw that powder away? What are you doing taking it? Lugger answered while putting the powder into a medicine bottle. It is a waste to throw it away. Actually, this is the core. Lugger contacted Han and asked, Han, what happened to Cholo Fabius? Han replied, He is holed up in his room. Understood. Keep watching him, Lugger thought while walking. Preparations for unexpected situations are complete. I just need to check Joanna Lovett's reaction. If Joanna Lovett is really acting independently, it means they are acting in two groups. On the last day, someone has to stop Joanna Lovett. In the meantime, I will deal with Esmeralda. Sedina said she would prioritize my orders, but I cannot ask her to stop a fellow Black Dawn member without justification. A suitable student to deal with Joanna. There is only one choice. 30 minutes later, Soren dormitory. Aiden was surprised to see a note in front of his door. What is this? Lugger thought while looking up at the dormitory. I must prepare for the final battle. Good, the note has been sent. Although I did not want to get the children involved in this. If the opponent is a student, Joanna Lovett will not notice easily either. The certain one is Aiden. That child will not take the content of the note lightly and will act. Even if a fight breaks out, Aiden's steel mentality will not break. However, since he has a rather reckless side, I should attach a few more colleagues. If he is with friends, he will not do anything reckless. Lugger thought while leaving the spot. It does not matter if they take down Joanna Lovett or ask a professor for help. Now for the last time, he said. Han, it is me. I need more of this. Lugger thought to himself. With this, preparations are complete. Suspicious people are hiding inside Soren and plotting something. On the last day of the festival, find Joanna Lovett and stop her. This was the content of the note Lugger wrote. Leo thought after reading it. What on earth is this? It would not have been sent by that side. The information is too specific to be a prank. Furthermore, this is not the first time I have seen such a note. Who did this? Was I caught? Leo thought while biting his fingernail. That I am a Liberation Army spy. Right, the guy already knows. It is a warning to follow his orders if I do not want my identity revealed. But why on earth? Leo sighed while putting down the note. I did not join the Liberation Army because I wanted to. No matter how much I think, nothing will change. I have no choice but to go find this person. He stood up and left the room, thinking it would be better if I resolve it myself. Leo, it is a big problem. Aiden ran over in a panic and said, you too? 3 people held out notes and said, look at this, there was a note like this in the room. It says there is a suspicious person plotting something bad on the last day of the festival. I brought Tashi and Iona too. Leo thought to himself, these guys received the same note too. What on earth is happening? A woman clutched her head and suffered in pain. Voices were constantly heard. Please save me. I beg you, help. It is all because of you. I tried to help you. If you had stayed quietly in the village, nothing would have happened. Esmeralda, everyone. The woman jumped up and shouted. Stop it. Was it a dream? I do not want to be blamed by the person who raised me. This is the end. If I kill Cholo tomorrow, the revenge is over. But will it really be okay? What happens when the revenge ends? Vengeance has completely destroyed my soul. So I cannot go back to how it was before. Selena, another personality created by my sadness and desire to hold on to the past. Actually, I always wanted to live like her. Laughing and chatting among people, happy and innocent. If I give up revenge now, what should I do? A voice rang out in her head. What are you thinking? Esmeralda, do you intend to let the man who killed people go? You have to complete the mission. You are a good girl, are not you? Esmeralda laughed and said, right, I must take revenge. Magic Festival Day 5, the last night. Selena quietly slipped out of the crowd, her eyes turned red and her body slowly returned to her original personality. She entered the mansion and said, finally it is today. Where is the guy? She went inside the house. The Duke trembled and said, to not leave a single contact. Surely I wasn't tricked. Esmeralda stood in front of the room door. As the door slowly opened, the guy was clutching his head and trembling in fear. Esmeralda laughed and said, you were here, Sir Cholo Fabius. What unfolded before Esmeralda's eyes was an empty room. How the balcony is open? Did he just run away? Esmeralda thought. I definitely felt a presence a while ago. Fabius was surprised to see a swarm of rats rushing into the room and thought, rats opened the door, that person definitely sent them. Cholo Fabius chased the swarm of rats. They will guide me to a safe place. That person would not abandon me. Esmeralda looked at the door from the room and thought, the guy who rarely came out of his room finally decided to run away. Fine, try it. Watching the prey struggle is much more fun. Try running away, Cholo Fabius, Han said to Lugger. Brother, she moved, Han reported. The swarm of rats I sent is luring Fabius. My ability helps at times like this. Understood, Lugger replied. Now it is our turn to step up, Tashi shouted. Aiden, going like this is dangerous. Let us go back and inform the professor. She looked at Leo and said, Leo, you say something to Aiden too. You always took the lead and commanded. Why are you so quiet today? Leo replied. No, I think Aiden is right. Think about it. How did we know this? Tashi retorted. It was written on the note in front of the room door. We do not even know who left it. Will the professor believe us? Even if he believes us, it is too late to go back. Leo thought to himself, the person who sent the note wants me to resolve it personally. He dragged my friends into this just in case I disobeyed. A truly meticulous person. I must handle it quietly and quickly. A voice was heard from somewhere. Is everyone gathered? Aiden said. Everyone get down. A group was gathered where they looked. One of them asked, but is it okay for us to act among ourselves? If we intend to remove someone, I think we should wait for instructions from the higher-ups. If we cause a commotion at Theon, the leader will not be pleased, the person who appeared to be the leader replied. The opportunity is when everyone is distracted by festival preparations. Do not worry, everything is for the Black Dawn, Aiden said in surprise. Black hair and round glasses, looks like Joanna. Tashi also spoke in surprise. What? The content of the note was real. Let us go quickly. Fabius arrived at the warehouse following the swarm of rats. A voice was heard from behind. Oh my, did you give up already? Fabius. As he turned back in terror, she said, why not running away anymore? Running away is your specialty, is not it? Just like when you survived alone when everyone in the family burned to death. If you want to live, you must keep running away. Fabius spoke in anger. Damn it, why me? Stop it, is not this enough? Esmeralda paused. What? Fabius burst out in rage. How much more do I have to despair for you to be satisfied? The Fabius family has already fallen. Look at me, is this not enough? So what if I killed those village guys? I just punished them. They dared to oppose a noble. If only they had not protected those lowly things. He shouted. Right, it is all because of you. If not for you, they would not have suffered such a fate. Esmeralda spoke in shock. My fault, it happened because of me, Esmeralda shouted. Cholo Fabius, are you denying it now? Cholo Fabius replied, yeah, it is your fault. Fabius pointed his finger at her and affirmed, it is all because of you. People who were living peacefully and well died because of you, correct? If only not for you. Black shadows appeared and said, why did you come to our village? Do not make excuses, we died because of you. Esmeralda screamed, feeling fear at the phantoms of the past. No, what do you mean no? Fabius spoke frantically. Are you pretending to be a victim when you drove people to death and survived alone? Would they hate me more or hate you more? Esmeralda covered her face and trembled. The sinner is not me but you, Esmeralda screamed. No, a flame beast appeared and wrapped around her. Lugger thought, looking at the pillar of fire. A pillar of fire from the warehouse? Just then Han reported urgently. Brother, big trouble. Why? We succeeded in luring Fabius to the witch for now, they argued, and suddenly the witch went berserk and the warehouse is burning. Thanks to the fire suppression system, the fire has not spread, but it is a matter of time. The swarm of rats all flew away, so I cannot know the situation inside. Brother, you need to go quickly, Han informed frantically. Lugger said, understood, I will be there soon. What is it, boss? Lugger said. Sedina, how is the festival? Anything strange? She replied, strange things, nothing is happening here. Judging by your reaction, it seems you need help, Lugger said. Right. Can you attract the attention of the people gathered at the festival? He, of course. She hid behind a tree and said, I have been waiting only for this. Suddenly fireworks embroidered the sky. People spoke in surprise. Wow, fireworks, look over there. There are still 30 minutes left, but they are popping already, Sedina said from behind a nearby tree. Oh, not bad for a bomb. Should I make something similar when I return to base? Seeing the fireworks, Lugger thought. Good, eyes will be focused there. But at the current speed I'll be late. I have to save mana, so I cannot use Nocturne. Suddenly Lugger stopped. He looked at the building in front of him and said, Here is. Meanwhile Han was still flustered. No, at this rate the flames will spread to the festival grounds. When is brother coming? Just then a sound was heard from behind. Han turned back in surprise. It is brother. Lugger rushed in riding a golem. Han shouted in shock. It is that transforming golem I saw last time, but does he intend to enter the flames riding that? The transforming golem jumped up, broke through the flames and landed. Is that a flame beast in front of my eyes? The situation is more serious than I thought. We are old acquaintances, right? Quasimodo, I could not help you due to circumstances, but I have no intention of fighting Esmeralda. She is my colleague. I came to help, Lugger thought, looking at the monster in front of him. Does that thing understand words? Esmeralda's condition looks bad. Fabius is the same. Something is strange. Rather, it turned out well. This is the only chance to handle the matter easily, Lugger thought. If it is a spirit summoned by a magic circle, destroying the magic circle is enough, but in the case of a direct summon by a person, I must suppress the summoner. It will be fine if I use a tranquilizer to capture Esmeralda. To hit accurately, I need to get closer. As Lugger tried to approach Esmeralda, the fire demon blocked him. He shouted, Ambush? No, the guy did not trust me from the start. The monster roared in anger. Casey wandered around and thought, it is so quiet. Usually many people talk to me just by walking around. Betty seems to find this kind of thing quite fun. At times like this I envy her. Suddenly a voice was heard in Casey's ear. Looking at the group in the forest, she thought, how there are people here too. Casey hid behind a large tree and eavesdropped on their conversation. Do not worry for the Black Dawn. Hearing those words, she thought, Black Dawn, surely that organization I should watch? Suddenly a familiar voice was heard. Black hair and round glasses. It is Joanna. Aiden took the lead and said, moving out, let us go. As Aiden's group moved, Casey thought, shall I follow them for now? Inside the burning warehouse, flames burned fiercely. Quasimodo laughed grotesquely and said, ha ha ha, what a waste. The guy swung his fist and said, I could have killed him. Lugger hurriedly jumped up and dodged. He thought to himself, is it shielding Esmeralda like this? I cannot aim with magic. Acting freely without the summoner's order? Is this the power of a first-rank black mage? Quasimodo spewed fire towards Lugger. He frowned in surprise and chanted a spell. Nocturne. Atene. The attack flew towards the monster. Lugger thought resentfully. Damn, he does not give me a chance to use magic, Quasimodo suddenly said. This fly-like guy. Then he spewed a massive flame. He thought, it is not the time for idle thoughts. Lugger rushed to attack but was hit by the guy before he could even lift a hand. Lugger hurriedly jumped down and thought, there is no chance of winning this battle. Should I borrow divine power? No, the risk is too high, he shouted. Defense mode 3000 blocked the attack. The golem rushed in and blocked the flames. A mechanical sound rang out. Overheat risk detected. Switching to maximum defense mode, Quasimodo said, do you intend to block it with that? I wonder how long it will last, Lugger thought. It is literally true. This is just a stopgap measure. If the golem's defense is breached, I have no choice but to step in myself. The toxicity of the medicine I brewed. It is a good thing I brought it. Since it has come to this, I have no choice but to fight with full power. Ha, the amount of mana has exceeded the normal level. If I do not release mana after taking this medicine, my own mana circuits will be damaged. Do not worry, I can handle it, Lugger answered. The opponent said, but the toxicity in the medicine is too strong. It is dangerous. Lugger held up his pipe and said, it does not matter. My poison resistance has already reached a new level. Do you want to test your strength or something? Quasimodo of the 5th rank. A magic circle appeared. Quasimodo was appalled and thought, the surrounding air is changing. Wrath of the sea. A massive vortex rushed toward the monster. A voice was heard from the forest. Who are you guys? Damn busted, Joanna shouted. Who are you? Aiden held his sword and said, I heard everything. Why are you trying to harm other people? He spoke seriously. I do not know the detailed circumstances, but this is wrong. And during a joyful festival period at that. Joanna sneered and said, ha, is that what you say after appearing suddenly and acting cool? A happy festival. She ground her teeth and said, truly funny. For a subject who uses others like tools for personal desire, who would refute that? No, that is not true. Shut up. You dare to run your mouth when you know nothing. Whatever you spout, you all deserve to die. I will kill you first. Along with her words, she attacked Aiden. He was surprised and thought, too fast. I cannot react. No, at that moment Casey appeared and protected everyone with a curtain of water, she said. I intended to just watch, but I cannot just stand by and watch people get hurt. Tashi marveled and said, Are you perhaps that famous Casey Selmore? Why is a mage of the Selmore family here? Hee hee, thank you for recognizing me, she answered with a laugh. I also have a lot I want to ask, but let us settle the matter here first. I also have business with those guys, she smiled cruelly and said, You guys, you are from the Black Dawn, right? Meanwhile, Lugger was fighting Quasimodo. He thought to himself, Is wounding just one arm the limit even with 5th tier magic? Before Lugger could even act, Quasimodo attacked. The bastard shouted, Damn human bastard, I will definitely kill you. Lugger thought with annoyance. Damn it, he regenerated his arm in an instant. I can only use high-tier magic twice with the remaining mana. I need time to prepare, but it is hard to hold out any longer in the golem's current state. Lugger held up a medicine bottle and said, Then I have no choice but to use this. I apologize, Master. The golem will not be able to withstand Master's support magic, but to push back Quasimodo's attack and buy time it cannot be helped. The golem glowed and blocked Quasimodo's attack with its hand. The bastard was appalled and thought, A crumbling golem blocked my attack, human. Just what did you do? There is nothing that can block my attack. The bastard struck the golem hard, but looking behind, Lugger was gone. Where did that human bastard disappear to? Bastard shouted, Where are you hiding, human? Where are you? A voice was heard from overhead. Here, try blocking this too. Lugger created a massive ship. One person collapsed. Joanna clutched her arm and retreated toward a tree. Casey said, Only you are left. Surrender immediately. Just then, Tashi discovered something and shouted in surprise, Wait, look over there, a ship in the sky? Who can use that kind of magic? While Casey's group was distracted, Joanna ran away. Is it that way? She discovered her and gave chase. Stop there. She ran toward where the ship magic was heading. Casey looked at where the ship was heading and thought, Why are remnants of the Black Dawn over there? She chased Joanna and thought, It is not the time to care about those guys. That magic is heading toward Theon. It is dangerous. If my guess is correct, it is a mage I have seen in a book. The magic created by Lexer, an adventurer and mage. Owen's glacial ship, the ice ship, rushed from the sky toward where the fire demon was. As the ice ship approached, the bastard shouted in rage, Damn it, how dare you! Lugger Chell. Smoke rose after the collision. Lugger was holding Esmeralda, he thought. I used a tranquilizer to put her in a deep sleep. Spirits are connected to the summoner mentally, so Quasimodo will also be summoned back. But if Esmeralda wakes up, Quasimodo will recover and return. To finish him completely, I must seal him. A living lifeform soul is needed for the sealing ritual. The opportunity is only now. Is this the only way? Suddenly, Esmeralda grabbed Lugger's collar. He was surprised and thought, Did the tranquilizer effect wear off already? Esmeralda woke up and said, trembling in fear, Run away. If my consciousness fades, I cannot control him. Lugger asked. What? The monster reached out a hand from behind. Lugger immediately noticed the moment Quasimodo tried to strike and unfolded a barrier. What? Lugger was puzzled. Impressive, Quasimodo laughed and said. Did you recover already after taking 6th-tier magic head-on? Lugger was appalled and thought. More importantly, the summoner lost consciousness, so how is he moving? Lugger realized something. Red thread. It was a red thread connecting Esmeralda and Quasimodo. Is it a resonance of memory? A voice was heard from somewhere. Oh, surprising. To think the spirit is absorbing mana exponentially in reaction to the contractor's anger and vengeance. No, it would be more accurate to call it a heteromorph possessing the characteristics of a spirit. Well, it is not important. The person laughed and said, How about it? Will not you stand on our side? If you wish, I will grant your wish. Now I see, Lugger said. The reason why it can move without a summoner. Esmeralda was just a host to suck mana and mental power, and the actual control was with you. In the end, it means Esmeralda was a puppet. First rank. Quasimodo laughed and said, Busted. But it is already too late. Thanks to taking down Esmeralda, I became able to use all my power. It is the end now. Casey looked at the flames and said, Damn, she definitely ran this way. What is this flame again? I feel ice ship magic beyond the flames. It seems the fire blocked it. Just what is going on? Suddenly flames swept over. She shouted in surprise, Oh no, the flames are getting fiercer. She used magic to extinguish the fire. Eat this. Students ran over and shouted. Casey shouted, Do not come. Hurry and go call people. I cannot hold out any longer either. Run quickly, Aiden answered. Yes, Lugger was blocking Quasimodo's attacks. He thought, I cannot hold out anymore. Damn it, is the sealing ritual the only answer? To think I am this powerless. Esmeralda's voice was heard. It is fine. It is because of me, right? I am fine. So please do as you wish, Selena's personality said. Only after coming to my senses did I realize the consequences of what I committed. I just hoped it was a nightmare. But now I am truly happy you are here. Lugger looked at Esmeralda in Selena's form, placed his hand on her forehead and said, When you wake up, everything will be over. Rest assured, Professor Selena. As the magic was cast, Selena fainted. It is not something I can say easily, but thanks to you I was able to do it, Professor. Nightmare or not, it is time to wake up now. Suddenly Quasimodo attacked toward the two. The bastard said, TCH, where did he hide? Lugger had moved behind the bastard. He said in surprise, You guys, did you come all the way here because the professor looked in danger? Good timing. I need your help to protect her. I beg you, distract him. Spirits attacked. The monster said, haha, small fry, your plan is a failure. The monster broke through the spirit's attacks. Do not waste time and come out. Then the bastard opened his eyes wide, because he saw Lugger had completed the magic. The ninth path is pure worship, stable but high-tier magic, Una liberation, J purification. Almighty One with infinite Dharma power. Quasimodo was struck with terror. No, I must escape. Do not interfere, you rats. Tree of Sephiroth, ninth Sephira. A beam of light shot toward Quasimodo. The bastard screamed. Lugger, standing under the light, slid down. He thought, is it resolved? Lugger gasped for breath. Few, as expected of ultimate magic, it is hard. I almost could not control the divine power. Lugger, no, Rudiger, Joanna asked. Why did you save me normally? Lugger turned around. I do not care what happens to you. I just did not like his attitude from the start. Ha, you are really bad at lying. A sound ringing throughout the world. To perform a ritual taking on troublesome work. Suddenly the monster's hand lifted her up. A scream burst out. Lugger looked back. Esmeralda, a human. Lugger asked, do you have the power to regenerate left even after being hit by that? Persistence should have its limits. The bastard shouted. I will definitely kill you. Power, give me more power, Lugger observed. The bastard is forcibly sucking her mana through the red thread. Lugger shouted. Take that hand off immediately, he attacked. What? Why is the attack so weak? I guess you do not have the same power as before, now die, he thought. Damn, is there no way? Lugger flinched. This voice is Cholo Fabius, right? He was there. He realized. I can use him as a sacrifice to perform the sealing ritual. I will not go easy this time. The bastard's body was cut in two. Joanna approached. Let her go, the bastard said. You are, Joanna, the arm did not regenerate. Power wasn't left much. Opportunity, why are you interfering? I am helping the revenge you wanted. Are you stopping me to save them or something? Joanna shouted. Shut up. The bastard continued speaking. You cannot save anyone, even your family. Hello, Mr. Lugger and Joanna. Good timing. Finally I got to know my benefactor's name. Joanna looked back and asked. How did you come here? Pierre answered. I talked about old times with Mr. Lugger a few days ago. So I decided to face the past. I was worried I might get lost, but fortunately, thanks to the Holy Spirit, I did not wander. The bastard attacked. Noisy, Joanna shouted. How dare you? It does not seem like the time to chat leisurely, he said. My ability is lacking, but I can do some deception. It is shameless, but I ask for the rest. This guy and that guy, all like bugs. The bastard attacked. Your prank-like magic does not work on me. Burn as much as you want. Thank you, Pierre. Thanks to you, we could turn the tide. Let us end this now. Quasimodo was slammed into the ground. Connected me to another guy? Impossible. The bastard struggled while bound in chains. I contracted with Esmeralda. Other contracts are impossible, Lugger said. You know one but not two. A stronger contract overwrote the existing contract. Since the contractor is weak, you became weak too. Now you cannot resist. What are you doing? Hurry and save me. Esmeralda, I am perfect only with you. I cannot disappear like this. Hurry and save me. The bastard clung to her. This, Joanna also stepped forward. If you need me that much, take it all. She put everything down, and she collapsed. No, being dragged away. What are you doing? Intending to die together, Esmeralda answered. Yes, let us die together. Your meaningless slaughter too. We end it here, Joanna shouted. No, sister, Lugger grabbed her. No, if you go there, you will be swept in too. The flames raised by Quasimodo burned. What on earth are these flames? To burn spontaneously from my own body, it makes no sense. This is a fire that burns the soul. It suits your end. If I can atone to the villagers even a little, I am truly sorry, everyone. I will be disappearing soon too, Esmeralda thought to herself. Why is he acting so willfully? As Rudiger approached with a determined look, Esmeralda stared blankly. Rudiger asked, do you think dying like that will put your mind at ease? Do not delude yourself, the flames soared. This energy is the souls of the Lotan villagers. No, my power, Quasimodo said. I will burn up the whole world, Esmeralda said. Quasimodo's energy has completely vanished, and the villagers' souls have regained their freedom. Rudiger looked at her. Her body was slowly fading. Esmeralda answered. Because I was connected to Quasimodo for too long, it is okay. I was prepared for this from the start. Just then, Rudiger called out, Master, I am sorry. I am truly sorry. She bowed her head. Because I was weak, because I was foolish, everyone lost their lives. Rudiger replied, It is fine, that is not your fault. He hugged her. It was very hard for you, wasn't it? Sobbed, tears welled up in her eyes. I am sorry I could not be by your side. Let us go now. Esmeralda. Yes, Master, have the corrupted souls returned to normal? Rudiger looked up at the sky. The souls that wandered for so long have finally been saved. It might not be time yet, but someday. They will become the foundation for my journey. Of course, there will be many hardships ahead. Did everyone go back? Joanna asked. Is everything over? A voice was heard. Not yet, Rudiger said to Joanna. You leave Soren immediately. She was surprised. Pardon? Rudiger continued. Joanna, the second rank of the Black Dawn, died here. Leave this place and never return to Soren again, Pierre. Can you take Joanna and slip away quietly? Pierre nodded. Understood. Leave it to me. I count on you then. Joanna looked at him. Why on earth? Pierre patted her shoulder. It seems Mr. Rudiger still has work to do. Let us go back first, Joanna asked. Go back to where? Pierre said. Where else? To our hometown, of course. Rudiger supported the pink-haired girl. I suspected it, but she is really still breathing. Was it not just her personality but even her soul that was separated? The girl slowly opened her eyes. He asked, Are you conscious? Mr. Rudiger, the rescue team will be here soon. Please endure it a little longer. She asked, Why did you save me? I did terrible things. Even if it was another personality. Rudiger looked at her. You remembered, we made a promise to enjoy the festival together next year. That is why I saved you. You know that too." Tears gathered in her eyes. Fireworks embroidered the entire sky. "Now let us enjoy it together. There is a person here, bring a stretcher quickly," people shouted. "Professor Selina, are you okay?" She smiled and answered, "I am fine, do not worry." "Mr. Rudiger, you should not walk because of your poor health." Rudiger said, "I am fine. Everyone is busy, so I will walk to the infirmary alone." The medical team moved urgently. "But," the detective observed and thought, "only 2 professors were found after the fire was extinguished, including that man. The Black Dawn and the 6th-tier mana I felt in the flames have disappeared and only 1 Soren professor remains, that person who left a deep impression on me. Is all this a coincidence? Detective, please help suppress the fire over here." "Yes, understood," she answered. "Brother, I had the swarm of rats erase all traces of the scene. Thank you, Han. See you later at the hideout." Rudiger thought, "Good, now Han and Sedina are out. Now I just need to fabricate a suitable report for the principal, and it is over." He sat down and sighed in relief. Anyway, hard work putting out the fire, good work, first rank." Someone spoke from behind a tree. He was startled to approach without a presence. "Moreover, I have heard this voice before. It is the voice of that man I heard when sharing memories with Quasimodo. Furthermore, he is speaking with the voice of my superior, not John Doe. This person is a high-ranking executive of the Black Dawn, perhaps the 0th rank. I heard a festival was being held here, so I came to watch. It seems something quite interesting happened. Now will you explain what happened?" "I did not hear that the 0th rank was coming to watch the festival. Did he appear knowing I disposed of Quasimodo?" he asked himself. "No, if so, he would have asked what to do with me. He does not know the full picture yet. Do not panic. Let us handle it according to the situation." Rudiger said, "I apologize, leader. I was so surprised by your sudden visit that I was speechless. Please understand." The 0th rank replied, "It is fine. It is my fault for coming without contacting you, so do not mind it. 1st rank. More importantly, the 1st rank Esmeralda. No, Quasimodo was taken out. Oh, did you notice? As you can see, the guy was a bit special, so I had to keep it a secret." "So, how was he taken out?" he thought. "I cannot tell the truth. I must mix lies based on the truth. To tell you the result first, Fabius sealed Quasimodo." The 0th rank was puzzled. "Sealed, you say, indeed, since it is a holy spirit. A holy spirit sealing technique would be effective, but it is a bit strange. What was Esmeralda doing while Quasimodo was being sealed? Furthermore, that Fabius guy did not look like he had such ability. Did he receive help from someone? That alone is insufficient. I also do not know the situation at the time in detail. However, while patrolling the outskirts in the identity of a Soren professor, I coincidentally witnessed Fabius being chased by something. Looking closely, the ones chasing Fabius were Esmeralda and the 1st rank Quasimodo, the one known as Esmeralda's holy spirit. Since Esmeralda personally requested my help just before the banquet hall incident, I had seen Quasimodo at the banquet hall and recognized him immediately. I see. I did not know about Esmeralda's revenge drama either, that child today. So what happened? I was concerned that the Black Dawn's identity would be discovered due to Esmeralda's unexpected behavior. I chased after them, fearing an accident might occur. Eventually, the cornered Fabius performed a ritual sacrificing his own soul to seal Quasimodo. Quasimodo was taken out helplessly because he did not expect the guy to counterattack so fiercely. Esmeralda's soul connected to Quasimodo was also swept into the sealing ritual. If Fabius failed the sealing, my identity could be exposed, so I could not step in directly to stop it. It is my negligence. I await your punishment." A cornered rat biting the cat? Then how did you escape the scene? "After that, I tried to dispose of Esmeralda's body, but she was still breathing. Eventually, she woke up in the form of Selina. So I escaped the scene under the pretext of saving her. A life form with separated souls? That is the first I am hearing of it. Did Esmeralda retain her memories when she woke up?" Upon checking, she seemed unaware of why she was in the warehouse. "However, if you order it, I will eliminate her." "Done. Even if she remembers, there is no way to prove it, and there will not be anything more she can do. No need to worry. It is within a controllable range anyway," he sighed in relief. "That is a relief. Anyway, due to this incident, 1 1st-rank seat is empty. I should convene a high-ranking executive meeting soon." High-ranking executive meeting, an opportunity to check other 1st ranks. "But I do not know the meeting place. A meeting held after a long time. You still have what I gave you back then, right?" he thought. Based on the flow of conversation, it must be an item related to the meeting. I do not want to gamble, but I must apologize in advance. "I apologize in advance regarding that point." The 0th rank was puzzled. "What did you say?" "As you know, there was a train terror incident when I came to Soren. At that time, I lost part of my luggage. I am truly ashamed." The 0th rank was dumbfounded. He did not say anything more either. "Then it cannot be helped. Here, take this." The 0th rank handed over an object. "See you at the meeting." Then he disappeared. It was a short moment, but fortunately the crisis passed. As he was sitting, someone called out, "Oh my Mr. Rudiger." "Principal, what is the person who should be lying in the emergency room doing here?" Rudiger answered. "I felt dizzy on the way, so I was resting for a moment. My goodness, someone in poor health should have asked for help. I will support you. Let us go." Rudiger stood up. "It is fine, I can walk alone." The principal was flustered. "Oh my Mr. Rudiger, do you know how surprised I was when you collapsed? You are really okay, right?" "Yes, I am fine," Principal Elisa said. "I still cannot believe it. To think Professor Cholo Fabius would do such a thing. Furthermore, a student was even involved." Rudiger replied, "Correct. The banquet hall attack incident last time was also the doing of Cholo Fabius and Joanna," Mr. Rudiger. "Do you happen to remember the Philosopher's Stone incident?" "Ah yes, I remember. I think they are related to the culprit who stole the Philosopher's Stone." "Pardon, what do you mean? What did Cholo say when he tried to set fire to Soren back then?" "Everything for the Black Dawn." "That is exactly it. I found out that the person who stole the Philosopher's Stone also belongs to the Black Dawn. It seems they are hiding in Soren deeper than we thought." Rudiger looked at her. "We should have captured and interrogated them somehow." "No. It is enough for me that the teachers are safe. It is a huge relief that there were no fatalities other than the culprits. Anyway, I will be going first. Take care of your health." "Yes, go safely." Rudiger checked his pocket. "Fortunately I wasn't caught." She does not completely believe my words, but since the remaining evidence is only the testimony of 2 professors, since it is uncertain, she will not be able to dig deeper right now. I need to coordinate my story with Professor Selena. Now let us check if all the items I packed are here. First, what the 0th rank gave me, and the red gem obtained when Quasimodo perished. The gem is here. I should see what the 0th rank gave me. He opened a small box. It is a ring. Magic is engraved on the inside. It works by wearing the ring and injecting mana. Looking at the characters engraved inside, this is dream magic. It can move the user's consciousness to a designated dream space, using a dream as a meeting place. Quite smart. Since Quasimodo was taken out, the remaining first ranks total 6. Excluding me, there are 5 including Victor. If I do well, I might be able to find out about the remaining 5 this time. Nice to meet you, Detective Casey Selmore. I heard you not only helped clean up the scene but also informed us of the location of other injured people. The principal said, "The reason I invited the detective today is to thank you for yesterday's work, and I have something to ask as well. After all, it is better to cross-verify the stories of both sides. I will cooperate actively. Instead, I also have a request for the principal," Casey Selmore proposed. "So you mean the detective also does not know about the inside of the fire scene?" Casey answered. "Yes, since the surroundings of the scene were surrounded by pillars of fire, I do not know what happened inside." Listening to this side, there are no peculiarities either. You chased a suspicious person from a secret organization to the scene, and after the pillar of fire was extinguished, only the 2 professors were there. The suspicious person who ran to the scene must have been the helper student Mr. Rudiger mentioned. There are no contradictions with Mr. Rudiger's testimony. Rather, it is more natural, but it feels like I am missing something," Casey continued. "Who on earth is that person called Rudiger?" the principal answered. "He is one of Soren's capable professors." "Why do you ask?" Casey thought with a sullen expression. As expected, she does not tell me easily. Since even I am not certain, I cannot say he is suspicious. She said, "No, I just got a bit interested." The principal laughed and said, "Haha, the teacher is a bit like that." Then in the end we have no choice but to rely on Mr. Rudiger's testimony regarding what happened inside the pillar of fire. "Yes, I suppose so." She put down the teacup. "Thank you for your cooperation. Detective Casey, what is your request for me?" "I want to participate directly in interrogating the remnants of that organization. There is a guy that I first must catch." Scene change. Buzzing sounds were heard from behind the curtain. Rudiger pulled back the curtain and said, "You guys, visiting the sick is good, but you should not cause trouble for other patients." They hurried out and said, "Sorry, we will leave soon." Mr. Selena, you do not necessarily have to accept all the students." Selena felt embarrassed. Sorry, Mr. Rudiger, because of me you even ended up in the hospital. It is something I brought upon myself. Please do not mind it too much. I heard Professor Rudiger was hurt." The door burst open. "Are you hurt badly?" A student rushed in and shouted, "Professor Rudiger, are you okay?" "Hey Aiden, what are you doing shouting in a hospital room?" Right, sorry," he answered. "So you guys are, other kids are here too." "You too, we came to see the teacher." Yes, Professor, are you okay?" Selena answered brightly. "I am fine. Since there are many people, come inside and let us talk." Rudiger was annoyed. It is annoying to death, he thought to himself. Sometimes things like this are not bad. The time spent as a professor wasn't in vain. That guy, Gideon Uber, why is that person here? Over there, Senior Gideon is truly so dazzling. Even though he said he would go with us, he approached the bed. "Long time no see, teacher." People were puzzled. Fortunately, both teachers seemed to be safe. "That is right. What about Senior Gideon?" He said he would go on his own, so do not mind him. He should have said so in the first place, making people wait. "Long time no see, I do not know what you mean. In my memory, this is the first time we are talking," Flora answered Rudiger. "Is that so? Then I must have been mistaken." The blonde girl was angry. What is he thinking, making people curious and then saying it was a mistake? Forget it, how could someone like me understand the thoughts of a noble wolf? Over there, you take the same magic class as me, right? Yes. My name is Aiden," the boy introduced himself first. "I wanted to talk to you before, Senior, but it was hard to approach." The girl's eyes sparkled like stars. "Senior, Senior, Senior. There is a junior besides Renee who calls me Senior." "You speak very prettily, Junior. Do not call me senior so stiffly. Call me big sister. Friendly like. Big sister? Wait a minute. Do not cling so close. Because of that idiot I could not even talk properly, and now others are flocking in. Come to think of it, is not that guy Gideon acting a bit strange lately, asking about Professor Rudiger's well-being, but then not saying long time no see when he first saw the teacher? He is not the type to come visit the sick originally. You were here. Rudiger turned his head to look. Did you keep following? Did not you have work to do? I have nothing to say, so go back. When I first saw you, I also thought I was mistaken. Until I found out that Jay received a non-attribute magic book from you. As far as I know, only one person has that non-attribute magic book. After that person died, there is only one person who could inherit it. Just what are you plotting to appear so shamelessly with your face raised? Rudiger answered with a smile. Ha, if I knew that, I should have pretended not to know back then. No, I did not think you would remember in the first place. My mistake. Long time no see. Uber's puppy. You were a brat back then, but you look quite noble now. You grew up well. Is it 10 years? No, 12 years? Cut the empty talk. Answer me. Why did you come here? Is there a reason I should not come to Theon? Rudiger asked back. Are you asking because you really do not know? You are thick-skinned. Are not you the murderer who killed Jay's mother? Gideon asked. Are you pretending not to know now? Try making an excuse. Rudiger answered. Funny. Why should I make an excuse to you? Gideon was furious. What? That is just the past. And you seem to be mistaken. I did not come because of what happened 1 or 2 years ago, Gideon asked. Then why on earth did you come? You do not need to know that. I question what right you have to interrogate me in the first place. You knew about that day too, but you pretended not to. Are not you no different from me? Rudiger asked. I am different, Rudiger sneered. Quite a plausible sophistry. Whether to reveal the truth or not depends on your choice. Do as you please, since you will not be able to do anything anyway. Gideon clenched his fist and walked away. Renee saw him and asked, Senior Gideon, you were still here? Ah, Renee, I was just about to leave. What brings you here? Renee answered. I left something behind, so I came to get it. Good, I had something to tell you. She was surprised. To me? Yeah, Renee. As memories of the past surfaced, he hesitated. No, it is nothing. Sorry for taking up your time. What was I going to say? That the teacher you trust and follow is actually the culprit who killed your mother and erased the memories of that day. There is not even certain evidence in the first place. Telling Jay an uncertain truth would only hurt her. I do not want you to be hurt. Just that. Renee was puzzled. Senior, he recalled the words from a moment ago. What makes you different from me? He ground his teeth and thought. You knew from the start that I could not say it. I admit it. I cannot bite you yet. But you'd better not let your guard down. Uber's wolf does not miss an opportunity, little kid Nathan. Brother Han, why is your voice like that? It is nothing, do not mind it. Rudiger asked. What happened to what I asked you to investigate? Yesterday's fire incident seems likely to conclude as negligence in management. The atmosphere is to cover it up quietly. It would be easy for Principal Elisa to handle. I heard a few remnants of the Black Dawn were arrested at the scene. You know, I know. They are currently detained inside Theon. It seems the interrogation was entrusted to the blue-haired Corcasi, right? The rats said they saw them going to the interrogation room with the principal. Will it be okay? At this rate, it is only a matter of time before Brother's identity is revealed. If it is that woman, I cannot hide it forever anyway. I'll think about it then. Good grief, anyway, this matter is roughly settled. Since we dealt with the first rank, there is no greater contribution than this, that is true. We cannot be completely relieved, but it is good news. Brother, can you go out for a moment? There is no reason I cannot, but what is it? There is a negotiation related to the underworld business. It seems it will take some time. A man collapsed on the floor. No, that cannot be. Are the 7 guys only this much? Do I have to borrow my hands just to deal with back alley beggars? Chairman Severian Carlin held a gun. Tamoran, do you still not know what kind of person I am? And no. Actually, we came not because of those beggars, but because of the financier behind them. The rumored figure who crushed the Red Squad. So you are asking me to deal with that guy? Specific information? They were so flustered. What? Carlin was annoyed. I know, when the Red Squad was defeated, they said those guys shouted the name Moriarty. They should have. Good work, bang. Carlin shot Tamoran. Congratulations, young merchant friend. Now you will take Tamoran's place. Carlin placed his hand on his shoulder. What did you say your name was? He said in fear. I am Khan. Good. Soon I will move as you wish. Naturally, I should provide ample compensation. Yes, I understand. Then go, clean up the corpse too. Yes, ha, J. Moriarty you say. Funny. That guy died in the Delica Kingdom. Seems someone borrowed the name to do some business, but seeing the merchant guys clinging like that, he must have some skill. Carlan ordered, clean up the slum guys, kill a few as an example. Leave the ones who look like they have money. I will prepare immediately. Let us see how long they last, he smiled meanly. Captain, you are here already? What's the occasion? Did a problem arise with the business? Rudiger answered. No, rather, it is a problem because it is too smooth, but the Merchant Guild guys' movements are a bit suspicious. Tell me in detail. If our business is doing well, it is normal for the Merchant Guild to keep us in check, right? But from some time, the obstruction operations stopped abruptly. So, Captain, that bothers me. It feels very uneasy since the guys who always picked fights are quiet. Rudiger said, There must be a plot. Did you find out anything? I do not know for sure, but I have a guess. Have you perhaps heard of Silver Sun? They also call it SS for short. Originally a dark organization, it is a mafia enterprise that expanded its scale and reached out to legitimate businesses. They intervene in unions to take profits and are also doing external businesses. They do not hesitate to do illegal things. I heard the gangsters are not taking requests these days. The rats witnessed the Merchant Guild executives going in and out of their building. Really? Suspicious. Understood, I will be careful. We'll look into it a bit more on our side too. Pardon, brother. Is something wrong? Why the sudden formal language? A person who never trembled is shaking his leg and even sweating cold sweat? Rudiger answered. Actually, I have been so distracted since yesterday that I forgot something important. If this matter becomes known, that person might find my location. In the darkness, a woman opened her eyes. I smell my blood. Stupid disciple, he took my blood when he ran away, and is he only using it now? I thought he would not need to use it since I raised and taught him with my own hands. A situation urgent enough to use the blood even at the risk of being caught has arisen. Interesting. A reason to go out has arisen after a long time. If you cannot entertain me, you'd better be prepared. My disciple, brother, are not you trembling too much? Someone would think your master is the Grim Reaper. To be precise, she is that kind. Captain, you are joking, Rudiger answered. Joking? Where do you think my magic and techniques came from? I thought you were a genius and self-taught, brother. I always say it, I only apply what others made. Of course, what I made might look amazing in others' eyes, he sighed. I knew it. But do you know why I cannot reveal it? Most of what I made does not satisfy my master. There are so many people who covet brother's magic. Just how amazing a person is she? Rudiger was silent. A monster. I almost died several times because of that person. Even so, calling your master a monster, is not that too much? Are you asking me to curse her together right now? He thought. Almost died? Just what kind of teacher is she? Damn it. Still, she is my master. You should not curse like that. He shut his mouth. Sorry. A few days later, Royal Street. Long time no see, since I was quite busy after the Esmeralda incident. There is some time left until the meeting time with Han. Rudiger looked at the murmuring crowd and asked, Wait, that crest is priests of the Bretis Holy Kingdom? I heard the War of Succession ended, but to think they returned already. Headache, I should hurry. Violetta's dressing room. You came early. Leader, Han has not come yet, Rudiger said. It has been a while, so I came early to look around. It is thanks to the leader that the street is lively. I was surprised that you came suddenly. Is there perhaps work for me to do? I heard there are guys interfering with business these days. I heard bad quality guys are twisted up, she sighed, as expected of the leader. I intended to handle it at my level, but you already knew. The Silver Sun guys are plotting with the Merchant Guild near here. Suspicious guys were hovering around the store. I am also watching closely. I want to hear the details. About the ringleaders. Miss Violetta, a scream was heard outside. Big trouble, Violetta asked. What happened? The printing press was attacked. The flames have become fierce and entry is impossible due to the smoke. Violetta ran. Just what happened? Guys wearing white hoods suddenly barged in. We must extinguish the fire first. Suppress it with magic, Rudiger said. He took something out of his pocket. It is the spirit stone Quasimodo left. Does it react to fire? Do not tell me. Violetta looked up. It is sucking up the fire. Just what is that? No, this is not the time. Everyone go inside. Save the people inside first. Understood, Lady Violetta. Everyone heard right. Move quickly. Dean and Mustela are not seen. Did they avoid the disaster by being elsewhere fortunately? If so, that is a relief, but I have an ominous feeling. If the purpose of attacking the printing press in the first place was targeting the two, Rudiger asked Violetta. Do you know where the two are? She thought. There is a residence on the other side of the building, but I do not know if they are there right now. I will check. I leave this place to you. Many people were dead inside. Leader, you came. I should have gone out to meet you. What happened? Thugs barged in, but Dean tried to protect me. Just why on earth is this happening to us? We finally saw hope. We just wanted to live like human beings, she wailed. Rudiger comforted Miss Stella. Please stay outside for a moment. I will try something somehow. And no matter what happens, do not enter until I go out. Miss Stella listened and went outside. Seal release. Come out. I need your help. Save this person. If you hate it, I will call another guy, but if you help, I will give you a corresponding price. How about it? Miss Stella went outside. When Rudiger came out supporting Dean, people asked in surprise, What happened? Are you really okay? Yes, I am fine now. Captain, I apologize for being late. No, I just resolved it, Rudiger replied to Violetta. I found this where Dean and Miss Stella were. Do you know what this is? She stammered. That is the Silver Sun's mark. The guys who smashed our shop had that too. Understood. Since it has come to this, there is no need to compromise anymore, Captain. Rudiger moved his steps and said, I am enough alone. No need to follow. Outskirts of Royal Street, Khan's mansion. 2 guards yawned. How long until the shift change? I wonder if there is a need to stand guard like this. Right, who would dare touch the Silver Sun? By the way, shall we go for a drink after work? I know a place. What is that in front? A wild animal? No, looking closely, it looks like a person. Someone rushed in and attacked. The guy next to him was startled as his colleague was taken down. Who are you? Whoosh, a sword flew in. No way to be taken down by just one person. The guy was struck with terror. He picked up the sword again. Wait, Rudiger did not listen. Carlin, who was sitting in the chair, said, Oh ho, were the guards in the hallway all taken out? Regrettable. They were quite skilled guys, but to be taken down so futilely. I was waiting. Owner, how about sitting down and having a sincere conversation? Rudiger took off his hat. Carlin asked, Why so quiet? I thought you would kill me as soon as you saw me. Did you know I would come? The two sat facing each other at the table. Carlin answered, Cook, of course. Since you must know well that I am the mastermind behind this morning's incident, right? Did you like my small gift? My subordinate said the screams of the factory workers were very pleasant to hear, Rudiger said. I thought you would surely have prepared a plausible excuse, so I tried to have a conversation. But hearing the bullshit you are spouting, annoyance is rising. Carlin frowned and thought, what on earth is this pressure? I thought he was just a brat with a false reputation. He sighed, really arrogant. I will acknowledge your skill in coming this far, but how long can you maintain that hostile attitude? In an instant, soldiers surrounded Rudiger. You are stupid, so I do not understand. Do you know how the silver sun rose again? Rudiger was silent. Carlin laughed. Haha, I'll take it as a compliment. I do not know how the idiots outside handled things, but the guys here are elites I carefully selected. Let us not waste each other's time and surrender. You know what happens if you oppose me, right? If you surrender obediently, I might show mercy and withdraw from the slums. Before we start, let me tell you two things. First, I am not scared at all. I was just surprised by your pathetic behavior. Second, violence is the field we are most confident in. As soon as he finished speaking, Rudiger threw a punch. Thwack, Carlin flew backward. A blond man said in relief, I was worried because our subordinates were wagging their tails like dogs. We just have to capture them all, right? Simple. Now, brothers and sisters, let us do this properly, turns out. Is this all of Silver Sun's power? Carlin ordered. Look at that arrogant mug. Unlucky. Subordinates answered, someone else will handle it for you. Do not just stand there and kill that bastard immediately. One guy rushed in. Die. The guy's eyes became bloodshot red. Then he melted down and disappeared in an instant. What is that? People were appalled. You bastard, what did you do? Rudiger replied. I told you I did not do anything. Carlin, do you believe in God? This black tentacle right in front of your eyes is the very God people speak of. Their master was a goddess. A long time ago, she was betrayed, lost her honor, turned into an evil spirit, lost her symbolism, and was forgotten in people's memories. Nevertheless, the goddess loved humans, to the extent that her body was made of humans. From a human perspective, it might be a bit disgusting, but she possessed the authority to heal any wound as long as one was alive. But since she is not a devoted god, I had to make a deal to save the person dying this morning. Since you guys are the ringleaders who drove that person to death, so I decided to offer all of you as sacrifices. That is a god nonsense. Carlin trembled in fear. Do not come. Do you know who I am? Carlin struggled. No, kill me instead. Just kill me. He spat out a final death throw and disappeared without a trace. Boring. Wasn't even a warm-up. Good work. I cannot watch with my eyes open. Anyway, I was surprised. I did not know Violetta would call us. How did you know those guys would attack us? The method is too obvious. This is practically a massacre. I could not afford to pay attention to the surroundings. Since they are remodeled houses anyway, it does not matter if they all break. It is not bad to just bulldoze everything. What did that brat just say? She got angry. Brat for a subject whose scout got scared and ran away at your age. Who dares call whom a brat? I'm not good at fighting like you guys. Rudiger walked out and asked, is it all done? A blond man laughed and answered, oh leader, you are fine even after blowing those guys away just now. Violetta, how is Dean's condition? She answered. He looks fine, rather. He seems healthier than before. That is a relief. Since everyone is gathered, I will tell you. The Silver Sun has been completely annihilated. Violetta was shocked. Pardon, you killed them all in that short time? There will not be any organization touching us for a while. From now on, I leave the management of Silver Sun's business to you, Violetta answered. Leave it to me. Let us get out of here right now. These bastards. Everyone paid attention to the screaming sound. What is it, everyone? We rushed to support. Is it finished already? I told you to evacuate because this place is dangerous. Violetta sighed. It is fine. Everyone came with courage. Is not that right? The leader seems indifferent on the outside but is warm on the inside. I will say a word on behalf of them. Thank you for everything. It is nothing. A few days later, outskirts of Royal Street. Overnight, the majority of the Silver Sun members, including Carlan, disappeared without a trace. To think such a serious incident happened again while I was away. Enya, report what you investigated. Enya answered. According to what I confirmed this morning, the prime suspect related to this incident is Leatherville's owner. The scene is too clean. To an unbelievable extent, he wiped it clean as if nothing happened without leaving a drop of blood. Captain, what is that? This is an artifact currently being restored. It has the ability to analyze surrounding mana and read the memories stored in that flow. Enya admired. Wow, amazing. Then the problem is practically solved. Owner. Right, everyone calls him that. The one who appeared in Leatherville suddenly after the nemesis Silver Sun disappeared, completely took over the underworld, established an organization in the slums, and became the boss. Suspicious. Is there no detailed information on him? Well, I could not find anything about his name or past activities. If that person called Owner really rebuilt the slums, he surely would have struck the competitor Silver Sun. It seems like a reckless decision, but for now he is the most likely suspect. I must meet him personally and check. The captain was lost in thought. Flinch. It stopped suddenly. Does it stop automatically if it cannot find traces of mana? That means the culprit of this incident did not use mana. Nonsense, is that possible, according to the investigation results. There were 100 guard troops at the Silver Sun headquarters. Right, there were traces of activity until yesterday. Only magic makes such a thing possible, but absolutely no traces of mana. Further investigation is useless. I'll have to meet that owner for now. I have a feeling he is not an ordinary person. She packed the artifact and set up a police line so soldiers would not damage the scene. Understood. Just then the captain drew her sword. Come out. Do not hide like a rat. Wow. As expected of Tarina. Your senses are sharp. Detectives appeared. Soldiers could not have infiltrated, and since even I was caught, I had tried to stop them. I apologize, Captain, Enia said. Detective Casey offered a greeting. Long time no see, Tarina. It has been a really long time, right? Have you been well? I am glad to see you. Is it the first time for the night since the art auction? Ah, right. It has been quite a while. Tarina said. Fine, fine. You seem glad to see us, but this is a crime scene. It is a no civilian entry zone. Casey laughed loudly. Haha, I am a state-affiliated detective, so I am not a civilian. Always like that. If you want to enter, you should get formal permission. Why sneak in instead of entering confidently? Casey grumbled. It takes too much time to go through procedures. By the way, this case is really interesting. I could not help but intervene. You probably need a guide. Shall I help, Ha? No need, Tarina cut her off flatly. I need to be able to trust you. Furthermore, I cannot accept an outsider's help in such a case. Making me embarrassed. Honestly speaking, I came to help catch the culprit. No need to be shy, just lend me one useful item, Tarina said. I know this case is quite difficult. Good. If it is you, there should be no problem, Captain. Is it okay since she is an outsider? Subordinates worried. It is fine. I will take full responsibility. You saw it too. He has skill enough to sneak in avoiding your eyes. Rather than wandering without finding clues, it is better to lend it to that woman, Casey said excitedly. Haha, thanks. I'll use it well. You are not going to cause trouble again, right? Someone asked from behind. So where are you going to use it? That is a secret. I'll tell you after resolving the problem, Tarina answered with a laugh. Really? Since you say so, I will not ask further. Thanks, I am busy so I'll be going. See you later, Tarina, Enia said. Came like the wind, and disappears like the wind. Now let us go to the slums. Understood. Behind were informant rats. Understood. Good work, Han. I was a bit worried, but I am relieved now. I will go scout. Will it be okay? They say they are coming to the slums. Should not we set up a double? He opened the drawer. No, if it is Tarina, she will notice quickly. I will meet her personally. I prepared knowing this day would come. Tell Violetta to prepare too, Rudiger ordered. Tarina and Enia walked the street. This place changed a lot. I would believe it if told it was a different place. People's hostile gazes. I knew people here dislike knights, but the atmosphere is completely different. Hello, knight. Violetta bowed her head. I am Violetta who will guide the knight today. I came to escort the two of you by the owner's order. Did he know we would come? Is it okay to follow? It is fine. If he was going to ambush, he would have planned it long ago. Nothing will happen. Let us go, a fake base to welcome guests. I am the owner. It is an honor to meet the Knights of the Night Patrol. It is a bit awkward to say this, but I am that owner you are looking for. I have some burn scars, so I wore a mask, please understand. The real name is not owner, right? Reveal your real name, Tarina said. Ah, you suspect me, good. Since it is nothing special, my real name is Oliver. I was born and raised in this alley. I just hid my alias and date of birth for ease of business. Because not everyone in this alley is kind, Tarina asked. Did you really hide it for such a reason? Do I look like I am lying? A great merchant from the alley returned just in time. Truly amazing for a coincidence. Removed the enemy, rebuilt the slums, and took over the place. It is scary, Rudiger said. I ran away avoiding them, and when I reappeared they were dead. Tarina thought. This guy prepared thoroughly, she said. I have a lot I want to ask, but I will speak straightforwardly. Last night the Silver Sun disappeared. I heard there was friction between the slum people and the Silver Sun, and a war broke out. You must know too, right? Rudiger replied. War, you say? The Silver Sun side picked a fight. You are too suspicious. Do you think I am the culprit? You must be suspecting because there was conflict between me and them. Do you think so? You know how many people hold grudges against the Silver Sun? Since that organization committed many unforgivable acts since its establishment, is not it better that they disappeared? Why does the Night Patrol Knight suspect an innocent person like me? This is just an opinion, so please stop clumsy threats, Tarina sighed. If I truly believed you were the culprit, my sword would already be stained with your blood. The air was filled with killing intent. Thank you for your consideration. I will keep that in mind. Tarina thought to herself that he did not tremble at all even before the captain's killing intent. The two looked at each other. The reason they looked at me with such eyes was because they were worried about their master. To them he was clearly a hero. The person who saved the residents of the back alleys abandoned by the country. If we were to turn our backs on the people of the back alleys, it would become a war covered in corpses. Such a thing must be avoided. I should get going now. Thank you for your cooperation. Let us go. Yes. Do you not need me to see you off? No need. Tarina turned around. Phew, that was tiring. You were here. Is the scouting finished? Did you really have to send me so far away? A presence was heard from outside. A blond man entered. Enia was surprised. Alex, Rudiger froze. Oh no, I did not know he would return this quickly. Was saying he would visit his hometown a lie. Enia chased after him and asked. Alex? Alex answered. No need to know. We are strangers anyway. If you are done talking, will you please leave now? You have not changed, Enia said. She turned her head. Right? Sorry for interfering in your business. Goodbye. Alex bowed his head. Ah, you were here. Did you see that? Just how many people are tailing me? Rumors will spread all over the neighborhood at this rate. Rudiger scratched his head. I intended to go alone, but things turned out like this. And I am sorry. I did not tell you out of courtesy, Alex answered. It is fine. I am the one who opened the door without permission. Since things have turned out like this, I will tell you everything from the start. Did you attend the Noble Knight School, the best knight training center, and that female knight was your classmate? I heard Sir Alex was dishonorably discharged. What happened? People were flustered. A few days before the commissioning ceremony, I assaulted an instructor together with a cadet. Why? He was displeased that a commoner had better grades than a noble and kept bullying me. He found fault with whatever I did and punished me. I received such treatment for 3 whole years. How could I not get angry? Goodness. Did you explode after enduring for so long? Judging by that female knight's reaction, it does not seem like she was angry simply because you were expelled. Is there some other reason? He laughed loudly. I did not expect Lord Pantos to hit the mark. Yes, that is correct. Enia and I were lovers. Of course it wasn't like that from the start. We were rivals during our cadet days. But as we were always together during sparring, from some point on I wanted to protect her rather than beat her. Enia felt the same as me. Those were truly innocent times. We promised to be each other's future. But I was a commoner and Enia was a noble. The closer I got to her, the worse the bullying became. Enia knew nothing because I kept the fact that I was being bullied a secret. I wanted to protect Enia. I also agreed with what those damn nobles said, that even if I got a perfect score and became a knight, a commoner like me would only be a burden to her. So I deliberately pretended to cheat with someone else and broke up with her. I thought I was prepared, but it was really hard once we broke up. And watching those trash rejoicing at the news of our breakup, I thought I was truly a fool for enduring all this for 3 years. No way, he looked back. I was too arrogant. I harbored too much ambition for a commoner, a waste of talent. For such a talent to become a thug, Tarina, who was listening from the side, said to Enia. No, it is fine, memories resurfaced. He and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. I saw everything. You could have easily beaten them, but you stood still and took it. Is getting hit your hobby? None of your business. Get lost. Are you satisfied with this kind of life? Instead of living getting beaten, how about joining our organization? I will do my best to give you what you want. The condition is, Rudiger said, do not do things that hurt you again. Is not that too painful? Alex sighed and recalled. After that, the leader took me in when I was wandering like a homeless person. If I had not met Big Brother, I would have died. The leader is like a light to us. Rudiger cleared his throat. That is overpraise. Is leader embarrassed? Oh, this is the first time seeing this reaction. Come to think of it, we do not know anything about the leader. Right, cannot you tell us? Rudiger hesitated. Understood. I intended to tell you someday anyway. Are you really telling us? Before that, let me tell you why I told you to collect relics. Have you guys ever felt that this world is like a giant cage? Are you testing us now? Are you asking us to solve a riddle? No, I mean it literally. I am collecting them to break this stifling cage. Then, Alex asked. Do you mean the relics are tools to destroy the world? That kind of thing will not happen. Rest assured. The one who made the relics does not want that. Then the reason Big Brother went around using aliases like Lupin or Van Helsing was because of the relics. But that is not everything, right? Good. I will formally introduce myself again. My real name is, the girl in the bed woke up. I felt a strange energy, so I came to check, but this is quite interesting. You are the first-year top candidate, Julia Blumhart. You are the top student taking Professor Rudiger's class, right? How did you get in here? Your dream summoned me here. Do you belong to the School of Dreams by any chance? You are quick-witted. It seems we know each other. Dream walking, dream magic. Magic that allows entering others' dreams or inducing unique dreams. I heard there is a separate school because it is easier to learn than other specialized magic. It is the first time I have met a graduate from there. Really? I only know a little from hearing about it in books or rumors. Seeing you connected to dreams, you must know quite a lot. The girl on the bed smiled and said, Really, more importantly, I found you thanks to the dream. You are like a dream fairy. Julia Blumhart sighed in relief. I will pretend I heard that as sleep talk. Oh, then am I still dreaming? We are strangers. But how did you enter my dream? To be precise, it is the boundary between dream and reality. I told you I came because it looked interesting. You had a strange dream before I came, right? Yeah, actually it is not clear. I think it is a childhood dream. It was happy yet sad. Speaking as a dream walker, there is a high possibility that it is not a dream. What does that mean? Dreams are a projection of reality. In other words, you peeked at your past through the dream. Let us verify it and talk again. Julia Blumhart placed her hand on her forehead. Nothing is visible. Wait, it is visible but very faint. Right, you were with someone in the dream. But I cannot remember who. There is only one reason why I cannot see the dream. Someone intentionally sealed your dream, or to be precise, your memory. What? Who on earth? I do not know if you did something related to memory, Renee recalled. Is it perhaps because I resonated memories with Senior Arundel? Can you unlock the seal on my memory? No, I cannot. But I can find the key connected to your seal within the dream. Think about it. Is there anything you clearly remember from the dream? Thinking about it, I do not remember the face, but I remember one name. Really? What is it? Van Bretis. That person said he was royalty of the Bretis Holy Kingdom and the son of the late king. Julia Blumhart said. Heathcliff. Have you heard that name? No, it is the first time hearing it. I see. For that person to appear in my dream of all people. It is not a common name, and since the memory is blurry, I cannot be certain who it is. I need more information. Understood. Thank you for your help. My body. Seems I am waking up from the dream. I should get going. I enjoyed the conversation. Yeah, sorry, Julia Blumhart. Can we talk again later? She answered immediately. No need to act so stiffly, Renee said. Our conversation today is temporary. I have no intention of becoming close with you. If you really want to talk again, try attracting my interest. Who knows, then I might come back. See you next time. Renee, she is quite funny. Heathcliff, where should I find that person? Alex said. My head is spinning. Big Brother is the son of the late Emperor. What does this mean? Well, if it is Big Brother, that might be possible. Then is that amazing ability also thanks to the late Emperor's bloodline? Rudiger answered. Does not matter. Still, thanks to that gentleman, I obtained this useless ability. My body just happened to possess the natural talent to handle it easily. But such a thing did not happen in my other lineage. Brediss is an atheist nation. Is that natural talent something like a blessing? Who knows? From my perspective, it is closer to a curse. In the War of Succession, my talent wasn't a threat. Yet what do you think is the reason I am wandering here and there? It is because I want to discard this bloodline and survive. My biological father, the late Emperor, has poor health. As soon as the succession issue rises, the guys aiming for the throne will try to kill me first. Then is the reason Big Brother is tolerant and knowledgeable about poison because you were poisoned countless times? A while ago, the Brediss Kingdom resumed activities after 20 years. It means a temporary emperor has been decided. If that emperor knows I am alive, he will try to kill me by any means necessary. Alex shuddered. Casey, please clean the room. It looks like a pigsty. Casey turned her head. Okay, I said I would. Go out for a bit while I clean. You should be grateful. Where is there an assistant as excellent as me? I mean, I am the best. Casey looked at the blackboard. Let us summarize. Magic soldier accident. Abandoned factory accident. Auction house raid. Resurrection of Jarden's beast and the Black Dawn appearing at Theon. And the mysterious figure in the bank robbery. Too many major accidents occurred in Leatherville this year. The recently rapidly growing slums are also suspicious, but I left that to Tarina, so let us focus on chasing the Black Dawn for now. The only clue is the information obtained from the guy at Theon's underground press. He did not blow the address of the base, but after interrogation, I found out one place that catches my eye. Surely there will be nothing there. Just wait. Just you wait. J. Moriarty. A few days later. Theon Academy. I told you to throw away all unimportant letters. There are too many, yes. I filtered them all out. And I set aside this polite-looking letter separately. It looked somewhat important. It is an invitation to Mystery Night. Is not Mystery Night an annual event where mages from various places gather? Professor's true value has finally been recognized. We must celebrate. Rudiger was indifferent. It is not that I am uninterested, but this bothers me more than that. Old Magic, New Magic, and the Scholar Association. I did not expect them to invite me simultaneously. The current magic world is divided into three huge organizations. Old Magic, a group of self-righteous elders who believe magic belongs only to the chosen ones. New Magic, an organization that sought independence from old magic, pursuing the fusion of magic and modern science. The Scholar Association was established feeling skeptical of the two opposing towers. I do not want to support any side, but if I take one side, the remaining forces will shrink. It has become troublesome, Rudiger thought. All three places sent gifts. If it is hard to choose, should I open them first and decide? Rudiger answered. Oh, I wonder what is inside those boxes. Fruit, good, let us just take all the gifts without taking any side. Since they are the professors, the fact that they sent gifts when they could have just sent invitations means it is okay to refuse, as expected of Professor Rudiger, giving up all privileges. That is not what I meant, she apologized hurriedly. I have gotten used to that reaction now. More importantly, that loyalty is truly endless. But I do not know if that loyalty is directed at me or the first rank. I do not know the source of the loyalty. The two went outside. Sorry to interrupt while you are talking, Professor Rudiger. Professor Verano, what is the matter? He asked. I came to see the Assistant Sedina. Sedina, you still have not answered what I asked before, right? She bowed her head. I am sorry, I am not ready yet. Understood, I interrupted, she said hurriedly. No, I have a class, so I have to get going. She left the spot hurriedly. Oh my, it seems she dislikes me, Rudiger said. That is probably not it. Rather, it is unexpected. I did not know the two of you knew each other, Verano said. I was worried because of a matter related to her. A related matter? Did you not know? The students follow the professor well, so I thought you knew. I do not know if I should say this, but since it seems she has not told the professor yet. Section. I am certain, Verano said. Since she trusts and follows you the most, it will be fine. Have you ever thought she was a bit peculiar? Peculiar, well, Rudiger thought to himself. This is a leading question. It would be better to speak honestly. Have you ever seen her ears? Impossible, Rudiger was surprised. Do not tell me, mixed with the blood of a half-elf? A half-elf, Sedina asked if she could enter. Sedina, come in. Yes, excuse me, Rudiger asked. Is gardening your hobby? She answered. Yes, I have liked it since I was young. I heard about your background from Professor Verano. If you wanted to keep it a secret, I apologize. I made him tell me. She lowered her head. No, it is not that. If I go to the village, Professor Verano suggested, I could leave the family that abandoned me and live peacefully. I respect your decision, teacher. I will handle matters related to the organization, so please do not worry. She still kept her head down. First of all, I apologize for deceiving you about my identity. You showed me kindness, teacher. But I still want to follow you, Professor Rudiger, because you acknowledged me. Understood, if that is what you want. He approached Sedina. I also have something I hid from you. Sedina, actually, I am not the first rank. That is truly unexpected, it is shocking. Sedina's surname was Rosen. That meant she was a noble and her mother was an elf. There was a rumor that the Rosen family bought elf slaves during the racial war. If that rumor was true, her birth would not have been very blessed. Then what proposal will you make to Assistant Sedina, Professor? Verano asked. I thought about rescuing her from the family and sending her to where the elves live. Since she is despised for being a half-elf, she would be more comfortable living with elves. Well, her blood is mixed half and half between elf and human. In the past, humans used elves as slaves. It is certain that the elves will ostracize her for having human blood mixed in. Unless you are an elder of the forest, it will be difficult to protect Sedina. Ah, I am that elder. What? Rudiger was startled. Is that true? To think an elder of the forest actually exists. I am the head of the Dentis family, one of the 7 roots of the world tree. From long ago, our role has been to guard the frontiers of the elf forest. Besides protecting the forest from the outside, protecting those like Sedina who live apart from us is also our duty. I guarantee Sedina will live safely and happily. So Professor Rudiger, please persuade her. Rudiger replied, I am sorry, but I do not think I can do that. Why, do you not want her to be happy? Please calm down. It is not that I do not know your intentions, but the choice is Sedina's. If I persuade her, it will not be entirely her choice. Verano understood. If you think so, understood. But can you at least listen to my proposal? When I first brought up this story, Sedina said this. I must hear Professor Rudiger's opinion. She relies on you a lot. In other words, you are the only one who can know what she truly wants, so please ask her what she really wants. Sedina was afraid. You are not the first rank, your joke is going too far. It might be hard to accept, but I am really not the first rank, he said. Ron, who was the real first rank. The person you should have met died in the train terror. I merely borrowed his identity. To think the person I followed all this time was neither the first rank nor John Doe. Her expression darkened. Then have you been deceiving me until now? Calm down, Sedina. That is not what I mean. She shook off his hand in anger. Do not touch me. Sedina ran out immediately. As expected, I knew the reaction would be like this. Why? Why did you deceive me? Then who was everything I did for? I apologize for deceiving you all this time, but answer me just one thing. Did you sincerely follow the first rank, or did you follow me behind that identity? Of course, the Black Dawn, Sedina answered. Then why do you hesitate and not leave? I could have hidden the truth until the end and used you, but I decided to tell the truth and listen to your story for your sake. Sedina had said, I want to follow Professor Rudiger, because he is the one who acknowledged me until the end. Now it is your turn to choose. If you intend to follow the Black Dawn, open that door and leave. I was already prepared when I decided to tell the truth. I will respect your decision. You helped me a lot and tried tirelessly to improve. Excellent, you did very well. Did you come here to take revenge on your family? The Rosen family is quite famous. What is it? Be careful, a spy might have infiltrated. Those arrogant bastards, damn it. I did not say it, but I knew the Black Dawn accepted me to use the name Rosen. I approached the first rank initially because I was pushed aside. I did not respect or worship the organization. But this person was different. He looked at me and listened to my opinions. Well done, Sedina. It was the first time she heard a compliment in her life. She shed tears after that. Sedina cried her eyes out. Are you calmed down a bit now? Yes, then who are you? I will tell you that later. Then I will formally introduce myself again. My real name is Sedina Plant. Rudiger asked. Plant, is that your mother's surname? Yes, it is my mother's surname. I see. The important thing is what you will do now, Rudiger answered. Do not worry, you just have to do as you have been doing, because you and I are still connected to the Black Dawn. And from now on I want you to bring me more information about them. I intend to root out the Black Dawn. Sedina looked at him in surprise and stood up. Yes, yes, he said. Since we shared secrets with each other, it would be good to tell you too. Stand up. There is someone I want to introduce. The professor wanted to talk to her, but it seems the result I wanted will come out, Verano thought. But I cannot push her that hard. To think I would find the Plant bloodline at Theon, the daughter of the Plant family who went missing after the racial war. The family secretly bought her under the status of a slave, and Sedina was born. Disgusting bastards. Anyway, it would be good if Sedina did not guard against the Black Dawn. It is understandable since she was discriminated against and abused in the family. For now, let us trust Professor Rudiger, Verano said. Next time I should gift special leaf tea from the elf forest. This is Sedina Rosen, a new colleague who will be with us from today. She bowed her head shyly. I look forward to working with you. This kid is a member. She looks familiar, Rudiger said. She is a half-elf. Do elves recognize each other after all? Sedina is a very outstanding mage and an excellent informant. She has been a great help in collecting information about the Black Dawn. Han thought to himself, wait, then does not her role overlap with mine? Oh, nice to meet you, he said. Then did you come all the way to the hideout to introduce this kid? Right, but I also came to check on the status of the mission you undertook. Seeing you came in person, you must intend to talk about the relics. The result is out. Good, tell me. Wait a minute. Is it okay to speak in front of her? Rudiger replied. It does not matter. She is our colleague now. If you say so, brother. How many pieces are needed? We found one at the auction house and 3 remain, but there is a high possibility one of them is in the capital. Right, I was on my way too, but I came here because of the train terror. right? Did you find the location in the capital? Yes. I pinpointed one place through dowsing. Riva Castle of the Exilian Empire. The only place in the capital I could not investigate. If it is a castle, it will not be easy. A way to ditch the guards and enter, he said. Will she have time to do that while working as an assistant? It would be possible with Sedina's help. Above all, since we have a reliable supporter at Theon, let us prepare. What preparation? Preparation to strike the Black Dawn. We are going to Voltanung soon. A few days later. Voltanung District B13, Rudiger thought while walking. An abandoned factory is the perfect place for suspicious people to hide. It is fortunate I know this area well, but there are too many buildings, so I do not know exactly where the Black Dawn branch is. Is this smell chemicals? Did they build a lab in the sewer? What are you doing here? A voice was heard. Professor Rudiger Chell, Rudiger asked. Why are you here, detective? Answer my question first. I am investigating the mastermind behind the festival fire incident. I obtained some information and came all the way here. Wow, what a coincidence. I came for the same reason, Casey said. I searched the surroundings and felt familiar mana, so I came. Seems you still had my business card. Rudiger thought to himself. Damn, carrying the business card turned out to be poison, Casey asked. Let us stop acting now, shall we? I was certain that if it was him he would come here, a professor investigating the mastermind alone. If you wanted to act cool, you should have done it properly. Do you take me for a fool? Anyway, turn around slowly, Rudiger thought. I cannot hide it anymore. Casey aimed her umbrella. Rudiger stood still, seeing Casey's hand trembling. Haha, as expected, it was you. You can deceive others, but you cannot deceive my eyes. Casey unleashed her ability. Rudiger thought, oh no, attacking right here. Rudiger snapped his fingers. Snap. Rudiger glared at her. Fast, Rudiger said. Do not move or you'll get a hole in your neck. Ah, really? Casey asked. Try it. Rudiger looked at the swords around him. Prepare to counterattack. She improved quite a bit. Casey said. Ha, did you think I would just let myself be beaten obediently? Arrogant. Let us see who is faster. If you really want to. What? The magic suddenly dispersed. Casey looked at Rudiger, trembling. He asked, do not tell me, are you scared of rats? She laughed awkwardly. HMPH, what are you talking about? He glared at her. When Rudiger lifted the rat, Casey screamed. Rudiger sighed and let the rat go. Let us stop here. This is why I do not want to fight you, Casey shouted. What did you just say? Is this the time to show off? If I spared you, should not you go report it? No, if you intended to do that, you would have reported it long ago. But your pride does not allow it, right? That is also the reason you chased me alone for the past 3 years. I have no time to play detective with you. I have to strike their hideout, so get lost and do not interfere, Casey asked. What? What do you mean? Weren't you in cahoots with them? Still talkative. Go home, set a mousetrap and sleep. Rudiger jumped down. Hey, what happens if you block the entrance with magic? Casey got angry. Do you think this will change anything? Alright, fine, so you are coming out like this. I have a way too. Thanks to your carelessness I gathered enough mana. I will dig up your past thoroughly with Memory Storm. 30 minutes later, the lab inside the factory, corpses were lined up. Damn monologue Black Knight. My nose is going to rot because of the chemical smell. Did they make drugs with Peruma? Anyway, the important thing is the research data. Where did it go? Come to think of it, I have not checked that security zone over there. I have to check. My goodness, what is this mess? I came in person to check the progress. Surprisingly, an uninvited guest arrived first, Rudiger thought. I remembered. Ah, you said you were going to Voltanung, right? I had urgent business. Then before you go, I have something to tell you. What is it? According to the investigation, Voltanung is a district managed directly by the first rank. Unlike other first ranks, he does not hide his identity. He is a middle-aged man dressed like a scientist. First rank Victor Dreadful. Rudiger fired immediately. I must kill him before he interferes. The attack was blocked by the door. What? A golden wall rose from the ground? Oh ho, quite a rough guest, a hired assassin, he said. Do not worry, I will handle everything. Liquid Golem, one of my masterpieces. I made it with all sorts of alchemy and metal transformation magic. Now Liquid Golem. Clean up the intruder. This is a golem, Rudiger thought. This transcends technology. But since he is focused on me and there is nothing around, now is the opportunity. A massive explosion occurred. He looked at the smoke and said, surely there would not have been time to dodge. Where did he go? He was behind the guy. This is the end. Do not tell me you do not have a teleportation device. Where are you looking, Doctor? To think a first rank would be taken down like this. First rank form. Where are you looking, Dr. Dreadful? To think a first rank would allow an attack. First rank Barum. Barum attacked. Did he save him? I should express my gratitude to Knight Barum. Shut up, you are in the way. Why do I have to clean up your mess? Rudiger thought. Quite skilled. Is that guy also a first rank? I did not expect two to come at once. By the way, how did you dodge that attack just now? Physical attack nullification? No, surely it is not spatial movement. You figured that much out just by observing? How did you do it? Tell me. Please. As Rudiger widened his eyes, a light appeared, and the entire room exploded. Knight Barum, why did you attack suddenly? He has not even answered yet. It is fortunate Rudiger dodged, otherwise his head would have flown off. Do you think that guy would answer obediently? Remember before you get too excited. That man is an intruder, Doctor. Then there is no other way. The doctor snapped his fingers. Capture him alive if possible. A rare test subject has crawled in on his own feet. Good, bring that test subject to me. The doctor said. The bastards rushed in. Rudiger thought, mobilizing every means available. The distance has widened. Now is the time. Chain explosion. An attack grazed his face. Damn, not enough time to approach. Cannot be helped. I am retreating, the doctor sneered. Oh, what kind of trick are you going to show this time, doctor? Something is strange. We must defend immediately. 8th Sephira release. The space became silent then. Immediately, everything exploded. Black smoke was thick and a sword was stuck in the floor. If I had hesitated even a little, I would be on my way to the afterlife. To think I have to run from the enemy. They are no ordinary opponents, the doctor screamed. Ah, Knight Barum, that is not the problem. The items inside the safe have all disappeared. All the experimental data was in there. You should have protected it with your life. How could this happen? Barum asked. Was it the intruders doing? When? Rudiger ground his teeth. I would like to kill them both if I could, but that is greed. I cast it with weakening magic, so the power was less than half of usual. At least I achieved the goal of stealing the data while their vision was obscured. This is the experimental report published by the Black Dawn so far. Development progress of special gunpowder that burns without fire. Experiments mimicking the power of demonic beasts using humans. There are more variants than I thought. He paused. This is from the Delica Kingdom 3 years ago. Automaton experiment report. The Black Dawn bastards, were they related to automatons too? Thank you for helping. If you have nowhere to go, I will escort you. No, I am the one indebted. Rather, I should be thanking you. If it is okay, I'll help you with your homework while I stay. Oh really? Thank you. Then may I call you teacher? Teacher, an invitation came from Olden University, the kingdom's most prestigious school. It is a really good opportunity. Will you go? A knock was heard. Excuse me, Professor Rudiger. Wilfers entered. Wilfers, what is it? Nothing much. The principal wants to see you. The principal? Yes. You want to offer me the position of director of planning at the academy? Yes. That seat has been vacant for a long time. I heard there is quite a lot of authority in that position. Why me of all people? Rudiger asked. The principal asked back, have not you done a lot for Theon in the meantime? I just want to repay you. Of course, it is also because I acknowledge your ability. I cannot read her mind. She does not trust me completely, but is she trying to keep me close to watch me? He thought. Well, it does not matter. Being in that position will make it easier to grasp Theon's internal situation. Thank you for the offer, but it does not seem like a seat one can take just by recommendation. True, that is so. To be honest, I only recommend you must prove your qualifications yourself. I will give you ample time to prepare. If I start now, 6 months. No, 1 week is sufficient, he said. Excuse me, Rudiger replied. I am currently conducting important research. I will complete it and show you. First, I will come back after class ends. Today's class ends here. Complete the assignment and submit it next week. I apologize, Professor. Rudiger turned his head. Renee. What is it? I have a question. I do not understand this equation. The equation constituting the framework is twisted. At a glance it looks like there is no problem, but if left like this, the flow of mana will. Lately that feeling is becoming more familiar. Like fragments of memory are being conveyed, Renee thought. Van Bretis, Renee said. Help, Rudiger paused. Renee, what did you say just now? Oh my, did I say something? I am sorry. I must have spouted nonsense because I have not slept lately, Rudiger said. Students should sleep a lot. Working hard is good, but too much is as bad as too little. Understood? Yes, understood. Renee watched Rudiger leaving. Phew, I am glad he just let it pass. If I said I inadvertently spoke a name I saw in a dream, I would have been scolded for not concentrating right. But why do I feel so uneasy? What is this? Professor Rudiger's assistant was posting a notice. Recruiting participants for clinical research. Research on increasing artificial mana output conducted by Professor Rudiger. If successful, he will ascend to the position of director of planning without issues. Not only that, but the entire magical world will be turned upside down. The principal said. Since when have you been researching such a thing? Who on earth are you? Rudiger stood in the room and thought. To think that name would come out of Renee's mouth. Judging by the reaction, her memory has not fully returned, but I still have to be careful. Renee must not remember everything. Professor, I posted the notice, Rudiger replied. All right, good work, you are fast. It is already lunchtime. Have you eaten? Not yet. I intend to make do with a magic meal. Excuse me. A magic meal? She got angry. Wait a minute. You are not calling that a meal, are you? If you keep doing that, you'll ruin your health. No matter how convenient it is, do not skip meals. I'll handle the remaining work, so go eat something at the cafeteria. It has been a while since we ate together, but did something happen to you too? Your complexions do not look good, Professor Verano. You have lost a lot of weight since I saw you last time. That is. Someone stole my golem masterpiece on the last day of the festival. I still have not been able to recover from the shock. By the way, Professor Rudiger, I heard you are conducting clinical research. I saw it too. Research on increasing mana output. You are doing truly amazing work. How many students have gathered? Rudiger replied. I just posted the notice, so it will take some time. I am worried no one will come because everyone freaks out if it is a clinical trial. Do not worry. Since it is your research, Professor, everyone will participate. I hope so, thank you. 3 days after recruitment closed. Only 6 applicants. Honestly, I thought more would come. Well, this is enough. Let us proceed. Now sign the non-disclosure agreement on the desk. I will explain the details after you sign. I did not know you would participate too, sister. I am a bit relieved knowing there is someone I know. If he tries anything funny on Renee, I will not let him get away with it, a student thought. I know exactly what you are thinking, Rudiger replied. A student glanced at Sedina, a childhood friend and the first friend to whom she opened her heart. but from some day she started pushing me away and distancing herself. I can see the opponent's psychological state through the color of their dream. People's emotions and atmosphere do not change easily, and the color of dreams is the same. When we met again at Theon, her dream was the worst. The bright light of the past was gone and there was only pitch-black darkness, but today, even if not as much as before, it is shining enough to be recognized. Dreams reflect desires and ideals, in other words, the essence of a human. A strong dream sometimes affects the current dream. As far as I know, the only person close to Sedina is Professor Rudiger, but Professor Rudiger is the only person who does not dream. A person without a dream, how can such a person influence Sedina? I should watch him this time, and I will restart my relationship with Sedina too. Rudiger checked the signatures. Good, no problems with the signatures. Since everyone is gathered, I will explain my research. Yes, it was about increasing mana output, right? A student shouted. Rudiger said, I would like you to lower your voice next time. Although efficiency is low, methods to increase mana output already exist. My research is different. That is why I had you write the agreement. The result will prove the efficiency of my method. Starting tomorrow after measuring mana, you must drink this medicine every day for a week. Is that really medicine? It is closer to a mixture of various herbs than medicine. Wait a minute. Do not tell me drinking that increases mana output permanently? No, rather it will become very difficult to use magic. You will be able to use less than 3 of your total power. Nonsense, you will receive training in that state. Basic training like control, emission and manifestation. Training starts tomorrow. Everyone be prepared. The next night, Rudiger's office. It is already deep into the night. I intended to check briefly, but has it already been this long? He looked to the side. The ring I received from the 0th rank is glowing. Is it an executive meeting? Good, preparations are complete. A good opportunity to dig up information, he said. I accept the invitation. Black Dawn. Rudiger put on the ring. He closed and opened his eyes and sensed the energy. Why is the Bredis Kingdom moving right now? Is it because dark mages are increasing? I heard it too. They intended to perform an autopsy, but the guys all surrendered. Since they are first ranks, everyone gathered except for the 0th rank and Esmeralda's seat, which is empty. The left side is a familiar face. The shadow is familiar. The right side are faces I am seeing for the first time. To proceed this quietly, it is Ron. Why do not you sit and talk to me and Knight Barum? Do not pretend to be close, crazy bastard. What did Barum curse about? Call me doctor like in the old days. It is upsetting. If not for that cursed armor, I would have already sent you on a tour of the afterlife. Rudiger thought. Wait, the tone is more ceremonial than before. Is this his true nature? He is still the same. The chatterbox is doing all the talking for the silent ones. More importantly, when is Esmeralda coming? The doctor asked. Oh, you did not know yet? Benman shouted. This crazy doctor, I told you not to say my name. Esmeralda is dead. That woman is not coming anymore. Ha. Nikolai, what do you mean? I do not know either. John Doe would know better. He infiltrated Theon. What happened? Rudiger thought. I should keep it short. Since the 0th rank will explain, just go die. It is as just said. Nikolai, the 0th rank has arrived. Right, it has been quite a while. Leslie, thank you for coming. Then let us begin the emergency executive meeting. Esmeralda and Quasimodo are dead. This is all I heard from John Doe. I heard it from Nikolai, but this is the first time hearing the details. First rank, Leslie said. Rudiger thought. Knowing about Esmeralda's affair in advance means that guy named Nikolai is in charge of information control. Surprising that a hideous monster is a first rank. It would have been hard even for me to notice. First rank, Nikolai spoke. Benman chimed in. 0th rank, have you decided on Esmeralda's successor? Yeah, there is a guy that first have my eye on. Tell me if there is anyone to recommend. The 0th rank replied. Nikolai asked. Haha, are not they people you chose yourself? 0th rank. We will follow your will. 0th rank. Nikolai, do not interrupt. Oh my, so scary. Everyone else has no particular opinion. Haha, I am fine, so do not fight here. Then let us move on to the next agenda. Everyone is carrying out their missions well, right? Rudiger thought. Good, time to collect information. Of course, the old mage will die soon, but those guys would not know they are self-destructing. An old mage and imminent self-destruction. If it is an old mage, it must be related to old magic. If that is something that will happen soon, is his goal Mystery Knight? Nikolai spoke. Me too. Everyone is anxious and agitating from behind the Liberation Army. I am also starting to intervene, but I have not found them yet, so it will take some time, Benman spoke. The doctor laughed and answered. Ho ho ho, you know without me having to say it, you heard the rumor that my lab was raided twice, right? Nikolai asked. I think you are boasting too much. Unfair, it is not my fault. It happened because my subordinates did not do their jobs properly. Damn it all. Knight Barum, say something. You are on my side. Barum spat out a curse. Damn it, why are you dragging me into this? Barum. Tell us about that incident in detail. I will explain. When I arrived at the Voltanung branch, it had already been raided, the person in charge was dead, and I saved this madman just before he was killed. Surprisingly, there was only one enemy. We engaged briefly, but the guy was truly on a different level. If you say that much, he must not be an ordinary fellow. Were there no noticeable features? Leslie asked. He was wrapped up so tight I did not see anything. All I know is that he moves using shadows and uses magic powerful enough to blow away a factory in a single strike. Nikolai said. Fire, you say? Come to think of it, the Leatherville branch was also completely burned down. There is a possibility that the one who attacked both factories is the same person. John Doe, anything come to mind? You are also connected to the Leatherville factory, are not you? Who knows, is that something I should care about? I just lend my name and handle the troublesome work. Ah, really? Well, since you must be busy with Theon matters, you might not have obtained valuable information. But I have a guess as to who the mastermind is. Casey Selmore, that woman is very suspicious. It seems she has been digging around our organization recently. A Theon official was even interrogated not long ago. Oh, it seems Nikolai has not given you this information yet. You guessed wrong, come to think of it. On the day of the raid, a witness said they saw her in Voltanung, but the intruder used fire and shadows. As far as I know, Casey Selmore only uses water magic, the doctor said. Rudiger replied, well, we cannot rule out the possibility of an accomplice. Since she is a multi-element mage, we cannot ignore it. Then how shall we deal with her? Naturally, we must kill her. As always, we eliminate those who stick their noses into the Black Dawn's business. John Doe, you stay out of this. You are a famous professor, so you should not step forward. Just watch our work from Theon, Rudiger said. Do as you please. I only listen to the Zeroth Rank's orders. The guy is showing hostility. Was his relationship with John Doe that bad? Well, the information I conveyed is sufficient. They will not suspect me anymore. However, framing her as the culprit pricks my conscience a bit. I should lie low for a while. Good, let us end the conversation here. It is a relief that everyone is doing well in their respective positions. Of course, things may not always go as intended, but do not be discouraged, the doctor said. Ho ho ho, as expected of the Zeroth Rank. Then let us end the meeting here. Good work. Dedadeo, leave us for a moment. Ah, John Doe. Stay for a moment. Everyone was surprised. Rudiger replied, yes, understood. After that, only the two remained. Right, how was the meeting today? It was fine, not bad. Is there something you want from me? The Zeroth Rank laughed and said, haha, still stiff as ever. I probably will not be able to watch Theon for a while, so I want you to find a person at Theon for me. Someone blessed by the stars of fate. Someone blessed by fate. He is not simply asking me to find a person. Does that person have any special characteristics? I am not certain either. It is a woman, and she can see things others cannot. Does anyone come to mind? A woman who sees what others cannot. Do not tell me, he answered. No, I do not know. Understood. Report if you find her. I held you too long. You may go. Understood. Then excuse me. He left. Sedadeo. Yes, Zeroth Rank. There is a place I must go. Understood. Where shall I escort you? Right. It is a quite rugged place. I must go to the Arret Mountains. An unfeeling mage, a quite tricky opponent. I understand. I will move after preparing thoroughly. Right. I trust you. Nikolai's office, he shouted. Damn it, that damn John Doe getting arrogant just because he received some favor from the Zeroth Rank. Furthermore, he knows information I do not. Are you saying you are better at gathering information than me, surviving the train terror, and he was hiding his skills from us? He sneered and spoke. Ha, right. I underestimated him too much. I should not have relied too much on the Liberation Army. There is no next time. I will prepare thoroughly and kill you, John Doe. The snow-covered white Arret Mountains. The Zeroth Rank moved his steps. You are saying you are going to the mountains visible over there? You could stop by the burial ground and go down the cliff, but seeing this place, it seems he will not live long. Truly a miserable end. John Doe, he died truly miserably, John Doe. Open your eyes, sleeping soul, wake up and converse with me. The mummy's mouth moved and a faint smoke-shaped soul escaped. Do you recognize me? No, Ron Sedadeo. The Zeroth Rank's subordinate. Ron asked, where is this? Why is my body like this? What did you do? I will speak straightforwardly. You are dead, Ron. He was surprised. What? Me? Ha? It seems you have no memory as you just woke up. Leaving that aside, try to remember what your mission was in life. Ah, right. I remember. It was infiltrating Theon Academy. For that mission, I disguised myself as a figure named Rudiger Chell. Good. It seems you remember a bit now. You boarded the train and conversed with a stranger, correct? There was a terror attack. Terrorists boarded the train, took one of the passengers hostage and tried to extract information, but that guy self-destructed. I used magic to reduce the blast damage, but I fled to a nearby cave. I was critically injured by the aftermath of the explosion and I could not hold out long because I had no food, Sedadeo said. Wait, something is strange. You talked to a train passenger? The usual Ron would not have done that. That is because he wasn't an ordinary passenger. What do you mean? He is a man who wears countless masks and manipulates the continent as he pleases. I investigated for a long time, but all I found were merely 3 identities. Arsène Lupin, the great detective, and Machiavelli. Even then, he was using a different identity. But when I mentioned one of his identities, I saw him react momentarily, although he looked calm on the outside. Sedadeo asked, Machiavelli, do you mean the man behind the victory of the Utah Kingdom? If your words are true, he is truly no ordinary fellow, but what does his being extraordinary have to do with you talking to him? Someone like you would not have anything to discuss with him. That is. You answered my summons, so do not disobey my command. Answer me. Rondo hesitated. I am his fan. I did it out of respect. That is the reason. I judged you completely wrong. Rondo answered. Please stop that talk. More importantly, if I am dead, what happened to the mission? I already prepared a substitute to replace you, so do not worry, Sedadeo thought. If the person Jay speaks of is Rudiger Chell, it makes sense why everyone listened attentively when he spoke at the meeting. That is a relief. Anything else to ask? No, nothing. Well done, Ron, Rondo asked. Sedadeo, why are you suddenly acting like this? The Zeroth Rank only told me to find you. He did not say what to do after finding you. Sleep peacefully. He rang a bell. Ron exploded immediately. Cetadeo stood still. Rudiger Chell, I do not know who you are, but if I can use you to kill the 0th rank I will do so. Theon Academy Dormitory. Usually tired, but today was even more tiring. Is it because of the monosuppressant I took in the morning? The teacher said my body would be a bit uncomfortable, but I did not know it would be this hard. Mana circuit. Every mage possesses a circuit that regulates the maximum amount of mana they can use. One can use magic without a mana circuit, but it is difficult to sense magic. Rudiger said, if you take the mana suppressant, you will be able to detect and use the mana circuit hidden inside your body. If you can use the circuit I mentioned, the amount of mana you can use will increase. Especially now that the medicine is suppressing your mana, you will feel tremendous results if you use the circuit. I will give you 1 week. During that time, recognize your mana circuit and use mana ceaselessly. Renee sighed. Phew, it is easy to say, but doing it yourself is not easy. Wait, 3 people have already succeeded. So am I the only one left? She thought. It is okay, there is still time. I just need to try harder. A few days later, the results came out. Last week your average mana emission was 12 pH, but this week the average is about 36. It rose 3 times. Everyone was surprised. TH 3 times? Oh my god, certainly my condition has been good lately, but I did not know the mana amount increased that much. It was worth drinking that bitter medicine and training every day. Is it just me, or does the medicine seem to be decreasing? Rudiger thought. Why is that kid glaring at me like that? I gave her more attention with the medicine than the other kids. Anyway, it is a success. This enthusiastic student followed my instructions well and improved a lot. All that remains is success at the conference to be held in a few days. A few days later, the conference hall. Many people were watching. Detective Casey looked bored. Really? I did not intend to come all the way here. But I cannot ignore that Moriarty's research is being presented. I saw him destroy the Mastermind's branch with my own eyes, so he is not in cahoots with them. Then what is his true identity? I have the mana paper obtained from him and the mana storm, so I will be able to know the truth, even if it is different from the truth I believe. Next presenter, please come out. Casey listened. That man. Oh, finally today's protagonist. The atmosphere is different. Nice to meet you. I am Rudiger Chell of Theon. Then I will begin the presentation. As a result of research on 6 students, mana emission increased 3 times. Through additional experiments we proved that this is not a temporary effect. The core of my research is precisely this mana suppressant. Wait a minute, I have a question. Mana suppressant. I am hearing it for the first time. Did you make it yourself? He nodded. It is true that I made it, but it is not my method. I restored a lost formula and made it based on that. What I am showing you now are the ingredients of the formula I referenced. What language is that? It looks familiar. Do not tell me, people murmured. Rudiger explained, what you are looking at is the LaSalle language. I transcribed the sounds into our language and found a way to increase mana emission, someone shouted. Ha, you say that is LaSalle? Who in this era can interpret that? Are you lying in this sacred conference hall? No, I interpreted the LaSalle language a very long time ago. He was certain, he recalled. Master, I have a question. What is it? I want to interpret this language, please help me. LaSalle, you are still far off. Why? It is a language no one knows now. Because it is a forgotten language. You can never interpret it without me, then you can just teach me teach you. I do not want to. Why should I bother teaching you? Forget it, he thought to himself. Stingy old man understood. I will do it myself, ha ha ha, right, do your best. Since you are my disciple, I will make a special exception. This is just this once. He turned around. That language is a mixture of 3 languages. Keep that in mind. Do not tell me that guy is going to coop up in his room for 3 whole days. I thought he would give up soon, but he is quite serious this time. A student opened the door. I knew it. Still, you lasted quite long this time. It is difficult, so do not be too heartbroken. I did it all. I succeeded in the interpretation. It is thanks to Master's advice, returning to reality. LaSalle is a language where 3 languages are combined. If you interpret it just once, the true meaning is hidden. For example, if you translate this sentence on the screen once, it becomes, even though I received his blessing of light, I have not yet fully accepted it. But if you remember that ancient people used metaphorical expressions and retranslate this sentence, finding the true meaning. Since the morning had passed, I immediately got up for a not-so-great meal. I hope this served as proof. If my interpretation were wrong in the first place, how could I have successfully applied an ancient formula to my experiment? Everyone stared in blank admiration. Wow, if the interpretation was wrong, the experiment would have failed long ago. The research is one thing, but is not this achievement itself huge? Detective Casey thought. Wait, when did he learn the ancient language? The more I observe, the less I understand this man, even after making such an extraordinary discovery. He could be recognized anywhere, so why forge an identity and take such risks? There must be a reason. I cannot delay the memory storm any longer. I must find out the truth about this man as soon as possible. That was an excellent presentation, Professor Rudiger. As someone approached, the dean asked, but is it really okay to reveal it right away? I mean the suppressant formula shown at the end of the presentation. The reaction was good though. It is fine. I intended to reveal it from the start, even knowing the formula, making it will not be easy. The dean laughed and said, you really are mischievous. Then I look forward to working with you, Director of Planning. Yes, I look forward to it as well. Wait, Rudiger Chell. It was the leader of the Monarch Mercenary Corps. Caroline Monarch called out, "What brings a mercenary like you here?" "Shut up. I did not come to see you. Actually, I came to apologize to Rudiger." "To me?" he was surprised. "Yeah, I yelled at you thinking you'd leave without revealing the research data. You should have told me beforehand that you were restoring the formula. I thought you were going to monopolize the formula and hide it." "Sorry," Rudiger replied. "It is my fault for leaving without a word. So there is no need to apologize. Oh, I knew you were a good person. I like it. Here, take this." "What is this?" she said. "It is a special VIP business card for the Monarch Mercenary Corps. We'll handle any request, so feel free to call us." "Understood." Then she ran off. "See you later then." The dean looked at her and said, "She has not changed a bit," Rudiger replied. "You seem used to it." "She may look like that, but she was my rival during our school days. She was so rough and impulsive that we did not get along at all. Still, I acknowledge her skill. We were both 6th rank mages. She came from a commoner background, but thanks to her outstanding skills she receives treatment equal to high-ranking nobility," the dean thought to herself. By the way, to think she would give a VIP card which even the Exilian Emperor could not receive to him. She must have really liked Professor Rudiger. "Now, since the presentation ended successfully, shall we have a team dinner?" Rudiger replied. "Yes, if the dean is buying," that night, Casey's quarters. "Now shall we begin?" As she placed the paper containing mana as Tarina instructed, light bloomed. "Let us see your truth. 3 years ago, Delica Kingdom." Detective Casey arrived. "So this is the Delica Kingdom. Wait, in the memory storm, is not it felt from the target's perspective? Is it thanks to the artifact? Where is he? Since it is his memory, he must be nearby. Finally caught you, you thief." "Let go, I paid for it. I told you I am not selling, you are just leaving money and taking it." They raised their voices at each other. "HMPH, that is stolen money anyway. Why should I accept such money?" A man wearing a hat approached. "Wait, it is not good to see an adult fighting with a child." Who are you?" "I will pay for that child's book instead." "How about it?" Casey observed. "He was here." "Thank you for your help. Is this your first time here? If you have no place to stay, I will guide you," Rudiger replied. "Then I ask of you." "Thank you. This must be fate. What is your name?" "Now just call me Arte." "Welcome. There is no place as comfortable as here. Well done bringing a guest, Arte." "Escort him to the 2nd floor," Arte replied. "Yes, please come this way. You are here." Who is it?" "A guest," Arte laughed and said. "Yeah, he is also my benefactor. Say hello, Sally." She bowed her head. "Hello, hello, nice to meet you. This is the room the guest will use." Arte opened the door. "It looks cozy for the price." I will organize your luggage." "Thanks." Arte opened the bag. He picked up a book. This is a new academic report. I heard it contains problems from Ordo University as an appendix. They said they would invite whoever solves the problems. I wonder who will be invited. I am envious. You knew about it too. It seems you have quite an interest in academics," Arte replied. "Haha, yes, my dream is to become a great scholar. If it is okay with you, I will teach you while I stay here." Arte's eyes sparkled like stars. Really, then I definitely want to learn. Thank you, right. "May I call you teacher?" Rudiger spoke comfortably. "Sure, call me whatever is comfortable. I look forward to it." Casey thought to herself. Who is this gentleman? Is he really the person I knew? The emotion felt right now is genuine goodwill. Casey was confused. Wait, the emotions are so vivid, but why is my viewpoint third person? Besides, that man is making me angrier. By the way, that boy looks strangely familiar. 2 weeks later, Arte ran over holding a letter. "Teacher, an invitation came from Ordo University, the kingdom's most prestigious school. It is a really good opportunity," Rudiger asked. Is it because of the appendix problems in the book I gave you?" "Yes, they must have checked teacher's answers. You will go, right? The dean invited you personally." No reason to refuse. My research was hitting a wall anyway. I suppose I will go." The next day, Arte said. "Wow, teacher, you look really cool. This appearance, you mean." "Then I will be back." J. Moriarty. That afternoon, Ordo University. Rudiger said, "I will conclude with this. Amazing. Perfect. I am Dean Gothimbel." Rudiger shook hands and said, "I am J. Moriarty. A talent like you needs a suitable reward. Apart from the prize money, if there is anything you want, speak it." Something I want. Could I perhaps take a professor position?" People murmured. A professor at Ordo University." Gothimbel asked. "A tenured professor position is difficult right now, but how about a temporary professor?" "Yes, that is sufficient. Even as a temporary professor, I can access the central library of Ordo University. While I stay here, I just need to find materials helpful for my research." "Good, I will trust you." "Professor Moriarty." "Yes, likewise." The two held hands, and thus began the story of J. Moriarty, who would later become the notorious crime consultant of the underworld. Casey thought, "This is all I know. The real story starts now. The unknown story of Moriarty." Casey was disappointed. "I had high hopes, but he is living normally even after becoming a formal professor. I cannot fast forward time. This is driving me crazy," Casey grumbled. "Hey, are you going to read books all day?" Bored to death. His personality is different, but his actions are the same then and now. Someone knocked on the door. "Come in." "Excuse me. Is this Professor Moriarty's office?" "It is me." "That is correct, but who are you?" "I do not recall you being a student taking my class," Casey replied. Do you really not know me? That is funny. But you must have heard my name. Because I am the genius detective who solved numerous difficult cases, Casey Selmore. Yes, I have seen the name in the newspaper. What brings that famous detective here? A professor just appointed to Ordo University would be quite famous too. Thank you for the compliment. I came to verify what your skill level is. Consider it an honor that you caught my interest. Casey approached the desk. The current Casey was indignant watching the past. The me of 3 years ago was that arrogant. Cannot you see that man looking at you with pitying eyes? Since I am here, give me an autograph. This is a book I wrote. Do it here. Your handwriting is really stiff, looks like it was typed with a typewriter. I'll take that as a compliment. Looking at the handwriting, there is a high probability you are a perfectionist. You are hiding your true identity. What are you trying to say, literally? That you might be hiding your real identity. Moriarty replied. Plausible analysis. But handwriting alone is insufficient evidence. Rather, you should finish reading your book, pardon. This book is made of material that creases easily. Seeing the back part is clean like new, I know how far you have read. You should know that even a genius's brain degenerates quickly if they neglect reading. Casey flared up. Ha ha ha, thanks for the advice. Professor, since I got the autograph, I'll be going now. I am a bit busy because there are many cases to solve these days. Do so, go safely. Casey held her head in shame. Ah, that unlucky jerk. Now I know how detestable he is. The desire to treat him kindly disappears completely. I was like that in the past, blinded by the reputation of being a genius. But that did not last long either, because I felt the solitude of standing at the peak among ordinary people. That is why I became interested in that man. To know if he was the same kind as me. Let us watch. I know he is not a bad person, but why did he become a villain? I need to observe a bit more. Thus she watched his every move. Few weeks later. What is he looking at so seriously? Child disappearance cases are endless these days. I smelled something suspicious and asked Han to investigate, but something is strange. Reporters are not reporting on this issue, and the police are reluctant to investigate despite frequent similar disappearances. Even if they are slum children, we cannot neglect them like this. Unless the higher-ups are pretending not to know, Casey said. It is an article about frequent disappearance cases. I wondered what you were looking at. You did not even know I came in. Moriarty asked. Did you enter without knocking? Sorry for visiting at a late hour, but I did knock. Since there was no answer. So why are you looking at the article? Because my students could also become victims. Ah, I see. It is because the police are not doing their job properly. You know well. Of course, I am a detective. I am also investigating this case. Solving suspicious cases is my specialty. Look, if you treat me a bit kindly, I might give you some information, Moriarty thought. Based on my observation, the possibility of that woman being behind the case is extremely low. But I cannot trust her rashly. I am not particularly curious. You will resolve it well on your own anyway, she grumbled. Boring person, detective. I came because I heard you were here. Yes, I have to get going. See you next time then. Bye. Moriarty replied. Detectives work closely with the police. In this situation, I should not trust them rashly. First, I should tell Arte and Sally to be careful, he thought. The crystal is glowing, teacher. Arte, what is it at this late hour? Sally went on an errand and has not returned yet. What should I do? What if something happened? Moriarty calmed him down. Calm down, Arte. We do not know if something happened yet, but there are many child disappearance cases these days. I will look into it. Do not worry too much and wait at the lodging. Yes, the boy was on the verge of tears. It is strange. It must be related to the disappearance cases. Could you find this child? She is a girl about 10 years old. I will release people right now, rather. Can we meet for a moment? I found a clue to the disappearance case, Arte, who was in the lodging, thought. Teacher said he would look for Sally, but I am still too worried, he laughed and said. Arte, I am coming in. If he eats this, Arte will feel a bit better too. Where did the child go? Do not tell me he went alone to find Sally. Dark street at night. Slowly, without getting hurt. The smell. Do we really have to move these? Cannot be helped. We cannot let it be known they disappeared, otherwise it stands out too much. I found the kidnappers' hideout. They are putting children in sacks and loading them onto a carriage. I secretly tailed them. If I had gotten off the carriage even a little late, big trouble. Arte trembled. What should I do? Should I go find Sally? No, if I get caught, it is over. I have to go back and ask adults for help. Arte looked up. There is a police officer over there. That is a relief. Let us ask for help, he shouted. Mister, help, there are kidnappers over there. It is a kid. What are those guys doing to lose a kid? At that moment, the boy realized. Moriarty ran over and asked, did you find the child? Captain, no news yet. The rats sent to the slums have not returned, so I think we have to wait a bit, Casey thought. That person is the one who was with Moriarty at the festival. What are they trying to say? Right, it is about that matter. There is a very strange point in the disappearance cases. What do you mean? Numerous disappearance reports are coming in from various cities recently. The point to note is that the victims are all commoner children. I felt something strange and investigated further. On the day children started disappearing, they started buying up all available iron in Voltanung, and all the stopped factories started operating again. If that is the case, are you saying this matter is related to the Darumung kingdom? Judging by the circumstances and timing of the incidents, it is certainly suspicious. I heard the police investigation is being delayed too. It is just a hypothesis, but if that is true, what on earth are they trying to gain by kidnapping children who are unsuitable even for labor? Moriarty thought. Wait, now is not the time to think about such things. Finding Sally is the priority. Just then a rat ran in. Did you finally find that child? The rat had not found the child, but said it discovered where the kidnapped children were. Said a little kid was being dragged there. A little kid, do not tell me, Moriarty shouted. Han, we must chase them immediately. Han replied, understood. Han said, I did not want to use this, but since the situation has come to this, there is no other choice. What is happening? He suddenly took off his clothes, drove fangs into his arm, and transformed into a werewolf. No, wait, now is not the time to be surprised. I must chase quickly. Where am I now? I cannot move. I think I went to find Sally. The bastard shouted, hey, handle him gently. What if he dies before the experiment? Will he die from just this? Do not worry. Arde looked at them and thought, right, that is it. I went to ask the police for help, but they knocked me out. To think they were in cahoots with those guys. Arde picked up a stone next to him and threw it at the policeman's head. Give me back my sister, you kidnappers. Dirty homeless brat does not know his place. You are covered in blood. Wait, not dead yet, right? Who cares? He'll be thrown away after the experiment anyway. Damn it, the uniform got dirty, Arde shouted. Professor Moriarty. The bastard was startled. You are Professor Moriarty? How did you find this place? Arde opened his eyes, smiled, and said, Professor, you came. I am sorry, Moriarty replied. Do not speak. I did not listen to you. I am a really bad child, Moriarty shouted. I told you not to speak. Professor Moriarty, please take care of my sister, Sally. Arde's arm dropped with a thud. Moriarty hugged the boy. The two policemen were terrified. What do we do? If we kill Professor Moriarty, things will get out of hand. It is better to silence him with money. What nonsense, we are already caught, so we must kill him. Die. The guy tried to ambush, but was attacked and fell in an instant. The others were terrified. Just what is happening? Trash-like bastards. Moriarty spat out curses and rushed in. Casey was appalled seeing that sight. What is going on? Surely you did not do that, Casey called Moriarty. Casey asked, why are you here, and what is this pile of corpses? It is not right? It is not what I think it is, right? Surely it is a misunderstanding, right? Moriarty thought. Casey Selmore. She met high-ranking officers and police thanks to my reputation, but it seems they are also in cahoots. But is she believing in me in this situation? Pathetic. If I tell the truth, the misunderstanding will be resolved. It is late, but we could cooperate to solve the case. But is that the best way? No matter how hard I try to reveal the truth, the mastermind behind this case will use power to cover it up and flee. They will kill an innocent child and take no responsibility. I cannot forgive them. I will pay them back exactly the same, Casey shouted. Moriarty, answer me, unexpected. I thought she would know. Do you think you are one of them just because you live mixed with commoners? Why must people like us stoop to their level? Casey clutched her chest. I can feel his emotions. I cannot breathe. My chest. This world is boring and ignorant, and the guys living in it are pathetic beyond measure. Suffocating. Pain that feels like I am going crazy. So did you kill the child just for amusement? Is that wrong? You know it too. You hear that voice deep inside you too. You know it too. I hoped you weren't a bad person. I hoped this situation was a simple misunderstanding, that we could end it with conversation, but I was wrong. If this is the path you chose, I will arrest you as a flagrant offender. Bring it on. Try it. I was waiting. He drew up power and prepared an attack. No matter what happens, I will put an end to the bastards involved in all this. Even if my body breaks, Casey called his name. A massive explosion occurred, but Moriarty dodged by a hair's breadth. Casey thought, I should not let my guard down. I cannot defeat that man with just this. She swung her staff, but it bounced off. The staff flew away and Casey continued to attack. Do not break. Her power collided with the burning flames, manipulating moisture in the atmosphere even though she lost her staff. Is this the power when a single attribute mage raises elemental control to the limit? The detective said. I knew you were strong, but you are quite skilled, Moriarty. But you cannot beat me with just that. I intended to knock you down and leave, but having a single attribute mage in front of my eyes, I cannot suppress my curiosity. Casey flinched and stepped back. Han said, Captain, we must leave here right now. Casey was surprised. He had an accomplice. I will not let you get away. She rushed in. The pipes burst and the ceiling is collapsing. It is dangerous. We must get out quickly. I will catch you next time, Moriarty. They escaped safely. Han said, I thought we were all going to die. More importantly, who is that child? Looking at him, he was already. I know, but I could not just leave that child behind. If the captain says so, then it must be so. By the way, where is this? It is not the way we came in. Well, the captain told me to investigate the other side, so I went and discovered this corridor. I followed it and a massive experimental facility appeared, and the room was full of automatons. Going further in, there were children inside tubes filled with green liquid. Moriarty thought, do not tell me they were conducting human experiments on children. Han, I am sorry, but carry Arte on your back. Do not fall behind. Understood, we must hurry. We have to at least check if Sally is safe. Blood surged. Please save me, Moriarty said. If you want to live, answer my questions. Where are the kidnapped children? Which children do you mean? They are all dead. When you arrived at the lab, their souls were already extracted and the process had started. Moriarty froze. Captain, I found their research data. Hymn of Steel. A project to inject human souls into automatons to use as war weapons. After numerous experiments, they succeeded in creating codename Beta, the soul of one child. Damn it, I knew it was a volatile situation, but to think the kingdom intervened. Han, yes, Captain. There might be a way to revive Arte. 30 minutes later. I will not deform the soul like they did. Instead, I will inject Arte's intact soul into the body of this soulless prototype Alpha. If I knew this would happen, I would have saved a few prototypes. Well, it is done. This amount of material is sufficient. While the soul settles into the body, we will destroy this project and kill every single bastard involved. I knew it would come to this. Then where shall we start? First, we cut off the supply of rare metals they use to make the mechanical bodies. Since it is a top-secret project, chances are high they are mining it disguised as an abandoned mine. Understood. Then I will look for another exit, Moriarty replied. Right. I will look for anything that can serve as a clue in the records. Moriarty observed. I am sorry, Arte. I could not grant your last wish. The next night, abandoned rare metal mine. Move quickly, the Royal Army is rushing us. It is as the captain said. They are enslaving the weak. Furthermore, the surveillance is tight. Soldiers and even mages, this will be a bit tricky. It will not be that difficult if there is an internal helper. Pardon, I found a quite agile kid. Let us make contact when they fall asleep. Everyone is asleep. Just wait and see. I am going to blow this mine entirely. I do not know what you are plotting, but you'd better stop, she said. What? How did you get in? Damn, since it has come to this. Wait, we are not enemies. I came to release you. Release me? Watching from here, your bomb-making skills are quite good. To make that level of explosives with only stolen materials. If used properly, we could reduce the number of guards significantly. I will handle the rest, so will not you help? She laughed triumphantly. Hee hee. So you mean I just have to blow those damn bastards away? Good, nice to meet you, mister. They shook hands. Mister, you say. That is right, I'll call you mister. I am Sarian Infit. Please take care of me. People cheered. Wow, we can finally get out. Freedom, hee hee. How is my bomb? Amazing, right? The man next to her turned pale and said, amazing. I thought the mine was collapsing. Han, take these people to a safe place. Yes. What about you, Captain? I have work to resolve in this city. Midnight. Ordo University Dean's office. Dean Gothamble was reading a newspaper. J. Moriarty, a wicked criminal hiding behind the mask of a professor. Professor Moriarty. It is a pity to lose a talent, but to think he became a criminal overnight. The school will be noisy for a while. Anyway, it is late, so I should go home. He blew out the candle. I apologize for visiting at such a late hour. Dean Gothamble. Professor Moriarty, the dean said. I heard your story. Do you know how much of a mess the school is in right now? Moriarty replied. I know. Thanks to the dean, I was able to complete the research. I am sorry for tarnishing the school's reputation. So, Dean, I will give you a chance. A chance? What do you mean? Do not worry. If you tell the truth, nothing will happen. Why did you participate in the Hymn of Steel project? He stammered. What are you talking about? Moriarty stared at him. You know what I mean. I came knowing everything, so do not think about playing innocent. If it is hard to answer, I'll change the question. Tell me everything you know about that project. The dean shouted. I do not know anything. How am I supposed to talk? And I will make you open your mouth by force. Casey ran over urgently. Damn it. Get away from the Dean. J. Moriarty. Casey Selmore. Did you know I would come here? Gothamble screamed. Save me. Regrettable. I gave you enough chances. Wait a minute. Bang. The moment Casey aimed her sword at Moriarty, everything exploded. Damn, missed him again. Your tracking instinct is sharp, but you are always one step late. Moriarty, where are you? Guess, since you are a detective. But you'd better not chase me. You know it too. I am not a person who gives up easily. Right, then try chasing diligently. I will give you a hint. My next destination is Detangs, believe it or not, Casey replied. Good, I accept that challenge. Wait there. The next morning, the abandoned factory in Detangs. My goodness, the dean was murdered, and it was even exposed that he used servants as slaves because the captain stirred things up all night. It is a mess, Han asked. But what if we get caught? Do not worry. Since the public already knows, those guys cannot act as they please. Hee hee, mister. Look at this. I made the wire launcher you asked for if you do this. Now you do not have to pull the rope yourself. Impressive, to make something like this in just a few hours. Mister's praise is quite meaningful. I am tired, so I'll rest a bit. Is this kid planning to follow us to the end? Since she said she wanted to, Han said. By the way, why did we come to Detangs? Moriarty replied. I had a question while reading the Hymn of Steel documents. Automatons are dangerous, but not enough to turn the tide of war. No matter how many special automatons they print out, it is impossible to face half of the world's mages, especially as long as silence exists. Now mages have obtained invincible power in battle, because once that is activated, all weapons become useless. So I thought a project to counter that would also be in progress. My guess was right. I found information on a drug that resists the effect of silence, Han said. So that means it is effective on mages, Moriarty answered. Right. Since this city has many factories, there is a high possibility they are manufacturing that weapon. Dean Gothamble must have known something but kept his mouth shut, so we have no choice but to find the gunpowder factory ourselves. Okay, I got it. But finding them one by one will take too long. What? You found the special gunpowder already, mister? Han flinched. To appear right when we're talking about gunpowder, just do your job. I am very sensitive to the smell of gunpowder. I'll help you. They were surprised. That night over there in the Detangs factory district, I smell uncommon white gunpowder. The scent is very potent. It is not even a munitions factory, yet soldiers are guarding it. Wait, someone is coming out. I think I know that person. Lieutenant General Ghetto Davin, a warmonger. I remember his face appearing in the newspaper whenever serious topics came up. For a lieutenant general to come personally, I am certain. Han, hide rats in the truck to find out the destination. Her eyes sparkled like stars. Why make it so complicated? We can just blow this whole place up. Han got angry. Where did you pop out from? The bastards probably are not fools. There is a high probability they erected a silence barrier around the factory. Then what do we do now? The security is tight, so it seems hard to break through, Moriarty said. I have a plan. First, we need to find where the gunpowder is hidden. Good, no problem. The rats said they found it. It is a warehouse in the center of the factory complex. But the mage's guard is tight. Knowing the location is enough, you two stand back. Distance 300, coordinates confirmed, casting magic at the designated coordinates. Everything exploded. Han was startled. The factory suddenly exploded. Mister, what happened? I calculated the coordinates of the gunpowder warehouse and the surrounding bombardment points. It is a type of applied magic completed at Ordo University. Let us retreat for now. We handled the gunpowder here. A few hours later. Detective, did you find any clues? No, nothing suspicious. It looks like a simple fire accident, the police officer said. Yes, I will report it to the higher-ups as such, Casey thought. The factory exploded after Moriarty told me to come to Detang's. According to the records, this is a car engine factory. But it is strange that the smell of gunpowder is strong and there are tracks of military vehicles. If it were a simple car engine factory, such a massive fire would not occur. Is it perhaps a munitions factory where the military secretly stockpiled gunpowder? If so, the military is also involved. I need to investigate further. Moriarty, why did you come here? At that time, in the basement, they had succeeded in developing firearms unaffected by silence. If used already, it is certain it is completed. Are you the bastard who caused the factory explosion today? Who are you? Are you from the Intelligence Bureau? Moriarty asked. Do I look like their lackey? I came because I have something to ask. Using kidnapped people as test subjects and slaves and even making secret weapons for war. Just what are you trying to do? The bastard broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, are you the bastard who ruined our project? Who cares about the lives of slaves? The kingdom's prosperity is thanks to war. We must go back to those days. Disgusting. I cannot listen anymore. It was a mistake to listen to your words. He aimed a gun at the bastard. Breaking news: 6 soldiers killed. J. Moriarty identified as a heinous criminal. Detective Selmore arrests criminal at the scene. High-ranking police officials arrested for secret research and suspicious activities. Is Moriarty behind the kingdom's horrific secret experiments? Government declares all-out effort to arrest Moriarty. Sightings of Moriarty follow one after another. A few days later, a banquet hall in Detang's. Writing articles without even knowing who the pursuer is. Are they trying to brand Moriarty as the godfather of the underworld and a crime consultant to put him on the public wanted list? I found out the motive of the secret project. Most of those involved were caught, but we missed the mastermind, Moriarty. Now it is time to end it. According to my analysis, his next target is here. J. Moriarty, I will definitely catch you this time and put an end to this criminal spree. Welcome everyone. I am the host of today's banquet, Duke Louis Vencanto. Regrettably, the kingdom's crime rate is soaring recently due to Moriarty's deeds. However, we will not succumb to such evil deeds. I thank everyone who came to commemorate the victims and please enjoy this banquet to your heart's content. People laughed and clapped, Casey thought. Commemorate? They've forgotten already? Drinking, laughing and chatting. Should not they at least observe a moment of silence? What kind of commemoration is this? They are enjoying themselves as if it is another world's affair. Everyone is gleeful. Someone approached. You are Detective Casey Selmore, right? Casey cut him off. Excuse me, but I want to be alone. She was annoyed. I chased away all the annoying ones. This is why I did not want to come. It is all because of the food. That damn Moriarty guy, he must be looking for an opportunity somewhere rather than keeping waiting. It is better for me to approach the Duke first, Casey said. Hello, Duke Louis Vencanto. It is an honor that Lady Selmore has come. I did not come as a daughter of the Selmore family, so no need for formalities. May we have a private conversation for a moment? Haha, of course. Let us move. Speak comfortably. Do you have something to say to me? Miss Selmore. Duke, your life is in danger. J. Moriarty, that man is targeting you. He turned his head. Interesting. I have done nothing to incur a grudge, yet he targets me. I think there is no reason for that, Casey said. Duke Louis, you cannot deceive my eyes. You are connected to the Lieutenant General and that army. And all of them were taken down by Moriarty. It is a fact everyone knows but keeps quiet about. Let us say the detective is right. Miss Selmore, then what should I do? Casey answered. Evacuate to the safest place you can think of, the Duke asked. Do you not know where this is? Countless soldiers are protecting me, so I guarantee there is no safer place than here. Still, I will add more guards just in case. Thank you for worrying. Understood. Truly a quick-witted lady. Those involved in the project are dying off. There is no way I would not know. Actually, I was waiting for him. If prepared thoroughly, I do not fear a mere mage. Oh ho, you have great confidence, a voice was heard. Let us see it then. Moriarty took off his mask. When did that damn bastard get in? Was he in disguise? The Duke laughed and said, to think you would crawl in on your own feet knowing it was a trap. Good, how is it? Are you ready to enjoy the party I prepared? He snapped his fingers. Ha, look. This is a special barrier that blocks even 6-tier magic. You are a rat in a jar. Become prey for my soldiers, different from the guys I have met so far. Everyone was arrogant and let their guard down, but if this is all you prepared, I am disappointed, Casey said. As expected, casual clothes are the most comfortable. I hate that skirts are cumbersome when moving. Duke Louis is definitely trying to kick me out. He is hiding something. Since he seems unwilling to cooperate, I have to move myself. If my guess is correct, Moriarty will strike the Duke. The smell of blood was pungent. The Duke was struck with terror. What is happening? To think the elite soldiers I chose died so futilely, he said. This is my true magic that you guys did not know. I do not know what you are talking about, but it is useless. I told you there is a barrier that blocks even 6th-tier magic. The barrier shattered into pieces. Duke Louis trembled. Gee, get away. People turned around in shock. I commend you for making me use this magic. Instead, I will give you a chance to leave a last will. Monster-like bastard, if I knew you were this strong, I would have prepared more thoroughly. But things will not go your way. You might have destroyed everything, but there is one thing you missed. The automaton production factory, Hymn of Steel. I already sent a disposal team before you came here. Moriarty was furious. You bastard. This way, Miss Selmore, save me, Casey said. As expected, my guess was right. Moriarty, I will not make the same mistake as I did at the Dean's. I drew all the water from the lake and surrounded the mansion. You cannot escape now, Moriarty thought. Surprising. This time is really dangerous. I consumed a lot of mana and concentration, but to interfere at this timing, the moment I kill the Duke, those water streams will pierce my body. If I use a hostage as bait, I could escape, but I lose the chance to kill the bastard. But if I do not hurry, Arte came to mind. Damn it, he let the Duke go. Casey reached out her hand. Duke, are you okay? Do not worry about me, Casey burst out in anger. Damn Moriarty, he disappeared while I was moving the water. Chase him, we must stop him before he gets there. To the Duke, Casey said. Duke, you know where Moriarty is going. Tell me in detail. 2 hours later. Hallway of the Hymn of Steel lab. Is anyone there? I am bored to death. Stop. It is an obvious trap. If touched, the ceiling will collapse. The bastards installed something like this to buy time. Let us hurry. Watch out for traps. Yes. A moment later in the lab, Han talked with the rats. What? He is avoiding the traps and coming faster. See, I told you we had to install the traps more meticulously, Han answered. The bastards were right under our noses. We did not have time. I came to check on the child's condition by the captain's order. I did not know there would be intruders. Then what do we do now? What do you mean? If we cannot run, we have to at least buy time. Han smiled grimly. Until the captain comes, Moriarty sprinted through the forest. Please hold out until I arrive. Han, the lab jars are cracking. Since my subordinates were wiped out, you guys will not die nicely either. What do? We are out of bombs. The wolf next to him spoke. I will buy time, so you run away. See you later, she shouted. Playtime is over. I will kill you both. As the enemies rushed in, Moriarty attacked immediately. You came at good timing. Oh, Captain, they were surprised. Moriarty asked, good work. Han, the experiment? I injected the soul, but more time is needed for synchronization. They were surprised. What is this sound? I feel vibrations from above, Moriarty said. You two get out of here. Han asked, what about you, brother? Synchronization is not finished yet. I'll take care of my own business. Do not worry. Yes. Be careful, Captain. As Han took her out, she shouted. Must come back. I knew she would chase, but to think she would pounce from above. Really, Casey shouted. Moriarty, freeze, he said. Noisy. Is not your knock a bit rough? You block my path every time. Do you want to catch me that badly? Casey answered. Of course, it is natural for a detective to catch a criminal. Did you think I would let you run wild? My goodness, it is pitch black here. You waited without running away this time. What are you plotting? Moriarty asked. What are you talking about? Have not you thought that I might surrender? You do not joke. I just said it. More importantly, how about you stop chasing me? Casey was surprised. What? No matter what you do, you cannot catch me. Do not cling to the impossible. It will only drain your energy, Casey asked. You provoked me first. You even gave me a hint. Are you saying something else now? Furthermore, why are you, the master of escape, still here? You must have something to protect here, did you notice? Han and Sarian must have escaped, but I do not know when Arte's synchronization will finish, so I have to fight. My condition is not good. I used too much mana and stamina getting here, but Casey also thought, I have not slept for days chasing him, plus I used magic dragging a huge amount of water, but the opponent is the same. There is a chance of winning. As Casey launched a preemptive attack, Moriarty also charged to counter. He stamped his foot. Ice magic, Ice Queen's breath. Ice is just a derivative of water. But thinking water is immediately ice makes it harder to control. It is fine, there is plenty of water. No matter how outstanding, he cannot freeze all this water, Moriarty thought. Freezing the water continuously is useless if the caster is fine. I must target the main body. 5th tier lightning magic, lightning cannon, useless. Casey blocked it. The space seemed to split and pipes flew everywhere. Moriarty looked back. No, at this rate the lab will collapse. Arte is in danger, Casey shouted. What? Running away again? I definitely will not miss this time. She was furious. Damn it, synchronization is almost done. I have to take the child out immediately. Moriarty gathered his power. Moriarty glanced sideways. I am sorry, everyone. Arte was lying quietly. Casey looked around. Where did he disappear to? Seeing him rush like that, he is definitely hiding something. No, I have to get out before the lab collapses, she observed. A gap between the walls. Is there something important? She was surprised inwardly. Who on earth is it? Moriarty escaped. Did I overdo it? But now is not the time to think. Moriarty stood up. If Casey Selmore keeps chasing, time is not on my side. I need to check if the synchronization was successful, but I have to go elsewhere for now. Arte, I will definitely return. 15 minutes later, Casey chased after him. Ha, there is nowhere to run now, Moriarty asked. This waterfall, is not it magnificent? It is the loudest sound created by nature. Do you know the name of this waterfall? Casey looked at him. What kind of nonsense is that all of a sudden? No one has ever been here, so naturally it would not have a name, Moriarty asked. A nameless waterfall, is it? Then I shall call it JB. Let us end it here, Casey Selmore. The ground crumbled. Why are you attacking? Ah, I see you are out of mana, Casey asked. Are not you the same? Moriarty replied. Not a wrong statement, but your situation looks more serious. Is this your first time experiencing mana exhaustion? You cannot keep fighting in that state. This is my victory. Casey Selmore. Casey was furious. Do not be ridiculous. Do you know what I did to corner you here? Do you think I'll just let you win obediently? Casey screamed. Moriarty glared at her. She intends to use magic in that state. Moriarty took a defensive stance. If I had just a little mana, I could have blocked it easily. Casey rushed in. Moriarty was pushed to the edge of the cliff. Are you crazy, Casey Selmore? You'll die too, Casey answered. Who cares? If I cannot catch you here, I would rather die together and end your evil deeds. Let us die together. J. Moriarty. Casey suddenly collapsed onto him. Consciousness is fading. No, just a little more. A chain flew and hooked onto a rock above. They dangled. Moriarty hugged her silently. Moriarty said, You won, Casey Selmore. Justice triumphed. Breaking news. Detective Casey Selmore executes the godfather of the underworld, J. Moriarty. After a fierce battle atop the waterfall, Casey Selmore hugged J. Moriarty and threw herself down the waterfall. J. Moriarty is presumed dead and Casey Selmore was rescued and transported to the Central Hospital. Scene change. Delica Kingdom Central Hospital. Casey opened her eyes in a bed. Did I beat J. Moriarty? No, we fell together, but only I survived, which means Moriarty saved me. A nurse entered. Detective, you are awake. Thank you so much, Detective Casey replied. Pardon, why thank me all of a sudden? Because you defeated the villain, the citizens are relieved. No, what is she talking about? These are citizens who came after seeing the news. You still need rest, the nurse said. Look over there, it is the detective. We lived thanks to the detective. The detective is our hero. Casey looked up. She grabbed the doorframe. Casey Selmore, Casey Selmore. People cheered. Noon the same day, Duchy of Vencanto. Excuse me for interrupting your rest. Detective Casey Selmore. The man trembled. Is that monster? No, is J. Moriarty really dead? Officially he has been processed as deceased. Officially, what does that mean? It means we searched but could not find the body under the waterfall, so we cannot be certain he is dead. At those words he was struck with terror. Casey stood up. If you have nothing more to say, I will be going. Wait a minute. Then is not this an emergency, especially for you, detective who is known to have defeated him? Casey answered. If he appears, I just have to catch him again. Well, if he is alive, he'll move soon. In my opinion, you should be more careful than me. He shouted. Wait a minute. Detective Casey, Moriarty is guilty, but Duke Lewis is not clean either. There is no way there would not be rumors with such a large factory. The Duke must have noticed the strange signs but pretended not to know. He is definitely involved, but there is no evidence, so it cannot be helped. To think I could not catch Moriarty, and now I cannot catch the criminal right in front of my eyes. How annoying. A few hours later, the forest near the lab, Casey thought. Phew, they have not retrieved it yet. If I investigate the robot found in this lab, evidence might come out. Arte stood up. Who are you? Casey paused. I am the person who found you. At that time, Moriarty's private residence. Wait a minute, you let Lewis live? Yeah. I intended to kill him at first, but seeing him trembling in fear, I thought it better to leave him alive. Moriarty said. My business in the Delica Kingdom is over. Let us leave it that J. Moriarty is dead. That way no more troublesome issues will arise, Han said. If you say so, brother. I'll have to wait until a new target arises. What happened to that automaton? Moriarty was silent. Han was surprised. Do not tell me, seeing you hesitate. Did it fail? An intense sound came from the crystal ball. Captain, I am hanging up. Wait. Moriarty said. Maya made you misunderstand because I was thinking. Well, it is not too late to explain later. Let us talk a bit. Yes, master. You are not an object, so you do not need to call me master, Moriarty said. You are a child like a blank slate, so you have a lot to learn about the world, Arte answered. Learning, that is a nice word. Do you like it? Arte said. I do not know what it means, but I think I am happy right now, Moriarty asked. Really, I will introduce you to someone who will teach you. Are you not going with me? Arte was puzzled. Professor, Moriarty was surprised. Did I misspeak? If you do not like the title, I will change it. I prepared for this, knowing it would happen. Even if the soul transplant succeeded, there was a possibility he would become a completely different child. Who are you? The boy asked. I had hoped that when he opened his eyes he would call me teacher again. But thinking about it now, do I have the right? Moriarty turned his head and answered. Right, call me something else. And I have work to do, so I cannot go with you right now. Come to think of it, I cannot keep calling you you. I do not mind whatever you call me. Or will you give me a name? Since it is that child's soul, I should not let at least that name be forgotten. Arte sat down. From today your name is Arte. Arte, it is a very familiar name. I like it. I am glad you like it. The two conversed. You are more handsome than I thought. You might stand out because of your noble-like appearance. If it is appearance, I can change it. Modification is possible within a small range. Is there a look you want? I can also smile. Arte smiled and answered. If you like it, I will try to smile often. If it is hard, you do not have to force it. It is not hard at all. Good, then let us go. Arte answered. Yes, understood. Casey was sitting in the chair. She did not say anything. Arte rubbed his eyes and came out. Why are not you sleeping yet? If you sleep late, it will interfere with tomorrow's schedule. Sister Casey, are you crying? Arte rushed over and asked, Are you hurt? Were you hurt because of the attack? She thought. I am truly pathetic, calling myself a genius detective. 2 heroes saved the country, but I was just deceived. I framed the man who saved the country as a criminal and I acted stupidly without even knowing it. I could not save anyone and ended up like this. Arte patted her head. Casey asked, "What are you doing?" Arte answered, "Well, why did I do that? I just wanted to. It might look a bit strange, but I mean it. I like a lively big sister better than a depressed one. You saved me the day we first met." Tears welled up in her eyes. "Right, I did save one person. Thank you. Thanks to you I feel a bit more at ease," Arte said excitedly. "Hee, see, I like this big sister better." A few days later, Theon shouting was heard, "Professor Rudiger, are you out of your mind? You have not even been appointed for a week. How can you proceed with an audit? Please call me Director of Planning. I am simply proceeding with procedures that were postponed because the seat was vacant. Upon reviewing the internal audit and budget details, there were serious problems. So I put the worst people on the list first, coincidentally. Everyone is here." He was furious. "This bastard. To think you investigated this far, are you saying you will not even give us a chance to fight back?" Rudiger continued. "I plan to refer this to the disciplinary committee soon, so be prepared," he stammered. "No, wait a minute, look, do we really have to go this far? I am not saying we did well, but there is no need to push so hard. As a professor, it is also difficult for me to punish you too harshly. So I will give you a chance." Professor Hugo was surprised. "A chance? When it rains, clothes are bound to get wet. So Professor, please point out the people soaked in rain. Are you telling me to choose the people to be punished myself?" Hugo trembled in fury. "He implies punishment is unavoidable since there is evidence. You may refuse, since we can just process it according to regulations." He turned his back. "However, if the professor points them out, the number of people punished might decrease. I hope you make a wise judgment, selling out my aides, but if I refuse I'll be done for too," another professor thought. "That damn bastard." A moment later, Rudiger sighed. Tiring. "Anyway, one troublesome matter is resolved." "Are you talking about Vice Principal Hugo?" the assistant asked. "Yeah, because of this, Vice Principal Hugo will be quiet for a while. The principal will also be satisfied with this matter. I have a mountain of work, so I'll be quite busy. I have to prepare for the upcoming outdoor class too." She was surprised. "Do you mean the joint outdoor class between the Royal Magic Association and Theon? It is an event to tour the capital, introduce students and exchange culture. The purpose is quite good." If it is the capital, that is correct. As I said before, there is a relic in Lindenbaum, the royal capital. I plan to participate as a supervising teacher and neutralize that relic, of course to execute the plan. I have to finish work quickly. Understood, I will help my best to. Fortunately, the work related to the outdoor class is better since the volunteer supervising teachers are sharing it. She turned her head. Casey opened the door and entered. "Long time no see, Professor Rudiger," Rudiger said. "Sedina, go to the assistant's office for a moment." She followed the order. Yes. Entering without knocking. "Still the same," Casey sighed. "Who cares? Between us, right? What brings you here?" "Did you come to catch me?" Casey answered. "No, just to verify something. Are you really an enemy of the Black Dawn? I heard rumors the Voltanung branch disappeared. If that is not enough, take this." She handed over a stack of documents. "What is this?" "Research data I obtained. It will be helpful for your investigation." "This is, thank you," she said. "Your reaction is different from usual. Did something happen since we last met?" She waved her hand. "HMPH. Do not think you owe me for this. I just moved because the Black Dawn bastards looked dangerous." Rudiger thought. "Wait, did I see wrong?" she thought. "I cannot say I know the truth, but I cannot just leave without a promise," Casey shouted. "All right, I heard on the way that there is an outdoor class. I want to apply as a volunteer supervising teacher too." Rudiger was surprised. What are you plotting? What is the reason?" "You do not need to know. I refuse." "What, why?" He answered. "The volunteer list is already closed. I have reviewed all the documents containing the final list. Now I just have to sign and it is done." As he was about to sign, the paper tore. Casey was delighted. "Oh my, I blew away the ink bottle by mistake." The paper tore too." He got angry. "You use magic in this way? Cowardly. Are you really going to be like this?" Rudiger was extremely furious. "Fine. I'll put your name in somehow, so do not interfere." Casey finally left. "Good, see you later." Rudiger said, "Wait, I have something to say. The Black Dawn is guarding against you. They've already started targeting you, so be careful." Casey snorted. "You underestimate me too much? Do you think I'll let them run wild?" "Still, thank you for the warning." Rudiger sighed. "Really? She is still the same." A few weeks passed and the day of the outdoor class approached. "I heard we are taking the third exam during the outdoor class too. It is my first time in the capital, so I am really looking forward to it." Students chatted. A male student was surprised. "Sorry, I suddenly do not feel well. I need to rest." "What's wrong with him?" He was the one who suggested going to the library. "Yeah, did he catch a cold?" "I'll bring Leo some emergency medicine. You guys go ahead." "Is anyone around?" "No, I am in the room." "Speak good. Let us get to the point. We received intel that Theon will come to the capital soon. It is time to start the revolution. Find out where the Theon students will go in the capital." She was surprised. "What? You mean to target even the students? It is all to escape the oppression of the nobility and create an equal world. Accept it. There are many commoner students at Theon too. You mean their sacrifice does not matter? Their sacrifice pains us too, but all of this will become fertilizer for the Liberation Army's future, the two argued. Remember who helped your family, he was furious. Damn it, understood. He stood up. The male student standing outside the door froze. What was that just now? I could not hear clearly, so I do not know what they said. Revolution and liberation. I definitely heard those two words. Do not tell me the person on the other end is the Liberation Army that committed all sorts of terror. Then Leo belongs to the Liberation Army? His eyes widened. Leo also glanced at him and opened the door immediately. There is no one outside. I definitely thought I heard something, but there is no one. He hid behind the door, panting. Am I being too sensitive? No, there is no evidence. I should not conclude hastily. I cannot doubt a friend. Theon's lecture hall, the teacher was speaking. Magic is divided into ranks. The higher the rank, the more complex and difficult it is, and the more mana it requires, and there is a name related to the 5th rank mentioned earlier. Why do we call a 5th rank mage a Mookie? It is because a Mookie is the first mage to reach the 5th rank. A student said. Unfortunately, that is half correct. A Mookie was not the first mage to reach the 5th rank, but the first person to thoroughly analyze, classify, and re-establish it. Then does anyone know whose name the 7th rank is named after? A student raised their hand. The 7th rank is Impera. Is not he the first mage to reach the 7th rank? That is different from what the teacher just said. Correct. You listened to the class very well. It is because there is no one yet who has re-established the 7th rank. The 7th rank is a realm of a different dimension, so those who reached it are extremely rare. Then, Professor, is the 8th rank also named after the first mage who reached it? He answered. Almost so. There is no record of that mage's name, because the name was decided by oral legends, not academic data. The name of the 8th rank is Gander, but today there is no mage who has reached the 8th rank yet. So there is a theory that Gander means impossible in the ancient language. If a new 8th rank mage appears, perhaps that person's name might become the designation for the 8th rank. Rudiger said. The urgent fire is put out, Sedina answered. Good work, Professor. We are leaving for the outdoor class soon. We must plan the relic recovery during the remaining time, he said. It is rare for Theon students to go outside. The Black Dawn will not stay still, Sedina. How is the internal situation of the Black Dawn? You might not believe it, but there are no movements yet, he was surprised. Really? Strange. Surely they would show suspicious movements taking advantage of this opportunity. The order that came down from above was only to stand by. Rudiger asked back. Stand by? Even I, a first rank, received no orders. Then do they really intend to do nothing, or perhaps? I will verify it. Sedina, even if you know some trends of the Black Dawn, you do not know everything. Yes, correct? Then in what case do you not receive information? Sedina answered. Since most information delivered to lower members goes through Nikolai, the first rank, we might not know if they decide not to convey some information. Rudiger thought. I thought so, but that name comes up as expected. If that is the case, there is a possibility he blocked the information coming to us. Since Nikolai revealed hostility towards John Doe at the last meeting, it is fully possible. I must keep in mind that Nikolai has a scheme. He stood up from his seat. Good. You go and rest. I have to go to the hideout and make a plan. Yes, understood. 1 hour later, owner's hideout. Captain, if you were coming, please tell me in advance. Han looked at him. Rudiger answered. You looked busy. I'll come back next time, Han said. No, I am not that busy. Are you raising a crow? This guy, Han answered. My ability has become stronger recently. Before I could only control rats, but now I can give orders to crows too. Suddenly like that, he wondered. Well, crows are quite smart animals, but I do not know well why it became like this. I can roughly guess that my ability got stronger, but Han opened his mouth wide. Really, J. Varden's beast, when you transformed, that seems to be the cause. Because of that? Like you, J. Varden's beast could also call all monsters, so there is a possibility your ability was amplified by that influence. Then this is not just a good thing. If the influence becomes too strong, you might be devoured by that wildness. But no need to be too pessimistic. Since your body is so unique, I do not know the details either, but depending on how you use it, it might be a better path. It seems to depend on your will. Han, it is not a problem to worry about right now, so try to utilize this ability to the fullest, Han asked. Pardon, what do you mean? Would not this guy be able to enter the Imperial Palace? Right. Since it is a bird, they will not guard against it, Rudiger recalled. Right, if it is a bird, it will not be suspected, that guy really. Understood, Han answered. Then how will you retrieve the relic after identifying its location? Will you steal it? Rudiger answered. Stealing will be hard, since it is on the Imperial grounds. Surely all sorts of defensive magic will be cast around it, so I must find another way if possible. Thinking about planning as soon as work ends, I do not feel motivated, Han laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Captain is not a workaholic either. Then shall we go shopping for a change of mood? It has been a while, so not bad. 30 minutes later, Violetta's dressing room. I thought only nobles came here, but more diverse people come than I thought. Rumors spread and I heard famous designers also visit. I have some business with Violetta. I'll be right back, Rudiger answered. Okay, I'll wait here. He thought about picking out a suit since he was here. Oh my Professor Rudiger, Professor Selena, what brings you here? Selena smiled and said. I heard rumors about the shop, so I came to look around. You too, Professor. Right, there is something I wanted to show you, Professor, so it worked out well. But there are too many people here, so would you follow me for a moment? Rudiger wondered. Something you want to show me? If it is for a moment it is fine. She took something out. Ta-da, it is a spirit I newly contracted with. Rudiger asked. Is this a dark spirit? Selina answered. Yes, correct. I wanted to show it to you first, Professor. Professor Rudiger. As she held out the spirit rushed at Rudiger. Selina was startled. Oh my, I am sorry. Hey, what do you do if you rush at someone like that? Rudiger said. It is fine, since I wasn't hurt, he thought to himself. Seeing a mere spirit rush at me fearlessly, he asked, did you name the spirit? My name? Selina laughed and said, Mata. It is a pretty name. He suddenly flinched. Selina looked down. Oh my, where did Mata go suddenly? Rudiger called. Professor Selina. From now on do not say a word no matter what happens. Do you understand what I mean now? Selina looked back. Long time no see. One step walked out. It was Rudiger's master, Grander, my disciple. Long time no see, my disciple. Rudiger confirmed who it was and could not move an inch. Seeing that I survived even after falling from this height, I have become quite sturdy too. But if no one saves me I will eventually die here. Right, there's no one to come save me. This is just one of the countless assassination attempts I have experienced over the past 7 years. I managed to survive until now, but perhaps this is my end. Just then, footsteps were heard. He also felt a presence. A girl poked her head out. My, to think I would see a person here. Long time no see, Master, Rudiger said. I see. How long has it been? To think you changed this much while I was asleep, the Master answered. Pardon, Master, that child is, Rudiger said, counting only time. Over 7 years have passed. 7 years passed since I fell asleep. More than that, disciple, it seems you used my blood, the Master said quietly. Separation of body and soul, is this natural? It is worth calling the pinnacle of crafting technology. Are you angry? He asked. The Master sighed as if angry. A great archmage drank my blood. Why would I be angry? There is no reason to be angry that a disciple did such a thing. I just want to check one thing. Where did you use it? Rudiger sweated cold sweat. Selina thought to herself. The professor is flustered. It is the first time seeing him like that. The Master approached and asked, looking at Selina. What is this, my disciple? She was startled. Looking closely, it is more certain. Both body and soul are stable. At this level one could be called an expert. Selina answered. Pardon, what are you saying? You did not know. Good. It has been a really long time since something this interesting, so I will kindly explain. Rudiger covered Selina's eyes. The Master asked. What are you doing, disciple? Rudiger answered. Any more is difficult. Master, if something happens to my colleague I also become quite troubled. Colleague? Understood. I was just fascinated that a similar soul took human shape and emitted energy. The contract with the dark spirit is thicker than a spirit stone, that is all. It is hard to reverse what's already done. It is also difficult to take it and raise it myself. Anyway, let us continue the story we were talking about earlier. If you used my blood there must be a reason, right? Rudiger answered. Yes, correct. Oh, an evil spirit bearing a flame born from negative emotions, named Quasimodo? It is a pity I could not see it with my own eyes. Yes, it is quite powerful. Then just how strong were those negative emotions? By the way, disciple, the Master said, to think you used my blood for such a trivial creature. Are you insulting me? Did I, your master, raise you to be only that weak? No way, it happened because I was lacking, the Master continued. If you went that far, calculation must be easy. You are prepared to pay the price for that amount of blood, right? Then how shall I do it? The Master answered. You have no cute corner. If you had at least begged I would have forgiven you, since my heart is broad. Rudiger knew. I know well you have no intention of forgiving me, arrogant. It seems you traveled the world quite a lot while I was asleep. Then you must have learned a lot and polished your skills. I must verify my disciple's achievement personally. Understood. I will prepare and come, so please give me a moment. 30 minutes later, Violetta's house. Goodness, where did you go in that short time, Captain? Leaving this lady to me. Where are you going again? The expression is unusual. Did something dangerous happen? She asked. Han answered. I do not know well either. There were many dangerous things before, but he resolved them all as if nothing happened. Surely it will be okay this time too. Forest on the outskirts of Leatherville, a massive explosion occurred. Rudiger was launching a fierce attack. He looked up at the devil's hand soaring from within the red flames. Nonsense, 5th Sephira, Gebra. Master appeared, she said. Ha, truly amazing, without technique or other trivial things. To think you would create a pure miracle disappeared in ancient history. Excellent, my disciple. Show me more. Rudiger drew his sword and thought, if it is Master, she will pierce through in a breath. Verifying it personally is still surprising. Powers collided. That was the magic blueprint you showed before. It is fast, but since it cannot inflict a single scratch on me, it is useless, she thought. He must have realized it too. Perhaps this magic is a trick to attract attention and the real purpose lies elsewhere. She flew up, light blinding the Master's eyes. My eyes, coordinate movement magic jumping over space. Rudiger appeared right in front of her. Whoosh. Not yet, still not enough, the attack continued. Rudiger fell backward. Do you intend to kill me? Rudiger asked. The Master said. Do not make a fuss, you blocked it perfectly. The effort is commendable, my disciple, but you are still far off. Now then, she lifted her umbrella. Magic used by Master. It was a special magic called blood art. A technique maximizing destructive power by combining magic with the caster's blood. An ordinary person would die from blood loss just using 4th-tier magic, Rudiger thought, but a vampire like Master would not have such restrictions. Moreover, she is a pureblood, the highest among vampires. Rudiger looked up. It is impossible to dodge all these attacks. I also cannot reach her. A powerful force wrapped around him, twisting and distorting space using shadows as a medium. but doing so would require a tremendous amount of mana. Wait, where did Master go? Right, was this what she showed me just now? Master was behind his back, spatial movement magic. As Master grabbed his neck, Rudiger was lifted into the air, she said. Now how will you get out? Surely this is not all, is it? The grip strength was tremendous. As Rudiger disappeared, the Master was surprised. Light poured out from his hand. He chanted a spell. The Master was standing in front. She shouted, I cannot move. This energy is similar to the holy power obtained from faith. It is also called Mirav's mark. A proof of enlightenment gained under the olive tree, Rudiger said. Since it is used to drive away demons, it must be anathema to you as well. Master, is this enough? She asked back. Enough? You say merely this is enough? The Master began a counterattack. Rudiger gritted his teeth but was soon bounced away. She said, no, it is woefully insufficient. You still have more. Where are the skills you polished? That new magic, my disciple. I believe you have more, she shouted. Do not hide your power. Show me everything. Pierce my heart and please kill me. Rudiger looked at her and closed his eyes. Rudiger spoke softly. Stop now, mother. The Master stopped and the space became silent. Rude brat, you only call me that when you absolutely need to, because otherwise you would not listen to me. The Master turned her head. Fine, it would not matter whatever I say now anyway. Rudiger answered. I think I have sufficiently proved my strength with what you taught me, Master. The Master asked. Did you think I would not know you went easy on me? It is the same for me. Talking back as always. Sending you out to the outside world was my mistake. Rudiger recalled the past. That that hair and the smell of blood. You must be from that cursed holy kingdom and your relationship with them must be quite complicated. And yet to be trapped here alone. Well understood. You show neither hostility nor fear toward me, the Master said. Good, I will raise you. Kid, I will feed you, put you to sleep and train you to become strong. Why you ask what I want from you? She laughed loudly. Haha, the young one is quick-witted. Do not worry, I will not ask you to repay the favor of raising you. However, when you become strong enough, you must kill me. Promise me that. The two held hands. You are still cruel. Master, let us return to the city now. There are people I want to introduce. The two held hands like in the past. Understood. What is the matter, Master? You are no different than a mother to me, so how can you ask me to kill you with my own hands? We went a bit too far. The ground is all gouged out. A few hours later, owner's base. So Master will be staying here for a while. Do not be scared and serve her well, Rudiger said. That is what I say, but before that, Master grumbled. Please do not suppress them with your aura from the first meeting. Okay. I just played a little joke with the clowns, people whispered. That person must be the Master the leader spoke of. I cannot see the depth of her power. By the way, Han, how is the person I asked for? Ah, if it is that professor, she is at this house. Understood. I will be back, Master. Please stay put while I am gone, the Master answered. Cheeky fellow, where are you going? Abandoning your Master? Then I will also. Oh my, what kind of business requires two people? The Master asked. Oh ho, looking closely, there are quite interesting fellows here too. Shall we exchange greetings while my disciple is away? They were flustered, froze, and were struck with terror. At that time, the forest near Leatherville, someone arrived at the place where the two had fought. Goodness, did a war break out here? Looks like heavy artillery was fired. What did the report say? It said the sky on the outskirts of the city turned red and a sound of heaven and earth splitting was heard. The sky turned red? Strange. Looking at the report and the scene, I cannot guess what happened at all. Do not tell me. A battle between mages? A battle between mages? I have never seen this scale before. They laughed. Haha, you have a rich imagination. Perhaps because you are a rookie, would a mage bother coming all the way here to fight secretly? But if not a mage, who would create such a mess? If it were a 6th-tier mage, it would not be impossible, one person thought. But mages of the 6th tier or higher are very rare. Why would they fight here? Nonsense, someone approached. Paladins of the Lumensis Order, why are they here? The paladin greeted. Glad to meet the believers, may the Father's grace be with you. Just state your business. If you came to gather information, give up. We do not know anything either, the paladin asked. Oh my commander, did you not smell the stench here? We have a guess as to the culprit, he flinched. Is that true? The paladin continued. The servants of Lumensis can be certain. This is the trace of an existence the Order is chasing to exterminate. I mean the only vampire remaining in this world, Leatherville Alley. I am sorry, I was flustered so It is fine, do not mind it, Selena said. Then I will go back to school. Thank you for escorting me, Rudiger said. Go safely. Rudiger watched Selena's retreating figure. You were watching. Come out, someone answered. I apologize, it was not intentional. The paladin asked. You are Professor Rudiger Chell, right? It is an honor to meet you, Rudiger thought. This guy is Toy Frieden, the young hound of Lumensis. To think this lowly one is a bishop of Lumensis, Rudiger said. State your business briefly, Frieden smiled and said. Oh, you must not like me very much? The reason I came is to make a proposal. Others might not feel it, but I can. Evidence of one blessed by God that holy power is flowing within you. Lord Rudiger, Rudiger asked. Are you recommending I join the Order? I am not joking. I am thinking of the best for Professor Rudiger. If you truly thought of me, he approached. You should not have appeared in front of me. Frieden was silent. He said, Before I go, I will tell you one fact I learned through God's grace. There have been many incidents in Leatherville recently. Along with the resurrection of the Beast King, a bizarre red flower bloomed on the outskirts of the city today. Bizarre phenomena will continue. I only hope you do not get hurt. Then may God guide the lost lamb. Seeing them retreat, they seemed to still be hesitating. If he approached because he truly felt the holy power, he would have realized my identity long ago. I was never caught before, but it seems it leaked out because I used holy power too frequently recently. It is time to fix the sealing spell, Rudiger said. I am back, Master. Are you here? Are you here? You ask what I was doing with your friends. Everyone is clutching their heads and collapsed, the Master answered. Haha, why do you blame me for them collapsing from exhaustion? We just warmed up lightly to get to know each other. Amazing. Disciple, where did you find these peculiar fellows? Rudiger said. I met them by chance while wandering the world, the Master answered. You are too humble. The copper-skinned man is a quite decent swordsman for a human, and the giant beastkin is tense, but his fighting spirit was burning. She is talking about Pantos. That guy is always like that. He wandered the world with his brothers looking for an opponent to fight with full strength. When he first met me, he had come to fight Master. Fortunately, Master wasn't there, so I faced him instead, and that middle-aged man was truly interesting. A human yet a beast and yet not a beast. Something charming is sleeping deep in his soul. You did well taking him in and caring for him, she said. Rudiger replied, do not say such things in front of him. He will be sad. So what do you intend to do with these talented fellows? There must be a reason you left your master's side and wandered the world. Is it a circumstance you cannot tell me either? I apologize, Master. I will tell you when the time comes. Rather, it is shameless. But I have a favor to ask. Can you fix my sealing spell? The Master was surprised. The sealing spell? Earlier, a bishop of Lumensis sensed the power flowing from my body and approached. I fear my identity will be exposed to the organization at this rate, the Master said. Understood. You mean your corruption has deepened enough for them to notice? Since they knew of our battle earlier, they will notice my existence soon too. Tisk, the stupid bastards will think they found a trace in their own way. So you want to strengthen the sealing spell? Yes, thinking about it, it will not take long. It will not be difficult since it is reinforcing the existing formula. However, no matter how much the seal is strengthened, if you keep using that power, a limit will eventually come. I know that too. You are not the only one unaware, the Master said. Reaching the limit is not just your problem. Do not forget the promise sworn in the abyss that day, Rudiger replied. Yes, I am carving it deep in my heart. You speak well. But even when fighting me earlier, you did not seem to have any intention of killing me, the Master handed over a notebook. This is a temporary measure. If you keep using holy power, the seal is bound to weaken again. But considering the enemies you will face from now on, you will not be able to avoid using holy power. Eventually, success will be mine. Now I must speed up to obtain everything, Rudiger thought. The goal is the relic fragment in the Imperial Palace. I will retrieve it during the outdoor class in Lindenbaum a week from now, Rudiger said to the students. The supervising teachers who will lead the outdoor class today are waiting at the central square. Be careful not to leave the formation while moving, the students admired. Wow, it is the capital Lindenbaum. Visiting again after 7 years, it is more developed than before. Rudiger thought, it was a place I came to without purpose under the alias J, but to think I came as a teacher now. Life is truly unpredictable. Wow, the train is huge. Look over there in front of the fountain. They must be the supervising teachers for the outdoor class, Caroline Monarch of the Monarch Mercenary Corps, and Vaughn from the Scholar Association, Royal Pavlini from the Scholar Association, and Mage Casey Selmore from Arret. I heard amazing people were coming, but I did not know it would be this much, Professor. He turned his head and saw Veronica. Long time no see since the train accident. She was Veronica, the vice commander of the Ghost Steel Knights. He asked, What brings you here? Veronica answered. I heard Theon students are coming to the capital for an outdoor class today. The Imperial family dispatched our knights just in case of emergency. The entire knights? Then would not the defense of the northern mountains become weak? She answered. It is fine. Because the Civil War ended, and we signed a treaty with the Utah Kingdom. Border defense has been strengthened, so work has decreased a lot. And it is not just our knights who came. That person is here too. She looked back. It was Tarina, the captain of the night patrol. Then I will get going first. It was nice seeing you after a long time. Yes, me too, Rudiger thought. No matter how stable the kingdom is it the right decision to leave the border and stay in the capital? Moreover, even the night patrol gathered. Something is definitely up. What is happening in the capital? I must inform Sedina. Since there are many eyes, I should use the whisper that only elves can hear. He sent a signal. The Ghost Steel Knights and the night patrol have assembled in the capital. Convey this information to Han. Understood. She wrote it down. Sedina folded the paper and sent it flying. Tarina asked, Has the association side not come to the capital yet? Veronica answered, Yes, even if the north is stable, we cannot leave the strongest force empty. Haha, that could be true. You would not have come to the capital unless it was absolutely necessary. Veronica, you have not changed a bit. I am glad to see you are doing well, Veronica asked. But for Captain Tarina to come all the way here yourself, has something happened in the capital? She answered. I have not heard the details either. Her Highness simply ordered a patrol of the capital. It is embarrassing to say that even the night patrol, who are skilled in information gathering, do not know, but it is the truth. However, we are not completely ignorant. There was intelligence that the Liberation Army's movements have been unusual recently. I thought they had withdrawn from the north, but there was news they gathered near the capital, so I came personally to prepare for any contingencies, Tarina sighed. Still, it is frustrating. If we move openly like this, they'll just hide deeper. Honestly, I want to sweep them all away right now, Veronica said. Anyway, it would be best if nothing happened. But should not we inform Theon? Tarina answered. This is their outdoor class anyway, we should not interfere unnecessarily. Besides, they probably noticed our presence and guessed something is odd, Selena called out. Professor Rudiger, do you know why the knights are here? Rudiger answered. I am not certain, but I hear it is an imperial order. It is a measure to protect the students, so there is no need to worry. For Tarina to come personally. She is the woman who persistently chased me back when I was Arsène Lupin. Thanks to my disguise, encountering her wasn't a problem back then, but Rudiger thought. I have never faced her directly without a disguise until now. She might recognize me this time. This is troublesome. Wait, Rudiger looked at the students whispering behind him. Veronica asked, What are you looking at so intently? Tarina said. I saw you talking to that man earlier. Ah, you mean Professor Rudiger Chell, right? I met him during the train terror incident, so that was Rudiger Chell. I have had subordinates investigate him before, but this is my first time seeing him in person. But what is this strange feeling? It feels like I have seen him somewhere before. Veronica said, It is probably just your imagination. It is not common for 2 night orders to gather in the capital after all. Tarina did not say anything more. She thought, well, just in case, I should check again after this is over. She said, Anyway, I have been away from my post too long. Let us return for now. Understood. Please let me know if you find anything suspicious in the capital, Veronica replied. Why is she suddenly looking this way? She left without a word. Did she not recognize me? Well, no need to worry. The situation is flowing according to plan. Noon, temporary hideout in Lindenbaum. What, are you kidding? 2 of the Empire's 3 great night orders have gathered in the capital. Is something big about to happen? Han asked the rats. Yeah, I knew it. I said it was going too smoothly. Nothing is ever easy. I am not even angry anymore. Han turned his head. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? The master asked. Han stammered. I was just wondering why you bothered to follow us all the way here, master. Am I not allowed to come? Han answered. No, there is no problem. Actually, I received a letter from Big Brother and it seems something is going to happen soon. Do you perhaps have business to handle personally? The master laughed loudly. Haha, figure it out yourself. If you are as smart as I think you are, you'll handle it on your own. Since you are my teacher's teacher, I thought you might help a little. Oh ho, so you think I followed because I was worried about you? Han shouted. Seriously, I just cannot figure that person out. Sai, forget it, I'll handle it myself. Han thought, it is annoying enough just having her nearby. Why did she come all the way here? He was annoyed. Fine, I got it. I said I'll handle it. Han asked, what? If you are going to tell me, give me all the information, what am I supposed to do with just a location? I'll have to send the rats to check. He looked at the rats of Lindenbaum. Free time starting now, explore the capital to your heart's content, Caroline said. The students were happy. Instructor Caroline is really cool and refreshing, just like the rumors. Completely different from the principal. They say they are alumni, but their personalities are complete opposites. By the way, Leo has been going around alone throughout the outdoor class. Is something wrong? A male student looked on. Do not tell me it is related to what I heard back then. I hope not. The student sighed. Do not push him too hard. Rashly interfering might only make the situation worse. There must be a reason. Let us trust him and watch for now. You usually bicker with Leo, but you were actually worrying about him. Tessie got angry. What are you talking about? I am just annoyed because he is acting differently than usual. Her eyes sparkled. Right, that cake looks delicious. Let us buy some cake. Nothing wrong with that, right? Nothing happened yet. Let us trust Leo, Ian said. Wow, so many people. Boss, 2 of these please, he thought. The voice is familiar, sounds like Master's voice. Wait, Master? They turned around. Oh, Ian, Master? Mandalina, they were surprised. Master. Is she really your master? Leo looked. Who is she? First time seeing her. Someone you know. This attracted the brat's attention. Perfect opportunity. Leo left the spot. A bit late, but let us get to the point. The plan proceeds as scheduled. What is the movement path of the Theon students? Leo was silent for a moment. So this is the person who taught you anti-magic? Right. She was starving on the street, so I gave her some bread and she taught me in return. Tessie asked. She taught you a special technique for just a loaf of bread? That makes no sense, but that magic requires talent and aptitude. What if you weren't a match? Then you'd be out of luck, just getting free bread. Fortunately it seems the aptitude matched. Tessie was dumbfounded. She has no intention of hiding it, Mandalina asked. Who knew that this child would inherit my talent? This is fate. I almost forgot. I should get going. What? You are going already? Yeah, your master has important work. Time to go to work now. Ian said, I am glad you have work. I was worried you might be starving somewhere again, Mandalina answered. Oh, my disciple has quite a sharp tongue. Good, I'll give you a piece of advice before I go. Stick close to the supervising teacher. What? Why? The master turned her head. Because you never know what might happen. By then. This is far enough. Mandalina looked back. She took out a pocket watch. I am returning to the Imperial Palace immediately, Your Highness. Imperial Palace North Annex. Wow, so pretty. The North Annex is truly a masterpiece. I did not know the imperial family would provide a learning space for us. Theon's status is indeed high, Selena and Rudiger conversed. Selena asked, but will it really be okay to leave the students only to the supervising teachers? Rudiger answered. Among the leaders this time there are those with dean-level skills, so you can rest assured, he thought. Even so, this palace. I have traveled the continent and seen all sorts of strange things, but this place is indescribably magnificent. Even the stairs are massive. Just a part of it is this grand. How do I find the relic? The fragments are said to resonate, so finding the location will not be hard, but retrieving it is the problem. With it being so vast, there are many guards, making it easy to be surrounded. Teleportation is also dangerous because the defensive magic around the palace can distort coordinates. Nice to meet you, a voice was heard. I am Pascu of the Imperial Guard. For the Imperial Guard to seek us out, what is the matter? There is a small problem to resolve. Is Professor Rudiger Chell here? Rudiger stepped forward. That would be me, but what is the matter? Professor Rudiger Chell. It is an honor to meet you. If it is not rude, could you spare a moment privately? He thought to himself. What is it? I apologize, but we are moving as a group, so it is difficult for me to leave alone. Someone wants to see you, he whispered. Pascu said, a very important person in the kingdom wishes to see you, he thought. An important figure. Understood, let us go, Rudiger said. I apologize. It seems I must step away for a moment. I will be back soon, Selena answered. Yes, please go ahead. Just how important is the matter to call the professor separately? Well, it is understandable if it is Professor Rudiger. Even the Imperial Guard is interested. Tessie said. Your master is really a peculiar person, Ian replied. I am just glad she still looks healthy, Tessie continued. By the way, where did Leo go? Have not seen him for a while. Free time is almost over, I'll go look for him. He could not have gone far. Leo will probably come back on his own. He does not know the geography here well, so I'll bring him back quickly. Okay, we'll wait there. Yeah, Tessie thought. Right, Leo is not nearby. Did he get lost? An alleyway. Perfect place to meet secretly. The conversation I heard earlier keeps bothering me. Please let it be my misunderstanding. Why no answer? The man from earlier asked Leo. Leo answered. So you are saying you'll act right now instead of waiting for a better opportunity, even with so many knights in the city? Exactly. When everyone thinks they are in class, that is the most perfect opportunity to start the revolution. But the students are with the supervising teachers. Any attack will be blocked. There is no better opportunity to show our power than clashing with the supervising teachers. Do not you think so? What nonsense. Among the teachers gathered this time there are 6th rank mages. 6th rank, he was surprised. Leo said, yeah, do you know what that means? Each one of them is practically a weapon of mass destruction. Doing something stupid now is meaningless. Unexpected information, he said. Still, the plan proceeds, Leo shouted. What? I understand your worry, but this is not for me to decide. It is an order from above, so we must follow it. Leo refused to accept it. Do not talk nonsense. Do you think I'll follow obediently? You'll have to if it is for your family. Leo was furious but had no choice. Fine, but the entire route is not certain. The students have separated from the teachers. He patted his shoulder. I know exactly what you are plotting, giving only a little information to buy time, right? It is fine. We obtained additional information through other sources anyway. I just called you to verify the details. Leo cursed inwardly. Damn it, they used me from the start. We never fully trusted you. We'll let it slide this time, but behave yourself if you care about your family. Go. And if you try anything funny, you'll regret it. Reporting will not help. You'll be treated as an accomplice anyway. Leo fumed. Damn, playing with me, those bastards. Why will not they tell me clearly? Are they blinded by hatred? No, they are not guys to attack without a plan. I am missing something. Ian, did you call? Ian Lindenbaum Square. Sedina was scared as Casey stared. Why is she staring like that? How do I send the information? Casey thought. That woman who came out of the faculty office, I investigated and she was his assistant, even if it is Moriarty. He never had an assistant. Suspicious, she recalled his words. The Black Dawn has started targeting you. Be careful. Indeed, an assassin came right after the warning. Thanks to the warning and the rain, I handled it without difficulty. But now that I have drawn their attention, I must be more careful, Sedina thought, looking at Casey. No, it is free time right now. A student can go anywhere. I should leave for now, she thought, and left the spot. Wait, if she is a great detective, she surely has a plan. Do not tell me she suspects I belong to the Black Dawn. She even came to the professor's office. If my guess is right, one mistake will lead to suspicion. Temporary hideout in Lindenbaum. Han held his head. Why is that guy not reporting yet? He said he'd send info periodically. It will not be easy with nights patrolling, but I should be thankful just that the last message was sent. The rats returned. Han said, why did Callie return? Callie confirmed it. He was surprised. What, you cannot go deeper into the sewer? What do you mean? Explain. You are too scared to go in, Han thought. Callie refused an order because of fear. My rat control ability has become strong enough that they would not hesitate even if I told them to jump into fire. There is definitely something there. The master's teacher already noticed it. I want to ask in detail, but she does not seem like she'll explain more. Judging by that indifferent attitude, it seems like something we should not get involved in. I cannot stand it. I have to go see for myself. But, he stood up, this is a clue given by the master's teacher. I cannot ignore it. At the very least, I must check if it affects master's plans. That is my duty. Han knocked and entered the room of the girl who was humming while reading a book. Get ready, let us go. What, where to? Patana, who was using the alias Francis Scott, asked. We have a place to investigate, pack your bags, Lindenbaum's sewer. Water was pouring down. Pascu was accompanying Rudiger. I have heard a lot about you, Professor Rudiger. You have been shaking up the magical world recently. Rudiger replied, it is nothing much. Pascu laughed and said, haha, you are humble. Nothing much? How many people could perform such miracles? Rudiger said, regardless of what others say, you seem different from them. Pascu turned his head. Do you mean that sincerely? Is this what they call being on a different level? That must be why the princess asked to see you. Princess, I have brought Professor Rudiger. Thank you, Pascu, you may leave. I wish to speak with him alone. Understood, Your Highness. When I first came to Lindenbaum to find a job 7 years ago, I had a brief connection and worked here. She later became the first imperial princess with succession rights to the throne. I waited a long time, Rudiger. Or do you prefer your old name? The princess asked. Eileen von Exilian, the first imperial princess of the Exilian Empire, called the Slaughterer. 7 years ago, Rudiger encountered an unidentified individual. It was precisely Eileen. Damn, I did not sense her presence at all, even though I used an artifact to erase my presence. What happened just now? I did not feel anything until we almost collided. I thought I was being careful. Was someone tailing me? Rudiger thought. Who are you? The two returned to reality. Rudiger said, you knew my identity all along. Since when have you been investigating me? Did you think I would not recognize you after 7 years, especially when you are using such a famous name in the magical world? Furthermore, listening to the report that one of my pieces was blocked in Leatherville recently, I became certain. You are the only one who could give Tarina such a hard time. The man who handles the Empire's war heroes like chess pieces. So what brings you to the Imperial Palace? I merely came on official business as a professor of Theon, Eileen asked. Do you think I would believe such an obvious lie? What are you looking for in the Imperial Palace? Rudiger looked at her. 30 minutes earlier, sewer system. Han, this is enough. Send it to the captain. Will this letter really reach him? We are underground right now, of course, because they are competent, Patana said. This empire has lasted for 1,000 years. The underground structure is incredibly complex and sophisticated. Han replied, correct, at first I thought there would be an end, but it is much deeper and wider than I thought. Seeing it neglected like this, it must be an empty zone where even rats do not venture. It is definitely not an ordinary sewer. Those massive tree roots we saw earlier too. Ha, do you know what that is? I did not know there was such a large tree under the capital. I have a guess. Really, what is it? The two were puzzled. Han asked, what is that sound? Sounds like a beast's roar. A tiger roared and rushed at them. The two ran away in a panic. What is that? A cryptid? Why is something like that here? Patana gasped for breath. I cannot run anymore, Han shouted. Do not stop. Do you want to be eaten? Han thought. Damn, getting caught by that monster is just a matter of time. Should I transform? But I am not sure if I can win against a monster like that. Stop. Wait a minute. What? Why stop? Look closely. It is not a cryptid. It is a chimera. Han glared at the chimera. I have heard of it. A biological weapon made by dark mages mixing various creatures. But what does that matter, whether it is a cryptid or a chimera? It is the same that it is trying to kill us. If it were a cryptid, it would have been dangerous. But if it is a chimera, it is no big deal. Power burst out explosively, and the tiger's feet were bound. Han thought, that woman is stronger than I thought. There was a reason Master brought this fairy. She is a much more outstanding expert than I expected. A chimera is an artificial life form, right? If it is made, there is nothing to be afraid of, Patana said. Actually, it is kind of cute. Look at that sleek figure, perfect without a single seam. Aw, truly art. Let us get out of here for now. HMPH, why should we run away? Han replied. Because it is dangerous, of course. Patana's eyes shone like stars. This is a golden opportunity. I must dissect it and see how the internal structure is configured. Han screamed. What? He. Big sister will dig into your cute insides thoroughly. Han was struck with terror. I must never get involved with that fairy, Rudiger said, looking for something. As I told you before, I was merely dispatched from the academy. You intend to keep feigning ignorance. You know about the Kunst auction house incident, right? Yes. You were there that day too. That cannot be a coincidence. Since that incident, I have investigated and tracked every item that appeared on the black market. All items were accounted for except one. Only the ancient relic disappeared. That is what you are looking for in the Imperial Palace, is not it? Rudiger thought. To investigate all that, impressive. Even though I distributed them quite thoroughly. Well, if she dug that persistently, denying it further would be useless, Rudiger said. It is merely a personal hobby. Eileen laughed triumphantly. Ha, you finally admitted it. I will not ask what you intend to do with that relic, but that item you want, it is surely in the Imperial Treasury. You are not thinking of stealing it, are you? Rudiger shrugged his shoulders. Whatever your plan is, would not it be better to enter through the front door proudly? Eileen said. Handle one request for me, like 7 years ago. This is the real reason I called you. Let us make the payment, taking 3 items you want from the treasury. How about it? The Empire's treasury is filled with treasures and artifacts of unknown origin, and no one except the Imperial family can enter. Being able to take 3 items from there is an attractive offer. But it also means the mission is that dangerous. I would like to hear more information before deciding. Is it related to the 2 night orders being summoned to the capital? Eileen replied. right? You must have seen it on the way. There was a report that suspicious individuals infiltrated the capital. We searched to eliminate the threat elements, but have not even found a trace yet. Rudiger asked, did not they already leave the city? We strengthened the guard at all gates as soon as the report came in. We would have known immediately if they left, Eileen explained. There is a high possibility the bastards are still inside the city. That is why I called the knights to prepare for any contingency. Exactly, that is why I need your help, because you are the best when it comes to infiltration and mission execution. Wherever the enemy is hiding, their tail has definitely been stepped on, so she is asking me. Refusing would only get me swept up in this mess anyway. No reason to refuse, he said. You will give the payment as promised, right? Eileen affirmed. Of course, you know I keep my promises well. Is there no other information? My subordinate will brief you. Come in. Yes, Your Highness, I have arrived. I will report immediately. Mandalina and Rudiger looked at each other. Why are you here? Rudiger said, what are you doing here, Mandalina? Crystal Palace Museum lobby. There is someone. This is the Crystal Palace where you can explore the history of magic. It is a place always bustling even on weekdays. Since we made a reservation, you can enter immediately. Please view comfortably. The supervising teacher said. Royal Pavlini thought to himself, tired. Why did the Magic Association assign me the guide role? I hate dealing with people. Renee approached. Royal Pavlini asked. What is it? Can we see all types of magic here? You can see almost everything. Because the Magic Tower and various institutions donated a lot of data. Then can I find information on non-attribute magic too? Crystal Palace Magic Exhibition Hall, Royal Pavlini said. There might be magic information here you have not heard of, but they will not reveal the fundamental secrets of those magics. I see, she turned her head. It is dream magic, Royal Pavlini explained. That is related to holy arts. It is one of the most used magics among the special series. Usually knights, inquisitors, or priests of the Lumensis order use it. It is called a divine blessing rather than magic, but modern theory classifies it as magic. Renee looked up. What is this? I feel attracted to it for no reason. She stared blankly. Back to the Imperial Palace. Mandalina, you dare crawl in here? Mandalina spoke urgently. I will explain. Enough. She is my subordinate. Rudiger was surprised. Subordinate? Since when did you bestow such mercy? This woman is a member of Alpha Team, the Special Forces unit, directly under the Marquis who staged a coup 7 years ago. The day I met Your Highness was also the day you sneaked out to confront the Marquis. After Alpha Team was annihilated, she was the only survivor whose skills were recognized. But I had no intention of keeping a traitor alive. Alpha Team were the most dangerous bastards in the Empire. After the coup was suppressed, I chased her personally, prepared to fight fiercely. Eileen sighed, but she surrendered without fighting as soon as she saw me. I felt like a fool for preparing so thoroughly. In the end, I decided to take her in. Mandalina raised her hands. Surrender, I surrender. It seemed she intended to surrender from the start, Eileen said. I thought you let her live because you had some scheme, Rudiger said. I just let her go because she begged with a pitiful face. Eileen looked at Mandalina. Anyway, she is my loyal subordinate now, so do not mind her. Mandalina laughed awkwardly. That is right. Now I am the princess's loyal dog. No, subordinate. Right, if that is my will, Eileen asked. So Mandalina, what is it? Yes, I will report. As a result of tracking the bastards' traces, it is grasped that they are hiding in the underground sewer. But due to a barrier, we could only find the entrance, Eileen said. If it was enough to make you retreat, it means their base is quite solid. Rudiger turned his body. Wait, interesting. Do you know how to handle birds too? Rudiger replied. Not me, but my subordinate. The bird handed him a letter. It seems my subordinate investigated deep into the sewer, Mandalina. They say there is a gigantic tree underground. Do you know what that is, Your Highness? I do not know much either. Are you perhaps hiding something from me? Eileen answered. No, I also know almost nothing about that place. Do you know how old the history of this country is? Is not it 1,000 years? No, actually it has not even been 50 years. I deduced it looking at imperial documents. A twofold difference. Why was such a fact hidden? Eileen said. Do you know about the Exilian kingdom that existed before? It is barely mentioned in history books, so most know it as just a small kingdom. The Exilian Empire was built on top of that kingdom. Like painting over a picture already drawn, the kingdom's history, families, everything was completely replaced. At least 500 years of history disappeared and were absorbed into the empire. Eileen asked. Who could have done such a thing against the entire empire? You must have a guess too, Rudiger said. The most powerful force on the continent at the time, the Holy Kingdom, Bretis. That underground sewer existed even before the empire was established. That is why the empire has almost no information on it. Rudiger replied. Understood. At least tell me who is hiding in the sewer. The Liberation Army, Rudiger thought. The Liberation Army, is it? So this is what Nikolai was plotting. We must hurry. The Liberation Army will rise up today, or tomorrow at the latest. What? Why do you think so? Eileen asked. Rudiger turned his head. Because Theon's students and key figures of the Magic Tower are here. It is a perfect target for them. You are right. But since 6th-rank mages are deployed in the city, it will not be easy. They have bombs that can penetrate barriers. Even a 6th-rank mage will die if they let their guard down. I have obtained all necessary information. Since there is no time, I will depart immediately. Eileen said. Good. Take Pascu, you may use him as you judge fit. He should have a grasp of the situation, so there is no need to explain. Understood. I will not go easy. He knows things I do not. As if it were natural. I thought I caught him, yet he is still that far ahead. Even after 7 years, he is still a man who makes me jealous. Eileen smiled as she looked at the man who had tried to kill her. You have returned. How was your conversation with the princess? Rudiger replied. You must have received the situation report. The princess said you could use me as you please. Ha ha ha, I knew she would, Pascu replied. The sword of Her Highness the Imperial Princess of the Exilian Empire, Pascu of the Imperial Guard, greets Jack the Ripper. It is an honor to work with you, senior. Likewise, Rudiger replied. 30 minutes later, downtown Lindenbaum. So what is the plan? Pascu asked. Are we going straight underground? He replied. No, going in blindly without information is not good. My subordinates are investigating there now, so let us wait for the report. Not all of them will be underground. While waiting for intel, let us investigate the city and look for clues. Shall we ask Detective C for help? Rudiger refused. No, if a famous detective intervenes, it becomes harder to track them. If I leave my post, the students might panic. Someone called out. Professor Rudiger, Professor, I have something to tell you. Rudiger looked at him. Aiden, where is your supervising professor? What brings you here? His gaze shifted. Leo, it seems the four of you were talking about something. Leo? He hesitated. Yes. Is that really true? Rudiger asked. 1 hour ago, Leo saw Aiden. You heard everything? How much did you hear? Judging by your reaction, you heard it all. It is all over, Aiden said. Leo, are you okay? Leo asked back. Are you asking if I am okay right now? You saw everything, so why ask? You heard it all, did not you? Yes, I am on the Liberation Army's side. Leo shook off Aiden's hand. Do not call my name like that, Leo shouted. The guy you thought was a friend is actually a liar and an international terrorist. I deceived you, Tessie, Sedina, everyone. So why are you looking at me with those worried eyes? Leo slumped down. Aiden replied, sorry for eavesdropping. But you tried not to follow the Liberation Army's orders. Even though it was an impossible situation, the attack has not started yet. We can stop it, but if I betray them, my family will be in danger. Even if I refuse, who would believe just the two of us? Let us ask Professor Rudiger for help. Leo replied, what? Did you forget how the professor handled the werewolf incident? He will not show mercy if he considers you an enemy, even if you are a student. Besides, you could be framed as an accomplice just for being with me. Ah, that is possible, but we have to try persuading him, right? Leo was speechless. You are the biggest idiot I know, Leo. Is everything Aiden said true? Rudiger asked. Leo lowered his head. Yes, as expected, he will not help, even though I gave him so much information about the Liberation Army. Leo thought, then we must hurry to save your family. He raised his head. Pardon, what did you say? Good. Sir Pascu will help too. I apologize, Pascu said. Well, it is an extension of my mission, actually. Work has become easier thanks to you. Aiden rejoiced. Wow, thank you, Professor. Do not make that face. Leo, helping a student in trouble is a teacher's duty. Leo was moved. Professor. Leo lowered his head and choked up. Thank you so much, Professor Rudiger. Downtown Lindenbaum Liberation Army Secret Branch. The third branch was discovered. The 5th and 17th branches as well. Faster than expected, those imperial bastards. But 2 night orders moved, so it is understandable, the executive said. The raided branches are just decoys to buy time. It is only a matter of time before they storm the headquarters. All forces move to the designated location via the underground sewer. No matter what, at least one more person must survive and escape. Suddenly the room exploded, and they hurriedly took defensive stances. What? Found already? Not yet. Is it you? Rudiger said. The trash who threatened my student, you loser. Damn it, that brat really betrayed us. The bastard thought. This guy, he fights as if he knows silent fire will not work. Even that brat does not know that. That is top secret. He stood up. At this distance I will not be safe either, but I'll take you with me to hell. He attacked. Die what? What? The explosion was sucked into a single point. Spirit stone absorbing even the shock of the explosion. You dare threaten and try to use my student? He grabbed the bastard by the collar. The bastard screamed. Rudiger said, do you know what it feels like to have your whole body vibrate? It feels like your guts and blood are churning inside out, does not it? Trash like you will not open your mouths with ordinary torture, so I have to do this. Vomit out everything you know. The bastard trembled. Yo, you will not have time for that. We already sent agents to that traitor's family. I sent a knight skilled in swordsmanship, so whoever you sent will be cut down along with the traitor's family. Do not worry about that. Narrow alley in Lindenbaum, a man collapsed. Because I sent someone trustworthy. Pascu asked, is everyone okay? Ah yes, the opponent said. Impressive. To block it even though it was an ambush, you look like a knight. Just now was your last chance to kill me. Do you think you can beat me without a sword? Pascu replied. Correct, it was a good opportunity, but the reason I did not kill you is simple. I can create chances to kill whenever I want. Pascu rushed in. Whenever I desire. 30 minutes later. Thank you, thanks to you my family is safe. I only did what had to be done. Take your sister and mother to a safe place. Since you reunited with your family, spend some time before returning to school. Yes. Thank you once again, Professor Rudiger. Pascu said, you are not holding that student accountable even though he helped the Liberation Army. Are you really okay with that? Rudiger replied. Then do you see that student as the same as the other Liberation Army bastards? Well, maybe not. But it could all be an act, could not it? I did not know you trusted students that much. I do not trust the student, I trust the person trying to protect their family, Pascu. That is why I chose you as my shadow. You pursue justice even while prepared to get blood on your hands. Such contradiction reminds me of my predecessor, Jack the Ripper. He was rational and cold, yet humane and deeply cared for others. Pascu exhaled in relief. He asked, "By the way, did you dispose of all the trash?" Rudiger replied. "I extracted the necessary intel and handed them over to the knights. They said they plan to carry out a large-scale terror attack soon. Places where many people gather, especially the Grand Plaza and the Crystal Palace, are the targets. Bang, do not tell me, has it already started? We must hurry." Pascu replied, "Understood." At the time of the incident, downtown Lindenbaum, a massive explosion occurred. People fled in panic. It is a monster, run, a tiger pounced. Someone blocked the front. Another explosion followed. It was the Allied Academy's Physiology and Anatomy professor, 6th rank Mage Vernon. "Hey miss, if you keep setting fires like that, the whole city will burn down." Caroline, a 6th rank mage and former mercenary captain, got angry. "Hey muscle pig, is that important right now? We do not have enough time to sweep them all at once. Are you going to catch them one by one there? Ha ha ha, fine, leave this area to me. Stop posing and go save the students." At that time, Crystal Palace entrance. Monsters stormed in. "Keep firing, do not let the monsters approach. If this place is breached, the people inside are in danger." Royal Pavlini shouted, "Everyone stand back, do not get swept up. Flames block the bastards, we will help too." "No, impossible. Please just go inside," a student said. "If this place collapses, we become endangered too. We might lack skill, but let us help." Cannot be helped, but if it gets dangerous, retreat immediately." Yes, the monsters were pushed back but counterattacked again. "We have casualties, we must block them, damn it." "Cello, I am counting on you." "Got it," Cello replied. They combined forces to create a shield-like ice wall. Flora Lumos raised her staff to the sky. Tremendous power poured out. That is truly amazing. I knew she was a genius, but to be that good in actual combat. Thanks to her, we can catch our breath." The monsters crawled up. Flora Lumos looked up. Sedina stepped forward. "Are you okay?" People stared blankly at the power of the tamed monster. "Rudiger arrived. Is everyone safe?" "Teacher Rudiger, we live thanks to you." Rudiger looked at the other surprised students. "Any injuries?" Flora Lumos, I am fine." Sedina, "Yes, I am fine too." She bowed her head. 1 hour later, Lindenbaum Plaza temporary shelter. Eileen said, "First, I deeply thank you for your hard work. Thanks to you, we were able to suppress the situation with minimal damage." Now report. "Yes, today around 2 p.m. Taking advantage of the chaos, a swarm of chimeras emerged in the city through the sewers. The Liberation Army committed terror targeting students and teachers." Roy of the Night Patrol said, "But thanks to the princess providing information on explosives to the knights and teachers in advance, we were able to suppress the Liberation Army without major damage. However, the number of chimeras is so large that the damage is not insignificant." Understood, Rudiger thought. "It is terrible just imagining how bad the situation would have been without this person. Saving Irene at the Crystal Palace too. I owe too much debt both then and now," Eileen said. "Right now, resolving the situation takes precedence over assessing damage. Let us discuss future measures. First, we must establish a defense line to prevent further damage. Above all, citizen safety is the top priority. In my opinion, we should swiftly enter the sewers and sweep out the enemy. Now is the right time as their forces are weakened by this attack." "Are you suggesting we go in blindly without knowing what's underground? What if there is a trap? With the personnel here, I am sure anyone can protect their own body anywhere. Do you think we will fall into the Liberation Army's trap?" "Everyone, I have something to say for a moment. I do not think the enemy's methods end here. You are Detective Casey Selmore of the Selmore family, right? Good. Speak your opinion." Casey stepped forward. "Yes, first I will talk about the chimeras that appeared. As you know, chimeras are a specialty of dark mages. That means the Liberation Army has joined hands with dark mages. But would they try to face the Empire with only chimera manufacturing knowledge? They must have something that assures them of victory. This attack was likely a diversion and a stalling tactic to prepare for that," Caroline said. "A hidden card," Casey replied. "But we do not know what it is. We must find out what it is at least before taking action." A valid opinion, Rudiger thought. Now is the time for him to enter. "This is Pascu. I returned after investigating the sewers by the princess's order." Good work, Sir Pascu. Actually, Han and Ben Raluna gathered information. This is all we found out." "Yes, understood. Please escape safely for now. Sir Pascu, please report what you just heard to the princess instead of me." "What? Why not do it yourself?" Rudiger said. "Soon a meeting attended by the princess and many others will be held at the central command post. It is not appropriate information for a mere teacher like me to step up and share," Pascu replied. "Certainly so, I will intervene at the appropriate time. If this friend, the princess's subordinate, says it, no one will doubt it." Judging by the reaction she noticed, Eileen thought. According to this, they built a massive facility underground. It makes sense, as a large-scale manufacturing facility is needed to create chimeras of that level. But a facility, is there space for that underground? Eileen said. "That is an expansion and repair of the abandoned sewer section. It is highly likely they have been preparing there for a long time, but to make chimeras, not only a facility but tremendous resources are needed. If they transported that many resources to the capital over a long period." "Do not worry, Captain. The guards were not bribed because they did not bring in materials from the outside in the first place. Then that means the materials were already underground. What on earth is it? Eileen answered. That is an existence buried deep underground, unknown to the world. The dead world tree and the earth flowing in the waterway, Patana said. He, what a pity. One is not enough to look inside, crazy. I have seen enough terrible sights. More importantly, will you finish the story you were telling earlier? Han asked. I think that requires a bit more investigation. It does not need to be certain. Just tell me what you suspect. The origin of elves. The world tree. What? Han was surprised. The world tree? You mean the tree the elves worship, the one said to be massive enough to cover an entire forest? Why is something like that here? I do not know either. We might know if we go deeper. But it is dangerous for just the two of us. If so, I have an idea. The world tree. You're saying such a thing really exists beneath the capital? People murmured. Did Sir Pascu see it wrong? It is not like the world tree can be seen just anywhere. The Magic Tower's 6th-rank mage Iron Mask Lotrong spoke. No matter if a sapling of the world tree existed on this land from a long time ago, it needs a suitable environment and tricky conditions to grow properly. But you say it could grow underground like that. But at least to my eyes it was the world tree. Even if it was dried, twisted, and discolored, if it is a real world tree, they will not be short on chimera ingredients, since it would possess tremendous vitality even if dead, Eileen said. Then they will surely reinforce the chimeras with it and attack again. So we decide to enter the underground as soon as possible to eliminate them. Eileen continued. Then from now on let us discuss and decide the personnel to send to the underground sewer, Enia said. Only those with verified skills can go, Tarina replied. Everyone here meets the conditions, but we cannot send too many. It would be best to form teams of 2 or 3 to enter. We must also form an analysis team to investigate the underground world tree. Casey looked back. But it was not easy to find someone who knew well about the world tree. Then I would be the right person. Professor Benamor, the professor said. My family has obtained a sample of the world tree and researched it in the past. Since the Benamor family has specialized in herbology for a long time, I am confident there will be no lack, Rudiger thought. Does not seem like a lie, but it is dangerous just to analyze. We need someone to handle combat situations. Gwen laughed loudly. Looking at it, it would be best for you to go. Both are new teachers, so it will be comfortable to move together, Rudiger replied. Are not Caroline or Hiron more reliable than me? No, we cannot go in the first place. This guy and I are pure martial artist types, so we might collapse the tunnel if we make a mistake. Do not worry, you will be much safer than other combat teams, Rudiger thought. Well, going is not an issue, but it is a bit awkward moving with someone I am not close with. And usually he would be the one opposing the most, so why is he quiet? Good. The analysis team is set, and now it is the entry team's turn. 30 minutes later, temporary base warehouse. Brother, you came right. I received the information well. Good work. First, I apologize for acting arbitrarily without telling you. Rudiger replied, it is fine. More than that, it is unexpected that you thought to investigate the underground. Han replied, Master told me to check the underground. Master, if Master mentioned it, I should be a bit more careful. Seeing that she is not stepping forward herself yet, it does not seem to be a very serious situation, Rudiger said. Understood. Looking at the information, it seems you went quite deep. Wasn't it dangerous for the two of you? Han replied. Actually, we did not go in personally. We subdued one chimera. Then that woman made something on the spot and stabbed it with a syringe. The chimera that got the shot suddenly became docile. Something about manipulating a part of the brain to change the command system. Thanks to the enhanced ability, we could control the ones that got the shot. That is how we sent a few chimeras into the enemy camp to gather info. Since they are big, vision sharing was also possible. Rudiger was surprised. Then there is no need to keep reporting. Keep watching the situation. Report immediately if there is urgent information. Understood, brother. And Ms. Baluna has a favor to ask. A moment later, downtown Bran, one elf came to help analyze the world tree. To skip even walking. Is she reliable? Yes, Princess Eileen vouched for her. If the princess vouched, it would not be a lie. Rudiger thought. Baluna recommended her, but it would be better to have one more person. Since they were the first to recognize the world tree too. Benamor sighed. Phew, we have no time, so let us depart immediately. Do not chatter uselessly on the way. A moment later, underground sewer. He laughed and said, Wow, it has really been a long time since I met someone I can communicate with. Ms. Baluna, may I contact you separately later? She laughed and asked. Would that be okay? Would not Professor Chris be uncomfortable? I do not mind. Please be comfortable. Rudiger thought to himself. He was hesitant earlier, but it seems they communicate well since they share the same hobby. Benamor said. By the way, the world tree's roots are not visible yet. Rudiger replied, Sir Pascu said he saw them as soon as he entered, but that zone is handled by another team, chimeras. They are here too. Number is about 10. I will handle them. Benamor stepped forward. Leave it. This much is a piece of cake for me. Rudiger agreed if you insist. The chimeras rushed toward Benamor. Benamor attacked. As pills broke, poison gas covered the chimeras. To subdue chimeras that easily with just poison. Patana's eyes shone like stars. You mix 3 compounds to maximize the poison's effect. Benamor replied. Correct, as expected of an expert vouched by the princess, but it seems our path is also blocked because of the poison mist. Do not worry. It decomposes quickly upon contact with air, so let us rest for a moment. Meanwhile, another passage in the underground sewer. Arena said, I did not know I would meet you again like this. I thought I would see you in a different situation, Casey said. Same for me. No, should I say you changed? Did something happen while we did not see each other? Casey asked. Excuse me, Tarina. If someone is framed as a villain when they did nothing wrong, how would it be? And if you evaluated them badly and criticized them without knowing the truth, Tarina replied. Criticized when they did nothing wrong, huh? It would be better to talk later. I must have been too sensitive. A moment later. Oh, it really exists. The root of the world tree, Rudiger thought. This place is much wider than other places. I do not know what facility it is, but it seems to have been abandoned for a long time. Must analyze quickly before enemies come. Correct. Rudiger looked in surprise. Wait, look above the root. Above the root? What on earth is that? Central Plaza temporary shelter. Move inside quickly. Take the injured to that tent. Renee was sitting curled up in a corner. A senior asked Renee, Renee, are you okay? Ah, senior, did you meet Uni? No, the Grand Princess. Ah, yes, I met her. She kept nagging me, saying she almost died of worry. Renee laughed and said, Haha, the Grand Princess must really cherish you. Senior, no, she is treating me like a toy. More than that, Renee, running out of the Crystal Palace was too reckless. Do you know how surprised Uni was? She lowered her head. So sorry, my body moved on its own. Flora Lumos, does she not say a single word of thanks? Ah, is she doing that because she is too flustered? Well, whatever. If Professor Rudiger weren't there, we would have been in big trouble. That is right, teacher was really cool. Renee realized something. Ah, what's wrong? Renee replied. Ah, nothing, just suddenly felt dizzy. What is this bizarre sensation? The ground? No, it is felt from deep underground. Partially yes, but someone is intentionally blocking the information stored in the world tree. It is definitely the doing of the dark mage who made the chimeras. Rudiger asked. Then is there no way to find out anymore? Benamor replied. Regrettably, my ability ends here. I apologize. Since there is no way we should go back like this. I discovered one thing. Is that true? The roots are dead, but massive vitality still remains inside. It seems the dark mages are extracting and using that. Rudiger deduced. That matches what was discussed in the meeting earlier. Then, is there nothing found about that grotesque shape? The human shape sticking out over there is probably an existence fundamentally different from the world tree's root. Fundamentally different, yes. It looks like someone forced it in, but the guy is struggling to come out. That is why it looks like it is trying to escape. Trying to escape? Benamor replied. Then does it mean it can move? Patana said. No, that is just a trace of an escape attempt. The main body is still sleeping inside the world tree root. High possibility the Liberation Army and dark mages are trying to control it. Rudiger asked, do you have a guess as to what it is? Yes. If my judgment is correct, that is a demon's power. Rudiger looked back at Benamor and said, a demon, is not that a creature appearing in ancient records? Most believe so, but there are people who actually felt the demon's power. By the way, Lady Baluna, how did you know when the world tree's information was blocked? Rudiger admired. Excuse me, lady? Elves can commune with the world tree and instinctively detect genetic information of plants. So even if information is blocked, we can read it to some extent, Benamor asked. Is that so? It is different from what I heard from Professor Vieira. And I heard communion with the world tree is strictly forbidden except for administrators. It is a presumptuous question, but surely you did not attempt it secretly, Rudiger replied. No way. Would I go that far? Really? No, well, it is fine. I got caught just once, Patana said. No, you were a recidivist. I thought you were kicked out of the forest because of your self-centered personality. Turns out you were a walking miracle. You should have told us earlier. Ms. Baluna, you are glaring at me again. I mean, I was surprised too. We do not have the right to argue about elves' rules. Rudiger got angry. Easy to say. Since there is no harm to you, from our stance, it is a problem that could cause conflict with the elves anyway. Since we obtained useful information, let us go back and report immediately. Rudiger said, no, we enter inside now. If they are plotting something with real demon power, we must stop it immediately. Benamor refuted. What? Anyway, is not reporting the priority? Furthermore, there are non-combatants here. In this day and age, demons are treated as myths. No one will believe without concrete evidence, and Lady Baluna, you are not in a position to publicize this fact. Technically correct, but even if we follow your plan, we do not know where they are. If I go, I will proceed with research at the root's core. If we follow this route, we will be able to reach their base, Rudiger said. Furthermore, we cannot guarantee the retreat path is safe either. So I will entrust Lady Baluna to you, Professor Chris, HMPH. I intended to do so without being told. Same time, another passage in the underground sewer. A female knight defeated chimeras and moved forward. She stopped, finally appeared. Liberation Army trash, numbers are not many. They know moving in large scale is disadvantageous. But that means high probability the guys are elites, she thought. I must be careful, but what is this strange feeling? Something is different from the Liberation Army bastards I have met so far. Center of the underground sewer beneath the world tree root. Progress status. Master, we succeeded in extracting energy and applying it up to Phase 2. Phase 3 is also proceeding smoothly. If we pass this stage, we can reach the final stage. What? Have not finished Phase 3 yet? No, because it is still an uncontrollable power. Understood. It is within expected range. Intruders? Dark Mage Andre Semos, affiliated with the Biochemistry Society, asked. Numbers are not many. It seems they sent elite units. We sent unfinished Phase 2 entities to each passage. We must buy as much time as possible. Deploy all Phase 2 entities. Send the Chimera designated as Unit 1-2. Understood, yes. No matter what happens, the 3 experiments must proceed perfectly. How is the third guy's condition? Energy is still resisting but temporarily stabilized. At this speed, it will wake up within the scheduled time. Truly a great desire. For a Liberation Army high-ranking executive to volunteer for an experiment where survival is not guaranteed, it is a tempting power enough to risk danger. Right, we were lucky. The original plan was targeting only the World Tree. Who knew a demon's power would be buried deep within the World Tree? Right. A power appearing only in legends. Power superior to humanity, idiot. There is no power superior to humanity. Humans only feel fear and curse things because they are ignorant. Once understood, it is no longer a fearsome power. If I just complete the third one with that power, the final stage is truly the end. As he summoned energy, it spread far and wide. Master, there seems to be someone with deep knowledge of biology among the intruders. They are controlling the Phase 1 entities and observing us. It seems our methods have been exposed. No, that cannot be. Check all the chimeras. Confirm there are no abnormalities. Understood. And increase the speed of the Phase 1 research. Rudiger stared intently. From now on, it is a battle against time. Everything even slightly suspicious has already been dealt with. Good. Return to your positions immediately. Han watched the scene helplessly. TCH, were we caught? But I heard the important part. Sadina, report everything I said to the captain. I have a place I need to go right now. She received the order. Yes, Cello shouted, looking at the fallen enemies. You have subdued them, that is right. They are much stronger than the regular Liberation Army. Is that magical beast yours, Professor? Professor Chris, he answered. It can bind enemies with vines. It is quite useful, I see, but the mana consumption must be severe. Casey thought to herself. TCH, it does not fit with me, so I do not want to use it, especially in front of this person. That is a truly amazing beast. It suits you well, Professor Chris. That is not surprising. At that moment he checked the communication. Is it Han? Over the receiver he reported that chimeras had appeared. Reinforcements? No way. The Central Lab special experimental subject. Signal is too weak because we are underground, but I have grasped the keywords. Special experimental subject. We must hurry. Suddenly his eyes sensed danger and he shouted, Professor Chris, watch out! A figure wearing a bizarre mask appeared and rushed in at high speed. Just as the figure was about to pounce, someone appeared from behind and cut him in two. It was Captain Tarina Lionhowl. She approached and asked, You are the analysis team. Nice to meet you. They also expressed their gratitude. Thank you for saving us. Are you aware that they are still moving? Casey said, Yes, we ran into them on the way. I was surprised when they suddenly mutated and attacked. It must be the result of combining dark magic, necromancy, and chimera research. Since unfinished samples were mixed in, it seems only some of them mutated. By the way, who is the person behind you? I thought there were only 2 people in the analysis team. Patana flinched at those words. Chris introduced her, pretending to be intellectual. This is an expert brought in to help with precision analysis. The Grand Princess vouched for her personally, so you can trust her. The Grand Princess? I have never seen her despite working under the princess. Well, she is a person with so many secrets, so it is not surprising. Understood. As Chris handled the situation well, he was relieved. Thanks for helping. If I had explained, she would have been suspicious. No, now is not the time for that. We have to resolve this situation first. By the way, have you found anything? I see. If that is demonic power, it explains why the test subjects look like monsters. Who knew real demonic power existed in an underground tunnel like this? Correct? It is clear the Liberation Army and Dark Mages are plotting something using demonic power and the World Tree. There must be people who have arrived at the base and are engaged in combat by now. We must hurry and move too. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was taking place in the underground central laboratory. Veronica's eyes were filled with rage. She swung her sword roughly. Andre blocked it desperately. His 2 disciples shouted, Master, be careful, do not worry, we will buy as much time as possible. So please complete Phase 3 by any means necessary, they answered in unison. Yes, Andre felt a chill penetrating his bones and thought, this severe cold. Did she imbue her aura with an elemental attribute? But they should not be fine against their own cold either, Veronica thought. They must have built up resistance through the northern cold and cold iron. It is dangerous at this rate. I must stop his intentions. Pascu suddenly appeared and Andre was flustered. As he struck Andre's head, the potion bottles he was holding shattered. Good job, Pascu. Hurry and destroy the central test subject. We must stop it no matter what. Pascu charged, but sensed something in an instant and looked back. A monster stomped on the ground, but Pascu dodged by a hair's breadth. It turned out to be the ones Andre had summoned. He shouted, Impressive, you almost killed me. But my body has already transcended humanity. Pascu was puzzled. Regeneration, those terrible monsters, he continued. Treating them as monsters just because they are slightly different from humans, such prejudice is the stumbling block to evolution. Humans, you say? Veronica attempted a surprise attack from behind. The monster blocked the blow she struck with all her might. It blocked the aura-imbued strike with its bare hands. These subjects are designed to withstand all attacks, the pinnacle of biological evolution. This is truly the genuine greatness of life. The path of evolution that humanity must take. It suffers neither burns nor frostbite and regenerates all wounds perfectly. eventually even incurable diseases, but before he could finish his sentence his monster collapsed to the floor. What, crumbling without even a chance to regenerate? Then a figure with a grotesque face appeared and sneered, "You talk too much. Are you Iron Mask Lotterong, the unique magic that recreates myths by borrowing the power of past heroes? Origin magic?" Cornered, he took out a syringe. "No, I must use everything I have." As he injected himself, his veins bulged hideously. Not long after, he gained tremendous power, and the aftermath sent the people around him flying. He raised both hands, gathered power shining like starlight, shouted, and slammed it into the ground along with a massive magic circle. Tremendous power gushed out. 6th-tier magic, heavenly quake. Even Lotterong froze in disbelief seeing the monster in front of him. The monster soared up and then plummeted back to the ground, causing a massive shockwave. The shockwave was so great that even Veronica and the mages had to cover their eyes. Pascu shouted, "Lotterong, are you okay?" With his whole body glowing, he forced a smile and answered, "Ah, I am fine. Avoided a fatal wound. Oh, is this the power of a demon, to think it is this level even when diluted?" A moment later, Lotterong's mask began to crack. Pascu was speechless. "Lotterong, so that is why you covered your face. No wonder you smelled wild. From now on do not suppress it and fight with all your might." It turned out he was a beastkin. As his identity was revealed, he became even more furious. Pascu was pushed back by Andre's power. He looked at the group and shouted, "Hey, as expected, every one of you is a strong warrior. No gaps. Damn it, I can handle the increased power. But the closer I get, the more I cannot think straight because of the black waves. What a pity, to think such a great warrior would fall into the path of a dark mage. Wasn't he a person who made great contributions to the development of modern medicine? What on earth corrupted him?" Then a voice was heard from behind. "I apologize for being late. I will join immediately." It was Tarina. "Ah, Captain, you came at the perfect time." He counterattacked and wondered, "Reinforcements, the situation has become unfavorable. Good, let them come. I just need to hold out until the test subject is completed." Then a massive explosion occurred from behind. He turned his head. "What is that?" "Good, successful entry." As expected, Rudiger and Casey stood triumphantly and declared, "Now then, let us destroy the test subject they are desperately trying to protect," she proposed. "I'll handle the test subject so you stop them from interfering." Due to the explosion, red liquid flowed onto the floor and a massive body lay prone. "No, no, my life's masterpiece is being ruined so futilely," he screamed like a madman. "You bastards, how dare you, how dare you, I will never forgive you," Casey shouted. It woke up before Andre could even react. The giant stood towering in front of him. In an instant the thing let out a deafening roar. The sonic wave was so powerful that the two had to cover their eyes. "Just releasing energy is this much? Indeed it is enough for Master to be interested." He laughed triumphantly. "Haha, yes, this power is the real deal. My masterpiece has finally succeeded." One knight was shocked. "Wait, do not tell me. Dewey, is that really you?" Veronica asked. "Do you know him?" "Yes, we served in the military together. I heard he became a Liberation Army executive after deserting, but that is Dewey. Dewey. Wait, is it you? Who am I?" Thousands of names brushed through my head. Ruafort, David, Giza, China, Andre thought. Since I implanted multi-personality magic, his memories are jumbled. Better for me, easier to control. He spoke confidently. "Third, you are test subject number 3. The giant asked back. "Third, yes, I am your master," Andre said. "Who you are does not matter. Are not you hungry right now?" "Ah, right. Who I am does not matter. I need to fill my stomach first. That is it. Third, you see the prey over there? Catch them." But before the order could even land, a thing pierced Andre's body with its bare hand. The thing answered. "I will eat starting from the most appetizing one." It is sucking out not only mana but also magical power." At that moment a flying force severed the thing's arm, Rudiger said. "Do we look like fools who would just watch the enemy get stronger? Are you ready?" She took out her weapon seriously, unleashing her power as she answered. "Of course, since this is an underground sewer, water is overflowing." In an instant a clone made of water appeared. Andre dragged his wounded body and crawled away, thinking, "At this rate I'll be swept up and die. I have to hide." She aimed her weapon and shouted, "Take this!" Massive water pressure engulfed the thing, and it shrieked. She wondered, what on earth is it? To remain unbudged even at this pressure. There are no signs of drowning either. Does it not need oxygen? Using that opening, he signaled Veronica. Receiving Rudiger's signal, she reacted immediately. "Understood." She launched a sharp blade of aura. "I intend to trap it with ice, but this power is insufficient," Chris commanded. "Everyone who can use ice magic, help. I will use coolant too." Casey gritted her teeth, aimed her umbrella, and poured out her power. Everyone combined their strength to corner the thing. In an instant, the thing became a massive block of ice. It was a giant ice prison. With this thickness, no matter how much mana it has, however, the thing's eyes flashed and the ice began to melt. Unpleasant magical power flowed out. Everyone was in pain from that aura. Patana fainted and Chris also held on with difficulty. Chris shouted, "Ms. Bellaruna." The magical power approached Casey and Rudiger. The magical power touched Casey. At that moment she was dragged into a strange space. "Where is this? I cannot see anything." Then a voice was heard. "There is the fraud, liar, genius detective." "Ha, right. You framed an innocent person as the culprit for your own self-interest. You discuss justice with that status?" She trembled and sank to the ground. Wait. The thing wrapped in magical power slowly approached. Finally, inside the head is quiet. This is a bit boring to crumble from just a little mental attack. Even those praised as strong are essentially pathetic. The demon's power is truly amazing. In the past, I had to risk my life just to face one of those warriors, but now I can defeat everyone without lifting a finger. This is just the beginning. With this power alone, I can rewrite the world's order. To realize that, I will absorb all of your power first. At that moment, he turned his gaze to the sound of Andre screaming like a madman. Please, please stop. Dewey, stop it now. I cannot watch anymore. Oh, you have not fainted yet thanks to the demon's power inside you. Good, since you possess the same power, I will swallow you first. The bastard kept biting. Ah, by the way, what on earth did you see to be in such pain? Dewey, he only trembled without answering. Andre answered for him. I can feel it without you explaining. Was it the moment your beloved daughter died, a young daughter with an incurable disease? You lost your wife and you could not bear to lose your daughter too, so you even conducted forbidden human experiments to create a cure. But it was too late. All that remained was a tarnished reputation and an imperial wanted order. Truly miserable. A father's pain watching his beloved daughter's death, Dewey retorted as if hit where it hurt. Shut up. Grieving will not bring the child back. So even if I was despised and hated, I tried to prevent others from suffering the same fate, Andre shouted. Right, saving others through your sacrifice, the words sound nice, but did not you use countless innocent people as test subjects? Andre's eyes shone dangerously as he threatened. Speak, is that really all? Do not worry. Next are those guys. At least you will not die lonely. Just as his hand was about to crush the face, a voice was heard. Regrettably, that will not happen. Dewey looked back in surprise. How? Were you pretending to faint earlier? Rudiger answered with a dark expression. I really slept. I just woke up realizing it was all a dream. He took a pipe out of his pocket. Honestly, it showed me quite dirty memories. Thanks to that, my mood is completely ruined. Well, thank you for knocking the others out. You solved the witness problem. As a reward, I will show you something special, what real magic is. Mysterious blue smoke rose from the pipe. Meanwhile, temporary hideout in Lindenbaum. Gronder lay down and asked, You look fine for someone who went to work. Do you have something to say, Han? Han answered awkwardly. I investigated the sewer as you said. I confirmed that dark mages are experimenting using a demon's power. I gave you a hint, but you found it quite quickly. Han asked with a tense face. The captain must be going to stop the experiment now. No matter if it is Big Brother. Fighting against a demon's power is impossible. Are you really not going to help? The master was calm. I do not know how long you have been with my disciple, but you still do not know him. The reason I do not help is that there is no need to help. Rudiger released powerful mana. Power headed toward Andre from the air. Grotesque faces appeared on Andre's body and formed a defensive shield. Suddenly, massive vines soared from beneath Andre's feet. The vines grew in an instant and wrapped around his limbs, and Andre was startled. The defensive shield also shattered. He screamed and shouted, This bastard, just how many attributes do you handle? A sharp rock glowing with purple energy appeared. Vines wrapped around his waist and slammed him to the floor. What? I cannot move. This is hand seal. You are saying I am completely bound by just that single motion? Andre was appalled. Even Dewey could not beat that guy. Was he hiding his skills? Damn it, I even obtained a demon's power, so why cannot I do it? Is it a difference in talent? Is this my limit? Right, that look. The eyes of geniuses mocking me, saying it will not work no matter how hard I try. I will kill you. Yes, I will definitely kill you. Just killing is not enough. I will make you beg to be killed. At that moment, black liquid dripped from the ceiling. What is this? Black liquid from the world tree root? What is happening? An unidentified shape soared up. What is that? Something is crawling out of the root. It definitely wasn't there earlier. Rudiger's head was filled with questions. He looked at Andre. The bastard was also vomiting black liquid and suffering. Is it sucking my power? Rudiger asked. Do you know what is happening? Andre raised his head. His demon power reacts to negative emotions. I am no exception. That black wave is absorbing the negative emotions of everyone here and getting stronger. The result of combining with the world tree's power. It is precisely third. I thought I could control it, but it backfired. In short, the demon's power gained self-consciousness. It is trying to encroach upon Dewey. Rudiger clicked his tongue. Black mana poured out of Dewey's body again. The tables will turn. Black liquid poured onto Dewey and the world tree's discharge stopped. Dewey's body began to change visibly. Andre trembled and said, That is a demon. Rudiger's expression hardened as well. Demon feet and claws and a grotesque color. Dewey, who had taken the form of a demon, exuded overwhelming power and cruelty. The thing swept back its hair and laughed. Finally out, finally liberated from that cursed world tree, I thank you deeply. First a test subject injected with demon power and now a real demon. Crazy. No need to be so guarded. Unlike the host, I have no intention of fighting. You possess quite strong power. There is no gain in touching you. For someone resurrected using humans, the thing answered. I just received the price for lending power. The disaster was created by the humans who used the power, not me. I do not feel hostility or malice different from the records. Well, since they are records of the Lumensis Order, they could be distorted. Then what do you intend to do now? I have an old mission. I must complete that. Everyone has their own mission, right? Us. There are guys who refuse their missions, but I am on the faithful side. When Rudiger looked back, the thing was targeting his colleagues. With a single hand gesture, space collapsed and a sphere of death was created. I did not notice immediately because there was no hostility. If I had been a little late, they would have died. You said you would not fight. I did, especially with you. But killing colleagues is separate. You tried to kill my colleagues and say that? The thing was nonchalant. So what? It is just a mission anyway, so emotions are not needed, right? Understood. Rudiger took out a yellow envelope. Patana thought, 10 times the effect of existing drugs. The sect leader has resistance, but will he be okay? The opponent is a demon from legend, so I must go full power. I was a fool for attempting conversation. Purple darkness rose up. Diagnosis time is over. A voice was heard in the darkness of the tree. Disappointing, Casey. Grandfather, please listen to me. I just wanted the world to be fair. I acted for justice as grandfather taught me. Her grandfather answered. Oh, did you really? Casey froze. His face could not be seen. Suddenly the floor cracked. Casey fell in resignation. Right? What right do I have to make excuses? I could not reveal the truth about the child's death or the kingdom's conspiracy. Justice, genius detective. I am just a fraud who framed an innocent person as the culprit to gain fame. It is better for someone like me to disappear. In despair, someone's hand reached out. As she looked up in surprise, he spoke. You won, Casey Selmore. Justice triumphed. The glass shattered, reflecting Casey's true self. Right, that person said that to me back then, even while knowing the truth. Returning to reality, she found stability. The demon floating in the air asked, so you intend to fight in the end? You will not see a good result facing me. Casey trembled and said, wait. Rudiger spoke softly. Are you back to your senses? I will fight too, for justice this time. Dark power wrapped around them. You used shadow movement earlier. Do all mages do that these days? You talk too much. I decline small talk. Bring it on. The demon looked interested. Fun. You will be a hindrance anyway, so let us test you. The thing poured out power. Rudiger did not back down and countered. Black power poured down. Blocking this, Rudiger calmly blocked the attack. The more he blocked, the fiercer the attacks became. Andre got goosebumps. Is this a demon? The dimension is different. But what is the guy enduring that? Is he human? The demon got annoyed. More persistent than I thought. I will end it. It gathered a blue energy sphere and shot it like a storm. Rudiger clasped his hands and chanted a spell. Intense light burst out from behind his back. My eyes, the demon covered its vision. Rudiger gathered power and struck down. Dangerous. My instinct warns me not to get hit. I must block it no matter what, but Rudiger's power exceeded expectations. Nonsense, pushed back this easily. The moment the defense is breached, it is the end. Must dodge as it tried to move. Binding magic tightened around it. Binding magic. Hand seal. This bastard, did he suppress me with power? Helplessly caught. The thing could only wait for the giant hand to crush and kill it. The giant hand rushed in at a terrifying speed. Now its eyes were wide open, forced to watch the approaching death. Meanwhile, in Lindenbaum, the sound of people murmuring was growing louder. What is happening underground? Calm down and move carefully. Andy and Jane were also running with all their might, shouting, it will be safe if we go to the Imperial Palace quickly. Suddenly, Jane fell and slumped down. Andy sat down and asked, Jane, what's wrong? Are you okay? Suddenly my eyes hurt so much. He looked at Jane's face and said, Jane, your eyes. She looked as if she did not know what was happening. After dealing with the demon, a massive handprint remained clearly on the ground. Rudiger examined it, but no corpse remained. It was handled cleanly, but his head was full of questions. Rudiger asked Andre, by the way, why did you help me at the end? He must have been special to you. Facing a demon found only in ancient records alone. At that age, Han went through countless hardships to obtain that power. Have you ever failed to protect what you wanted to protect? Have you ever dedicated everything to prove you weren't wrong, even while hating the world? You and I have many similarities. That is why I decided to help. The magical power rampage earlier was a fatal blow. I am at my limit. He recalled the past without a word. That man blamed him for his daughter's death. Bring back a child already dead? You wizards say you can even revive corpses. Nonsense, that is different from resuscitation. Besides, this was simple fever. Just using a fever reducer would have worked. Why did you leave it until it reached this state? I prayed. They said if I pray, God would heal her. What? Pray? I hate God. In the name of God, they deceive fools, saying faith alone cures illness. They block even the chance to save people. How many have died because of that? That is why I chose the power of a demon. Even without God, I wanted to prove how far humans can go. By defying God, but in the end I was used and discarded. A complete failure. Do not lose you. Leaving his last words, he took his last breath. Rudiger answered dryly. Regrettably, that will not happen. As Rudiger turned his gaze, he saw a fissure. The demon was struggling madly. No way, you destroyed everything, yet it is still alive, persistent. But in its current state it will disappear soon. No need to even touch it. Damn it, no, at this rate I'll completely perish. A vessel? I need a vessel to hold my power. It does not have to be dewy. A strong body that can withstand my power will do. The demon turned its head toward Renee. She was asking Jane. Jane's eyes were shining. What's wrong? What is this? I saw it underground before too. What on earth is it? Then Jane's eyes turned to Renee, as if answering. Found it. Renee was horrified seeing the demon's face. Rudiger also sensed the demon's dangerous behavior. The demon laughed. Ha ha ha, so it remained. The remnant of the cursed Saintus. Damn, the herb's side effect is appearing too quickly. More importantly, a Saintus? No, why are you suddenly so surprised? Renee shouted urgently. Everyone run, we have to get out of here quickly. Hurry. But it was already late. The demon broke through the ground and appeared before the people. People were appalled by the grotesque form. What is that? There is something on its head. The demon emitted a terrible sonic wave. People covered their ears in agony. Renee also fainted from the shock. Jane called her name. The demon discovered Jane and rushed at her madly. Ha ha ha, here you were. Stay still, I am coming. The moment the demon was about to swallow Jane, Flora pushed Renee aside and was caught instead. Stay back. The demon was also flustered by the unexpected situation. Just before being swallowed, she left her last words to Jane. You, with this, the debt is repaid. Jane watched in terror. Flora Sr. She was swallowed by the mist, the smoke cleared, and Flora was clutching her head in a bizarre posture. Renee tried to run over. Senior, are you okay? But the aura felt from her was different. The demon took over Flora's body and laughed. What is this? I thought it would break, unable to withstand my power, but it is unexpectedly stable, even though she wasn't modified like Dewey. And this feeling, I have never felt mana this clearly. It feels like discovering a rare gem in a market, Renee asked in anger. Who are you? What did you do to Senior? I was so excited I forgot about you. Come to think of it, it is strange. To think the saintess of this era is here without a single guard. It seems you have not fully awakened your abilities yet. What did I do to your Senior? Do not worry, her consciousness still remains, though she is resisting. It is only a matter of time. More importantly, is not this not the time to worry about others? Do you think I would miss the chance to nip the bud of a saintess? He fired dark magic from his finger. Renee was on guard. What do you mean? Fortunately, Rudiger arrived in time and blocked it. He dusted off his hands and asked, any injuries? And no, but Flora Sr. protected me and, do not worry, I will save her. You run as far away as possible. Renee ran without looking back, shouting, Teacher, be careful, the demon provoked. Oh, a dramatic rescue scene. The prince on a white horse has arrived. Your tone is annoying. I tried acting to match this body, so what do you intend to do with this girl? Surely you are not trying to kill me. If you kill me, she dies too. Rudiger answered coldly. If necessary. Ha ha ha. Truly a cruel teacher. Try it. I am on a different dimension from before. The demon trapped Rudiger inside a black sphere. Meanwhile, Mandalina was watching the situation. I just came to check the evacuation situation, but the atmosphere is ominous. It feels icky to just report it. It would be trouble if it explodes in the middle. Good, let us come back later. I wasn't here. It should be all over by the time I return. As she was about to leave, someone was lying on the ground. Aiden, she ran over with an annoyed expression and shouted, Hey, wake up, you always tell me not to sleep on the floor, yet you are sleeping. As she shook him roughly to wake him, Aiden opened his eyes. Say, Senior Sister, Mandalina said. Forget it, Aiden. Explain later. Let us break through that first. Rudiger was trapped in the darkness created by the demon. As he walked, resentful voices were heard. Why did only you survive, Teacher? Why did not you save me? Teacher ruined everything. If Teacher had not appeared in the first place. A student appeared before his eyes. A boy with a scary face asked, Why did not you save Selena? Rudiger struck away the illusion with an angry face. The demon admired. Impressive to withstand a mental attack like this, but it will not last long. Damn it, no matter how much I walk, I do not get closer. My mind is being eaten away as time passes. I must approach quickly. Touching. To go this far for this child you did not care before, is it hypocrisy now? Rudiger asked. What are you talking about? Do not pretend not to know, I can feel it. This child hates the world. She has talent but no one acknowledges her. Born in a good family but discriminated against for being illegitimate, she received jealousy and envy solely for being outstanding. Have you not considered that the kindness you showed in such an environment planted false hope in the child? And did you worry when the child was in danger? Did you even care? In the end you are no different from them. So you should not have given hope from the start. Even without me she would have given up everything anyway. She is probably happiest right now, because only I understand her. Human or demon, what does it matter? If neither God nor humans save her, one naturally grabs the hand of a demon. Out of respect for this child I will give you a chance. Get lost right now. Never appear again, then I will spare you. The more he heard those words, the darker Rudiger's expression became. Suddenly an impact hit the black magic sphere. The demon looked back in puzzlement. Rudiger also looked toward the explosion. Aiden, Mandalina, I see breaching magic. Seizing the opportunity, Rudiger moved. Now, he grabbed the demon's face. His hand began to shine. Light reflected in the demon's eyes too. He shouted, Get lost to hell. Rudiger moved to a different memory space. He grabbed the doorknob and entered. Flora was sitting in the middle of a red rose field. Flora, why did you come pretending to worry now? I know everything. You are not interested in me, teacher. I am just a talented student to you. I know how you feel. I have been through it too, Flora shouted. Liar, have you been abandoned by your family and treated like trash, teacher? You do not know, teacher. What do you know? The demon intervened. Right, the kid is right. Lying is bad. Flora hates it. Surprising to think you entered the deep consciousness, but regrettably Flora is rejecting you. Actually, it is better. Since you walked into the mental world yourself, this is where I can use 100 of my power. I will erase you completely here. The demon charged at a terrifying speed. Due to the tremendous power, Rudiger had to put up a defensive shield. You might withstand it for a moment, struggling. How about this? The demon despicably targeted Flora. Rudiger shouted toward the defenseless Flora. Flora? He threw his body without hesitation to cover her. The demon's attack struck his back. In pain she called him. Teacher, he spoke to her. Flora, you must be hoping for salvation, for someone to come and hold your hand. You might wish I were that person, but hoping for salvation from others is meaningless. You must stand up with your own will. Do you know the lotus? It blooms in the mud, but that flower blooms nobly without being tainted by filth. Her expression became sharp. Teacher, that back. She recalled a past memory. The moment he saved a girl and was seared by a heated iron. A scar was visible through Rudiger's torn clothes. I hope you walk that path too, she spoke trembling. That mark? No way. Teacher too. Tears flowed down. I only got angry thinking teacher would not understand me. Do not cry and answer, Flora. Will you leave here or stay here forever? If you decide to leave without giving up, I will help you by any means. She wiped her tears and spoke firmly. Please take me out, teacher. Rudiger smiled. Of course. Try to stop us if you can. The demon extended a massive hand. Tremendous power gathered in Rudiger's hand. You are not the only one with an advantage in the mental world. Bassa, here imagination is the source of power, not mana, right? The demon, suppressed by the power, was flustered. No mana restrictions. My hand is not regenerating. As long as the mind does not collapse, I should be immortal here. Nonsense. Me, feeling fear from a mere human, Rudiger drove the demon back without stopping. Flora watched that overwhelming power. Watch closely, Flora. The magic I am about to show you will be on a different dimension from what you learned in class. The demon was confused. Impossible. How can a human use the power of God, the power of my omnipotent God, which abandoned the Lumensis bastards? Save me. I am your faithful apostle. The black sphere slowly cracked from within, emitting a blue light. Aiden watched with a worried expression. Master. In just a few seconds, the sphere exploded, shooting out a massive cylindrical beam of light. As the smoke from the explosion slowly cleared, a demon with blackened wings laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, impressive. Humans try to classify everything, but they do not regard the throne of heaven as a demon, and now they are using power akin to heresy. Ironical. Perhaps my defeat was inevitable, Rudiger asked. Is that all you have to say? Stop wasting time and disappear. The demon turned his gaze to Flora and continued. Haha, before I go I will tell you one thing. While controlling that girl's body thanks to her extreme vigilance, I felt that there are still many existences like me outside, the ones you call demons. Watch out for the apostles. Apostles and demons are originally separate existences, but if they join hands you will find yourself in tremendous trouble. I am really looking forward to the thorny path you will walk. It is a pity I cannot see it personally. As he finished speaking, the demon's body turned to ash and vanished. Rudiger remained silent for a moment, then collapsed so suddenly that it surprised Flora. Professor, the two free fell just like that. Mandalina and Aiden rushed over. Professor Rudiger, Senior Flora, what kind of hardship is this for meddling unnecessarily? A long time later, when he opened his eyes, he realized he was lying in a bed. Is this a hospital? He sat up, rubbing his head and regaining his senses. Visiting a patient at this late hour, you must be quite free. Zero. Oh my, not using honorifics, I might get hurt. Rudiger clicked his tongue. You noticed I am not the real John Doe. Hearing that, Zero laughed loudly. Haha, it is not surprising. Did not you also vaguely notice my purpose? Yet seeing that you have not disposed of me until now, what do you want from me? Haha, this will be a long story. Because it is rude not to face each other. First, the cleanup was excellent. The Liberation Army, Dark Mages, and even that demon. Was it all your plan? Did you ask Nikolai to let the Dark Mages use the underground facility? Wait, that is too harsh. That is entirely what Nikolai did. I was surprised too. So you are saying you knew but stood by, Zero continued. Haha, I will not deny it. By the way, how did the mission I entrusted to you go? The mission? The one chosen by fate, the one with the eye of judgment, you mean? As Rudiger grasped the situation, Zero looked interested. Oh ho, if you know that much, you must have found them. No, but I read the data on the eye of judgment. Since it is a privilege of a saintess, a list of related entities usually follows such records. The demons on the list, or should I call them apostles? Did Basara tell you? No, but there was a mention that a species like you exists. That was enough to figure out your identity and purpose. Ha ha ha, you knew who I was with just that. Yes. If a demon in the records is searching for something, naturally that conclusion follows, he asked. Then why are you looking for the one with the eye of judgment to kill them? Ah, that is a secret. We have our circumstances too. It is not a trade, but I will tell you one thing. We are the messengers of disaster and those who throw the world into chaos against the will of the god Lumensis. We whom you call demons call each other apostles. Apostles, messengers, and servants sent by God. If what Basara said before dying is true, you seem to serve a different god. Rudiger recalled the past. On the night of the festival, when I first saw you, I could feel it immediately. That even though you are human, you see the same world as us. Have you never felt that this world is like a birdcage, being trapped in a hard and cramped iron cage yet not realizing it? A moment later, he sighed. Are you trying to appease me? I am sorry, but I have no intention of holding hands with the guy who created this mess from behind. Yeah, I know. Because the path you chose is the exact opposite of mine. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from outside and someone entered. My, a woman greeted heartily. How long are you two going to talk? Are you the human who defeated Basara? Hi, I am Helia. You will become the new first rank soon, Zero replied. I told you to wait outside, did not I? He grumbled. That is because you did not come, Rudiger thought. To treat the 0th rank so casually, is that woman an apostle too? At that moment she looked at Rudiger. HMPH, an interesting human. Instead of being scared, he is analyzing us. Fitting for the guy who defeated Basara. No, should I say he is qualified? Rudiger felt a sense of incongruity. Is this an illusion? When caught, she enjoyed it even more. Impressive. How did you know? My illusions are so sophisticated that even if you suspect them, it is hard to notice. Helia, do not interrupt. We are talking. HMPH, are you ordering me? We are of equal rank. Why should I listen to your orders? Zero called her name with a straight face. Helia. Hey, do not get so angry. You are acting like a traitor right now. thinking of killing a fellow apostle just because she is in the way after she disappeared. He clicked his tongue as if still displeased. Good. Since there is no time, I will speak straightforwardly. You know the Holy Kingdom Bretis is preparing to move, right? They will try to intervene in the Exilian Empire, somehow using this incident. The Empire will not sit still even if you do not say anything. With the current power of the Holy Kingdom, they cannot easily control the Empire, correct? But it is not like there is no precedent. Why do you think such a facility was abandoned under the capital? Before the Exilian Empire was established, there was a massive kingdom. Its influence was so great that even the Holy Kingdom Bretis could not touch it easily. That kingdom did not want the Holy Kingdom's rule, so they joined hands with elves to research the world tree. Since joining hands with demi-humans is considered heresy, they proceeded in secret. The problem is that Basara discovered it while performing a mission. After a fierce battle, the kingdom barely managed to seal him inside the world tree, but eventually it was discovered by Bretis and the kingdom's leadership was replaced. Then as now, the Holy Kingdom has such power. Personally, I hope such a thing is not repeated. They will trust you more than me, so hand over the leader position to your people. Before leaving, he asked, one more thing, will not you reconsider joining us? We would really welcome you. Rudiger remained silent for a moment before answering. My answer remains the same. You are not completely opposed, I see. Let us stop here for today. But someday you will have to choose. Let us meet again when the two paths merge into one. Basara and Zero are both targeting Renee, the child with the eye of judgment. Other unrevealed apostles might also target that child. Can I protect Renee from them? I just want the child to grow up normally without getting swept up in things like this. Just then a knock was heard from outside. May I come in? He answered calmly. Yeah, come in. It was Flora who carefully opened the door and entered. Professor, are you okay? It is nothing. Are you all right? Yes, me too. Your hair has not fully returned yet. The color has faded a lot, but it is not like before. However, the test results say there is nothing wrong with my body. Rather, they said I became healthier than before. He thought for a moment and answered nonchalantly. It must be the aftermath of Basara occupying your body. If there are no major problems, there is no need to worry. It is fortunate that the pain is gone. You did not come at this late hour because of that, did you? What is the matter? She bowed her head politely. Thank you for saving me. I only did what had to be done. In the end, we both returned safely. So do not think of it as a big deal. HMPH, I just wanted to say thank you. What is so hard about accepting a thank you? May I sit for a while before I go? He answered calmly with his eyes closed. Sat down before I even answered. Professor and Renee, what is the relationship, Professor and that child? It is a personal matter, so I cannot tell you in detail. Let us just say the past wasn't very good. She looked at her teacher without a word. Rudiger asked Flora, do you remember the magic I told you to watch closely? She asked with a curious expression. Ah, you mean in my dream, the one you showed there. It was magic I saw for the first time. Of course, because I made it. Ha, you made it yourself, Professor. My magic is not bound by existing systems. Belief in magic, craving for the unknown, and the sincere will to realize it. That is precisely true magic. Do you know why I told you to watch that closely? Because I believe you can use that magic too. Considering your talent and future, ordinary magic is insufficient. If it is you, you will be able to realize that path just by seeing it. The rest is up to how you use it. Pour everything you have into your efforts. Meanwhile, in the sky above Lindenbaum, Helia spoke abruptly. Wow, I wanted to talk a bit more. He is a really interesting human. I told you, Helia, it is better to go before we get caught, or enjoy it while you can. While moving, they ran into someone. Oh my, Gander appeared abruptly and asked, did you come to view the moon? Zero answered nonchalantly. I expected it and tried to avoid it, but you found us in the end. Do not tell me you want to fight. Purple aura emanated from her body. A fight if I want to, there is no reason I cannot. Helia sneered. Ahaha, you ran away miserably last time, so you think it will be easy this time. She summoned a swarm of demons. Zero hurriedly mediated. Wait, both of you stop, we did not come to fight. Gander spoke as if the fun was spoiled. Boring. You are a bit different from the guys called apostles. You claim to be God's messengers but do not look for God. Are not we truly funny, being immortal yet desiring death? Helia looked bewildered. What, you are really not going to fight? If it were like before, you would have pounced immediately. She turned her head in annoyance. Do not dawdle and go, before I change my mind. At those words, Zero hesitated. It seems you found it. Hearing that, she asked Zero back. I just postponed the target for a while. What about you? Did you find what you were looking for? I found a tray, so it will not take long. Take care of your body. I trust you will keep the promise. Tisk, talking in codes just among themselves and ignoring me. Everyone seems to have a secret. Oh, I prepared to play with that student a bit. My luck is bad today. I should go bully some other guy. Somewhere Hans suddenly felt chills and was startled. He looked around and wondered, what? Why did I suddenly get goosebumps? Is it just my mood? Oh my god, how much did that woman overwork to end up like that? Her stamina is garbage because she stays stuck in her room all the time. The next morning, Imperial Palace. Rudiger spoke to Professor Chris. Professor Chris. About that matter, Chris interrupted him. You mean Lady Belluna? He let out a long sigh. She woke up in a safe place and returned safely, so do not worry. How would she know where bad guys took her while she was fainted? Lady Belluna is an exemplary and sensitive person. That exemplary and sensitive elf is a famous unlicensed doctor in the back alleys. That is not what I meant. So I sent her to a separate hideout so she was gone when she woke up. Is there really a need to worry that much, he asked Casey. If you insist, I will ask personally when I meet them. So please calm down at least until the ceremony ends. Understood. I'll leave this matter to you. Someone entered from outside and announced. All preparations are complete. Please come out. The Emperor stood before them and read aloud. Yesterday, you dove into the center of danger to root out the mastermind behind the Lindenbaum terror incident. You entered the enemy's fortress and fought bravely, and subdued the enemy. Therefore I, Emperor Obald von Exilian, commend your hard work and bestow this medal. The incident was concluded to have been resolved mainly through the exploits of Pascu and Terina. Of course, this was part of an agreement to conceal the chaos caused by the appearance of the Apostle. There were others near me. I saw the Apostle nearby and tried to warn them. Do not go blabbering about it. Mandalina is unexpectedly thorough about such matters, so there should not be any problems. Come to think of it, Casey Selmore was there too. I heard she refused the medal and went straight back to Leatherville. Pascu said she wasn't feeling well. I should visit her later. Anyway, this ceremony seems to be a formal occasion, seeing that even royalty is attending. Is that person between Eileen and the Emperor, the second prince, Ion von Exilian? Yes, he has been overshadowed by the Grand Princess. I heard he gave up his succession rights because he has no desire for power. Suddenly, the prince's dangerous gaze turned toward him, and Rudiger's eyes widened. But that look just now, although it was very brief, that wasn't the look of the second prince that people know. He realized instinctively, that guy, he is hiding his power on purpose. To Black Castle Infirmary. Rudiger, how are you feeling? He answered Eileen's inquiry. Thanks to the treatment, I am much better. That is a relief. It was worth assigning skilled doctors with tight lips. You owe me one. So be grateful. I am sufficiently grateful even without you saying it. She retorted. If I did not mention it, you would pretend not to know. Good work, Rudiger. I feel sorry for taking credit for your achievements. Rudiger answered humbly. I am not interested in such honor, so it is fine. I will give you the promised reward, but before that I have something to say. I received a rough report on the situation, but I could not say everything because there were many watching eyes. I arranged this place, so speak honestly. A moment later, Rudiger confessed everything that had happened. Eileen asked, So you mean you woke up a sealed demon? Yes, that is correct. Then everything in Mandalina's report was that demon's doing. By the way, is the young lady of the Lumos family who was possessed by the demon okay? There were slight physical changes, but other than that, there are no particular abnormalities. Just in case, make sure to take care of her. To think a demon that only appeared in ancient texts actually descended. This is a headache, correct? It is a perfect excuse for the Lumensis Order to intervene. They will control the information, but it is only a matter of time. Once they start investigating, they will soon notice that you were involved, including the fact that the daughter of the Lumos family was swept up in it. He listened to her silently. They are cruel. There is nothing they will not do, putting the name and privilege of God at the forefront. Even if we get angry, they are not opponents we can easily stop. Come to think of it, you said the demon spoke about the dead world tree in the underground facility, and how he came to be sealed in it, she asked back. Is that true? He thought for a moment and answered. Actually, Zero told me, but it would be better to say Basara said it. Right, and there is one more interesting point, that elves helped create the underground world tree. Thinking about it, I once heard that powerful nobles live in the elf kingdom. Among them was the Lur family. They guarded the most powerful world tree in the center of the forest, but they started guarding it after the sapling incident, Eileen added. If your words are correct, the sapling incident and the dead world tree might be related to each other, Rudiger continued. If the elves who helped were the guardians of the world tree before the Lur family, they must have been expelled for the crime of handing over the world tree's sapling to humans. If there are survivors among them, we might be able to hear the truth of that day. They must be living in hiding to avoid pursuit, so finding them would be like finding a needle in a haystack. There is one more thing to discuss besides this. But before continuing, understood. I have not forgotten, so do not worry. Follow me. I will guide you to the Imperial Palace Treasury. Hallway inside the Black Castle, people were looking at the artworks hanging on the walls. Oh, this statue, the famous Gabby made it. It is good to see the students having fun. Yes, I think so too. I did not expect them to let us stay in the Imperial Palace. Because the outdoor class was ruined due to yesterday's commotion, they probably considered letting the students make happy memories, Professor Mergina consoled her. Do not take it to heart too much. Preventing us from leaving also has the purpose of protection. Besides, there are people who need help. Is not sharing sadness and comfort good for friends, neighbors, and family? At those words her eyes widened. Professor, all we can do is believe that everyone will overcome it. The Black Castle Inner Garden. Tessie pointed to a distant place energetically. Guys, let us go over there, Leo answered with a tired face. I am too tired. Tessie, cannot we rest a bit? When her friend's reactions were lukewarm, she shouted, Are not you sad that the outdoor class is ending like this? We should at least tour the Imperial Palace. Hey, so many things happened that everyone is exhausted. My worries disappeared after that incident, so spending time like this is not bad. Suddenly, Iona's gaze changed. Wait, I have something to check. Okay. She went into the forest and spoke firmly. Come out, I know you are here. You called me out on purpose, did not you? Footsteps were heard and someone approached. Long time no see, Iona. Tenar, holding a knight's hat, revealed himself. Iona was surprised to see him. Tenar, that outfit, are you really Tenar? I wondered where you disappeared to after stepping down from the temporary chieftain position, and you were here. I had no choice. Originally, I did not like learning magic, and since I am not a direct descendant, the name Oval did not suit me. Although beastkin value bloodline, the fact that Oval's blood flows in your veins is the most important thing. No one said the temporary chieftain position did not suit you. Iona, I have never shown you origin magic, right? I knew it was powerful, and I still think so. But even with such power, I lost miserably. That guy from the White Bear tribe defeated me with purely physical strength. He just left without even thinking of killing me. It was humiliating, and I realized the world is too wide to settle for playing temporary chieftain. So to use my power properly, I hid my identity and mingled among humans. I suffered a bit while living in hiding. I reached this position after much effort, but after going through this incident, I realized I am still far from enough. Unless I become stronger, I cannot pay back that White Bear guy for that day, Tenar asked. So give up. You came to take me back again, right? That is not the reason. She placed her hand on her chest and declared. Someday I will become the chieftain, because I think I cannot live trapped only in the beastkin territory like a frog in a well. At those words he also nodded. Right, I will cheer for you. A shout suddenly echoed in the silent forest. Stop right there, a white-haired girl shouted while chasing a chestnut-haired boy. Running away again? I will wait until you answer. Why are you avoiding me? The boy paused. That is because as long as I am in the Black Dawn, I cannot be close to you. I abandoned the Black Dawn and stood by Professor Rudiger's side, Julian asked. But why are you asking such a thing now? She retorted. I have been watching you since the beginning of the semester. I did not interfere much because you looked in bad shape besides avoiding me, but from some point it seemed you returned to the way you were before. Was it after becoming Professor Rudiger's assistant? So I waited, but you kept avoiding me. How could you? Julian flinched at her shouting. Julian, I do not know about anything else, but I need to know this. Professor Rudiger is a dangerous person. Julian made a blank expression. What? You know too that I can use dream magic. If I set my mind to it, I can enter others' dreams. Have you seen Professor Rudiger's dream? At first I could not see it either. That person uniquely did not dream, but one day I wonder if I can say this, but I saw something. Professor Rudiger's dream, I mean. Although it was faint and fleeting, I did not miss it. Because dreams reflect reality. In that dream, Professor Rudiger committed murder. At those words, Julian avoided her gaze. What should I do? I have heard about Professor Rudiger killing people too. If she goes around spreading rumors, it will be troublesome. Is something wrong? You know Jenny among the students taking Professor Rudiger's class, right? Professor Rudiger killed Jenny's mother. I do not know what you might think, but I am saying this out of worry as a friend. That person is dangerous. You should quit the assistant job. It is not that I do not trust you, but that is between the professor and me. It is not for you to interfere. I will handle it. Julian turned away angrily. Fine, do as you please. I worried for nothing. Imperial Palace Treasury entrance. Rudiger entered politely. Eileen looked at him and asked, I waited long, so what did you bring out? There were many impressive things, so it took some time to choose. First, as your highness knows. It was hard to decide. First, as your highness knows, I took that mysterious fragment I am collecting. She looked at the item in his hand and said, let us skip that for now. Explain the silver bracelet you are wearing. Yes, the instructions said flowing silver. As you can see, it can transform into various shapes, she marveled. It suits you well, and another one is the Eye of Aptitude. I heard Theon's first dean made and donated it. It is an item that can measure another person's potential or current ability. Excellent. All three are very powerful items. When Rudiger put on the monocle, she looked puzzled. Wait, what did you see with that? This is just an ordinary monocle. However, those words made her even more suspicious, because items in the Imperial Palace Treasury could not be ordinary. Speak quickly. What did you see? I saw the most brilliant light in this world. Do you think you can get away with such a cliché answer? But your highness does not look displeased. That afternoon, the Black Castle hallway. Renee walked lost in thought. Inside the castle is so peaceful. I cannot believe yesterday was such a mess. Suddenly my eyes hurt and other people's auras feel more distinct. That strange creature took over Flora Senior's body and the professor suddenly appeared and saved us. I do not understand at all. Does Professor Rudiger know something? It would be rude to visit without a clear reason. Just as she thought that, she ran into him. Professor Rudiger, Renee. Good timing, I have something to say. Let us go where there are no people. Is that your beast, Professor? It looks unique. Its name is Artonoctus. It moves through shadows and usually hides in the form of clothes. Then was it thanks to this child's ability that you appeared and saved me back then? Correct, but mana consumption is severe so I cannot summon it for long, especially in a bright place like this. Is Flora Senior okay? I checked personally and she is normal. You must have worried a lot because she ended up like that trying to save me. Moreover, that strange creature took over Senior's body. Renee, that creature was a demon, and the condition of your eyes is also related to that demon. At those words she was startled. Pardon? Since things turned out this way, it would be better for you to know the truth too. What you possess right now is the Eye of Judgment. The Eye of Judgment not only distinguishes right from wrong, but it is not a simple intuition. It is the power to pierce through to the essence of things. According to the Lumensis Order, it is a unique authority only a Saintess can possess. Renee was a bit puzzled. Saintess? That demon definitely called me that. Then is the order trying to take me? Thinking back to the demon's words, something was odd. Why is the saintess of this era here without a single escort knight? Moreover, it seems she has not fully awakened her power yet. Rudiger said, I will not let that happen, do not worry. The title of saintess looks noble, but the order will only use you like a pawn, he added a warning. Others will definitely target you as well. So do not let anyone find out, but my eyes stand out so much, can I really hide them? Besides, Senior Eileen already knows, he asked back. Renee, do you think Eileen is someone worthy of trust? Yes, of course. I do not know everything about Uni, but I want to believe in her. Understood. If you feel that way, I will not ask further. Stay still for a moment. He brought his hand in front of Renee's eyes. A blinding light flashed. When he withdrew his hand, her eyes had turned oddly ordinary. I have placed a basic sealing spell on your eyes temporarily. They will look like ordinary eyes for the time being, but this is just a temporary measure, so always be careful. Your power has already awakened, and it will gradually become stronger. Be on guard if a stranger approaches, and be even more suspicious if they treat you kindly. However, the two did not know the fact that someone with brown hair was eavesdropping on that entire conversation from behind a tree. Professor, why did you do that to Renee's mother? Surely there is a misunderstanding, right? The next afternoon, to Black Castle. A man wearing priest robes spoke with a sly expression. I heard there was an unfortunate accident in the capital of the Exilian Empire. I express my deep condolences regarding this tragic incident, Eileen answered. I am grateful that the Holy Kingdom Breda sent a delegation personally to convey words of comfort. However, it seems you brought too many people to say you came to help us, she suspected inwardly. They came too fast. The incident just happened, as if they prepared in advance. Is this really a coincidence? The woman sitting next to the man seemed to be a priestess from the Holy Kingdom. Since Bredis is a holy kingdom, her status could not be low. But to be in such a position at that young age, this woman with white hair wearing a mask was Demzia, a priestess of the Holy Kingdom Bredis. When she acted indifferent, the man was blatantly displeased. Where are you looking? Were you not conversing with me? You are rude for someone who is not even the emperor yet. Certainly I am not the emperor yet. But I am someone who can become the emperor. How dare a mere representative who has not even become a formal priest compare himself? Struck at a sore point, he clicked his tongue in displeasure. HMPH anyway, I am satisfied with this position. Let us stop the small talk and get to the main point. Even if I accept the priests, bringing paladins implies you intend to exercise military force within imperial territory? Do not worry. I have no intention of antagonizing the empire. However, that could change depending on your answer. If it were a delegation from another country, their heads would have flown long ago, but the Holy Kingdom's power cannot be ignored. I cannot treat them carelessly. Like the story of the ancient kingdom that man mentioned, they have been interfering in internal affairs with that annoying power. It would be less tiring if they used force openly. According to reports, a black sphere appeared in the city center. Do you know anything? I received the report, but I do not know its identity either. Since the Liberation Army conspired with dark mages, it must be their doing. Do you really think dark mages could pull off something like that? I want to ask you as well. Why are you certain they are not the culprits? He slammed the desk, unable to contain his anger. Truly preposterous. Are you going to continue refusing to cooperate? If you act like this, I have no choice but to report to the Holy Kingdom. Did you just say Holy Kingdom? You came as the priestess's representative, not representing the entire Holy Kingdom, did you not? With what qualification do you bring up the country? I have endured until now, but your rudeness has crossed the line. Do you want to know how we deal with people like you in the Empire? He was flustered by Eileen's fierce spirit. Wait a moment, please. I was just, the priestess interrupted. Everyone said the future emperor is strong, beautiful, and wise. It seems they weren't empty words. I apologize on his behalf for his rude attitude, however. Since we also came to help the Empire, would you permit an independent investigation? However, Eileen answered lukewarmly. Do as you please. Truly arrogant. To be that disrespectful to the Holy Kingdom's priestess. Walking down the hallway after the meeting ended, he grumbled. Truly arrogant beyond measure. How dare she show such an attitude to the priestess? Let us hurry. Before the Imperial bastards destroy the evidence. Before the Imperial bastards destroy the evidence, the priestess calmed him down. Stop it. I do not think we need to hurry. No matter how much they try to hide, evil existences are bound to reveal themselves eventually. The more they try to hide, the easier they are to find. Besides, since we have entered the Imperial Palace after so long, I want to look around this famous place. As the priestess was overly nonchalant, he also suppressed his anger. Understood, then I will guide you. Just as they were about to move, she paused for a moment as Rudiger passed by. Drawn by a strange sensation, she turned her head unconsciously and called out without hesitation. You there, stop for a moment. I feel something strange from you. Who are you? But only silence returned. When he ignored her, the representative man shouted. The priestess is asking you? This cheeky fellow, are you deaf? Tisk, I tried to pass quietly, but to think she sensed my presence. Did the seal on my mana weaken because of the fight with Basara? It seems the seal became loose due to the battle with Basara, inevitably. He held back and turned around. A priest? You are just a lackey. What, you bastard, how dare you? I am the priestess's representative. A lowly commoner being rude. Since you seem to be unaware, let me explain. First, seeing as how it is, I am not someone working for the Empire. Second, as an imperial citizen, I do not bow my head to anyone except His Majesty the Emperor. Third, if you claim to be a representative, learn some manners first. Why do you not know that your rude behavior is smearing mud on your master's face? He suggested to the priestess. Priestess, how long do you intend to use such an idiot as a representative? It would be better to replace him with someone else. Whether she thought his words made sense, she agreed. Your words are correct. You have worked hard all this time. You may rest now. He asked back with a look of disbelief. Priestess, soldiers dragged him out immediately and he screamed desperately. Priestess, wait a moment, priestess. Now it is quiet. Can you tell me who you are? I am Theon's professor, Rudiger Chell. I see. I am Demzia from the Holy Kingdom, Bretis. One of the 10 priests. Rudiger was surprised inwardly. Different from the priests I knew. Since 20 years have passed, I guess it is natural for a new generation to emerge. Since your curiosity is satisfied, I will be going. Are you leaving just after hearing the name? As I said earlier, you are truly a cold person. Because I feel a strange energy from you. Have you perhaps been to the Holy Kingdom or met someone from our side? I met an archbishop named Frieden a while ago. He told me holy power flows within me. You probably felt something similar. Perhaps I have the aptitude of a priest. However, I hope you do not force religious duties on me. The Archbishop of Leatherville said so too, but what is it? It is a more intense feeling than that. Somehow it is just like Rudiger's expression darkened. Anyway, I hope you keep today's matter a secret. Please do not tell anyone. As he quietly left the spot after speaking, she was flustered. Since we are both busy, I will take my leave, the attendant next to her asked. Priestess, are you all right? You are acting unlike your usual self. You are right, I was a bit stubborn today, wasn't I? Did he say Rudiger Chell, that man's name? Yes, he is quite a famous person in the magical world. If you are that concerned, I will investigate him, she answered happily. Yes, please do. And one more thing, today's matter is a secret from Uni, Sister Turan. To cast aside a subordinate with a single word despite never having met me, it is unpleasant. Through investigation he was certain. In the Holy Kingdom they take orphans to the monastery, raise them pretending to support them on the surface and then turn the talented children into priests. Once they finish training, they gain high status within the Holy Kingdom. High priests or priestesses are existences that cannot be ignored. However, during the training process they plant subtle suggestions so they can never go against the Holy Kingdom. He revealed his disgust. 20 years have passed, yet nothing has changed. That disgusting method remains the same. A few days later, temporary base in Lindenbaum. He opened the door, lost in thought. Now the journey is over too. Since we return to Theon tomorrow, I should start packing. I intended to retrieve the fragment, but the plan was postponed. Suddenly, a tiger with long claws rushed at him. He was startled. A chimera? But the guy's expression was strange. The guy spoke in a hoarse voice while trembling. Brother, why are you so late? Do not you have the neutralizer? Hurry. I thought my neck would break from waiting. Right. Close the door and come in. It would be troublesome if others saw. To think you can even transform into an artificial beast. Interesting, he asked. I thought Ballerina did it, but was it your doing, brother? Did you even get chimera claws transplanted? This has become annoying. When did you collect something like this? She rested her chin on her hand and continued. So how was it? How did it feel fighting the demon personally? As expected, you knew everything. Please follow me. Even if you had not stepped up personally, I would have handled it, but it would have been nice if you at least taught me how to deal with a demon. More than that, the Holy Kingdom's priestess visited the Empire personally. She sensed the Holy Emperor's power within me and approached. Is that true? Your identity wasn't revealed. Thanks to the suggestion planted in the Holy Kingdom guy's heads, he probably will not report to the home country immediately. But we cannot stop the priestess from investigating personally. It is only a matter of time. Stupid fellow, if you were going to use mana like that, you should have been more careful, he refuted. There were too many watching eyes. That was the only way to not attract attention, even if she does not investigate. Rumors must have already spread. By the way, so you will eventually face your siblings. You will not say weak things like it is hard to fight family, will you? At those words his voice became serious. Of course. They are guys who tried to kill me anyway. If they interfere with my plan, I have no intention of sparing anyone. Excellent mindset. I am relieved. Now let us handle our internal affairs. Talk to the person waiting inside. As she left the room, Ballerina and Han bowed politely to see her off. Go safely. Rudiger looked at the two waiting outside and asked, were you standing the whole time? Come in, Ballerina. I heard you collected quite a few chimeras and samples. I have a lot to say about you secretly contacting the World Tree again, but I will let it slide for now. Is there anything you have not reported yet? If you say it now, I will not get angry. Actually, I think I was caught by the World Tree administrator in my hometown. At those words he was startled. What? Do you mean when you went to investigate with Chris Benamor? No, not then. When Master was in the Imperial Palace, I secretly went down to the underground and contacted the World Tree route again. Perhaps because the demon's influence faded, the connection with the World Tree was restored. But I did not know I would run into them there. Understood. It is good you told me without hiding it. So did the administrator notice your identity? Ballerina answered. It was so instantaneous that they probably could not. But they probably found the point where I connected to the World Tree. Then what do you think they will do next? Han stroked his chin and answered. First they will send the moon's envoy, since it happened inside the Imperial capital. Their kingdom is very closed off, so they will not engage in diplomacy or dialogue with human kingdoms. They will surely send the Black Guard. The Black Guard, is it like our Black Army? Right. They mainly hunt and deal with traitors, but if they only know the connection point, is not it fine if you just do not go back there? Well, it is difficult. I heard that once they catch a clue, they can chase you anywhere on the continent. The good news is that we have plenty of time to prepare. The Black Guard can only move by the Queen's order, so it will take some time for the report to go up and the decision to be made. Meanwhile, in the Elf Kingdom Genedune, everyone was preparing for an important meeting. One of them asked, why did the Queen suddenly summon us, not just the Lur family, but even the subordinates of other families? The door opened, and their demeanor became serious again. Shish, he is here, the Queen approached and asked. Is everyone gathered? Yes, everyone is here. What is the reason for the summons this time? Benmal, she said something that would shock everyone. While I was observing the World Tree, a crazy bastard contacted the World Tree without our permission. Arrogant and stupid fool, as the head of the Lur family I command. Summon the Black Guard immediately. A few days later. Theon, Elisa asked. You worked hard during the field trip, Professor Rudiger. I heard you took on a very important role. I only did what had to be done. Haha, you are still humble. The reason I called you is that I have something to say. You know that the class schedules for the first and second years have been postponed due to this incident, right? Yes, because we had to stay in the capital for treatment. So I think we need to extend the class schedule by 1.5 times or shorten the vacation for the first and second years. Hearing that, he did not seem very surprised. It will be hard work either way, she added. I am also thinking of increasing the difficulty of some subjects. He asked inwardly, are you talking about practical magic and basic combat training? Both are important, but the accident in the capital clearly showed that while theory is important, it is useless if it cannot be applied in real combat. Besides, there is no law that students will not become targets like last time, so I think we must teach the children how to protect themselves, starting right now. I agree. But you could have just notified me via official document. Is there something I need to handle? Oh my, you are still sharp. That is right, it is because of the magical beast summoning class. I want you to take charge of this class. Professor Rudiger, puzzled, he asked back, are not there already enough instructors in charge? Because of the schedule change, they are also frantically busy. Besides, since your theory class hours are reduced, you will have plenty of time. Honestly, hiring external instructors in the current situation carries a high risk. Furthermore, I heard you taught a lot of practical data, so I think you will teach the magical beast class well too. Of course, I will reduce the burden as much as possible. After all, you are the project manager. Understood. Instead, may I teach in my own way? Of course, I trust you entirely. And one more thing, could you look at this? He picked up the document with a puzzled expression. This is, Elisa explained. Until now I left him alone because I needed someone to keep the noble faction in check, but he crossed the line this time. While you were in the capital, there were many problems here too. He colluded with external forces to leak Theon's internal information. Do you think cutting off the tail last time dealt a fatal blow to their influence? Hugo crumpled the paper in anger after reading it. How was the tail caught? Do not worry too much, Hugo Bert, because you still retain your professorship at Theon. Considering what you did, if we fire you, the nobles will object and Theon's internal problems will be revealed to the public. Instead, your salary will be cut, research funds as well, and all authority will be revoked. He spoke as if displeased. Generous. So, even if we eliminate you, someone like you will appear again. Do not worry, because we found the right person. A moment later, someone entered with light footsteps. It is Professor Chris Benamor, very suitable as your successor. That is the situation, Professor Hugo. Hearing Elisa's words, his face began to distort. These damn brats, Chris asked him. Is it okay to let him go like that? What if he holds a grudge and does something foolish? He is someone more thorough about his own self-preservation than anyone, so that will not happen. Anyway, congratulations on becoming the person in charge here. HMPH, do not misunderstand. I never wanted this position. I just realized something from that accident, how dangerous the world is right now, and how vulnerable the students are. How much more time must we waste on meaningless fights? What is more important is the students' safety. That is why I accepted the offer. Consider it repaying a debt. As Chris pushed up his glasses, he was dumbfounded. I let you meet Ms. Bellaruna again, did not I? What is she that he is so enthusiastic? A few weeks later, Theon training ground. Students were complaining while doing a long-distance run. A student panted and expressed annoyance. It is too hard. Why do we have to do this training? Hang in there just a little more. Your body will adapt soon. Cello also caught his breath from behind and asked, Flora, what's wrong with you? Why do you run so well? Are you not even out of breath? She seemed puzzled herself. Right, I am surprised too. My endurance as well as my magic skills have improved a lot. If I had to give a reason, it might be related to my hair color changing. Rudiger was silently watching the students from one side. Then the students asked him, do we have to keep running around the training ground? Strengthen the body and exhaust mana until exhaustion? Is not magical beast class originally sitting in a classroom and meditating? Usually that is so. As you know, this course usually starts in the third year, but you first and second years cannot achieve the same results using the same method. It will be a bit tough, but I will teach you a much faster method from now on. You will receive the exact same summoning training that real soldiers receive. From the moment you started learning magic, the beast was already inside you. It is like an egg. To find that egg and hatch it, you must push your body to the limit. Run until you collapse from exhaustion and feel the mana slowly filling up during the recovery process. If you repeat that process, you will come to realize your own beast. If you try to be lazy or skip class, I will personally give you special training after school. So it would be better to give your all. Hearing that, the students' faces darkened. Students who are exhausted, come this way, I will teach you theory while you rest. Since beasts are made of mana, they cannot be viewed as living organisms, but they have a will and exist in reality. This is because a magical beast is formed by the mage's will being submerged in mana for a long time. Then in some ways, are they similar to artificial lifeforms? From a certain perspective, one could see it that way. However, the current academic orthodoxy is that beasts occur naturally. To define something as an artificial lifeform, it must be created by the creator's will and desire. But beasts are not made by will alone. There were people who tried to make things like Gollum's spirit transformation or artificial spirits, but not a single one succeeded. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice was heard from afar. It came out. A blue leopard appeared right in the middle of the training ground as expected. It was Flora. To succeed on the first try, faster than I thought, of course. Because I have been a genius since birth, do not be too arrogant. Real combat starts after summoning. Yes, good job. If you are done looking, go run quickly. At Rudiger's words, Flora could not retort a single word and turned her head. Yes, a few days later, other students also began to summon their own beasts, unexpected. To think 2 rare tool-type beasts appeared here. As expected, they are experts at attracting attention. Honestly speaking, it exceeds expectations. I did not know the students would achieve this much in a short time. Renee, is that your beast? Yeah, this is my beast, but this form for a tool type is not it a bit too basic? The shape keeps changing. I should ask the professor, but at that moment, cracks began to form on the sphere and suddenly it emitted a blinding light, causing people around to cover their eyes. What is it breaking? Why is the beast acting like that? The energy it emitted was stimulating other beasts. To calm it down, I must suppress it with the power of another beast. Unfold. As he chanted the spell, Ether Nocturne, a massive golden whirlwind appeared to counter it. Wait, is that Professor Rudiger's beast? It covered half the training ground. This scent, it is what I smelled at the beginning of the semester, he commanded the people around and approached Renee. Everyone stay where you are. Fortunately, Renee's beast did not react anymore. I do not know if it was afraid of Ether Nocturne or what, but it is good it stopped. Renee, are you okay? But at that moment, her 2 eyes began to react. Professor, why are you looking at me like that? In Renee's eyes, Rudiger's face was terrifyingly serious. She asked again, why do you feel guilt? But before she could finish her sentence, she became exhausted and slowly lost consciousness. Rudiger picked her up without hesitation and announced, class ends here for today. Professor, is she really okay? Yes, she just fainted for a moment. Andy looked at Renee and asked, Professor, Renee is really okay, right? Yes, she just fainted for a moment. Leave Renee here. Do not you have class? Since it happened during my class time, naturally I take responsibility. Andy accepted hearing that. Understood. After parting with the students and being left alone with Renee, the girl woke up and was flustered. Did I faint? I think I said something just before fainting. Did I perhaps say something rude? Rudiger reassured her. No, you did not say anything. Do not worry, he added. You just fainted from the shock of summoning a beast for the first time. Newborn beasts react sensitively to the world. Really? Can beasts do that too? Beasts do not always listen to their masters. In rare cases, they even devour their masters. At those words, Renee's heart sank. Is not my beast a rare type? Correct. I hate it. I still have many things I want to do. I cannot die this early. Rudiger calmed her down. Calm down. That is the story of people who treat beasts carelessly. As long as you cherish it, such things will not happen. You said you have many things you want to do. What is it? It is hard to choose, because there are too many. I want to become a magic researcher and learn magic that no one knows, for people who do not know what magic they possess. Is that so? Becoming a magic researcher is not easy. Extensive knowledge is required, not to mention papers and reports. Furthermore, achievement in magic theory must also be high. Simply put, it is a profession representing the pinnacle of knowledge. Renee hesitated for a moment at those words. It is harder than I thought. I am actually quite good at studying theory too. If I work hard, it will work out. Really? Rudiger asked back. But as you live, are not there times when you feel despair and want to give up? In those times, how do you overcome it, Professor? Perhaps you have never experienced that. His answer was simple. I have never overcome it. I just silently endure it. It was a very brief moment, but Renee's eye of judgment became abnormally strong and broke the seal. If there is a cause, it must be because of the beast Renee summoned. There is no precedent for possessing non-attribute mana and the eye of judgment simultaneously. Actually, it is difficult to judge with current knowledge. A power no one wants, it is no different from a curse, non-attribute mana, if I do not find a solution. At least, as he was walking down the hallway, a black-haired boy, Frieden, approached and interrogated him. I heard everything. What did you do to Renee? She just fainted. There is no need to overreact like that. She fainted during your class and you want me to accept that excuse. Just how long do you intend to hurt Renee? Is what you did to her mother not enough? And how can you brazenly stand by her side? Rudiger answered in a cold tone. If you do not know, do not speak carelessly. Renee is suffering from an incurable disease. Hearing those words, the boy's face hardened. What did you say? He continued. You must know that Renee possesses non-attribute mana, right? That mana will slowly grow and eventually destroy her body. If the body cannot withstand it, the mana kills its owner. The average lifespan is about 25 years, at most it is hard to pass 30, and the process will be more painful than death. Her mother, who loved her only daughter, ultimately chose death at another's hand. That is why, hearing those words, Frieden could not contain his anger and clenched his fists. You bastard, what did you do to Renee? While I am watching over her, I am finding a way so it does not end like that. Suddenly, a voice from afar diverted his attention. Wow, you have a shorter temper than I thought. It was Flora. Did you eavesdrop on what Renee said? No, I just heard it by chance. I did not know you liked Renee that much. I never imagined you would like anyone. You are reacting because you heard that. And you are interested in Rudiger Chell. Are you okay with him caring about someone else? Maybe in the past, but it does not matter now. Because I am enough now. Seeing her nonchalant reaction, he spat out, You have changed. I cannot remain a child forever. Right, I should do the same. Rudiger quietly entered his office. A voice from the left stopped him. Professor Rudiger, Hyber Kaden, the head of the Kaden family, one of the Empire's 3 great ducal families, visited him. It has been a long time. Are you still the same? What brings the Duke here? Naturally, I came to see you. I heard you are taking charge of the next grade. Did you get the Dean's approval? I was offered the position from the start. I spoke a bit too complicatedly. That is not what I intend to talk about. I mean the Alley of Leatherville, the owner of Oliver. Hearing those words, Rudiger's eyes became sharp. So you knew. Teacher's sign usually does not interfere in matters outside of class. The old man sighed. The pay is good and it is a coveted position. Then let me introduce myself again. The Empire's overseer, former Chief of General Staff and head of the Night Patrol Knights Bartusan. Chief of General Staff and head of the Night Knights. As expected of a head of the 3 great families, you are not an ordinary old man. So are you here to arrest me? The old man burst into laughter at those words. Arrest? Ha ha ha. Why should I? You revived a dying region and solved troublesome gang problems. You also made great contributions to resolving the incident that occurred in the capital. Catching you would only harm the Empire. The things you did in the underworld far exceed the achievements of others. But did you not know about the capital incident even with that level of intelligence? We are talking about the Imperial family. If people like us intervene in capital affairs, it only weakens the Imperial family's authority. In other words, it means we do not hesitate regarding threats outside the capital. So I came to make one request of you. Rudiger asked, What request is it? I heard you are participating in the Mystery Night Festival this year. Kill one person for me. That night in an alley in Leatherville. He accepted the old man's proposal and thought, That old man dumped a troublesome task on me. Suddenly, sensing a presence behind him, Rudiger turned his head. 2 people wearing green robes were slowly approaching him. Are they the trackers Bellaruna mentioned? Did they forget already? Why are they targeting me instead of Bellaruna? He asked calmly. What business do you have with me? I have never harmed an elf. Instead of answering, they attacked blindly. Is conversation not an option? Having no choice, Rudiger tried to use magic to deal with them, but at that moment another presence was felt nearby. Robed figures were flung away by a powerful force without knowing why. The ones ambushing from above also looked visibly flustered. A white-haired young man appeared to support Rudiger, displaying overwhelming power. You came at good timing, Han. I ran here because I felt killing intent, but it was nothing much, right? But since you are here, why not help? Take care of everyone except the leader. After dealing with the robed figures, Rudiger barged into Bellaruna's room. As he threw one of the guys he caught onto the floor, she was startled. She asked with surprised eyes, Master, who is this person? I think I should be the one asking that, Bellaruna. Did not you say it would take some time for the trackers to arrive? That is true, but, she answered. I do not know either. There is no way they could come this quickly. A moment later, the guy who regained consciousness shouted, I knew it. The impious one who violated the sacred tree is you traitor. Oh, I thought the target was Bellaruna, not me. Why did you attack me? The guy shut his mouth at those words. It seems he has no intention of talking. Rudiger ordered Bellaruna, Feed him. Pardon me, yes. Do you hesitate because he is your kin? Oh, no way. Actually, I wanted to test a new drug I made on an elf. Seeing her expression, Rudiger was confused whether it was fortunate or unfortunate that she was an ally. The guy trembled in fear. Wait, what are you doing? What are you trying to feed me? To do this to your kin? Do not worry. It is just a truth serum. As he was fed the drug, the guy's eyes loosened and became hazy as if hypnotized. When Rudiger asked for his name and purpose, the guy answered obediently, Gallet Warden. My goal is to execute the traitor who violated the sacred tree. I heard it takes more time for your species to come. How did you arrive so quickly? A survivor of the Flett family who guarded the sacred tree encountered the intruder directly, and he immediately used his authority to summon us, the Set Wardens. Our mission is to capture the intruder alive and reclaim the sacred tree. We do not know anything else. When we arrived at the capital, humans had already completely blockaded the area around the sacred tree, so we left a surveillance team. And we came here to kill the traitor, Rudiger asked again. I understand the purpose, but why did you target me instead of the traitor? We felt traces of the Flett family from you, traces of those who guarded the sacred tree. Rudiger was startled. Traces of the family guarding the sacred tree are on him. Is not that a misunderstanding? We have been tracking for a long time. There is no way we made a mistake, but your bloodline is strong, yet the scent is very faint, as if diluted by some impurity. Numerous words flashed through Rudiger's mind. Impurity, mixed blood, half-elf. My real name is Sedina Flett. Are you looking for a survivor of the Flett family? Correct. Any survivor is a target for elimination. But is not the Lur family already ruling? Why try to exterminate them to that extent? The guy answered. It was because of the ownership of the sacred tree. The sacred tree possesses immense vitality and power, however. 500 years ago, the head of the Flett family ran away with half the ownership, so we are continuing to chase the Flett family to regain complete control. I see. At least he had to prevent Sedina from being attacked. Rudiger asked. Did you say you knew by the smell? Then is there no way to hide it? A strong smell, something like human perfume, would sufficiently mask it. Understood. Han, dispose of all the guys in this place for now. Understood. Then what about the guys in the capital? It is troublesome to go all the way there, so I should send someone. I know a junior perfectly suited for this kind of mission. That night, a hideout in Lindenbaum, one of the robed figures spat out a curse. Damn it. Why do we have to be in a human's house? At least clear the corpses, should not you? It is starting to smell. We might get caught. Bear with it a little longer. We will leave immediately after confirmation. Just then, a blond young man appeared outside the window with a triumphant expression. Regrettably, it is too late to run away. They turned around in surprise and alarm, but soon the room was filled with a blinding flash. The next day, Rudiger's office, Dina asked. Professor, this is, as you can see, it is perfume. I apologize. I did not know I smelled. Ah, that is not what I meant, so do not misunderstand. It is a gift for doing a good job as an assistant all this time. She made a surprised expression. A gift? As you know, I am not the stingy type, so use it to your heart's content. Ah yes, thank you, Professor. With this she will not be discovered for the time being. It seems Sedina does not know much about the Flett family. Should I ask Professor Vernon if I want to know more about the Flett family? No, digging deep unnecessarily will only complicate the situation. It is delicious. Did you change the beans? Yes. I used Nessadian beans grown in the pantry. Nessadian, that is a variety difficult to cultivate here. Perhaps because Flett blood is mixed in, the plants I plant grow well. Rudiger recalled Sedina's ability. The ability to accelerate plant growth and make them bloom perfectly, a power residing in the Flett bloodline. Since even paper comes from trees, it was not strange that Sedina's magic was related to paper. She asked, shall I prepare another cup, or do I have more work to do? Rudiger shook his head. No, that is enough. More than 1 cup a day is not good for health. Preparations for the upcoming mystery night are almost finished, so there is no urgent work. I almost forgot. Sedina, if you have no urgent matters, you may leave early. Where are you going? Yes, I have a place to go. A moment later, the mansion where Casey was staying. A blonde woman was grumbling while putting out luggage with a tired look. This is really too much. How am I supposed to handle all this? Then, as Rudiger approached, she looked at him with curious eyes. Guest, I am sorry, but Casey is not meeting anyone right now. Rudiger Chell, right? Casey talked about you a lot. I know who you are, Rudiger asked. Are you her assistant? What are you holding? Gifts sent by fans every day. I am throwing away the useless ones. You have no idea how annoying it is, as expected of Casey's fan. You look short-handed. Casey is feeling a bit unwell. It has been a while since she fell ill. She just lies in bed all day. Since you know her well, please watch over her while I go out. Rudiger nodded. Understood. Arta's masterpiece. Perhaps the soul within her belongs only to Arta. You must not give up. A moment later, Casey opened her eyes in a daze. What? Is someone there? Rudiger examined her and asked. Are you awake? You look like you want to ask why I am here. For the great Casey Selmore to lie down with depression, it is a rare occurrence. Casey's expression darkened as she spoke. I am sorry. Rudiger sighed and asked back. For what? You already know the truth. Why did you do that? Why did you take responsibility for me? Her eyes were full of regret. I am sorry things turned out this way because of me. I waited a long time to apologize. There is no need to apologize. It is the path I chose, and I do not deny it. Whatever the intention, I eventually got blood on my hands. It is the right thing that you did not turn a blind eye to it. Besides, I am the one who made you like that, so I am the one who should apologize, not you. Casey frowned. But since you say so, I will accept the apology. HMPH, are you serious? Your personality is the same. That night, to Black Castle. The doorbell rang from outside. Who is it? Outside the door stood Selina. She greeted politely. Hello, Professor Rudiger. Lady Selina, what brings you here at this late hour? Oh my, is that a problem? We're both busy during the day anyway. More importantly, Rudiger felt a strange sense of incongruity from Selina's appearance. A moment later, her hair and clothes began to dye black. I cannot show this appearance to other people, can I? What brings you here? Helia. The woman talking to Selina was Helia in disguise. She breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my, you saw through it in an instant again. Weren't you a little surprised this time? I saw your last movement with my own eyes. There is no way you would be standing fine. Stop it and come in. Let us talk inside before someone sees. As he treated her without hesitation, she looked interested. Fast, then I will not decline. After entering, she grumbled. HMPH, no coffee, it ran out. Even if I had some, there is none for you. Tisk. You are no fun. Cannot you treat me a bit kindly? If there is no sincerity, no matter how brazenly you act, it is just dry. But is not it hard to cut off ties once the relationship deepens? So maintaining a proper distance is best. After all, I have no intention of getting close to a demon. Unless you are useful to me, You should have said so earlier. Then I would have told you good news, Zero. That guy was really weak at first. Do you get it? We demons are strong from birth. We can use authority. That does not mean he lacks authority. It simply means that while others start at 100, he starts at 0. That is the very factor that allows him to acquire authority later in life, Rudiger thought. The ability to learn authority. At first glance it might sound like nothing special, however the lack of a clear definition was actually the most concerning part. In other words, starting at 0 meant he could grow infinitely through learning. Even someone with average talent can reach the pinnacle given hundreds of years of effort. From that perspective, 0 might be a more dangerous existence than any demon. While they were deep in conversation, the ring on Helia's hand suddenly glowed. "Ah, right, I actually came to tell you about the meeting tonight," Rudiger replied. "Thanks for letting me know so quickly." "Good, I'll be going now, so keep doing what you were doing." The scene shifted and the crowd of the Black Dawn was murmuring. One of them raised a question. "So, did the assassination of Casey Selmore fail in the end? Opportunities are not limited to just once. We just have to send someone stronger next time," another one spoke. Speaking of which, about that famous Rudiger Chell. I heard he stopped a terror attack in the capital and even received a medal. Surely he has not truly immersed himself in playing teacher, has he?" Rudiger replied, "Nonsense, I merely cleaned up some bugs that were getting in my way. If they give medals for catching a few bugs, I would be better off becoming a hunter who catches them." "Nikolai," Rudiger sent a sharp look, "is that the best Liberation Army force you can muster?" Nikolai glared back. "No way, the level of the Liberation Army is not that low." Rudiger fell into thought for a moment. "HMPH, you know when to hit and run. It is humiliating to waste what we prepared, but if it benefits the Black Dawn, I'll leave it be." Zero watched the situation and spoke up. It seems everyone is here. As you might have guessed, I convened this meeting to introduce the newly recruited first rank." Zero continued. "Now say hello." Helia stepped forward with excited eyes. "Hi, I am Helia. Nice to meet you." "What's wrong with that woman? Does she know what kind of place the Black Dawn is?" Appearance aside, she is the person Zero chose. Her skills must be unquestionable. Cut the fraternizing. As long as you do not get in the way, I do not care. Since it is Zero's decision, I will not oppose it, but take responsibility yourself," Varamude said with a dissatisfied attitude. "What is that rude attitude in front of Zero?" "Rude. I merely clarified my stance." Helia approached and provoked him. "Your name is Varamude? It seems people here use their real names." "But hey, I know that name. It is the name of the head of the Lipe family in the Elf Kingdom, right?" Varamude flinched at those words. "How did you know?" "Wait, Varamude, you were an elf, my god. Not just an elf but a head of a noble family. Since I have never met one in person, it is a bit surprising." Fine, I cannot hide it anymore anyway. "Yes, I am the head of the Lipe family. Helia, stop by the palace sometime. I will treat you to the best hospitality." "Wow, really? I'll definitely go," Rudiger thought from the side. An unexpected harvest. That guy was the one looking for Sedina. Now stop, calm down," Zero mediated. "Actually, there's one more reason I called you. I think I'll have to go somewhere far away for a while." Someone behind Rudiger shouted, "You are vacating your seat? It will not take long. I will maintain this place as is, so use it if you need a meeting. Leslie, the plan is almost ready, right? I hope you achieve your goal." Hearing that, Leslie flinched for a moment, then nodded loyally. "Yes, I will definitely succeed." It is clear the two are talking about the upcoming Mystery Night. If we go to the same location, we might become enemies depending on the objective. It does not matter. I'll take them on any time. A few days later, inside a rapidly moving train, Rudiger asked, "Han, is it your first time in first class?" "Yes. When I went to Leatherville with Sir Pano, we stayed in a cramped room. But is it really okay for me to go along when I am not even a mage? Anyone with an invitation can participate in Mystery Night. Since I decided to take you as a colleague, there is no problem." A moment later, he recalled the events of a few days ago. It was when he was talking with Duke Hyber Kaden. "You want me to kill someone at Mystery Night? Are you commissioning an assassination to a professor of Theon?" "Oh dear, I did not explain properly. As you know, Mystery Night is an annual event where mages from all over the world gather. It is a festival to explore the unknown and promote magical knowledge. It is a battlefield for those who want to dig up the secrets of the earth. They frantically interfere, form alliances, and clash to gain knowledge. That has nothing to do with me. However, if a new contaminant enters that place, the story changes." "Do you know where Mystery Night is held?" Rudiger answered clearly. "Near the Imperial border Casa Basin. It is a place where massive mana gathers from all directions. Space is twisted, so it is practically no different from another world. The entrance to Casa Basin opens for only 3 days a year. Mystery Night is an opportunity to explore its secrets during that short time. But this time there are signs that something is about to happen there. So I want you to remove the subversives plotting there." Rudiger asked. "Why me of all people? Then who should I trust? The Magic Tower, the Holy Kingdom, the Mages Association? You do not belong to any organization, so you are the right person. I understand the reason for the request, but I do not know why I have to do it personally." Hyber laughed loudly. "Haha, do you think I would ask empty-handed? I promise a reward befitting the name of Bartusan of the Night Patrol. I state this clearly. I do not move for money alone. Oh please, would I show off money in front of you? As I see it, you are someone who values knowledge more than money. so I promise the answer in advance. Ask whatever you are curious about, if it is information. Duke, do you happen to know about non-attribute mana? Non-attribute. You would not be asking about the basics found in textbooks. If it is that kind of question, it is very timely. The information on the non-attribute mana you are looking for is right there at Mystery Night. Have you heard of the mansion inside Casa Basin? Rudiger answered in surprise. Who would build a mansion in a place where one can only stay for 3 days a year? No, that mansion was there from the start. 73 years ago, long before Mystery Night even began. After 10 years of investigation, we found out that the mansion is at least several hundred years old. And judging by the magic books inside, the owner was a mage. Most of the books are written in a lost ancient language, making them difficult to decipher, but some of the deciphered contents mentioned forgotten ancient magic. Since you deciphered the Leal script, you should be able to understand those books as well. So you are saying there might be information on non-attribute mana among those books. However, it is difficult to fully trust your words alone. Hyber looked at him with somber eyes. I knew a few people who possessed non-attribute mana. They all died young, but they had another thing in common. They all participated in Mystery Night, as if they were trying to find something within it. I do not think they risked their lives on vain hope. They surely saw some hope inside. If Duke Hyber Caden's words are true, the possibility is not zero. Even my master does not know every magic in the world. The biggest variable is probably Leslie, who is plotting something this time. Of course, those old mages will bring about their own destruction without even knowing what they are doing. Judging by the situation, the subversive Duke Hyber mentioned is likely Leslie. Whether it is Leslie or anyone else, it does not matter. If they block my path, I will cut down anyone to find the book on non-attribute mana and find a way to save Renee. Wow, Captain, look over there. A transparent horse is pulling a carriage. It is really amazing, Rudiger explained intellectually. It is likely a spirit beast summoned by the magic engraved on the carriage. Since it is near Casa Basin, the Earth's mana is abundant, so it can be maintained permanently. Is that the Landover Hotel where we will be staying? It is huge. The train tickets were incredibly expensive too. It does not matter. Duke Hyber Caden is paying for everything. As they entered the hotel, Han was overwhelmed once again. As expected of a top-class hotel, there seemed to be many rich people, Rudiger agreed. Right, it seems many mages have gathered for Mystery Night. Moment later, he put on his scouting glasses and activated the ability. I can really feel it. Everyone is overflowing with potential and mana. Seeing people buzzing, Han asked, Captain, people are gathered over there. Who came that they are attracting so much attention? Everyone here must be a celebrity too, Rudiger thought. I feel a tremendous potential from over there too. Who on earth is it? However, the moment he confirmed the person's face, his heart sank. He commanded, Han, you got the key, so let us go up quickly. Pardon, Captain, why are you in such a hurry? Actually, it is someone I know. I faked my death and disappeared because they would not let me go, but what do you think will happen if they find out I am perfectly alive like this? The person Rudiger was talking about was Queen Yekaterina Vosva of the Uda Kingdom. 30 minutes later, second floor hallway, the queen walked over laughing. Did everyone hear? People are praising me. Just hearing it makes me feel good, the two advisors following her reacted. One cautioned her and the other was proud. Your Majesty, please keep your dignity. Your Majesty's laughter today is beautiful and noble as always, Your Majesty, the male advisor Vitali explained. What nonsense is this? Even if you are the queen, you must show manners. If someone sees Your Majesty's true self, it is a national disgrace. The woman named Pacina reacted conversely. Disgrace? Your Majesty is a role model for everyone. Honestly speaking, I wish everyone could see Your Majesty's true worth. As the two argued, she calmed them down. Now, since we are on a rare trip, let us forget about boring documents and rest a bit. Your Majesty, we did not come here to play. Do not forget that we came to build relationships with mages at Mystery Night. Brother is right this time. Your Majesty is now a queen leading a country. You are in a position where you must do things you dislike, just like that man. Meyer said that, right? Yes, I remember. How could I forget? He was a mercenary, but he dedicated himself to our kingdom. His nagging at me is still vivid. It is regrettable. Victory was right around the corner, but to die in the last battle, if he were alive, I would have had much to learn. Hearing her voice from inside the room, Rudiger lamented, that woman is still the same. Han was also dumbfounded. Is she always like that? She looked extremely solemn when we passed by in the lobby. She did not used to even pretend like that. She was stupid and naive, far from a leader. Surprising, you fought on the same side as someone like that, Captain? Do not tell me the opposing side was even worse. Opposing side, on the surface, Prince Alex looked better. But Alex was cruel. He did not hesitate to massacre innocent people if necessary. He caused great damage with forced labor and indiscriminate purges. On the other hand, Yekaterina, although appearing arrogant on the outside, genuinely cared for people. She also had a strange charm that attracted talent. It was even in the newspaper. The image of her fighting on the front lines holding the kingdom's flag. Thanks to that, she won the hearts of the people and turned the tide of the war. So her victory is a good thing for the people. Recalling the past, she asked the man leading the way, you are that person, right? Mercenary Meyer Veli. I am Yekaterina Vosva, often called the Princess of Tyranny and Extravagance. I am a fugitive now, but I need your help. Meyer remained silent for a moment. So how much will you pay? I will decide after seeing the amount. Regrettably, I do not have a single penny because I am wanted. Shameless. You want to hire a mercenary without a single penny? Have not you thought that I might sell you to the prince for the bounty?" She let out a sigh of relief. "Ah, I saw you wrong, but I do not regret it, because it is the work I chose. If I fail, the responsibility will be solely mine. Still, it would be a shame to fail, so I should do my best. Do not you think?" Rudiger thought she needed to learn a bit more about the prince before becoming a ruler. "What do you mean?" "I mean I will take this mission. Because I want to see the country you will build." "That is right. What that frozen land needs most is a flame like you." That is hard for me to understand." How can a person become a flame?" "It is a metaphorical expression." The next morning, Casa Basin. Fierce winds were blowing inside the basin and people were holding their ground, shielding themselves from the wind with their hands. "Is this the sight when the gate opens? Do not just stand there watching, let us go. We only have 3 days, so everyone be careful." "Why is this phenomenon happening?" "I'll explain. It is a phenomenon that occurs when massive flows of mana collide at a single point and cancel each other out. That point becomes a mana vacuum, and that vacuum creates a dimensional rift like this entrance." I understand. It is truly mysterious." "Good, let us go in too." "Yes," a man announced to everyone at the outpost inside the basin. Now let us all move." The two also entered their designated area. "Then this must be the tent we'll be using. Oh ho, it is wider than I thought and has everything we need. They must have booked the most expensive tent for us." "Captain, I will scout the surroundings and familiarize myself with the terrain." "Right, leave the luggage here and go ahead, I'll be unpacking." Just as Rudiger was about to unpack, someone approached from behind. Turning around reflexively, he saw a blonde bob-haired girl hiding behind the wardrobe. He asked politely, "Little girl, are you lost? Where are your parents?" "I am looking for them." "Looking for them? What does that mean?" At that moment, Han returned. "Captain, I brought the outpost guidebook and map." "Perfect timing." "Han, I think this child has lost her parents. Can you help find them?" Han asked in puzzlement. "No, what child? How, there is no one here." Rudiger looked back again, but the girl was nowhere to be seen. Vanished? How? Could it be related to the strange phenomenon of Casa Basin? He put a hand to his head and muttered to himself, "I must have seen an illusion. Anyway, what happened to what I asked you before coming here?" You mean the first-rank suspect, Leslie?" "As instructed, I investigated middle-aged mages over 40, but there are 200 people who fit the conditions, so it is difficult to find him with just one clue." Rudiger rolled his eyes and replied, "Is that so?" A moment later, an announcement rang out. "The exploration toward the secret mansion will begin shortly. Participants, please move." "Is this the enigmatic mansion said to be in Casa Basin?" "Yes, it should be quite far from the front lines. I do not know why we have to gather and go together," Rudiger explained. "Long ago, those who acted separately to seek knowledge all went missing. Han, do you see any mages we should be wary of nearby?" "One moment, let me compare with the list you gave me. There is a Kuba over there, from the southern forest, uses a combination of magic and shamanism. That one is Dixon. There is no information, but he is estimated to be high-ranking. That old man holding a golden staff is Sage Rimjay. He is the principal of a private school and a top-class mage. That large man over there is Belloc Ben, a combat mage from the Delica Kingdom and a master of lightning magic. And that side is Sempes. Despite his appearance, he is a master of mental magic. His rank is not high, but he has defeated several high-ranking mages with that ability. And the person approaching us now is Joina Palakny, a mage well-versed in analysis and research magic." Rudiger looked in surprise. "Wait, what? As expected. You are Professor Rudiger Chell, right? I did not expect to meet you here. It has been a really long time." The pink-haired woman with her eyes covered was Joina Palakny, a 6th-rank mage affiliated with the Magic Alliance. "Are you participating in the exploration too, Professor? If it is okay, may I join you?" "It does not matter, but weren't you with the Alliance?" "Yes, well, it is practically like I was dragged here against my will. Besides, we do not know each other, so it is a bit uncomfortable to stay together." Rudiger had a question at her words. "Are not we not exactly close either?" Not close. You saved me and my students in the capital. Do not you remember?" I mean, it is true that I saved you, but to call us close because of that is a bit." Han looked on with admiration. "Aha, so if you save someone, you become friends. I understand, do not mind him." "Han, I'll explain properly later. Anyway, I do not mind going together, but should not you get permission from your team?" Yes, do not worry, I was planning to leave anyway. Then we are friends now, right?" A moment later, he asked again, "Are we going to the mansion through the forest path?" "Yes. It is a path made a very long time ago, and the mana instability here is less than in other places." As the three set off, Rudiger asked again, "We are going to the mansion through the forest path?" "Yes, because it is an old path, there is less mana interference. But is not the forest more prone to monster attacks? Would not it be better to go through the grassland?" Of course, there were attempts to make a path across the grassland. But as soon as they left the front lines and entered the grassland, about 10 4th-rank mages vanished without a trace. The next morning, only piles of bones remained where they had disappeared. In a state of white bone as if aged for hundreds of years, she shuddered as she continued. "It happened exactly 5 years ago when I first came here. Compared to that, monsters are much easier to deal with." At that moment, Rudiger felt someone's gaze. Joina reflexively looked back and asked, "Is something wrong?" "No, it is nothing. It seems I have become a bit sensitive because this place is so dangerous. Let us go to the mansion." Rudiger looked at the mansion and muttered to himself, "Come to think of it, can it accommodate all these people?" Yes. The limit of its capacity has not been revealed yet, but 300 people cannot enter at once. We have to form groups of minimum 5 to maximum 20, otherwise you get lost inside the mansion. Since there are only 3 of us, we need at least 2 more. Just then a voice was heard from behind. Hey there, looks like you need some people. A young man with a bushy beard wearing a hood approached and asked. If it is okay, can I join in? Rudiger asked warily. Why us of all people? He explained. Because other mages avoid me. Looking around, you guys are the only team lacking members. Do not worry, I did not come to cause trouble. I have my own circumstances. I hit a limit. I just want to find a breakthrough here. It does not matter. We are not in a position to be picky either. During the conversation, another person intervened. Hey professor, can I fill the last spot? It was Sage Rimjay. A moment later they arrived in front of the mansion's main gate. Rudiger observed the door and speculated. It does not seem very far from the entrance, but it wasn't visible from the outside. It seems completely isolated from the world. Have you been here before? Why are you so surprised? Rudiger answered politely. This is my first time. What on earth have you been doing to only come now? Well, I guess you had a lot on your mind. Seeing your state, it does not seem like you intend to give up. Han diffused the situation. Calm down, Elder, understood. Since our Han says so, I will listen. Excuse me, but since when did I become Elder's Arhan? Ms. Joyna, is that person really a sage? He does not look like one at all. Well, he is a bit of an eccentric. They say he used to be the most brilliant among the sages in the past, but he changed after delving too deep into magical knowledge. Rimjay sighed. Tisk, this damn kindness. As a senior, I will guide the newcomers. The terrain here changes constantly, so you cannot reach your destination unless you set a clear goal. And you have heard the rules of this place, right? We are uninvited guests, so we must show manners. Then there will not be any major problems. Rudiger asked. Are not we all going to the library? For a newcomer, you are quite arrogant. I will explain the rule I just mentioned again. In hallways like this, you must keep moving. How long must we keep moving? Moving even a little is enough, but if you do not move for 5 minutes, you will vanish without a trace. And there are separate rules for each room, but I'll explain that later. The most important thing is that no matter what happens, you must leave before midnight. Han raised a question. What happens if we do not leave? Rimjay looked back and threatened. If midnight passes, a terrible monster appears. It is a guy that will swallow someone like Han in an instant. Rudiger was dumbfounded. Stop joking. Does it sound like a joke? It is real. Yes, there is actually someone who saw the monster and survived, though they died shortly after. Lots of rules, vanishing if broken, and now a monster. Truly a bizarre place. While moving, Joyna screamed. What is that? Over there, a corpse. A pile of corpses lay before them. Joyna muttered. Did the mansion do this? The bearded young man answered. The mansion's supernatural phenomena do not leave corpses. Clearly there is a killer. Looking at the blood not yet congealed, they died not long ago. It wasn't just 1 or 2 people who were taken down. Seeing no signs of battle, it seems they were ambushed by an ally. Looks like at least 20 people. Old man Rimjay, any guesses? You rascal, how would I know who teamed up with whom, but I recognize this person. See the silver ring on the neck? It is Belloc Ben, the combat mage from the Delica Kingdom. To think such a skilled person died so futilely. Even a 6th-rank mage dies if ambushed. While they were observing, the corpses vanished before their eyes without a trace. I told you that you vanish if you stay in the hallway too long. Corpses cannot move, so they were lost. Rudiger touched his chin and deduced. I understand why they hurried. This was the reason, Joyna proposed. We have to tell people that there is a killer in the mansion. Rudiger refused. No, the evidence is all gone, so no one will believe it. They'll just think they had an accident violating the rules. Speaking rashly will only make us targets of the killer. I do not mind fighting, but not everyone will think that way. Yes, for now, pretending not to know is the best option. Joyna trembled. That makes no sense. Let us go if we stay here long. Before she could finish her sentence, something caught Rudiger's eye. It was a painting hanging on the wall. What is this? It wasn't here earlier. A painting? Ah, you must have seen a transparent painting, one of the mansion's phenomena. It is only visible to specific people, so others did not see it. There is a portrait inside the frame, right? That person will die soon. Rudiger asked back. Die? I do not know the details, but according to the woman with heavy lipstick, that is so. At least I believe it to be true. A moment later, Sage Rimjay's image appeared in the painting. Rudiger lamented as he had a hunch. I see. The structure and rules change for every room, so it is a headache. How do you know all of this? Did not you hear I am a sage? When people keep getting sacrificed, you learn, even if it is the hard way. Finally found the library. Rudiger stood before the door and thought. Deciphering is not hard, but I will not know what's useful without reading. Time is short. I do not know if I can find a clue about non-attribute mana within 3 days. He opened the book and scanned the contents. The Lumensis Order fought tirelessly chasing traces of demons not for justice, but to protect this. Is this a record about the Order? The most famous battle was the fight between the Paladin Order led by Saintus Akenis and the Archdemon Suna. In that battle, Suna and the Saintus perished together, and the demons, losing their focal point, scattered and went into hiding. When the Archdemon died, Lumensis became arrogant, interfering in other nations' internal affairs, and ruling cruelly. But no one could resist. We finally found a precious tool to reclaim freedom, but there is too much to prepare. So we joined hands with elves to secretly grow a world tree underground. This author is the one who planted the world tree under the capital. Since there is no name, I do not know exactly who it is. Looking at the timeline, it seems they sealed Basara but were eventually discovered by the Order. Is the record wrong, or did Basara lie? Barely escaped the Order's massacre, but the pursuit did not stop. The remaining choice was the Forbidden Land that had just opened, a place of no return. Even so, many surviving kin were swept up in the disaster there and died. Just when we thought all hope was gone, we discovered a mansion and entered it. There we met the master of the mansion. To be precise, it was the residual thought of the dead. The owner welcomed us, and having nowhere else to go, we stayed here. We created rules borrowing the mansion's power in preparation for the Order's arrival. We set up barriers and erected walls, fortifying the library to prevent intrusion. The bizarre mansion was born that way. The content is interesting, but it is not what I am looking for. The preparations are complete, but I regret not bringing one thing before coming here. I divided the most important holy relic into 7 pieces. Rudiger flinched as he read, 7 pieces of the holy relic. We each took one and scattered. But did they hide them properly? I am most worried about their pieces since they took the most damage when fighting the demon. If someone walks this path and reads this in the future, I hope they realize our will for freedom is still alive. Rudiger thought as he closed the book. 7 pieces, scattered comrades, and a tool for freedom. This is the holy relic I was looking for. Was finding this book coincidence or inevitability? Finding a clue to the holy relic in an unexpected place is a harvest, but where is the book on non-attribute magic that was my original goal? At that moment, a strange white book on the shelf caught his eye. He pulled the book out without hesitation. Wait, this book feels different. Do not tell me. As soon as he pulled the book, a secret door opened. His instinct as a commander spoke. Found it. Han, I am sorry, but can you distract the people coming this way? He asked back. Is it a secret from the others? May I ask the reason? Since it is not yet clear who the enemy is, I want to keep it a secret for the time being. Understood. If it is such a hidden place, there must be something important, right? The book placed on the desk belonged to the successor of the mansion. Records of the mysteries, magical traps, and functions existing in the mansion were written there. What else is there? When he opened the drawer a moment later, a single notebook lay there imposingly. The content read as follows. A curse that prevents the chosen ones from awakening their blessings. Because of that, the body collapses before the age of 30. I leave this knowledge to those burdened with this hopeless curse, hoping it will be of help. Rudiger read quickly and realized. I understand. It was here. Han, it is time to go. Let us go down. Yes, I will go immediately. Is it that time already? Regrettably, according to the mansion's rules, we cannot take items out. I'll have to come back and read it tomorrow. As he turned to leave, he noticed one thing. Wait, looking closely, these footprints look new. They are too vivid for a 500-year-old mansion. Well, it is not strange for footprints to remain. He thought nothing of it, and quietly closed the door. Walking away, he asked Rimjay. Elder Rimjay, do you know the way out? Finding a specific room is hard, but the way out is easy. Did you find what you wanted? I hope so. While moving, the sound of an argument was heard from the floor below. Hey, what are you doing? Move. A man and a woman were fighting fiercely. Do not you know we cannot gather more than 20 people in one place? Are you trying to get us all killed? Then go. Do you think we are doing this because we want to be trapped here? I told you. The mansion door is locked so we cannot get out. Then open it by force if you have to. Do you think we have not tried? Even magic does not work. Upstairs, Rudiger's group continued to eavesdrop on the situation. The door is locked? That has not happened before. Following the murder case, even the door is locked. Is it really a coincidence? Is it the work of the killers? Rudiger thought inwardly. There is no other answer. The secret room, the book, the footprints came before me and are controlling the mansion. As the argument downstairs continued, Rudiger looked fed up. I really cannot watch this anymore. That is enough. Wait, this is exactly why we need to cooperate. HMPH, why should we cooperate with the likes of you? Forget it, we'll find it ourselves. Those are harsh words even for a high-ranking mage. Who are they? The School of Truth. Their skills are certain, but they are famous for being eccentric and stubborn. At that moment, the old man next to them intervened and asked, well, now look who it is. Rimjay, did you come this year too? It is impressive you made it this far without our help. I always say this, but what you are doing is meaningless. Are you still chasing the ghosts of this place? An hour later, they checked other rooms one by one. But there were no results. Tisk, another bust, Joyna asked. Do we really have to search every single room like this? If there were clues in the rooms, someone would have found them already. Rimjay nodded. You are right. But what can we do? This is the only way. Everyone has been so obsessed with the library that these rooms have been neglected. Rudiger thought. No matter how I think about it, with this scale, it is clear Leslie is behind it. The goal might be to cause chaos and make the mages destroy themselves. But that alone is insufficient to eliminate half the participants. There is definitely something more. Just then, a sudden vibration occurred inside the building. Joyna looked up, puzzled. What was that vibration just now? Surely it is not collapsing. Rudiger turned his gaze to the left. A young man was being chased by soldiers. He shouted incessantly. Save me, you said monsters appear after midnight. It is currently before midnight. We have to stop them first. Joyna commanded immediately. Hurry, hide behind us. Soon after, she faced the soldiers with summoning magic. 5th tier magic, solar pillar. I survived. What happened? Where is your group? I am the only one left. Do not you get it yet? The mansion suddenly shook and monsters popped out and killed everyone. He shouted, wait, look behind, it is regenerating. What on earth is that? according to rumors. It is the mansion's automated defense system. Usually it only operates after midnight, but it seems someone forced it to activate. The vibration earlier must have awakened the defense system. It cannot be neutralized by ordinary methods should we run. If we run, they will head for the first floor lobby. We have to stop them here. So Elder Rimjay, please evacuate the people. What about you? You said 5 people have to move together. This person came alone. I do not know the reason, but the mansion's rules are not working right now. I will not ask for help, so please go. Han rolled up his sleeves and asserted, we are enough by ourselves. Please hurry and go. I refuse. My honor does not permit me to run away after coming this far. I'll help too. I cannot abandon a friend and run away. The old man looked puzzled, as if he could not understand. You risk your life for such a trivial reason? Stupid. Fine, I'll watch your backs. Everyone stay sharp. The hooded young man and Han stepped forward with high spirits. Bring it on, I'll finish you in a single blow. The monster soldiers also rushed at them without hesitation. Han unleashed a barrage of physical attacks, and the young man gathered power to create a sphere of lightning with a single kick from Han. The soldiers' armor shattered into pieces. They are too strong. Not yet, Rudiger commanded him. Stand back immediately, Han. Powerful fire magic spewed out toward the monsters. Look at that. They cannot regenerate in the air and are disappearing. It is just as written in the book. Those things absorb mana from the floor to regenerate. We have to keep them from touching the floor before attacking, so it was that kind of trick. That is my specialty. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck the floor hard, binding all the soldiers together. Now I understand. Han grasped Rudiger's intent and continued the attack fluidly. Even the last soldier was handled cleanly. We did it, we did it. Everyone worked hard. But before they could even rejoice, another group appeared. This is ridiculous. They keep coming endlessly. If they really intended to kill us, they would have summoned them behind us or nearby. Why do they keep appearing from the same direction? Wait, does that mean they are coming from a fixed location? Correct. If we follow the direction they appear from, we can reach the system we are looking for. It is better to take the risk than to hold out here, however. Whether we have the stamina left to get there is a separate issue. Joyna answered. Then I'll take the lead from here. Pink slime spewed from her and wrapped around the soldiers. We just need to deprive them of the floor's mana, right? I can float them and absorb the mana. I'll handle as many as I can. Let us go. Wadu, the name is strange, but it is a truly amazing beast. 30 minutes later, the summoner appeared with the soldiers trapped in a pink crystal. The guy was triumphant. HMPH smooth. At this rate, it will go according to plan. Rudiger's group kicked the door open and entered. I wasn't certain, but as expected, you were here. We must destroy the crystal in the center of the mansion. The hooded figures were flustered. How did they get in? Stop them immediately. A melee broke out between Rudiger and the enemies. The crystal was also destroyed. Is it over now? Why is everything going so smoothly? Is it my imagination? What is this sticky stuff? Joyna explained. That is liquefied mana. It reached the absorption limit and is spitting out the remaining mana. Since it is in a state of released mana, it is no different from an instant effect mana potion. You ran out of mana getting here, right? Drink this and recover. No, I am fine, do not refuse. But before she could finish speaking, she was ambushed from behind. Joyna, damn it, were there still enemies remaining? The hooded young man was also counterattacked. Sensing danger, Rudiger commanded, hide behind me, Han. The door opened and a voice was heard. Do not worry, I have no intention of hurting that child. Since I made a preemptive strike, it might be hard to believe though. Han froze upon seeing him. Yo, you are? I did not want to go this far either, John Doe. Rudiger was surprised to see the person in front of him. Elder Rimjay, you found me in the end. I suspected it from the moment you fought the knight. Do not worry about the young man I brought. I took him to a safe place. You realize I am not Leslie, right? Although I could be a collaborator. Why do you think you are not Leslie? Because if it were Leslie, there would be no reason to stay in this mansion. This mansion alone cannot kill all the mages in the basin, just as I found out in the secret room of the library. Casa Basin is a place formed by the collision of 5 massive energy lines, and the mansion is located on top of one of them. Thanks to that, this phenomenon persists. If all 5 lines collapse and the flow of mana is cut off, the entire area will be destroyed as if a dam burst. That fits Leslie's purpose best. There are still 4 places left, so there is no reason to waste time here. Haha, did you calculate that far? However, the line here has already collapsed. It is too late to stop it. Thanks to you destroying the system, the escape route is open though. If you escape, it will be a major hindrance to Leslie. So I must eliminate you here. Han, take the people and leave first. I know you are afraid, but the time has come. Han was on guard. Is not there a way to resolve this peacefully? Not everything goes according to one's will. Good intentions do not always lead to good results. I must make a choice. Han bowed his head and spoke quietly. I apologize, Captain. I was too immature. No, do not lose that innocence. Han carried the 2 on his back and went out while Rimjay watched. You believed my word that I would not harm the child. At least there was no falsehood in his attitude toward Han. HMPH, getting old makes one's heart soft. I approached to monitor him, but I ended up getting attached. Can you not stop? Regrettably, there is a reason I cannot do that. I prepared myself for death a long time ago. He aimed his staff at Rudiger and spoke. So if you do not want to die, come at me with everything you have. Rudiger accepted. Then I will do as you say. As Rimjay swung his staff, a blue light like a will-o'-the-wisp appeared and rushed toward Rudiger. Did you dodge that? Impressive. Rudiger had taken his back before he knew it and counterattacked. Rimjay reflexively turned around and swung his staff. Rudiger's limbs were bound. He tried to deliver the finishing blow with that momentum. However, Rudiger's bracelet instantly turned into a rope, binding Rimjay's hand and stopping the attack. You are out of luck. I also know how to use something similar. Ha, that weapon is quite interesting. I cannot move in this state, but it is enough to take him down. A massive strike poured down from Rimjay's hand, but Rudiger moved to another spot in the blink of an eye. Double blink. Impressive, but not perfect. Rimjay waved his staff, creating sound waves. Teleportation must be quite tricky in an environment thick with mana. Because his spatial coordinates were red, the fight against Rimjay became difficult for Rudiger. To think he would counter with spatial saturation magic, he is not called a sage for nothing. As warned, if I do not go full power I'll be beaten, Rudiger countered, releasing dark magic energy. Now it is getting interesting. Like a demon, yet not a demon. Closer to materialization than a summon, the black power quickly clumped together to form the shape of a giant hand. Rimjay gripped his staff with both hands and struck the floor. A whirlwind of fire soared as if to burn away the dark magic. This fight will not end easily. It must be hard to last long in that fake body, you know that, right? So let us end it with a final blow. He unfolded a magic circle to wrap himself. Rudiger did the same, not wanting to be outdone. I have been waiting for those words. What Rudiger summoned was the 6th-tier Heavenly Sea Icebreaker, and Rimjay's was the 6th-tier Scorching Hell. Two massive powers collided neck and neck. A grim seriousness hovered over both their faces. The aftermath caused the entire mansion to shake. When Rudiger regained his senses after the clash of power, Rimjay was already gone. Looking up, the mansion seemed precarious, as if it would collapse at any moment. A collapse now of all times. I must hurry. I have to take the non-attribute magic book. But when he entered the room, the book was already gone. Damn, not here either. Then a voice was heard from another room. The mansion's barrier is gone. We can take books now. Everyone hurry. Grab everything needed. This way. Rudiger kicked open the door to where the voice came from. But he could not help but be shocked by the sight he encountered there. A blond man with a bushy beard asked, "Oh, you are the friend who was with Rimjay. To come all the way to the library in this chaos, you must be looking for something. Ah, perhaps you are looking for this book. Judging by your reaction, you know what that book is. Did you find it in that hidden room, the non-attribute magic book? How did you find that room?" He laughed heartily and answered, "Just luck. If the library had not collapsed, no one would have found it. You can take any other book, but cannot you yield this one? I got my hands on an item that might appear once in 1,000 years. Why should I give it up? It might look unfair, but is not the rule in this field that finders keepers? I have no time to argue, so I'll take it by force." However, he let his guard down due to an explosion behind him. The book he was holding fell. Not missing the opportunity, Rudiger extended a thread and snatched the book. Now, as the bundle of threads gently wrapped around the book, the man was flustered. "Give it here, that is mine," Rudiger refused. "It is mine now, give it up." In this volatile situation, someone intervened. "It is the same toast, damn it, who is it? Is Rimjay running wild in anger without grasping the situation?" The old man continued. "You pride yourself on knowing everything. Are you arrogant enough to think it does not matter if everyone else dies as long as you survive?" "You damn bastard," Toast refuted. "Do not say it is because of my daughter. That was an accident. Why blame me?" Rimjay took out a bell and shook it. "Right, an accident, but if you had not run away with my disciple, that accident could have been prevented." As the bell rang, terrified ghosts appeared. "Do you know, those who die in the basin are trapped here forever. They get no rest even in death and wander this cursed place. These are the ones silenced forever by your cowardice, and the souls bound here by your greed and recklessness." Rimjay's words hit the mark. Rudiger wondered, "He did all this just for that? I might have failed to kill you. But I will not let those who cause pain to my daughter escape." Toast shouted at Rimjay. "Crazy you did this. Do you know how important this place is?" "Yes, crazy. Hate drove me mad, and obsession with knowledge and greed drove me mad, so it is right for lunatics like us to disappear from this world." Damn truly went mad as the vibration grew stronger. Toast also panicked. Rimjay bid Rudiger farewell. "Go, if you do not hurry. It will be too late. Sage, there is no reason for an outsider like you to be here now. Do not interfere and leave." Rudiger watched Rimjay's triumphant expression, stayed silent for a moment, and then withdrew as he wished. "I have no face to see Leslie. Take care, kid." Rimjay and Toast poured magic at each other until the mansion completely collapsed. The people running outside were all in a state of panic. The vibration became increasingly severe. "Run fast, we'll get trapped." Joyna looked back worriedly. "Lord Rudiger has not come out yet. What do we do?" "Damn surely, look there. It is the captain." Rudiger ran toward them with all his might. Simultaneously, the mansion showed signs of explosion. "It is going to blow, hurry." Less than a minute later, the mansion exploded completely, shooting up a giant pillar of light. "Out of control. Damn, I still had much to investigate in the mansion." Joyna muttered in disbelief from behind. "I cannot believe Sage Rimjay did such a thing, Captain." "How was Rimjay's final moment? At least he went without regret." "That is what I felt." "I see," people shouted from afar. "Look over there, smoke is rising from the outpost. Something is happening. Come to think of it, the base was right on top of a line. Did Leslie move already?" A few hours later, the central tent of the outpost, Yekaterina and the people were discussing the situation. "I see, that pillar of light was the mansion. I never imagined Rimjay would do such a thing. I received the scout report. I will explain the situation at the outpost. Right after the anomaly occurred, monsters attacked from all sides at the same time. Internal spies started terrorizing. We repelled them after a battle, but the defensive barrier broke and casualties are high. That is all. We must now discuss the next move. Rudiger came to report, but no one seemed to recognize him. However, he could not let his guard down. Dixon, a 5th-tier freelance mage, spoke. If the scout's words are true, the mastermind behind this must be in cahoots with Sage Rimjay. Correct? This outpost was built on the intersection of the lines. They started the attack as soon as the mansion collapsed. The former representative of Kijung Solu refuted. Anyway, they ran away and probably died outside. Do not waste energy and let us focus on repairing the barrier. An orange-haired woman, the new representative of the Umea Magic Tower, intervened. Strange phenomena are occurring on the lines in the basin right now. One collapsed, so the anomaly might subside a bit, but that is probably their aim. Ekaterina concluded. Good, let us summarize. The enemy is trying to destroy the lines of Kasa Basin, and one is already destroyed. If another falls, who knows what will happen. So we must defend the remaining 4, including the outpost, treat the wounded and leave personnel to defend the base, then divide the rest into 3 teams to defend the remaining lines. The operation starts in 30 minutes, prepare and gather then. People agreed. Understood. Leaving the tent, Rudiger fell into thought. Eventually, the old magic tower and new magic tower are cooperating without friction. They used to be out of control due to emotions, but they've matured quite a bit. That kid, she was there when we first came, met again. I did not get an answer last time. Kid, what are you looking for? I am looking for a friend. Really? What's the name? The girl bowed her head and answered. That answer. Rudiger paused. Leslie, he said. Why does that name come up here? Do not tell me brother is here. Rudiger clicked his tongue. Tisk. Joina Polini was handed over safely to the medical team. Rudiger asked, are you okay? Do not compare me to a woman with no combat experience. I am not 100, but I can fight. When Rudiger looked back, the girl was gone again. What about the meeting result in 30 minutes? We will select the forces and split into 3 teams to move. The old tower, new tower and Academy Alliance will likely be the core. Freelancers will be randomly assigned, so we might get split up. Understood. Still, let us do our best in our respective positions. Since you were sent by Duke Hyber, I will trust you. Han asked in surprise. Rudiger, how did you know? Because I knew the Duke would attach someone to me, so you approached first. Of the 3, Joina Polini wasn't right, and Sage Rimjay was an enemy from the start. Unbelievable. Only you are left, and we worked well together in the mansion. Damn, I tried to be careful, but I got caught. I was warned to hide my identity so as not to cause you trouble. It is fine, there is nothing to be offended about in this situation. More importantly, you came to find me because you figured something out, right? You are sharp as rumored. While investigating personally, I thought you would know something. I heard Rimjay lost his daughter here. Her name was Isabella. She had a fiancé who learned magic with her. That fiancé's name is Leslie. I see. Now the link between Leslie and Rimjay is clear. It is not strange that they joined hands. I thought I should look into the School of Truth more, so I brought a portrait from a temporary grave near the outpost memorial stone. It feels a bit icky taking a dead person's item though. It looked like quite an old photo. There were many young talents back then. Unlike now, many young people joined back then. Is this person Doe? Was he also from the School of Truth? Ah yes. Though he did not stay long, this person must be Rimjay. Next to him is his daughter Isabella. As I said earlier, she has the same hair color as that kid. It wasn't a coincidence the child said she was looking for Leslie. And the man next to Isabella is Leslie. An hour later, a valley. A tall man was looking at the pillar of light with a serious expression. Inside the locket in his hand was a photo of Leslie and Isabella. His servant approached and reported. Reporting to Lord Leslie. The magic circuit destruction work is almost complete. It seems they noticed and started moving. We will execute immediately as soon as preparations are done, right? I prepared the other circuit just in case, so rest assured. Then I will take my leave. After finishing his words, his hand unconsciously clenched the locket. Has the second circuit been activated already? Simultaneously, the old tower team people could not hide their bewilderment. Nonsense. Another line collapsed before we even arrived? Damn, did the other team fail to stop it? Is it the Academy Alliance or the new tower? I hope they are safe, Rudiger answered. The only comfort is that the entire basin has not been destroyed yet. We must hurry before other lines fall. In the tense situation, a shout from behind made them look back. Tisk, this is why the damn new tower bastards or the Academy Alliance cannot be trusted, a blue-haired man shouted. Another line collapsed. This expedition failed. Staying is meaningless, so I am retreating. A purple-haired woman stopped him. What are you saying? If you want to live, you must fight. If you give up now, the entire Kasa Basin will collapse, and you will not survive either. The man refuted. We just need to use the outpost line. It is the biggest of the 5. If we make a barrier with that, at least we live. Us. So you mean it does not matter if people outside the basin die or not? No need to risk our lives for others without reason. You should be ashamed of being so selfish. Rudiger organized the situation. Let him go. If we hold him by force, he will only be a burden. If we survive, we can hold him responsible later. And Ms. Pacina, would not it be better for you to return to Her Majesty the Queen now? You came under orders, but if we do not stop the enemy, Her Majesty is also in danger. Besides, since many people left, we have nowhere to retreat. That team was the new tower team led by Sempas. He was worried, but there was no time now. Understood. Moving immediately. Simultaneously on the new tower team's side, a robed man had collapsed on the floor, breathing heavily. Damn, to think there was still a traitor. You were careless, assuming I only survived the mansion. Good, I have wanted to beat you up for a while now. Blocking your path is the Black Dawn's second rank, a Machubaka. He gritted his teeth and endured. There is no hope here. I need to support the other team, but before that I must take this guy down, the guy warned. Do not bluff. You have already been hit by my deadly poison. If you use magic, your entire body will be torn to shreds. Hearing that, he provoked him. Ha, does it hurt? You call this pain? It does not even tickle. Bring it on. The nickname Mad Dog suits you perfectly. Let us see then. If you want pain, I'll gladly let you taste it. 30 minutes later, atop the valley cliff, people were encouraging each other. Hang in there just a little longer. We have to stop them no matter what. We cannot let them destroy any more. Baina charged with spirit and fought skillfully. Annoyed by the prey blocking their way, the enemies turned their targets toward her. A purple beam flew at her. Fortunately, Dixon quickly used magic to block the attack, saving her life. Are you all right? Thank you, Sir Dixon. With no other options left, that person revealed himself. Eventually, it has come to this. Is that their leader? It must be Leslie. But Rudiger thought differently. Wait, that face. He recalled Leslie from the photo. He is a bit different from what I imagined. I heard he was calm and dignified during his association days, but I suppose people change over decades. But who is that next to Leslie? A friend? Ah, it is that guy who died in the mansion hallway, come to think of it. He wasn't killed because he was from the opposing faction. His name was surely Belrock Ben. Belrock, were you alive? Do not tell me you are the mastermind behind everything. Rudiger also widened his eyes in surprise. But how can it be Belrock Ben? It was reported he died in the mansion. It was Rimjay who said that. The man swept back his hair and answered, faking death and using another's corpse as a piece of cake. But no need to hide anymore. Let me introduce myself formally. I am Belrock Ben, a member of the secret organization, and my codename is the first rank, Leslie. Did you kill Rudiger? No, John Doe, I presume. Seeing that you escaped the mansion safely, it seems old man Rimjay did not manage to finish off all the mages. I made a mistake. I knew Black Dawn names could be fake, but I did not expect you to use a real person's name. I was completely fooled, Rudiger shouted at Belrock. Why are you doing this? Is it for your friend's revenge? Revenge? Explain it in more detail. Dixon brought up the past. When Belrock was young, he was very close with Isabella and Leslie. One day, Isabella encountered a mana storm and went missing. A year later, Leslie went to find her, but he did not return either. Rumors say Belrock explored the Casa Basin alone, but to commit a massacre for that. The dead are dead and the living must live. Surrender and I will try my best to protect you. Hearing that, he remained silent for a moment before speaking. Dixon, you are still ignorant of the world, harping on about justice. You do not even know what I intend to do. Is it an earthquake? What is it? Something is rising from the fissure. Is leyline mana leaking out? This is just the beginning. He floated into the air, spreading his arms as he declared, this cliff is the core. If I destroy this place with my power, this basin will not be able to hold out any longer. He is right. If the lines are destroyed further, it is dangerous. We must stop him immediately, no matter what. But Belrock, seeing through his movements, used magic to suppress Rudiger's hand. When he regained his senses, he was already bound. Is this magnetic force? Careful. Belrock is a master of metal and lightning magic. He is combining the two to use magnetic field magic. Wrap your body in mana to resist if you do not want your equipment stolen. Even a silver bracelet cannot avoid the influence of the magnetic field. He pulled indiscriminately, ignoring attributes. Vigenancina commanded the people. Everyone wrap your swords in aura. You must not lose your weapons. From above he clicked his tongue. Tisk, I cannot break a knight's aura after all. I thought I would steal at least a few swords. His surroundings were filled with cubes flowing with electric current to handle metal magic so precisely without alchemy. With that level of skill, he is 6th rank, not 5th. No, reaching that stage with a single element deserves the title of color. I will destroy the line of this cliff with full power. Stop me if you can. Everyone aimed their staffs upward to stop him. Here it comes again. Hold it. Do not fall. We must endure until we defeat him. Belrock attacked by launching countless cubes from above. Rudiger immediately summoned a red magic circle and shot up a pillar of fire. Then Belrock commanded the cubes to form a sturdy wall to block it. Did you think heating the metal would remove the magnetism? But can you three catch up to the speed of the cubes? Rudiger flew up, observing, and cursed. Damn, this is infinite. If the mages from the Exorcism Magic Tower were here, we might have had a chance. The attacks show no sign of stopping. Even for a 6th rank, he cannot possibly have that much mana. Do not tell me he used the drug with side effects I used. Unless he has high poison resistance, his body will break down mid-battle. He touched his face in relief. As expected, Victor's drug is effective. There is no time. Looking down, John Doe was gone. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Where did he go? Above? Rudiger fired dark magic at him. The only explanation is that you distorted space. If I knew you had such a skill, I would not have gone easy on you. John Doe. Belrock reflected electricity at Rudiger without hesitation. You planted metal inside your clothes beforehand. Vigenancina ran to help him, but Belrock's hand chop shattered her sword in a single blow, breaking an aura-clad sword so easily and with bare hands. Rudiger quickly summoned a beast to catch her. Are you all right? Tired of stalling, Belrock declared. I'll end it here. Everyone was appalled as Belrock created a giant cube in the air. Stand still and watch how the people below get torn apart. 6th tier heavenly silver prison. No, we must stop that. You'll be crushed to death if you do, Rudiger shouted. Everyone dodge. The cube fell as if to swallow the earth, and the pillar of light that soared with the destructive power turned the scene into chaos. Damn, that is the third line, Belrock looked triumphant. Success. Now the basin's bizarre phenomenon will vanish. But why is it quieter than I thought? The mansion should be collapsing by now. Wait. The first line's pillar disappeared. Whose doing is this? I must check immediately. He boarded an airship and hurriedly headed there. Rudiger assessed the situation and shouted, the line is closed. What on earth happened? More importantly, at that speed I cannot catch up with my current mana. I will lend you my beast. It will be helpful in chasing him, two people suggested. We cannot stop Belrock in this state. I am sorry, I am in the same boat. I apologize, but I leave it to you. Understood. Leave it to me. Rudiger rode the beast without delay toward the territory where the first line was located. From above, Belrock was puzzled. What? The beasts of the forest are gathering. Are they gathering mana to block the line? Lowly beasts dare to interfere with my work? I'll kill them all. Suddenly he sensed danger and twisted his body. Fire flying from behind grazed him. To chase me this far? You really are like a leech, Rudiger retorted. Otherwise everyone will die. Naturally I must chase. Right. But to achieve my goal there is no other choice, so I must end it here. Belrock, fully armored, attacked, risking his life. A fierce battle between the two ensued. Then the footsteps of a strange creature echoed. The two stopped their movements and looked back. What? No way. I only heard rumors. Is that the forest's Lord Spirit Beast hiding all this time only to appear now? Does it mean to block me like those beasts? He took out a heavy weapon without hesitation and aimed at the Lord Spirit Beast. Even a Lord Spirit Beast is just a beast. I'll make you disappear right here. A railgun? He fired a shell straight at the Lord Spirit Beast. The Lord Spirit Beast moved lightly, dodging the shell's trajectory. It dodged a bullet faster than sound. The Lord Spirit Beast did not stay still either, and summoned a magic bombardment to attack Belrock. The Lord Spirit Beast's attack is targeting only Belrock. Does it consider us allies? This is an opportunity. Belrock was driven into a disadvantageous situation and was busy defending. I cannot go down like this. Damn, to think I would end up using this. He recalled the conversation he had with the doctor in the past. Ho, I did not expect Lord Leslie to ask me for such a favor. Thanks to you, I conducted a very interesting experiment. Here. This is a special drug made from the dead world tree in the underground waterway, and a demon specimen. If you drink it, the power of your techniques will increase by 300. But do not use it if you value your life. We are both top tier and respect each other, so I am warning you. You will use tremendous power for a moment, but eventually you will die. Do you want to die in terrible pain and brain damage? That is exactly what I wanted. He injected the drug without hesitation. A terrible purple flame began to burn inside his body. The light emitted from within spread outward. It was so blinding that even Rudiger had to cover his eyes. A 6-tier magic is activated just by shouting? Impossible. Even if he used drugs, there is no way that weak body can withstand such tremendous power. Give up, Belrock Ben. Continue and you will die. It is useless. I do not care if I die anyway. I came this far. I cannot give up. Tis completing a spell in an instant. Damn, it is too late to block. Amidst the fierce battle, someone shouted loudly. Stop, do not bully the kids. You are? Belrock reflexively looked to the side. A boy riding atop the Lord Spirit Beast was looking at him. Rudiger did not miss the opportunity and attacked him with magic. Rudiger's power swallowed him like a flame. Due to the destructive power, his armor shattered, and he fell to the ground, fatally wounded. He muttered with difficulty, "Not yet," before saving everyone. "I cannot fall." No, the boy from earlier approached without hesitation and asked, "Are you okay?" The one speaking to him was none other than Leslie from his childhood. The voice echoed. Belrock returned to the days when he and his friends played together while running. Leslie touched a tree and shouted, "I am first." Isabella, standing next to him, said, "Belrock is last again. I am not slow, you guys are just too fast." I was always slower than others, Belrock thought. I lacked courage and will. I was slow in everything, joined games last and learned magic last. Yet my friends waited for me, encouraged me and led me. Leslie and Isabella, they were precious friends to me, and before I knew it, I came to like Isabella. I decided that one day when I could be proud of myself I would confess, but that day, Isabella told him, "Belrock, Leslie confessed to me, but we are friends. If I date Leslie, I feel like our relationship will not be the same as before." So Belrock asked back, "Do you mean congratulations? You two always suited each other well." At those words she rejoiced. "Really? Thank you, Belrock. You really are the best friend." Belrock blamed himself and lamented. "I am always too late. That year, the one who should have entered the dungeon basin was me, not Isabella, but I was busy writing my thesis. So Isabella went in my stead, and even in death she went ahead of me. I cannot just wait for the hypothesis to be proven. The way to save Isabella is right before my eyes. It is dangerous there. Do not follow me, Belrock. I'll go to the basin alone. I'll handle the mansion. Besides our common goal, there is an old debt to settle there. Choosing where to die is an old man's last privilege. So do not stop me, Belrock. The one who should have died before anyone else was me. Why am I still living so miserably, until the very end? Why must I suffer the pain of losing all my loved ones?" While he was in a coma, the voice coming from outside lingered in his ears. "Wake up, Belrock Ben. If you collapse here, no one can save them. Now it is my turn to help my friends." Leslie asked him, "How badly are you hurt?" "Does it not hurt?" Belrock was puzzled. To think he did not recognize me who had been blocking the ley line destruction just moments ago. Ah, right, I was wearing armor then, so he did not see my face. "I am fine, I am perfectly okay. Do not worry, but surely there must be many wounds, yet he claims they are merely scratches. Can you see? I am still standing. In truth, not just the pain, but all my senses are slowly fading away. This is a signal that my body has reached its limit. If I do not hurry. Rudiger watched the scene and walked toward the two. John Doe, no, Rudiger Chell. He must have come to finish me off completely. As you can see, there is no need for that. Please step back. I still have work to do, he sighed and answered. Is that work related to this child? Young Isabella's face brightened when she saw Leslie. You were here. The two embraced each other warmly like young lovers. Belrock remained silent, watching their happiness. A moment later he looked at a gap formed in the fog barrier to the side. Did the partial collapse of the ley line over there cause it to open temporarily? That is a relief. I can send my friends out through there. Is that the motive behind all your actions? He said to the children. If you go straight ahead, you can exit the forest. I do not know when it will close, so hurry. Young Leslie seemed unsatisfied with those words. But one person has not come yet. Right, surely that kid is waiting for us too. Mister, can you find that kid for us? His name is Belrock. He is my friend, understood. I will definitely find him and bring him to you, so you two go out and wait first. Really? The boy held out his pinky finger, demanding a vow. Promise that you'll bring him. Yes, I promise. It is a promise. Wherever you are, however long it takes, I will come to find you. So please wait for me, just as you always watched over and waited for a slowpoke like me, this time for the last time. Because I am not a child anymore. When Leslie left, he handed me data on Casa Basin, and based on that data I found a way to save my friends. That was when Zero came and told me what to do. In return, I acted as his minion until today. Rudiger consoled him. The deaths of those two are not your fault. It was the result of their own choices. Still, why did you risk your life to such an extent? Is a reason needed to help a loved one. Then why are you helping my goal instead of killing me? Because in the end, if you were in my situation, you would have done the same. The hole is closing. Are you really not going out? You know what will happen if you die here. I endangered too many people out of personal selfishness. I should at least receive this much punishment. You might not be the real John Doe, but since even Zero acknowledged you, a guy like me will wish you luck in your future. The more he spoke, the more Belrock's head throbbed. My head hurts too much. I need to rest a bit. Immediately after, he was transported to the space of his childhood. Where is this? More importantly, what was my name? Who am I, guys? Where did everyone go? Leslie, Isabella, I am scared. Do not leave me behind. Is anyone there? I cannot see where this is. Please help me. Rudiger slowly approached him and spoke. You have committed a grave sin that is hard to forgive. What is happening to you now is the karma for that. I do not know. I do not know anything. Why? Why are you doing this only to me? Please let me meet my friends. Even if you do not remember, the things you committed do not disappear. You will likely have to receive punishment for a long time. However, as with everything in the world, if you endure and wait, the punishment will end someday. When that time comes, you will surely be able to meet your friends again. Really? Will my friends wait for me? Of course. Since they have always waited for you, they will understand and wait until the end. So do not be afraid. Close your eyes and rest. By the time you wake from this nightmare, everything will be nothing. Fight to the end. Do not retreat. After sending Belrock off, he quietly left the spot in silence. He closed his eyes and prayed for him for a moment. He approached the spirit beast and spoke. Seeing that you are still here, it seems you have something to discuss with me. Meanwhile, where the second ley line was located, the hooded Amachubaka was still confronting the bronze-skinned man. Mad Dog, the nickname fits perfectly. A truly dangerous guy. If you had not been hit by the poison, I would have been the one to fall. I acknowledge you are an excellent warrior. So I will send you off with respect. Judging that the prey had no strength left to resist, he kindled a blue flame. I will end it comfortably without pain, however. Han, popping out from somewhere, threw a powerful punch at his face. He was flustered. This guy, how is he fine inside the poison mist? Astonishment was written on the hooded man's face. Are you okay? Han dusted off his hands and answered nonchalantly. The poison, it does not work on me, so do not worry. Our team protected the ley line, and others will arrive soon. I brought an antidote, so take this first. Thank you. I feel alive now that the poison mist is clearing. The two looked toward the ley line for a moment. Beasts were surrounding it and concentrating. The beasts are gathered around the ley line. They are releasing mana. They seem to be trying to do something. A moment later, the outpost, even the last ley line has been sealed. Vigenancina, what is going on? To stabilize the collapsed ley line, a tremendous amount of mana is needed. It is hard to believe, but the beasts of the forest gathered and sealed the entrance of the ley line. It is presumed that the other side closed for the same reason. Vigenancina, you were safe, beasts. Do those guys have such power? Since they are guys who have lived here for a long time, we cannot underestimate the mana they possess. Still, I did not know the beasts knew how to unleash their power like that. Even ordinary beasts can unite as one in a crisis. Unlike us humans. Just then, Kij abruptly appeared. You were alive, persistent as expected. You ran away earlier, yet you slink back now. HMPH, everyone is safe in the end anyway. Is not that enough? Even if we had acted, the result would have been the same. No need to risk lives in vain, Vigenancina shouted. You ran away to avoid battle, and now you brag about it proudly? Are not you ashamed that you fled while free mages fought desperately? In the end, you are the only one of them who survived. We just made the best choice for survival. What is there to be ashamed of? Truly shameless. How dare you open your mouth? Ekaterina calmed her down. Vigenancina. If you touch him personally, your position will be shaken. A wise judgment, your majesty. If you want to receive support from the Pasa Magic Tower in the future, it would be better not to touch me. However, what he did not expect was that the Queen would personally land a punch on his face. Dixon was surprised. A magnificent punch, as expected of our Queen. The attendants around Kij asked in panic. Lord Kij, what is the meaning of this? Queen Yekaterina declared firmly. Since you attacked a person of the Pasa Magic Tower, do not even dream of support. We do not need it either. We politely decline support from trash like you. If I turn a blind eye to such injustice, who would trust and follow me? HMPH, we shall see. I will watch how well your kingdom does without the support of the Pasa Magic Tower. While they were arguing, something appeared in the sky. What is that? A beast was descending from the sky. Do not tell me it is a spirit beast. It was the spirit beast that had confronted Belrock earlier. The creature landed lightly in front of them. That creature rarely reveals itself, so why is it here? Wait, someone is riding on its back. That person was Rudiger Chell. Seeing people's surprised expressions, he got off the back to explain. Could you explain the situation? I will explain everything, but before that, should not we handle our business first? Mage Kij, he ground his teeth. HMPH, you and your gang are those suspicious guys. The ones who killed people from the start. We will take no responsibility for this incident. Correct. Whatever the reason, I have no authority to punish you. But I have the right to ensure others do not follow your example. When the truth becomes known, people will judge the Pasa Magic Tower to their heart's content. Let us watch if the Magic Tower abandons you then. This damn bastard, Yekaterina watched him silently. A few hours later, somewhere in the outpost, Rudiger opened a book on non-attribute mana. Non-attribute mana, it is a curse sent down by God. Not only does it lack an attribute but as an incurable curse. It slowly eats away at the user's life. It is said that in ancient times the mana of the Chosen Ones was much more diverse and abundant than today. That lineage has long been cut off and almost forgotten. But we believe the root of this hollow curse lies there. A curse from God? Others might dismiss it as a common excuse of the ancients. But when ancients say God, they mean a real God. In other words, the primordial god Lumensis. That name comes up tirelessly. In the end, there is no way to cure the side effects of non-attribute mana in this book. There is a way to suppress it. That alone made it worth finding, but to think that method is none other than a curse of dark magic. You were here. I looked for you for a long time. Thanks for the help. I survived thanks to you. Raise your head, it is troublesome if others see, it does not matter. To my subordinates this is a natural duty, Rudiger thought inwardly. She is still stubborn in this regard, by the way. Why are you hiding your identity and working as a professor? Mr. Meyervelli, he asked back. How did you know? The method you used to silence the envoy from the Pasa Magic Tower told me exactly. Only then did I remember your face and voice. I was really surprised. You were still alive. Do not tell me you really died and resurrected. Lower your voice, you fool. Do not hit my head, my hair gets messy, she continued. Why did you run away pretending to be dead and without a goodbye? If I had stayed a little longer I would have kept holding on to you. Anyway, back then, I completed every commission. Honestly, you could have let me go, but would your subjects have done the same? Correct. Even now, the Uda Kingdom considers you a hero. Then why are you a professor at Theon now? Is that your real identity? I have my circumstances. Anyway, I would be grateful if you kept the secret. I understand. Like a special forces mission where you have to hide your identity. Do not worry, I will not tell anyone. You never know. Well, let us leave it at that. Enough about me. How is the kingdom reconstruction going? It is stable enough for me to take a brief outing. I'll have to pay attention to diplomacy sooner or later. The Uda Kingdom is rich in natural resources, but the core mining method requires the power of mages. Unfortunately, Prince Alex was in charge of that line. So now we have to build relationships again from the bottom. In such a situation, to punch the face of a powerful envoy from the Pasa Magic Tower, you made the worst choice. You are still far from being a leader. That is true. What do I do now? We might have won the favor of the new tower and the Magic Alliance, but there is no guarantee they will support us. Oh, how about Theon? Where did you say you were teaching, Theon? If they contract directly with the resource-rich Uda Kingdom, they can save the massive costs that go into magic research materials. However, since they have to support resource mining, Theon will take a loss at first, but in the long run it is not a bad deal. Of course, it depends entirely on the leader's decision, so I cannot be sure. I am stating this clearly. I have no intention of helping you. So do not even dream about it. Hee. Of course I cannot rely on others forever. Still, if I visit, you will at least treat me as a guest, right? Well, I can take you for a walk. A few days later, the last day of Mystery Night, everyone was returning with tired looks. I will not come next year. Han looked at Rudiger, seemingly a bit concerned. People's steps were unusually heavy. Considering what happened, it is not surprising. Many people died. Besides, we had to play a part in restoring the outpost too. Well, I took some losses, but I made up for it. Come to think of it, what is that? The horn and fang of the spirit beast. It offered to give me anything as a reward for saving the forest, so I took a little. Did the spirit beast say that personally? It did not say it personally, but I heard it through the flow of mana. If it is a spirit beast that has lived that long, section. It is not strange for it to possess such intelligence. Oh, someone is sitting there, looks like a young child. Who is he waiting for? Probably waiting for a friend. A friend, waiting like that. He'll be trapped here forever. He will wait regardless. That is what a friend is. The scene that marked the end of the journey was the back of young B sitting on a small rock. That day at noon in Gale, B sat beside him and smiled. I heard enough. There were quite a few reports sent up to the higher-ups. Good work. That is a relief. Then shall we discuss the reward you mentioned? Reward? I thought I already gave you information when I assigned the mission. It seems you did not trust me and took out insurance secretly. In that case I must receive more. He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, as expected, you knew everything. I have nothing to say, do not worry. I will only take what is reasonable. Ask Sempas for the details. I will be going now, you were lucky. Wait, did not you say you would take more just now? Goodbye. Ah, take care. Ha, I took a hit. In the end I could not even ask about that guy's real identity. Even with my connections I cannot track him, so there is no way to know. Good work. Now let us return to the hideout. Captain, you are the one who worked hard. It has been a while since I went out alone with you. That is true. I saw many strange things this time, but meeting so many people and experiencing unwanted farewells is what remains in my memory the most. Will we continue to experience things like this? He answered gently. Do not worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. That might be so. That afternoon a warehouse in the back alleys of Leatherville. Han held a strange object and asked Rudiger, what is this? You called me out to this empty warehouse just to give me this? As you can see, it is a fang I brought as a souvenir from Casa Basin. Han asked back as if he could not understand. Who takes a fang as a souvenir? It looks extraordinary just by looking at it. What kind of beast is it from? This is a spirit beast's fang. I chose this place for the experiment considering the size. A spirit beast, was there such a thing in Casa Basin? Well, anyway, use it. Who knows, maybe it will suppress the beast's instinct inside you. That would be nice if true, but what if a problem arises? Do not worry. If that happens, I will subdue you and turn you back. Han accepted it as if resigned hearing those words. Understood. A moment later, he stabbed the fang into his hand in one go. Blue smoke rose from the wound. Soon Han began to transform into the appearance of the spirit beast Rudiger had mentioned. Wow, is that the spirit beast you met, Captain? Correct. It looks exactly the same, only smaller. To think it is such a powerful creature, it looks like he turned completely into a beast rather than a beastkin, Rudiger asked. Han, how do you feel? However, he remained silent for a long time without any answer. Sensing an ominous energy, everyone immediately took a defensive stance. Han, in the body of the spirit beast, reacted looking at them. Wait a moment, however, because his reaction was too late. He got hit on the head once. At that sight, the three people froze for a moment. Rudiger commanded as if he had no choice. Pantos, help him. Han, stay still. You understood. It feels strange. It is my first time becoming a spirit beast. You will get used to it quickly after transforming a few times. More than that, try controlling mana in that state. Pardon, mana? I have never learned magic. Do you not feel anything instinctively? Ah, I do. I will try it once. A moment later. Mana in the form of water droplets condensed over Han's fur, then floated into the air to form a beautiful ring shape. Oh, I thought it would be possible, but it really was. It will become an excellent weapon if used well. Well, I cannot use it often in front of others, but it is not bad to have one more hidden card. That is enough. It is time to use the neutralizer. Just then, Grander appeared from behind and spoke. Ha, I came back, but there was no greeting, so what are you doing here? It is a more interesting spectacle than I thought. I did not know that guy could transform into a spirit beast. Just as well I wanted a spirit beast fur coat anyway. At those words, Han freaked out and trembled. I am joking. Your reaction to teasing is quite fun. It did not sound like a joke at all. Master, please stop such pranks. A few days later, Dean's office, Elisa and Torino were discussing business with Rudiger. At this rate, the negotiation seems likely to be concluded. We can finally secure natural resource mining rights. That is truly a relief thanks to Professor Rudiger. We got to meet Her Majesty the Queen. I merely conveyed the Dean's proposal when I met the Queen at Mystery Night. Then I will take my leave. I hope we maintain a good relationship in the future. Me too. I look forward to working with you. Professor Rudiger, please see the Queen off. Coming outside, she let out a sigh of relief. I am exhausted after talking nonstop for 3 hours. Still, thanks to that, we obtained a win-win result without big losses on either side. Strictly speaking, it is the Dean's decision win, but it was a very close margin. As expected, she is not an opponent to be taken lightly. That is probably why she acts as your boss, right? Shall I guide you to where your subordinates are? At those words, she turned her head and answered. Before that, can I look around Theon a bit? The Uda Kingdom lacks such facilities, so I intend to actively introduce them during reconstruction. Theon will be a good example. The intention is good, but imitation does not always succeed. Still, I have to try. If I only think about failure, I can gain nothing. You are still the same. I will cheer for you. If I happen to establish such a place, I will invite you then. Good. I will be looking forward to it. Ah, by the way, do you remember Kij, the former representative of the Pasa Magic Tower? I heard he was expelled for tarnishing the Magic Tower's honor. The scene changed, and Kij shouted curses out of resentment. Damn it, after all my dedication to the Magic Tower to kick me out like this with my achievements and connections, even if I committed murder, it should have ended with a warning. To be expelled instead of rewarded for such a trivial matter? There were quite a few elders close to me in the disciplinary committee too. Wait, thinking about it, their reactions were a bit strange. Do not tell me there was another ulterior motive. How this is the opposite direction of where we're going. Hey coachman, I told you to go to the train station. Just then, Zero calmed him down from inside the carriage. Shish, even if we are inside a carriage, if you shout like that, everyone outside will hear. At the appearance of a stranger, he panicked and his mind became complicated. What? Since when? Nice to meet you. Just call me Zero. Actually, because I needed you a bit, I pulled some strings to get you expelled from the magic tower. He looked with guarding eyes. At that moment the coachman chimed in. Kij has already fallen into the dream world, into that reality. Good, it went as planned. Excuse me. By the way, do you intend to recruit Kij as a new executive? Zero answered. You seemed uninterested in Rudiger Chell, but it seems that is not necessarily the case. Right? I cannot trust him, but I cannot deny he is superior to the old John Doe. But the current Kij is useless because his skills are terrible compared to his ambition. Oh, so you noticed too. Since his consciousness entered the reality world, thanks to that information being conveyed to me. Correct. Since you created my meeting room in the reality world, you had to know. Do not worry. I intended to use Kij as a sacrifice from the start. At those words he flinched. A sacrifice? Does that mean he will wake up again? We have to verify that from now on. Since Basara woke up, it seems other apostles have started to move as well. Naya too, I see. So you chose Kij, who is skilled enough to scout the dream world. Yes, because no one will be interested in a discarded pawn. So he fits perfectly. Besides, even if he arrived at the train station, the magic tower would have disposed of him to silence him. So we are intercepting and using him. What happens to Kij now? If nothing happens, will he wake up in 3 days? If he does not open his eyes by then, it would mean the most troublesome apostle has been released from the deep abyss of unconsciousness. Regarding the death of the first-rank Leslie, rumors are circulating within the organization that the teacher betrayed us. Externally, it is known that the spirit beast handled it, but because the teacher stood on the spirit beast's side, he is being suspected. Still, fortunately, there are not a few who support the teacher. They believe the teacher did not know Leslie's plan at all, that it was just self-defense to survive. However, there are still those casting suspicious glances. Someone must be inciting from behind, right? Yes, it is likely Nikolai. Who else would it be other than that guy? What will you do? You must prove your innocence to calm the situation. Leave it be. I do not want to get involved in such commotion. Besides, no matter how much that guy runs wild, he cannot kill me. That authority belongs only to Zero. Zero will not bother holding me responsible for this incident. It will quiet down on its own with time, so no need to worry. If you say so, teacher, then it is a relief. At that moment, Rudiger noticed a signal next to the desk. It is a contact from Han. Right, what is it, Captain? Do you have time right now? A precious guest has arrived at the base and is looking for you. I think you need to come quickly. A precious guest? That afternoon, the camouflaged UN secret base. I did not know the princess would come here personally, Princess Asandra. She and Farius looked at them for a moment and smiled faintly. Bellaruna lamented. Oh, how did such a noble person come to this shabby place? Han pointed out. You said it backwards, stupid. Are they your subordinates? I like their fiery personalities. Then let us get to the main point. I came personally because there is a matter difficult to discuss via communication. Farius, explain. Do you remember the elves who infiltrated the capital that I reported before? Investigation confirmed that they have collaborators outside the capital as well. Since there was no particular movement, we were only monitoring them for a while. But we witnessed the Lumensis Order contacting them. Rudiger asked in puzzlement. Was there no conflict? Strangely, there was absolutely no armed conflict between the two organizations. None, those guys who were eager to devour each other. We only watched from afar, so we do not know the details. The possibility of a deal is the highest, and it is likely information about the underground world tree. Is the security of the underground waterway okay? Since we reinforced troops and strengthened defense, there have been no intruders. It was suspiciously quiet. The problem is we have no justification to stop them. If we move rashly, they will slip through the surveillance net, and we might be disadvantaged diplomatically. So you came to ask for my help. That is right, we need to find out their information. I cannot guarantee for the Order, but there is a way for the elves. The reason they came all the way here is also because they obtained information from the World Tree. We just need to use the World Tree the same way. After accepting the mission, they headed to the underground sector of the capital Genevenue. Mandalina asked Sedina, "Are you okay? Is something wrong?" It is nothing. It is just that I consumed some mental strength connecting with the World Tree for too long. I see, do not overexert yourself. I am fine. The captain promised to support me with medicinal herbs from the headquarters. More than that. If not now, when would I connect to the World Tree to my heart's content? Mandalina looked at her expression as if she could not understand. Why, coming near here, I feel an unknown danger. By the way, can you really connect to the Elf Kingdom from the capital? Is that possible even for the World Tree? Yes, entirely possible. The World Tree's roots are connected to each other. Like a so-called network. Since security is tight, it took some time to bypass, but I can break through with just a little more. I do not know much about the World Tree, but I know how amazing it is to breach the elves' defense network and connect. That is why that person always takes her around. Sedina's expression suddenly hardened. Her fingertips touching the tree trembled. The situation seems much more serious than I thought, Mandalina asked. What is it? It seems the Elf Kingdom is preparing for war. At those words she was appalled. What war? I did not see it wrong, did I? I hope I was wrong too. Currently the Lair family, the most powerful of the Elf Kingdom's 7 families, is massing troops. The information has been confirmed. Then does it mean war is imminent? It might not be that far yet. Information on other families has not been updated. But there must be a reason for the Lair family to move so suddenly. Are there any signs? For example, finding a way to gain full access rights to the World Tree. Full access rights if they get their hands on that. What will happen? They can use the true power to turn the entire continent into a forest. Surely that forest does not mean, yes, an elf's forest that cannot be cut or burned. A perfect environment only for elves. I could not confirm the details due to security clearance, but I grasped that elf trackers sent some information to their home country. Moreover, the time they received a reply from home was the very next day after contacting the Lumensis Order and leaving the capital. In other words, it is highly likely the Order provided that information. Meanwhile, the back alleys of Leatherville. Sedina spoke while walking. I just stopped by briefly for work. Coming alone would have been fine, he smirked. Do not mind it. The captain asked me separately and I was free anyway. Ah, teacher mentioned it, right? To be careful since the elves' movements are suspicious lately. Since teacher told me to keep it a secret from Andy, please keep this a secret. Sedina, suddenly he felt that someone was tailing the two. He warned her subtly, do not look back and listen to me. Someone is following us, tailing us, brother. There are many people around, so it is fine for now. But what do you want to do? We cannot go on like this. We have to catch him and find out who is behind it. Understood, brother. Go to a nearby restaurant and wait. I will catch him. Right, then I leave it to you. Sedina decided to move according to his instructions. The suspicious figure saw that and began to approach Han. Just as the guy was about to move, Han pounced to subdue him. But the guy used magic to block it in reverse. Wait a moment, I am not an enemy. Han lowered his guard at those words. My name is Viano Dentis. I may not look like it, but I am a teacher at Soren. Why did a Soren teacher dress so suspiciously and follow us? To avoid being detected by them. I had to hide my identity and approach carefully. Them? Who are you talking about? Dennis answered. There are those targeting Miss Sedina. So, before he could finish his sentence, a massive explosion occurred in the direction of the restaurant. This sound, where on earth did it come from? That direction is where Sedina is. The explosion was so huge that people inside the restaurant ran out in panic. Dentis spotted a shadow above the restaurant. That person carrying Miss Sedina is a Seth Warden. That night, the hideout. The two reported the situation to Rudiger. I came immediately after hearing the news. I heard Sedina was kidnapped, right here in this alley. I must have told you to be prepared for such a situation. What on earth happened? Professor Rudiger, why are you here? It might be sudden, but the situation is urgent, so I will explain later. Kidnapped means someone intervened? Exactly. We are familiar with the geography here, so chasing them wasn't difficult. However, the Lumensis Order guys suddenly blocked us, so we lost them. The Lumensis Order. I thought they colluded with the elves, but the deal conditions included information about Sedina. Do you know what Miss Sedina's real name means? I know a little. I thought hiding it would be enough, but I did not expect things to turn out like this. First, we need to discuss their purpose for kidnapping Sedina. Just then, Lorena kicked the door open and reported urgently. Master, we have big trouble. So the reason the Seth Warden is moving with the Lumensis Order was because of Mr. Dennis? I never dreamed I would meet my kin here. Rudiger held his head and warned. Let us listen to her story first. So you mean there is a dead world tree in the capital of the Exilian Empire, and Miss Bajuna obtained information about the Empire through that world tree? You possess amazing skills despite never having connected directly to the World Tree. That aside, do you know what their goal is? First, the ones who kidnapped Miss Sedina are the Xander family, pure-blooded elves, and behind them is the Lair family managing the World Tree. The World Tree supplies infinite mana to the surrounding land. Thanks to that, ancient elves lived much richer lives than now. However, the situation changed as the Flett family, the main administrators, were massacred. The Lair family could not fully control the World Tree's power and their influence gradually weakened, even if not as good as before. It is still livable, but long-lived elves always crave the glory of the past. That is why they are trying to restore the World Tree's power to recreate that era. And above all, their goal is to dominate the entire continent, Rudiger asked. Does that mean they need Sedina for that purpose, because she is someone who can control the sacred tree? She nodded. Correct, that is why I hid Miss Sedina's identity, but it seems I could not stop the flow of fate alone. Honestly, I did not know something like today would happen. I found out because someone tipped me off. Would you like to meet that person? Professor Rudiger, that side wants to meet you too. A moment later, they moved to the place Dentis guided them to. Han was puzzled seeing the place she brought them to. Are not you surprised? Well, it is understandable not to be. That person is none other than Sedina's father, Quarter Rachin. To think it is the Rachin family mansion. This is not even the main house. Just how big is it? How much money do they have? Of course, an enormous amount. Quarter Rachin is the figure who grew the Rachin Merchant Guild into a multinational corporation. An impressive person. And the very person who made Sedina rebel against her family. Should not you be grateful that the troublesome daughter disappeared? I think so too. Since my words alone will be insufficient when meeting Quarter Rachin, it would be better for you to meet him in person. Soon, a man with chestnut hair welcomed them. You must be tired from the long journey. I am the head of the Rachin family, Quarter Rachin. I heard my daughter caused a lot of trouble. As her father, I thank you. As soon as he saw Quarter, Rudiger spoke bluntly. I thought you cherished your daughter quite a bit, but did you throw her away like that? You are right. This is not a suitable place to talk. Let us go inside. I have something to show you. He guided the group to a greenhouse behind the mansion. As you can see, I built this greenhouse myself. It is a hobby that does not suit my image. Are you asking how a family head had enough time to build this? He continued with a lament. It was difficult. I built it little by little whenever I had time. Since I wasn't the one who started making this, you probably felt it did not suit me. The original owner of this place was my wife Sedina's mother. Renee, I inherited my wife's will. Was it Mr. Rudiger who caused my wife to die? No, that was the doing of the families opposing the Lair family. Opposing? What do you mean? The Krausic and Flohim families. They thought that to avoid war and maintain peace they had to protect the plant bloodline and rebuild the family. It was the right choice. However, rebuilding a family requires immense resources. Moreover, as a family already exiled for committing a crime, they would only cause conflict within elf society. So would not it be better to remove the cause of the conflict? Whether they helped or not, they sought out my wife and demanded. Of course their intention was to use the plant family as a puppet. But my wife did not want to rebuild the family. Her dream was just to build a greenhouse and live happily with her family. But not long after, my wife was assassinated. My wife, who was originally frail, passed away. Before dying, she pleaded earnestly to please protect Sedina. That was my wife's will, but they did not give up. They continued to target Sedina, the blood of plant. So I hid the child's origin. Is that also why the family treated Sedina like she did not exist? That is correct. We announced Sedina as an illegitimate child. Rumors circulated that she was a slave I bought, but I did not care. It was all to protect the child. Hearing those words, Rudiger retorted with a voice full of anger. Do not evade responsibility with such lame excuses. No matter what you say, your actions are no different from abandoning the child. Have you considered what your daughter thought growing up in such an environment? The group tried to stop him, seeing he could not contain his anger. Professor Rudiger, please calm down. So what do you want me to do? They are targeting my daughter, and all I could do was, Rudiger shouted, venting his frustration. You should have protected her until death. They flinched at Rudiger's anger. However, Quarter just looked at Rudiger and answered expressionlessly. A waste of time. I should have gone to save Sedina instead of coming here. If you have nothing more to say, I will take my leave. At those words, Quarter stopped Rudiger. I did not call you here to play. Hurrying will not solve it. There are many useful items in this mansion, so take them. I will support you with all the family's resources. Like a great merchant, he spoke calmly. What if I ask you to hand over the entire family? If my daughter returns safely with that, I will gladly give it. I will remember those words. Rudiger turned around without a goodbye. Mr. Viano, please guide me. Let us go to the warehouse. I will stay here a little longer. Understood, Quarter repeated Rudiger's words. Protect until death. Meanwhile, sitting alone in Lindenbaum, Renee was thinking about recent events. So it is war in the end. Troublesome. The capital reconstruction is not even finished yet. Soon a tall man approached upon receiving Renee's call. Did you call? Yes, I have a job to entrust to you. General Ross, he smiled triumphantly. 2 days later, the courtyard of the Rochin mansion. Sedina was laughing happily. Hee, mister. I finished modifying the ancient artifacts you asked for. There were so many items in the warehouse. Good work. No, I am rather grateful you let me modify them as I pleased. Touching ancient artifacts to my heart's content was my lifelong wish. I boosted the performance to the maximum, but they became disposable. Is that really okay? Of course, the Rochin family will support everything. Do not worry. Master, do I really have to go with you? I was banished from the forest for intruding on the world tree. What are you talking about? Did you forget Viano said we absolutely need you? That is right. We really need Miss Bellaruna's ability. As you know, Miss Bellaruna, the forest of the Elf Kingdom Genadun is a massive network made of plants. So the moment we step in, the Lair family will notice immediately. But if it is you, Miss Bellaruna, since you can connect to the world tree, we can enter while avoiding the surveillance network. But if I get caught, I am dead meat, Rudiger reassured her. If you succeed, will not you become a hero who can proudly approach the world tree, and the real world tree, not a fake one. The real world tree. But Viano, are you really okay going with us as a head of the 7 families? You know what that means. It is treason against the royal family. Thank you for your concern, but there is no turning back. I also bear responsibility for Miss Sedina's kidnapping, so I will go with you. Soon, what they looked up at was an unexpected object. What is that? An airship? It is an airship specially built for military use. Take this to the elf forest. That is why I trust you and provide full support. Since you investigated that far, you must know which organization Sedina belongs to, correct? It is entirely my fault, although it might not sound credible coming from my mouth. Please save that child. Do not bow your head. When Sedina returns safely, please tell her yourself. Rudiger spoke briefly to him and boarded the airship. That night the airship flew through the sky at amazing speed, Dentis explained. It is difficult to enter the Empire directly. The Lair family is monitoring the entire Empire. Then how about entering under the name of the Dentis family? Our Dentis family is neutral, so we are kept in check by both the moderate and radical factions. Furthermore, knowing that a Soren student I taught was kidnapped, the family even refused to meet. Before we arrive, I will explain the map and the kingdom's families. Our elf kingdom Genadun is shaped like a circle centered on the World Tree. Closest to the World Tree are the Lair and Squatter families. Between the World Tree and the outskirts, in the area called Mokbu, the three moderate families and neutral families are located. Burjuk and Dentis guard the outermost forest. That is why they are openly controlling the neutral families. That is correct. Infiltrating from this distance will not be easy. Rudiger was surprised by the rebuttal from someone else. There is one way to infiltrate. I know of a secret underground passage leading to the royal palace, Bellaruna explained. Beneath the capital, the roots of the World Tree extend to a cave under the palace. I know the way, so we can use that. Come to think of it, I read about a forbidden area in an ancient tome. That is probably the place you are talking about. Actually, I discovered it when I secretly connected to the World Tree. If we escape that way, no one will be able to chase us. Thanks for the useful information. Then let us make a concrete plan after entering our family's territory. The pilot announced to everyone. Passengers, this is the limit of where we can take you. Approaching any further might affect the stealth function. This is enough. We will be waiting nearby, so please tell us when you return. Weren't you supposed to go back immediately? Is not that a violation of orders? The pilot answered. We were given some discretion. Besides, it involves that young lady. As a man with a wife and children, I fully understand the family head's feelings. The family head looks strict on the outside, but he is softer on the inside than you think. Are you making excuses for your master now? Fathers do not always make the right or great choices. If my wife had not corrected me, I would not have been able to protect my family either. He silently listened to the words of the man who no longer had anyone to correct his mistakes. Should not we give him at least one more chance? I have talked too much. I'll land near the forest then. No need for that. How no need to stop, we'll get off on our own, the pilot shouted. What, you're just going to jump? What about the equipment in the cargo hold? We'll handle it, do not worry. Bellaruna, can you block information as soon as we land? No problem. As long as there are plants nearby, it is no problem. Good, let us go. After finishing preparations, they jumped off in free fall like professionals. They really jumped. Even if they have flight magic, are not they scared? The person in charge at the back reported to him. Captain, all the artifacts in the cargo hold are gone. What, they really took everything themselves? How is that possible? Meanwhile, Sedina woke up from a long coma. When she opened her eyes, she was in a luxurious room decorated in pink. Where is this? Right, I fainted because of the hypnotic gas. Was I kidnapped? A long-haired elf, the head of the squatter family, entered. He entered and asked how she was. Awake? Come out, that person wants to see you. Then this place is. Coming outside, Sedina looked up at the giant tree in admiration. It is huge. Is this the World Tree? I have never even seen it, so why does it feel so familiar? We are here. Let us go in. Welcome, child of Flet. Welcome home. He knows my bloodline. I have high expectations for Flet's last bloodline, but you do not resemble her much. Indeed, they say it is darkest underneath the lamp. It is true. To think what I was searching for so desperately was under John Doe's wing, Sedina asked back in surprise. How do you know that name? I have not introduced myself formally yet. Sedina Rachan. I am Venmuller, head of the Lur family, the strongest of the 7 families and commander of the Black Guard. Meanwhile, a forest on the outskirts of the Empire. Rudiger's group was having trouble finding the way. Han grumbled. Phew, I guess this is why outdoor explorers use artifacts. Without this, we would have collapsed from exhaustion in this rough terrain already. Hang in there a bit more. From here on it is Dentis family territory. Suddenly, he sensed someone nearby. He asked Dentis, did you notify the family we were coming at this time? No, why? As expected, someone is blocking us, they shouted. Who are you? Dentis stepped forward and explained, it is me, Viano. Is not that woman holding the sword Villa Viano's niece? Uncle, why are you here, Uncle? What do you mean, Villa? They are intruders. Arrest them immediately. Intruders, what are you talking about? What on earth are you doing? The scene changed to the Dentis family mansion. What on earth is happening? Explain. The moderate elders reported Uncle's betrayal. They said Uncle tried to hide Flet's last descendant. Viano explained, how does that become betrayal? Family head, you have been branded a traitor. The Dentis family cannot escape responsibility either. So the family agreed with the elders to guarantee safety in exchange for handing over Uncle. He reassured her. Do not worry about the family. I will succeed as the next head. A banquet celebrating this is being held at the mansion right now. By midnight, everyone will be dead drunk. Tomorrow morning, Uncle will be dragged to the palace, so use the remaining time well. You mean escape during that time? Correct. While we escape and draw the guard's attention, Uncle, strike the moderate elders. At least Villa does not seem to want to fight us, but the moment we run, the treason charge is confirmed. The family's future is at stake, so there is no other choice. Are you really okay with being branded a traitor? Midnight. A private room in the Dentis mansion. 3 people were celebrating and laughing loudly. Truly a spectacle. Who knew Viano would meet such an end? The green-haired elf was Elder Gaddett, and the tea-colored-haired elf was Elder Pim. It is a great day getting rid of an eyesore. It is all thanks to the Krausic family gathering intel in the capital. This person was Elder Krausic. Haha, no need to praise so much. The Lipe family has no roots, so their work is sloppy. It became unsightly. But if the intel is correct, Lipe intends to seize the World Tree's power, right? Do you think they can seize power and claim it as theirs? Let us put that aside and enjoy the party. Ho ho, finally the new head of the Dentis family has arrived. Here, have a drink. We must celebrate a day like this. Villa entered from outside, glad to join. As expected, everyone is wasted. If news spreads that Uncle escaped, they'll use that as an excuse to gather troops. One of the elders spoke. Hey Villa, is not the plan too obvious? Before she could react, soldiers surrounded her. She was surprised. Did you see through my plan from the start? How naive, wasn't it an obvious ploy from the beginning? You do not trust us, so is there any reason for us to trust you? Everyone was just waiting for Dentist to fall into the trap. She blamed herself inwardly. I am sorry, Uncle. I wanted to lighten your burden. I did not know it would turn out like this. Suddenly, with the sound of footsteps, someone barged into the room. It was Viano. He spoke seriously. Everyone was gathered here. The elder sneered and said, Did you come back to die on your own? Uncle, why did not you run? This is my responsibility from the start. Sorry for dumping it on you, Villa. From now on I will finish it myself. Nonsense. Arrest the traitor immediately. The soldiers rushed at him. Viano chanted a spell. Ventus quaver. A wolf made of blue-white mana appeared and blocked the enemies. The elders were surprised. What? Viano commanded. Close your eyes and cover your ears. Yes, Viano dealt with the soldiers one by one in the blink of an eye. I almost forgot. Long ago, Viano was an elf with great achievements in the last war. His rough and cruel fighting style made even allies tremble in fear. A master of spirit assimilation, fusing spirits into the soul to fight. Seeing your reaction, you did not expect my true power. Ha, what would guys hiding deep in the forest during the war know? Elder Gaddett, terrified, tried to stop him as he approached. Wait, stop. Do you think you'll be safe after laying a hand on us? That is clear treason without a doubt. Even if the Dentist family is ruined, but before he could finish his sentence, he was subdued by Viano. The other two also turned pale and trembled. Treason, huh? That is good too. I have always been disgusted by our race, calling ourselves noble while looking down on other races, so I refused to stand by you and chose the path of running away and looking the other way, but that was just arrogance born of my cowardice. So is not it time to fight properly now, but before that you will have to pay the price for trying to tarnish my family. Meanwhile, the prison, Rudiger's group sighed in relief after finishing the battle with the soldiers. Phew, fighting alone is tough, right? Thanks to the artifacts the captain gave, we finished quickly. But how did you pack so many? That. I fed them all to Ether Nocturne and Logia just in case you were maintaining that. The mana consumption must be huge. I already used it when escaping via teleportation. I fed the artifacts to maintain and save as much as possible. That is why I let you fight alone. Professor Rudiger, it seems, finished on that side too. Mr. Viano, what happened to the elders? I subdued them all and tied them up. Eventually, you became irreversible enemies with other families. Sorry for forcing you. Do not worry. It had to be done anyway. But it is a bit early since our power alone is insufficient. In the current situation, there is no way but to ask the Burjic family for help. Agreed. In terms of absolute military power, they are the strongest of the 7 families, so the odds are high. But they have avoided political conflict. Will they agree? Actually, there is something I have not said. The Burjic family was originally the Flett family's closest vassal family. They took the blame for Flett's sins together and received the punishment of guarding the forest. Since then, Burjic remained silent and did not intervene in anything. But if they know Flett's bloodline is alive, the situation will change. But will not they resent Flett for the punishment? Maybe, but they also have a grudge against the Lur family, so it is worth using. Anyway, it is worth contacting the Burjic family. The only problem is it takes quite some time to contact them. Han asked, Is not it faster to use Burjik's communication network? Unfortunately, we have never talked to Burjic before, though we do not know their line. Even if we send a messenger, it takes at least half a day in this situation. Bellerina raised her hand and informed them. Sorry, but I can contact the Burjic family directly. What, is that possible? When I was caught intruding on the World Tree, I almost got caught by guards at the exit while fleeing to the cave. Luckily, it was Burjic family territory and the family head saved me personally. He gave me Burjik's contact network then. Viano slumped his shoulders hearing that. Direct contact with the family head? That is good too. Rudiger looked at his expression and thought. He does not want to think anymore. 1 hour later, the reception room of the dentist mansion. The head of Burjic is coming personally. Mr. Viano, how much do you know about the head of Burjic? Actually, I do not know much. There are few rumors too. We fought on different fronts during the war 100 years ago. Since the war ended, he never boasted of his achievements nor appeared publicly. Except that he is a quite veiled figure. I only saw him once from afar. Bellerina, you said you met him recently. What was he like? Just a bit peculiar person. Master, the head of the Burjic family has arrived. At the news of the arrival, their eyes turned toward the door. Oh ho, is this the famous dentist mansion? This person with one eye covered was the head of the Burjic family, Amberla Burjic. I like this place. He laughed heartily, seeing Bellerina. Ha ha ha, brave young lady. Long time no see, glad you called. Did you see enough of the outside world after leaving the forest? Thank you for coming, Lord Burjic. And I asked, what is the exact reason you called me? You even have a human with you. This is interesting, Rudiger answered. The head of the Leip family kidnapped Flett's last descendant. Can you lend your strength to save her? Oh ho, did you just say Flett? That is correct. Her name is Sedina Rachin. She is a half-elf and merely a young girl. Wait, that is not what I am asking. Are you really asking that question knowing why the Burjic family was pushed to the frontier? Of course, we thought we should hide this fact because there was a possibility you would not stand on our side. but meeting you in person I realized you would not act that way. That is why I am telling you the truth." Amberla made a serious expression for a moment before answering. "All right, I'll help." The dentist family head was surprised. "Really, just for that reason?" "I'm a bit surprised. I thought you still held a grudge against the plant family." "Ha, now I see why Berjak's reputation is like that. If I truly held a grudge against the plant family, I would not have helped her escape the forest 500 years ago." "Her? Do you mean you met Sedina's mother?" "Correct. That was the last gift I could give her. Who knew she would fall in love with a human and even have a child?" "You said the child's name is Sedina. Why are we suddenly returning to the point where he conversed with Sedina's mother?" Her mother asked her, "Is it okay to leave like this? They will keep chasing us." "It does not matter. Thank you for helping me escape this far. I am sorry, it seems I put you in a difficult position. Take care of your body. It will not be hard forever. You never know, you might meet your destined love there." Oh, that is not something a person who rejected every proposal from noble families should say. "If I ever have a child, I hope it is a cute daughter. It is a bit early, but can you name her?" "Me. Yeah, humans call it a godmother. You are like a mother or older sister to me, so I want you to do it. I cannot imagine a child like you." "Then let us go with Sedina." "Sedina sounds good. Fufu, it is a nice name." A moment later, Amberla went out to the balcony to get some fresh air. Rudiger also happened to come out and talked with her. "Interesting. Most elves do not smoke. Is that so? I have a lot of interest in the human world. I did not know you could make something like this with common weeds from the forest. You have been blocking human intrusions. Do you not hate them?" "Well, I lost my siblings and one of my eyes because of them. But what is there to gain from hating?" He continued to listen to her story. Amberla said, "We must leave this forest and see the wider world." I engraved those words in my heart and traveled everywhere, seeing many things. Compared to that, the elf forest is like a frog in a well. The council elders are still fighting over trivial matters. But if that child is the last survivor, then the moderate faction killed her. "I see, so that was it. The dentist's head was there, but you were the one leading the conversation. So, are you the real power? Seeing the spirits hidden inside your clothes, I can tell you are not ordinary. I also feel an energy that is not yours." He thought inwardly, "Can this person see Quarter's spirit stone? As a family head I have to give orders, so I cannot go on an adventure. On the other hand, you can move freely. So that was why you saved that child. If possible I would go, but I will yield to you, so failure will not be tolerated." "Understood. I did not come all this way just to fail." "What? How do you trust me in the first place?" "I will send people, so work them to the bone." "Ah, was this the real purpose of calling me out? If we talk details, it is troublesome if there are interrupters. Do not worry, she is on our side, so everyone will get along well." "Ah, she is here too," seeing the person she introduced. Rudiger could not help but be surprised. The scene shifted to the meeting of the three noble families. They were talking amongst themselves. "You all heard the news that the attempt to take over the dentist family failed. This old man with a long white beard was the head of the Krauzik family, Mepham Krauzik. The family head survived thanks to Viano, but under those conditions it will be hard for them to survive either." A man with black skin shouted, "How dare a mere dentist family touch the elders of the three great noble families? This is practically a declaration of war. We must counterattack immediately." He was the head of the Gadet family. "Die Gadet. Are you saying we are in this state because of the dentist family? Dentist's army is weak, but their solidarity cannot be ignored." The head of the Flohim family, Fadia Flohim, suggested. "Furthermore, intelligence confirmed that Dentis and Burjuk formed an alliance right before. To make them pay a proper price, we must also prepare thoroughly. Is not there something more urgent? What we should focus on is, right?" The Lipe family acknowledged the plant bloodline. "The Lipe family will move to gain authority over the world tree. If that happens, the three-family alliance becomes meaningless. We have no choice. We must either seize or eliminate Plant's last descendant. There is only one way. Gather the troops and go to Jejendello." Deep inside Jejendello Castle, the cradle of the World Tree, Venmuller was quietly soaking her body in the water. Suddenly, her maid appeared and reported, "Lady Venmuller, the situation is not good. The moderate faction has started raising an army. HMPH, I gave them a chance to take over the Dentist family, yet they failed. Now they change direction and threaten us with Plant's last descendant. Is the Plant child hidden well?" "Yes, locked in the tower. You seem uncomfortable with that child." "Of course, because a child with that blood is alive. As you know, this lake is the safest way to enter the World Tree. But using this only allows reaching the surface of the World Tree's consciousness at best. But the Plant bloodline is different. They can hear the World Tree's voice and use mysterious power without approaching. I do not like it, but to reach the consciousness deep within the World Tree, I need their blood. Once the World Tree awakens, world conquest is not a dream." She finished speaking and ordered, "Prepare to accelerate the ritual. I formally declare war." Late that afternoon, Fadia Flohim declared, "Brethren, hear me. The Lipe family is hiding the traitorous Plant survivor and trying to monopolize the World Tree. The Plant family, who received the most blessings from the World Tree, became greedy, and now the Lipe family is following in their footsteps. My faithful brethren, this is not a rebellion. We are delivering righteous punishment and judgment." Hearing those words, the crowd shouted in one voice, "Execute the Lipe family who betrayed the kingdom. These traitors, their numbers are huge. To think the Gadet family in charge of capital defense joined them. At a glance we are outnumbered. Can we win? Do not fear. No matter how many, they cannot break through. Their role is to protect Jejendello. Stake your lives to fulfill the mission. Just then a soldier urgently reported, "Commander, there's a problem at the west gate. External forces have gathered." "What? Did the three families divert their forces? It is Burjuk and Dentis armies." "What? Even the neutral families?" The two looked around while checking the compass. "The moderate faction seems to be rushing. To think they sent all their hidden troops. That is the best we can do. Even if forces are dispersed, their defense will be solid. The longer it takes, the greater the damage, correct? So we must end it as quickly as possible. Surely she is watching us through the world tree? Lair family head, let us end this ill-fated relationship." East gate of Jejendello. Soldiers started an ambush attack. "Do not let them climb the walls, keep attacking. If we lose the walls, the base collapsing is a matter of time. Climb up by any means." At the same time, the west gate of Jejendello. Amberla shouted, "Did the battle start at the east gate?" As he tried to step forward himself, a soldier stopped him. "Family head, it is dangerous to go yourself." "Ah, it is fine. Is there a need to drag all the troops to break the gate? I'll do it myself, so cover me." He saw that and warned, "Withdraw your forces, Burjuk head, or we will counterattack." She also provoked him without hesitation. "Oh, do you think I brought the kids for camping?" When he did not back down, they started the attack. Viano chanted a spell from behind to assist Amber. The two cooperated to deal with the enemies skillfully. As Amberla swung his sword hard, the castle gate flew off in an instant, and Viano was astonished. Nonsense, blowing away the gate in a single strike. Tremendous power. Amazing, right? It is a technique of condensing and releasing power. I learned it from a young swordsman when traveling outside the forest long ago. Good, the gate is open. Let us start. All forces charge. Meanwhile, the cradle of the world tree. Van Muller was still leisurely submerged in the water talking to herself. Everyone making stupid decisions. Why do not they know their actions are for the whole race? No need to block completely. Once I extract this, I win. But one thing bothers me. Why did the dentist head enter the forest? No trace of entering through the main gate yet appeared in the territory. There is something. I must investigate. The one who deceived my eyes and the world tree. The one who helped the dentist head is. A moment later, Rudiger's image was reflected in her eyes. "John Doe." Van Muller stood up and laughed loudly. "Did not expect you to come here. Guess you do not want to lose the plant bloodline. Effort is commendable, but regrettably, now that I know you are here, you are nothing. I will make this place your grave, John Doe." At the same time, Sedina sensed the surrounding sounds. Is a battle happening? The forest is afraid. The servant next to her pushed her. "Stop daydreaming and follow. Passing through. Good, run over there." Suddenly a cry caught their attention. "What is this sound?" Han, in the form of a spirit beast, pounced on them in a surprise attack. "It is a spirit beast. Why is a spirit beast here?" "I came to save you, Sedina." She looked at them and asked, "This voice, Senior Han, how is everyone here?" "No time to explain. I'll buy time. Get on quickly." Having lost the prey, the guy ordered the soldiers, "Catch the plant child. Hey there, remember me? You kidnapped her and ran away cowardly." Alex spoke confidently, holding twin swords. "I will not let you take her this time. Bring it on. Let us end this. Arrogant human, I'll make you regret it." He charged without hesitation and attacked. A long-haired man quickly blocked with his sword. "Haha, not bad." The guy's eyes became serious at Alex's stance. The guy attempted a thrust and made a cut on Alex's face. Not bad for a human. Shall I speed up?" Seeing the lack of personnel, Sedina asked. "Senior Han, what about Senior Alex? Cannot help it. Rescuing Sedina is the priority. While he buys time, we must go to the underground lake." Suddenly, while moving, the world tree's roots popped out and formed long stems to attack them. What is this?" A woman's voice was heard. "Where are you trying to go, plant's child?" "This voice is the Lair family head." "Ah, spotted, we must escape." "No, she keeps chasing." Ballerina immediately created a green sphere as she raised her hand high. Light poured from the sphere and blocked the tree roots. I disrupted the world tree's control for a very brief moment in this gap. But there was already an ambush above. A single attack hit Han, and he screamed, "Kuuk!" The group fell hard to the floor. Van Muller revealed herself and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, did not expect you to appear with John Doe. Thought they were minions, but you brought someone who can interfere with the world tree. You were the one accessing the dead world tree's roots. How did you get here?" The world tree's ability is not just monitoring. If it is a place where roots touch, it can transport there instantly. I acknowledge the skill to control the world tree without being a noble, but thinking you were safe here was a big mistake. I planned to tear you all apart, but changed my mind. I invite you to the cradle. If that human is alive, drag him to the cradle. Soldiers captured them and laid them down. She asked Sedina, "Good, tell me where John Doe is." As the water stream bizarrely took on Rudiger's shape, her face was dyed with horror and she shouted, "Professor, watch closely. The plant brat has lost consciousness and John Doe's end is approaching. The one who came to save you is none other than yourself." The image in the wave slowly changed to a different scene. It showed Rudiger struggling against the tree attacking him. Seeing him fighting with difficulty, she could not hold back and screamed, "No, no." A moment later, as she clenched her fist, the video showed the tree piercing his body, killing him on the spot. "Serves you right, Doe. You were always unlucky." "Ah, I feel refreshed." However, Han grinned from behind as if he had noticed something. Rudiger appeared from behind and plunged his sword into Van Muller's back. "Ah no, how did you?" He spoke clearly. "You were completely deceived." Hearing her master's voice in despair, she turned her head. That voice was definitely the professor's. The servant, seeing his master being assassinated, rushed at Rudiger to save her. Lady Van Muller, but Alex saw through the intent and blocked his path. The effect of the recovery potion is indeed on another level. Just sprinkling it heals instantly. See, this is why having a sturdy backer is good. "You bastard, forget about them and let us finish this between us. I'll take you on seriously this time." Venmuller trembled and retorted, "What happened? I definitely killed you. I predicted you would ambush me, so I used a fake as bait." Her face turned dark. Just then, Helia suddenly appeared in front of them and greeted them brightly. "Hey, long time no see, glad to meet you here. Did not expect to see you in a place like this." "What? Do you two know each other? Then communication will be easier." A moment ago, Rudiger asked about her appearance. "What brings you here? Why so prickly?" "Amberla asked me to come," she spoke nonchalantly. "I was asked, but I also do not like what Venmuller is doing. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? How about cooperating?" He remained silent for a moment, then spoke as if he had made a decision. "If you block my path, I will not forgive you." "Oh my, how scary." "I'll take that as a compliment. High elves are all arrogant. They get conceited easily when they think they have the advantage. So I was sure you would create a situation like this. And seizing the moment you let your guard down, my subordinates sent a signal with an artifact and ambushed you. Of course, if you had been a bit more careful, my subordinates would have been in danger. So thanks for falling for it easily. Your arrogance is the cause, Venmuller, to be deceived so futilely. Damn it." Venmuller's expression gradually distorted, and she foamed at the mouth, appearing to die on the spot. Rudiger, having dealt with her, reached out to Sedina. "Now let us go back." "Yes, Professor." But at that moment Bellerina sensed danger and warned, "You two get away from there immediately." As the two looked toward Venmuller, her body began to rise again, and even the world tree's roots soared up. "How is she alive? Do not tell me that form. Did she abandon her elf form and fuse with the world tree? Is that what happens if you seize the world tree's power without permission? Please stop. Overexerting yourself only hastens your death. Haha, did you think I would not know? Look up there. The Light family's royal guards were sacrificed as test subjects to handle the world tree's power. Thanks to that, I can now control more of the world tree's power. So they are all living elves, but even so, fully controlling the world tree's power is impossible, correct? Even in this state I can only use about 5, that is why I crave the root code even more. Now, descendant of plant, speak quickly. Where is the central dogma? CE central dogma? I do not even know what that is," she raged. "HMPH, do you think feigning ignorance will save you? If I dig through your body, something might come out." As the situation became critical, he commanded Sedina. "Sedina, go to Han's side." "Yes, it seems I must end this completely. Venmuller, I will take you on." Finishing his words, he shot light from behind to attack her. Venmuller quickly made a shield with tree roots to block it. A spear-type artifact, HMPH, using expensive toys, but you cannot pierce these roots with just that. However, current suddenly flowed from the spear embedded in the root, delivering a powerful electric shock to her shield. "Do not tell me you modified the artifact to explode?" The spear dug deep in an instant. "Impressive, but regrettably I fused with the world tree and can regenerate infinitely. This is nothing." He threw spears without stopping down, not giving me a chance to attack. "Then how about this?" Venmuller began a counterattack, but he lightly jumped up to dodge the attack. Rudiger clicked his tongue and thought, "Tisk, fighting on the ground like this is inefficient. I need to fuse Ether Nocturne based on the Iron Wing Lasettle I made before. Magic fusion, Iron Fang. That was Leslie's spell. How does John Doe have that? Damn, consuming too much mana, regenerating at the same time. I'll be at a disadvantage. I need to find something to replenish my mana. Wait, are not they scattered all around? Pray." The scene changed. Outside, the entire kingdom began to shake violently. The soldiers wondered, "Why is the ground shaking? Priests of Jejendello? No, not priests, something else." Giant tree roots soared from beneath the ground. People screamed in terror. "Everyone run! What on earth is happening? Why is the world tree attacking us elves? Her form is changing bizarrely. Has she assimilated one step further with the world tree? If she continues to assimilate, she will get stronger. We must stop her before that." But the spears he threw were now easily blocked by the world tree's roots. "What was that explosion just now? Did she absorb the artifact's magic power?" She sighed in relief and spoke, "Still not enough. I need to eat more to fill this stomach." She began to wrap roots around the soldiers to absorb them. Amberla hurriedly cut off the root to save a soldier. "Tisk, that woman Venmuller has become a real headache." "Captain, what is that?" "It is attacking indiscriminately. World tree's roots. It is sucking up the life force of living beings." "What do you mean?" "Why is the world tree, which should grant life, taking life away?" "Life includes the entire cycle of existence, even death." Viano asked, "What should we do? At this rate, everything will be destroyed. Is there no other way but to kill Venmuller inside the world tree as quickly as possible?" "Helia, can you open a path?" "Well, doing so would provoke Venmuller, but shall I do it anyway?" At Amber Law's words, she raised her umbrella and aimed forward. A giant red dragon appeared before them. Helia commanded, "Burn it." At her words, the dragon breathed hot fire to burn the roots. The roots burned and rotted away in an instant, but Helia warned, "The world tree will regenerate soon, so is this enough? The obstacles are gone. Good, let us go." "Thanks, Helia. Since I did this much, you have to do it properly." The one who defeated Basara elsewhere in the world tree's cradle, Venmuller was screaming, engulfed in flames. "It is Helia's doing. Anyway, thanks to that, an escape route opened. Han, take Sedina and leave." "Yes." As the prey tried to escape, Venmuller stretched out her body to grab them. "Damn it, body regenerating so I cannot move properly. I cannot lose Plant's last key." Her servant was wounded. Alex saw that state and sneered. "Haha, friend, you look terrible. Getting hit once should not cause that. My prediction was right. This guy, he is growing at a tremendous speed while fighting." Alex continued to swing his sword without giving him a chance to counterattack. "He has perfectly mastered my swordsmanship and is using it. If I do not kill him here, he will become a threat to Lady Venmuller. I must kill him even if I risk my life. Alex realized something seeing his eyes, that look, fighting for a precious person. I understand, you two. You too, do I have the right to be called the same kind as him? I acted selfishly and coldly to the person who trusted me to the end, right? If I had not met the captain, I would not even have that qualification. Now I have excellent colleagues and someone I want to resemble. I cannot lose for their sake. After a fierce exchange, Alex dealt a fatal blow to the guy's chest and shoulder. Van Miller's servant bled heavily and collapsed unconscious. Alex spoke with a cold expression. I will not apologize. I have a reason to win too. It was a good match. Did I lose? I see. I apologize for being useless. Lady Van Miller. Meanwhile, Rudiger was busy dodging Van Miller's relentless attacks. She pressed on without giving him an opening to counterattack. Damn, at this rate the captain will get exhausted. Must do something. Haha, enduring well. How about this? Suddenly she sensed someone approaching from the vicinity. What? Someone is coming this way. Wait, now that I look, the south gate was destroyed by something similar to Amber Law's attack. Was that human the mastermind? Whoever dares step foot here will not be spared. A man sent by Ellen stepped forward to help Rudiger's group. He gathered tremendous power in his hand and launched it at the tree roots. The roots shattered, and Van Miller's head was also burned away. Han asked in surprise, where did that light come from? Glad it wasn't near Sedina. The aura emitting is dangerously strong. Who on earth is it? Oh dear, I did not train this hard just to cut a single tree. His name was Lakudat, the captain of the Exilian Empire's Royal Guard. Oh, is he the young man the princess cherishes? Lakudat, why is the continent's strongest sword here? As the roots weakened, Han and the group were freed. Amberla and Viano also arrived in time to support them. Are we too late? Oh, look who it is. Did not expect to meet here. Almost did not recognize you because you got so old. Long time no see, master. I would like to catch up, but let us handle the important matter first, he asked Rudiger. So do you have a plan, young friend? Rudiger answered. I was just about to explain. First, we must sever the connection between that child and the world tree. I see. So that child is the core moving the world tree? Would not it be better to just kill her? Rudiger made a grim expression. No, we must save that child. There are no exceptions. Oh, are you glaring at me now? I meant if the worst situation comes, it cannot be helped. Master, as Professor Rudiger said, as long as the world tree is awake, we cannot stop it without Sedina. He sighed and nodded. Ha, understood. Talk is cheap. Do you think I'll let you reach the throne easily? Van Miller, you have turned into something hideous since she is alive. Approaching that child will be difficult. Rudiger stepped forward. Leave that to me. I will open a path for the knights. That has been the role given to mages since ancient times. Han, connect your mana with me. Understood, Captain. Thanks to powerful artifacts and the mana conveyed by Han, Rudiger entered a state where he could use all magic without preparation. Van Miller saw this and sneered. Haha, still full of bluff. Fine, struggle until you realize your place. At that moment he snapped his fingers and shouted, 6th rank icebreaker. A giant airship appeared above their heads. Ha, wondering what you were doing, and it is just an icebreaker. What do you intend to do with such a useless thing? But contrary to her expectation, the number of airships Rudiger summoned increased to 5, no more. 1 or 2 do not matter. I'll destroy them all. As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned golden spears and shot them at Rudiger's airships. Haha, surprising, but in front of the world tree's power it is nothing. You will not know until you face it. As he shouted the incantation, the flames of the grand scorching hell transformed into the shape of twin demons and rushed toward Van Miller. No matter how many 6-tier spells you use, it will not change anything. The world tree will not fall, however. No matter how much she resists, she cannot handle his destructive power. The flames penetrated the barrier. Impossible, the world tree is being pushed back. She screamed in agony. Lakudat could not hide his astonishment at the sight. Oh, not bad. The princess would be interested. The two pressed on with their attack. Now is the chance. Charge. Do you think it will go your way? What are those hideous things? Do not pay them any mind. Just cut them all down. I told you, did not I? I will not let you touch the throne easily. This is the end. The light that had annihilated an entire army poured out. They were appalled by the giant black vortex appearing in the sky. Is this 6-tier magic? Surely not. John Doe again. It might lack destructive power, but that thing can erase any magic. However, with this much mana it will not be blocked. It will be destroyed. Lakudat moved quickly to Van Miller and cut off her arm. Ah, did you forget I did not come here to play, you damn human? Viano looked at the tree men with fear. They are getting stronger. Do you all see that? They are even holding weapons now. Amberla glared, recognizing a tree man blocking her path during the battle. And mother and father and uncle too. How can the deceased be here? Is it necromancy? Were the souls tied to the forest? She looked at them with contempt. Van Muller, you bastard, what a disgusting hobby. At this rate we'll collapse from exhaustion before we even reach the throne. Viano used his strength to wrap around Amberla and threw her toward the door leading to the throne, making a suggestion. Leave this place to me. Go and save Sedina. Understood. Wait. Do not decide on your own. Since it has come to this, hold on a little longer. She swung her sword decisively without hesitation. Good, I smashed the door to the throne, but at that moment the door closed and severed her arm. Damn, failed after coming this far? Fortunately, Rudiger caught her just in time. Well done. Leave the rest to me. What about Van Muller? Do not worry about that. Lakudat is handling her. With his skill, he'll do fine. You can trust him. So leave the child to me and get some rest. Entering inside, he called out, Time to wake up. As his hand touched the roots above her head, the tree showed a reaction and pushed him away. Trying to push me away? Fine, let us see if you can last until my mana runs dry. The roots even turned into thorns and pierced his hand. It is no use. The world tree has no intention of letting the child go. There is no way to save her. Let us go. You will die at this rate. Know it. Why do not you give up? Why? Because I have lost too much. Starting from trivial things one by one until I eventually lost what was truly precious. I repeated the cycle of losing, regretting, and grieving. But I am sick of that now, right? Losing something is painful. Amberlaw hesitated for a moment upon hearing those words. I am losing strength. I must finish this before my mana runs out. Just as hope was fading, Amberlaw's hand joined his. I will help too. Even if I die, I will give my all without regret, the two shouted together. Sedina, wake up. In a different dimension, Sedina stood in a bizarrely beautiful garden. She asked herself, where is this? Is it the garden I played in with Mom when I was young? Why am I here? Suddenly hearing a voice from behind, she inadvertently looked back. You have grown a lot. Her eyes trembled. Mom? Before her eyes, her beloved mother stood with open arms. Come here, my daughter. Is it Rini you, Mom? Yes, Sedina, my beloved daughter. She cried, her eyes out in her mother's arms. I missed you so much, Mom. The world without you was lonely and scary. I want to abandon everything and stay here with you like before. I want to eat your food, look at flowers, and listen to your lullabies. You have suffered much, Sedina. You grew up beautifully, but you cannot stay here. Her mother lifted her up and said, if you do, you will never be able to leave. We just met. I cannot go like this. There are people waiting for you in the outside world. People who love you as much as I do. So go and meet them, my daughter. And do not be sad. We will meet again someday. I love you. After sharing their last goodbye, Sedina slowly returned to reality. When she opened her eyes, Rudiger was holding her and gently waking her up. You are awake, Sedina. Everyone is waiting for you.